from the Centaur and the Eidolon. That means he's taking 6 while only dealing 5. And at 14 life, that means he's not going to be able to use that Sunstorm to generate tempo. Because attacking with his flyers is a losing proposition. He still might do it in order to scry 3 from Prognostic Sphinx, but not the situation he wants to be in right now.
So this one's going to balance. This one's going to get really interesting. Right now, Huey's got 6 lands. The Stone Shock Giant costs 8. To monstrous, so we're not. It's not evident right now. And Nico says during your upkeep, I'm going to sudden storm your 2 5-power creatures here. These are the ones that he cannot block profitably currently. All right, there's a mountain off the top for Huey though, which can start to get his Everflame Eidolon into potentially battling with that Prognostic Sphinx if it comes to that.
Yeah, I think he needs one more island or one more mountain there, but another mountain would be good too because it would allow him to activate Stone Shock Giant. I'm interested in Boney using the Sudden Storm on the upkeep. A lot of people wait until the beginning of combat in order to cast spells like that. That just gives your opponent one more draw step to draw something like a God's Willing.
Right.
So a pretty disciplined play from Boney that I think will pay off most of the time.
That's right, and the upside of doing it on your opponent's turn, of course, before their draw step, is that if they do want to play a God's Willing, you tie up one of their mana, or maybe even more, depending on what they want to play. Solid play there. Fearsome Temper is going to make Laganaban Elder a lot scarier, and this could actually be pretty bad for Nico Boney.
Yeah, I mean, Nico is going to take some damage this turn, and if he wants to double block in order to get rid of the Centaur, he's going to lose his Prognostic Sphinx.
And remember that you can pay 2 and a red with Fearsome Temper to make target creature can't block this creature until end of turn.
And we see Jensen targeting Prognostic Sphinx. Obviously, Boney doesn't discard a card there. It would kind of defeat the purpose. It would tap the Sphinx.
Right.
But yeah, so I mean, Boney all the way down to 9 life with a lot of creatures on Billy's side of the board. And if you're Huey, you're not afraid of any sort of mass removal coming out of the green-blue deck. So you can kind of commit threats to the board with reckless abandon.
That's right. All right, Nico looks like he's lining up an attack. Bam! He's going to battle and get a Scry 3 here from his Prognostic Sphinx. So taking a look at his hand, he's got a Setessan Oathsworn, a Shredding Winds, and a Mnemonic Wall.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, and I think that attack was basically so Boney can just try and scry and do an answer. He's got a Mnemonic Wall that he can get back Sudden Storm with. I mean, he can buy himself a little bit of time, but yeah, he's...
interesting that he attacked with the Nimbus Naiad too there.
I think so, yeah. I mean, maybe it's simply an issue of just not having many profitable blocks. He knows he's going to have a wall on the board that'll allow him to block at least one threat.
All right, so he has done what you said. He brought back the Voyage's End with his Mnemonic Wall. Remember, the Stone Shock Giant and the Faragax Giant aren't untapping this turn, but they will start untapping. As Huey says, I want to go to combat.
Yeah. What bad things are going to happen to me?
Exactly.
And the answer might be not very much.
All right, so Mnemonic Wall is going to jump in front of the Everflame Eidolon there, and Huey's like, sure. And here's a Voyage's End to bounce Laganaban Elder, knock Fearsome Temper off of it, and Huey's going to respond by pumping up his Everflame Eidolon all the way to get through Mnemonic Wall, and there's even the Laganaban Elder that Huey can still cast. He's going to gain 3 life thanks to the Eidolon and ship the turn back. So Huey's kind of firing on all cylinders on his side of the battlefield here. And Nico, he's not super behind, but he's definitely scrambling here.
He is. I mean, we see the reason for the attack with the Naiad last turn, using Voyage's End to neutralize the threat, blocking with Mnemonic Wall, basically allowing himself to take no damage, even though he's at 9, which is sort of precarious here. But now he's able to marshal a pretty substantive defense, and he might be well on his way to stabilizing this board.
Yeah, now the downside, of course, for Nico here is that the 2 creatures that he just played are both ground creatures, neither fly, and Huey is 1 mana away from activating his Stone Shock Giant.
Right.
If he does that, he can have a really nice attack here, because Prognostic Sphinx is actually outclassed by 2 of Huey's creatures here. Yeah,
what Billy's got to pay attention to now are just the double blocks from Boney's side, so combat's a little bit tricky right now, but fortunately Hold It Bay means that whatever creature he cares about the most is definitely not dying, regardless of how he decides to attack.
Mm-hmm.
But and part of the temptation in a position like Huey's is just to wait around for your 8th mana.
Yeah.
But you kind of need to make something happen against an opponent who has as many combat tricks in the form of bounce spells and lockdown effects as you've already seen from Boney.
Yeah, and Nico completely tapped out here, so Huey has the ability here to attack with no fear. He knows exactly the options that Nico Boni has as far as blocking goes. He's decided, look, no matter how he blocks here, I'm happy. I'm going to ship in with both of my giants.
Yeah, and again, he's got hold at bay to protect them, and he knows that Boni's got to block with at least one creature right here.
This is a lethal attack.
Exactly.
Yeah, good point, Zach.
So, I mean, and at a healthy 21 life, you're not really too scared of the attack back in any case.
That's right. All right, so Nico's lining up some blocks here. Setessan Oathsworn and his Prognostic Sphinx are going to double block, and then it looks like the Nimbus Naiad and the Ferris Band Trumper are going to double block as well on the other giant. So Huey has ordered blockers, and here we go.
Yeah, and you're going to want to keep the monstrous creature alive because, again, you're just one land away from straight up winning the game.
Wow, what a huge swing there for Huey. He just got 2-for-1 and then a 1-for-1 on the other side, and now he gets to just dump his whole hand of a Crone, Skyguard, and Pegasus, fold his hand onto the table and say, you know what, you've got a 1-1. I can live with that. Your move.
Yeah, and that shredding wins in Boni's hand, probably not going to put this game away for him. So
no, it can remove one creature, but he's got to do a whole hell of a lot more work than that right now. So Nico passes a turn back, and he doesn't look too happy about it. And Huey says, I'm going to go to combat. This is a good start for me. And
like, all right,
boom, the two-handed no math alpha is going to send everybody into the red zone. Nico can block a 5-power. If that's the case, he can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He takes lethal unless he does something here. Huey does have to pump his Everflame Eidolon all the way to make it lethal. And Shredding wins. No, he's got Mortal's Resolve to... Let's see, that's 2, 3, 4. So he's actually going to get a chance. This is actually interesting here, Zach. He's not only not going to die because of the Shredding Wind, so that's going to save him the one life that it's going to take so that he doesn't die. The Mortal's Resolve means that he's going to get to keep his Setessan Oathsworn, and he's going to eat the giant here. So, there are cards. It's not impossible here. And Nico's going to take the conservative route, take down the Pegasus, and... Oh, man, Huey just casually adds another Pegasus to the board. Remember, Nico's going to be at 1 at this point. So this is going to get very rough. He draws Fate Foretold, so that Setessan Oathsworn is going to be huge, but it probably won't matter as Huey has 4 lethal attackers on his side facing down 1. And we're going to get a Game 3. Speaking of Game 3s, I'm told that all of our feature matches right now are in Game 3s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every single one of them. So quick update. Willie Adel versus Camille Cornelissen in Game 3. Zeman Götzen versus Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa also, and Craig Wesco versus Ole Rade are all in Game 3. And we're going to get one here too. So, all right, so it looks like we have some messages for you. Stick with us. We'll be back in just a minute.
Looking for that perfect card or just the right card sleeves and playmat for your next tournament? Gaming Etc. has what you're looking for. Use the promo code PTBNG to earn 10% off all singles and accessories at gamingetc.com. Head to your local game store on March 1st and 2nd for the Born of the Gods game day. Play in a fun standard tournament and take the next step on the hero's path by battling the Horde. Visit wizards.com/magicgameday for more information.
All right, another update for you guys. Welcome back to the feature match area here. We are watching Craig Wesco on the right versus Ole Rade. Yes, I know them just by their hands. I've been doing this for a little while. We do have one match in our feature match area which has concluded. It is Zeman Götzen. He is victorious over Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa, 2-1. And let's just take a quick peek here. A little live look in. I like this. We can just sort of jump around and get a feel for what's going on at the other tables. You can see our made feature match they're still shuffling up there. That's in the upper right-hand corner. Always looking to improve your viewing pleasure here at the Pro Tour, and hopefully this is another step in that direction.
Not many times you see a red-white deck on the defensive, but it looks like you had a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop from Rade's side, and that represents not only a lot of damage, but a pretty impressive board state. The Scorpion, a high pick in this format because it can block creatures that have monstrous or have a lot of enchantments on them. The Satyr Wave, or what is that?
Voyaging
Satyr. It allows them to accelerate to cast those monstrous creatures in the first place, and Courser, a 3/3 for 3. So, pretty great start from Rade's side.
Ye old 1-2-3, not too bad at all. But I have to say, though, Craig Wesco is a stone master at these type of decks, and if anybody can get themselves out of this mess, he can. He starts off with a Dragon Mantle. Looks like he wanted to hit his land drop there.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if he had 2 more red...
I love this. He's just battle.
Yeah.
It turns his Akron Hoplite into a 2/2 right now, but he can pump it, and he assumes that his opponent doesn't want to trade for Nessian Courser.
Although, I don't hate a block here. You're ahead on mana if you're Rade. You still are ahead on board. You make your opponent tap his mountain, which makes it less likely that he's going to be able to follow it up with a threat this turn.
That's a good point. Now, one thing about these Akron Hoplites, though, is on defense, they're a little miserable.
Not great on defense, but pretty good attacking in concert with one another. That represents a lot of damage.
There's a lot of high-fiving between these two, for sure. They go into battle.
Is that what they do? That's how they battled in ancient Theros?
High fives were a thing back then.
Right. I guess we have no evidence to suggest that they weren't.
So... remember, this is a game 3 here as well between these two players. There's our feature match area hole. You see over on the left-hand side, just one match finishing up. But our main feature match is underway, and there's a Deepwater Hypnotist from Nico Boni. These players are tied 1-1. This is round 1 from the Pro Tour here. This is the one where you kind of get your nerves out, you get that adrenaline kind of cleared out, and hopefully you come away with a win.
And we see...
nothing from Huey on turns 1, 2, or 3?
Unbelievable. I was thinking Boney was sitting there bluffing a dissolve, and maybe Huey didn't want to cast something into it, but I don't think that's what's happening. I think Boney does not have dissolve, and I think Billy just doesn't have a lot of action.
Wow, so we're going to see the pace quicken here. Oh, but Nico actually has no 4-drop here either. So... And Huey has nothing on turn 4. He has no 1, 2, 3, or 4 in his aggressive red-white deck. Let's see if this spells disaster for him. Right now, though, Nico did nothing on that turn. He played a land. He played nothing on his turn or on Huey's turn. He's got to have a 5, though. Ooh, there it is. Prescient Chimera is going to add to the beatdowns. Now 5 power for Nico Boni's side. That's a 3-turn clock, so Huey's got to come up with stuff here. And it looks like Stone Shock Giant is his first play of the game.
Unbelievable. And stranding the Bolt of Karanos is Prescient Chimera's 4 toughness.
Right.
Meaning it's not going to get off the board. Giant, a big threat, but with Jensen at 14, he's kind of on the back foot right now.
Wow, and here's a Voyage's End to bounce. And what we're going to see now is the true shining point here for the tempo cards that Nico Boni's playing. I mean, when you have Voyage's Ends and Sudden Storms, this is where they're unbelievable. Because, Huey basically gets to play 1 card per turn, and Nico can nullify it, and I don't mean the card nullify, but I mean, the English word nullify, and he can just keep the pressure up, and I think Huey's going to get ran over really quickly here, potentially.
Yeah, again, we see that Setessan Oathsworn also carrying a lot of weight right now. We've got both Mortal's Resolve and Fate Foretold in Boni's hand that can really make that card huge. And that's in addition to the 3 points of evasive damage, 2 points on the ground that can immediately shrink whatever blocker Billy plays. And I mean, you just have to look at his hand. An aggressive red-white heroic deck does not want to be playing its first threat on turn 5.
No, he did draw a favored Hoplite, so he can make 2 plays this turn. Like he can play Bolt of Karanos on the Oathsworn and then play the Hoplite. But man, he's falling behind quick, kind of no matter which way you cut this. He can also just, throw one of his 5-drops back down on the table as well. He's got a tough decision here.
He's got tons of options. We don't have the hand viewer up just yet, but to let you know, he's got Billy has 2 Faragax Giants in his hand.
Okay.
Favored Hoplite, Titan Strength, Bolt of Karanos, Dauntless Onslaught, a handful of
he actually
cards.
has Stone Shock and a Faragax
Sorry,
Giant. Yeah.
Stone Shock and a Faragax Giant.
Yep. Speaking of Faragax Giant, he's going to lead off with that. That's interesting. And Nico Boni can't reach for his life pad quick enough. He's like, yeah, take it.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, you have a 3/3 and a favored hoplite. And this is where Huey's going to sort of steal up and hope that he doesn't see Sudden Storm. Because if that happens, the game's essentially over, from Nico's perspective.
Right, and unbeknownst to Huey, of course, Nico does have the Sudden Storm. The question is he going to prioritize that, or is he going to prioritize making his Oathsworn gigantic?
It looks like he wants to try to build up here, because he actually has profitable attacks now with the Setessan Oathsworn, potentially, especially given the Mortals Resolve that we know he has in his hand. Also, remember that Deepwater Hypnotist did get active. I'm assuming that either one of them, probably the Faragax Giant has...
I think he targeted the Giant.
So it's an 0-3 right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it looks like Nico just has his own... He basically just has superior board state without Sudden Storm here, and he still gets to just keep it in his hand for next turn. So Huey in a terrible position here. He's going to block with his 0-3 Faragax Giant on the Deepwater Hypnotist, but this has him taking 6 damage and make it 9.
Yeah.
That's
and
lethal.
That's
going to do it. Nico Boni takes down the first match versus William Huey Jensen. So Huey just does not find the curve. I mean, when we talk about aggressive decks in Limited, they're very curve dependent,
right.
and his first spell came on turn 5. So that's not going to do it. All right, we've got a few messages for you. Stick with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. Ignite your competitive spark by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros. Upcoming Grand Prix include Melbourne, Barcelona, Richmond, Montreal, and Buenos Aires. Visit wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
All right, looks like we're coming back down to the feature match area here where we have Craig Wescoe. We saw the early part of this game. Looks like he has a fearsome temper on an Akron Hoplite, but the hits keep coming from Ole Rade's side. We saw he had the old 1-2-3, and he's added a snake and a Prescient Chimera to his board. So his board is just massive here with a 3-4 flying, a 4-4 on the ground, which doesn't look like it has any counters on it. And there's also a Nessian Courser and a Voyaging Satyr. You take a look at Ole Rade, Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer Uli Rade using his Voyaging Satyr to get his second blue mana to cast that Chimera. We saw Wescoe on the back foot earlier, and it looks like it still remained that way. He's got an enchantment on his Hoplite, so he's probably a pretty sizable creature. But again, Hoplite's a creature that wants to have a lot more creatures on the board to make it effective. And Wescoe just now hitting his fourth land drop really needs to cast something to stabilize against Rade's board.
Take a look at Craig Wescoe's lifetime stats. He's been around for a very long time and has a super solid resume as well, with 3 Pro Tour top 8s, including a win. All right.
He might even actually be at 4 now. He's been kind of rattling them off. A lot of white decks blend together.
That's right. All right, so interestingly, he's going to go for Hopeful Eidolon here. And he has built up quite a little monster here. He's also got 100-handed one, which that second plains can allow him to cast, but he's going to continue to battle. Thanks to Akron Hoplite, he's going to get, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5. He can gain 5 life here.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about Hopeful Eidolon being so important to decks like this. A lot of the time, if you build up a huge creature, you're still just going to get hit back for an equivalent amount of damage, but...
All right, looks like our life totals were a little off there, as Ole Rade says, I can count to 12. How about you? And he's like, yeah, you got it. And,
really?
Scoops it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Craig had any reasonable options there, and so he went for the best possible one, and it wasn't good.
Well, because I was going to say, you see someone attacking with a 5 power worth of lifelink, and you're thinking, okay, well, this game, he's back in it. This game's going to go on for a while, but
yeah. But it looks like he was probably just too far behind. All right, another quick set of messages, and we'll be right back. So on camera defeat William Huey Jensen, which leaves us with but one, And it is happening over there. We're going to bring you that momentarily here. Willie Adel, he's playing against Camille Cornelissen. And there, again, in Game 3, it turns out all of our matches in the future match area ended up going into Game 3. So, yeah. So let's take a look. We're getting, looks like we're getting shifted over there to try to take a look at what's going on while the players in the future match area are chatting. You see Olerade and Craig are still just kind of having a little chat there. And we have our awesome production team moving over. There we go. A little board state there. Camille Cornelissen on the right-hand side there, and there's Willie on the left. And it looks like Camille is sitting at the full 20 life, perhaps the aggressor in this one. And what do we have? Well, there's an astronomer again, Melita's astronomer. There's also a blood toll harpy. And it looks like Cavern Lampad's on something there. I can't quite see what it is.
That is, I believe, the 1/3 that makes you discard cards. That's,
I think that's actually the Servant of Timuret.
Servant of Timuret.
So that has Inspired Untapped Drain 1.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
okay.
so whenever it untaps, your opponent loses a life and you gain a life. It also has Regenerate for 2 and a black, and it's a 1/3. It's a deceptively powerful card. I think it's a little underrated right now. And it looks like it's going to get flying here thanks to Stratus Walk. It also means it can't block unless a creature has flying. And speaking of that, I think he just drew a Vaporkin off of that as well. But he's battling here. So this is 3 damage in the air.
Oh, okay, yeah. He was able to grant it flying. And I mean, Edel does have a flyer, but not a phenomenal block right here.
No, but he does feel the need to chump here because remember, if he takes it, it's going to put him effectively like near death here because again this servant is such a pain. It has regeneration and it has this thing where it's just going to keep attacking you, and even if you have profitable blocks it doesn't care because it gets to drain you when it untaps.
Exactly. I mean, Edel has a lot of threats on the board and some sizable creatures, but it's 6 life with not a whole lot going on in the air. You have to think that Camille is heavily favored right now.
Yeah, I mean, Willie Adel has 9 power on the board right now. Or he has 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, he has 9. But it doesn't look like he has much to do with it at the moment. So, that's so brutal. He's got an Asphyxiate in hand, but that is never going to happen.
Yeah, Asphyxiate, not the best when you're behind. Mogus Marauder, again, great aggressive card, has haste, can get you through, but it's not going to deal 21 points of damage. Farrakha's Mender... does it get back what? Enchantments?
You get creature and enchantment.
Creature and enchantments. Okay, yeah. So he can get back the 2/1, which gives him another flying blocker, but can't cast it until next turn. So yeah, I mean,
he's going to be at 5, right? And then he's going to take 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's you don't see a lot of board states like this where, Edel has a ton of options, has a very developed board, has enough mana to cast things.
Yeah, this is going to be Fade into Antiquity, I think.
I think he's going to have to asphyxiate the Blood Toll Harpy.
Well, I think he can just do both, right?
Oh, okay,
yeah,
sure.
So
because he has the Voyaging Satyr, right. Exactly.
So if he uses Fade into Antiquity on the Cavern Lampad, then he reduces the power and can buy himself some time. He can also do it on the Stratus Walk and bring that thing back down to the ground where he can make it only 1 per turn and tie up 3 of Camille's lands. But he's got options here. I mean, there's a lot going on for sure. It's not like this game's over.
No, I mean, and he's staying alive. He's being threatened on so many different axes that it's hard to do a lot about it. Yeah, we see him fade the Eidolon, but he's still taking effectively 2 a turn from the Servant of Timuret.
That's right. So yeah, Cavern Lampad gets exiled, and here's Asphyxiate on Blood Toll Harpy. Does Camille have anything to say about that? Well, he's got a few cards in hand, but none of them actually matter here, so that thing's just going to bite it. But now Willie still has to deal with essentially a 3-turn clock here thanks to the Servant in the air. It attacks for 1 damage, it untaps, and he gets a drain. And that could be it. So Willie's got to get things moving forward in the right direction. He's going to attack for 4.
And actually, I think that horse was supposed to tap due to the Asphyxiate.
You're totally right, Zach. The Fleshmat Steed should not be able to attack here. Whenever a creature dies, it gets tapped, and that's not an option. So hopefully they notice it in short order here and maybe can try to fix this.
Well, I mean, irrespective of what's going on, Triton Tactics plus the Wave Crash Titan means that
it might not matter anyway.
Might not matter anyway.
Yeah.
I think we see the judge coming in and saying exactly what we were just talking about.
Yeah, that's an easy one to forget. You know, that one happens sometimes, but it should have been tapped. All right, so the judge is going to take care of this, and he's explaining what the situation is to Willie and Camille right now. They're, oh, right, from a 68. So now they're going to have to see. You know, this is where I always have to ask a judge. You know, well, what's the plan here? Because there's times when they can back up a little bit and not have it affect much, but there's times when they can't too, and it's they know the rules for that.
It's an easy ability to forget. It's one of those abilities that's kind of on there for flavor. You know, it's like the flesh-eating horses. So when something dies, they have to code chill and, you know, eat some lunch. But, you know, the fact is, even though it's an ability that's there for flavor, it's very gameplay relevant sometimes.
It is indeed.
That's exactly one of those circumstances where it comes up.
Right.
I think I cannot attack. Yeah, but the problem is that the dream.
You see the judges conferring
I
here.
think it's wrong. I'm not supposed to attack. You're not supposed to attack. So you don't attack.
I did all my play to attack.
Okay.
But like it was my mistake.
Okay, yeah. It should be tapped. Okay. Then you did not tap.
And he's at 22.
So I'm at 4 life higher than
You are 4.
so I'm 22.
Yes.
All right, so Willie said, look, I made my entire line of play based on the fact that I could attack, but it was my fault, so I shouldn't be able to attack. It's tapped, and the judge, of course, agrees. And so Camille Cornelissen will actually be at 21 still. That attack didn't happen. The Fleshmat Steed, of course, stays tapped.
Right.
Because that's the whole ability here.
It taps.
Yeah, right. So Camille Cornelissen lining up a fight. Now, did he miss his trigger? Okay, Willie is at 5, and he should be down to 4 now.
And again, we see Wave Crash Titan, Triton Tactics, Vaporkin, and Sip of Hemlock in Cornelissen's hand.
Yeah.
So the likelihood that 4 damage is what determines the outcome of the game, not super high, but you still want to keep track of things like missed triggers. You want to keep an accurate board state.
Right.
You know, and Edel could top deck something that allows him to recover, in which case that 4 points matters a lot. So
That's
you know,
right.
you obviously want to get things correct. But
All right, but it looks like Camille Cornelissen got things correct here in Game 3 and has taken the match. So he's going to beat Willie Edel 2-1, and that's going to conclude our feature matches here for round 1. Great stuff so far, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, some really incredible matches. I enjoyed being able to check out all 4 tables. It's something we're not used to.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. It's really lucky. Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Cycliffe here with Zach Hill. It's always lucky for us, and for you too, when we get a bunch of Game 3s over in the feature match area, you know, because we get to pop in and we get just a lot more Magic action on the tables.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I mean, we saw a variety of different decks there. We saw a green-blue tempo deck, kind of a unusual deck to draft. We saw the standard red-white aggressive decks. We saw a lot of variants of black. I mean, a lot of the time when I build black-blue, it's a control deck. But we saw Vaporkin coming out of Camille's side, not really a control card. I was able to put together what looked like a pretty decent tempo deck there.
Yeah, I'm curious. I wouldn't mind taking a quick fan through his list, because that was an interesting one for sure. But he found the victory. Willie Edel's deck looked pretty strong too. You know, he had a lot of nice threats and some reasonable answers that we saw. They just didn't seem to match up well. What I really want to know is, how did he get so far behind?
Yeah, I don't really understand. I think he may have missed a land drop or something.
Maybe that could be because Cavern Lampad against the black deck,
right?
Not amazing. You know,
No.
I mean, it's fine, but like you actually have ways to interact with that. It's not like he just took 3 hits from bestowed creatures.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, yeah, the Intimidate, you can just block it with black creatures. But the deck I'm interested in asking you about is actually Huey's deck.
Mm-hmm.
We saw it kind of start out really slow in Game 3, but you were saying that he kind of just left deck building before you could even get over there and check it out.
Well, I couldn't find him. I'm assuming he built his deck quickly.
Sure.
You know, I can usually spot him in a crowd. All right, looks like we're ready to go over at the news desk. We're going to bring you some content there, and then when we come back to the booth in a little bit, we're going to have round 2 here from Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Don't go anywhere.
All right, thanks very much to Marshall and Zach. That is round 1 in the books, as we like to say at BDM. I know that you've been, as you just gently put the iPad back down, I know you've been looking at social media and Twitter. Any players you want to highlight that have sort of tweeted their round 1s?
Well, I mean, Luis Scott Vargas, did not get his tournament off to a rousing start when his opponent led off with Springleaf Drum into God-favored General.
Yeah, that's kind of nasty.
He just wasn't, he's like, oh, I guess, one of the problems with God-favored General is it's a little tricky to attack it into, well, anything.
Yeah.
But with the Springleaf Drum, he's able to just get that going and just start, spreading out an army of tokens.
Melissa DeTora has played flawlessly thus far.
Oh, yes,
yes. She got the bye.
That guy just can't get a break at
Mr.
Pro
Chair.
Tour. Yeah, Mr. Chair. He's just not very good.
0 for lots lifetime,
yeah.
it turns out. So he's there. Michael Hetrick posting. He's a winner. Bing Luke is a winner.
Bing Luke, by the way, I thought this was kind of interesting. So again, we've talked about this over the years. People who are Magic Online players who, don't play a lot of paper Magic. So Bing is that guy, right? He doesn't do a lot. He got permission from the head judge to put an H on his cards in Sharpie that have heroic, just so he could remind himself of his heroic triggers. He's like, his opponent gets that advantage too. But he's just like, I need something here to just remember everything that's going on. And
I'm all for the pen and paper system. You see some of the best players in the world scribbling every bit of information down, but that takes it to a whole new level of heroic. I like that. Let's bring you some results. We're focusing on 2 feature pods in action this morning. One of them, of course, features William Jensen. Let's take a look. First glance at our scoreboard through round 1. So there you see draft 1. It happened to be pod 28. So you see Nico Boni, their winner from Switzerland on the Austria-Germany Alliance team. And 1-0-0, that refers to wins, losses, and draws. So you've got 4 winners there: Boni, Hugeny, Ruel, and Wu, and 4 losers in round 1: Garnier, Jensen, Krautmann, and Ravensby.
Don van Ravensby, that name may seem familiar to you. Mm-hmm. We did 2... the last Pro Tour he played in, we had him at the feature draft table both times. He exoed day 1, ended up at the top draft table on day 2, and he put something on Facebook. He's like, well, I've played in 2 Pro Tours. I've sat down to exactly 3 Pro Tour drafts, and I've been at the featured table all 3 times. I'm running good.
So he's never played a regular Pro Tour draft?
No, he's never sat out in steerage.
Well, he's going to need to hurry up because he lost his first round. Maybe that streak ends tomorrow morning because we have 3 more rounds of draft there. So once again, let's look at that board and you see Boni winning, and then let's move on to pod 22, our other featured table, and let's tell you a bit about the players who are on that list. So Rasmus Björklund, he's from Sweden, a guy who has plenty of Grand Prix experience, very much. Went 8-8 at Pro Tour Theros on his debut. Ben Lundqvist is part of team ChannelFireball, 20 PTs for him. Benny Beatdown,
I was just going to say, Benny Beatdowns, yeah. He was on a national team with Luis Scott Vargas, way back in the latter half of the 2000s. I
think that's 2006, best guess for that one, maybe 2007. Then we've got Jason Southworth is in that group. He lost his opening match, the North Miami PT Cube winner on his debut here at the Pro Tour. Thomas van Heerden is a South African representative here, and he too won the Cape Town PTQ, another Pro Tour qualifier winner. Ralph Levy, the Hall of Famer on Team Revolution. And then you see Wei Quan Wong. He's part of the MTG Mint team. And I think, let's hold our hands up and say there is a language barrier there, which means we're not going to get to talk to that team necessarily as much as we can readily talk to, notionally English speakers like Tom Martell, or actually English speakers like Richard Parker or myself. But nonetheless, they're very much a team we want to keep an eye on. From Elaborate Ruse, we've seen Elias Watsfeld win from Sweden. And that, again, one of the big teams to keep an eye on.
And of course, the lone wolf, Shota Yasaoka, sitting there and with a little bit of a hill to climb at 0-1.
Yeah, he lost to Rasmus Björklund, which is a big scout for Björklund. And
he'll be talking about that all year at whatever his local shop is, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, Yasaoka, I beat him.
Yeah,
yeah, not close.
Yeah. What is interesting, we talked about Ari Lax as someone. We wanted to see whether he could get out of draft at, say, 2-1 or better. Alex Mangelton, with his affinity, we think is going to be very well positioned in terms of experience and deck. We want to see if he gets out of draft 2-1 or better.
And we want to see if he's playing affinity. We actually, you and I have certainly not looked at anybody's deck list yet. We don't. The metagame breakdowns being done. We don't know. We're just going on. We're profiling here.
Yeah, not criminally. But
yeah, well.
Well, so moving on.
Have you ever played against that deck? you feel like something got stolen from you.
I was shattered, yes, and he wasn't, unfortunately. So there we are. That's the story of round 1. Now, as we head into round 2, what BDM and I are going to talk about is a little bit about BNG Theros draft, because in case you didn't know this, there is a little program called Magic Online, and it turns out that BNG Theros is available it's available right now. Yeah, one day. So, what's going on in the world of BNG Theros? We have some early data for you.
So these are the results of the cards that are highly picked in decks that have one of this archetype. So, for example, if we talk about a red-white deck, we're going to look at the red and white commons and uncommons that are first through fifth picks of players in decks that have won their draft.
All right, so we're going to start with red-white.
Right.
No particular favoritism here. That's just how it came out of the hopper.
There's actual favoritism here. This was my favorite archetype in Triple Theros, and it's only gotten stronger for me in this new format with Born of the Gods. It's very aggressive. You have the heroic triggers all over the place. A Crow and Skyguard. I might like that card better than Wingsteed Rider.
Some people called it Wingsteed Rider Light.
I think it is. I think it just the fact. Wingsteed Rider, sometimes you play it, and then it's like turn 3, you got to untap, all this stuff's got to happen. Skyguard, you just get going so much quicker. I've been really impressed with that card. And I would love to see something where they were in the same pack to see which one I would pick.
I'm very interested in those removal spells you see down the bottom.
Oh, yeah, well, the red removal is insane.
Okay, but here's the thing. This is obviously, because of Theros being a set featuring a devotion, there are a lot of cards that are skewed towards double mana cost. Now, Fall of the Hammer, that's very straightforward. But both Searing Blood, straight up red-red, and Bolt of Keranos, 1 red-red, are not splashable cards, essentially.
No.
These are commitments. How happy are you opening a pack where there's not a super exciting rare, there's a couple of okay uncommons, and there's a Bolt of Keranos? Are you just straight in with the double red commitment?
Well, I mean, we watched Hall of Famer William Jensen drafting a red-white deck. Maybe not, maybe the cards didn't necessarily play out exactly as he would have liked, but when he opened up his first pack, Bolt of Keranos, that was the card he took. And, he had no trouble taking white cards, even white cards that are 1-drops. I mean, that's going to be a card, even if you can't play it on turn 3, it's going to be fine on turn 4, it's going to be fine on turn 5. I mean, the creature's getting, the 3 damage is going to deal with most of the things you want, most of the pests that need removing.
That is certainly true. All right, so let's take a look at the top Born of the Gods commons in this red-white archetype.
I mean, no shock that a Crow and Skyguard is at the top of the list. Every archetype we look at that is going to have white in it is going to have a Crow and Skyguard. It's just one of the premium commons in the set. Fall of the Hammer has just been amazing removal. I've been calling it Sucker Punch because it's like a pit fight where one of the players doesn't know they're fighting.
That's right. When you see it first, you assume, it must be one of those kind of fight cards. And then, no, it isn't a fight at all.
Bolt of Keranos, we just talked about. Elite Skirmisher. So my first opportunity to play with Born of the Gods was my Friday Night Magic, where we did Born of the Gods Theros draft. So it was 2 packs of Born of the Gods.
Right.
And I got steamrolled by a guy who had 4 Elite Skirmishers and 4 Fall of the Hammers. So it was just utter devastation. It was like, tap that, kill that, attack for 3. Play this, tap that, kill that, attack for 6.
I want to ask you about Elite Skirmisher because it's a card that at 3, and this isn't meant ironically, kind of tops out the curve of the red-white deck. Is there a number of those that is too many?
I mean, yes. I mean, I've talked to people who don't like the card at all.
Okay.
I've seen it go. Depending on the composition of your draft, I've seen it go really late. I mean, there's probably a number that. I mean, you want Skyguard over it. You want your 1-drop heroic. You want your favorite hoplite. But man, I really I love having 2 of those in my deck. And with 1 Born of the Gods pack, you're not going to have too many of anything in Born of the Gods.
Sure.
You don't see it. Kragma Butcher is another card that seems like it would lend itself to the archetype of Minotaurs and force you to be Rakdos red
So that's
black.
your 2/3, 4/3.
Right, it's a 2/3, and then when it untaps, it has Inspired, it becomes a 4/3. But I mean, honestly, that card's turned out to be a premium common. It's great. Like 2/3 for 3, it does work. You know, it comes down, it holds the ground, and then when it starts attacking, if you have any kind of red white, you have so many tricks. You know, it's really difficult for your opponent to block it, and then once it untaps that first time and is attacking for 4. You know, it's just a great card. It's really come way up in people's orders very quickly.
So you're going to have plenty of opportunity to draft those because they're common. Let's look at the top Born of the Gods uncommons. So we have the Crone Phalanx, Searing Blood, the double red we talked about, Everflame Eidolon. Wow, a top card that is a pump spell, you know.
Sure. Well, it's like it's fire breathing.
That's right.
Right. It's a fire breathing card, but it's +1/+1. It's a bestow card. It triggers your heroic. If they kill your creature, you still have a creature left in its place. It lets you trade up the curve against big fat decks. It lets you come out early, you beat your opponent down, and then you play that on a creature, and then they're like, oh, I guess I've got to block with my 5 toughness guy here, and you get to pump and kill it. Searing Blood is just amazing. A Crone Phalanx, I haven't actually had a chance to play with that card.
I'm surprised to see that there, because at 4 mana, given what we already know about red-white, it feels quite top-heavy. Given what we know about the previous format with blue-white heroic being such a big deal and lots of flyers going over the top of something like a Crone Phalanx.
Imagine for a moment, though, you've come out early, you've played like, a Traveling Philosopher, you've played a Cavalry Pegasus, maybe you have, I don't know, some other human of some type, it doesn't really matter, maybe a favorite hoplite.
Okay.
And then you attack with everybody, this guy has Vigilance, they all fly because you're Cavalry Pegasus, and then you activate and, suddenly you're getting 4, for 3 mana, you get 4 extra damage.
Okay. Maybe that explains it. Now, once we get these two combined, the two sets, because obviously, let's see what the data comes for that. So we've done the commons, we've done the uncommons. Let's look at Theros and Born of the Gods combined in terms of top commons and top uncommons.
So yeah, Skyguard, Wingsteed Rider, Lightning Strike, Fall the Hammer, Bolt of Karanos. Skyguard actually, I believe these are in order.
Yeah, that makes you realize just how powerful that is, because there's some really good spells under there.
Yeah, favorite hoplite, just unbelievable. Crone Phalanx, Dauntless Onslaught, a Crone hoplite, and Ordeal of Porphyros for the uncommons.
Do you think the Ordeals have gone down in value?
No, I don't. But there's so many good, cheap creatures in Born of the Gods that I think, there's just, the Sun Chaser that you can just kind of go,
Sun Chaser,
get up and over with and put that on. There's the whole cycle of, really cheap, Nyxborn bestow creatures.
Sure.
That can come down. Sure, I'll play it on turn 1.
All right, yeah.
And, I'll...
Nyxborn Shieldmate, for example.
Yeah, Nyxborn Shieldmate's perfect. Bestowly Strength, I like to call it.
Very good.
Is a perfect card to hold an Ordeal. So
Bestowly Strength. Wow. Okay, let's move on to our second archetype.
Oh, okay, let's.
I thought that was lovely. It was green-blue is up next. And so the best cards of this deck come in Theros, but you still get some solid additions from Born of the Gods.
I'm assuming by best cards they mean Nessie and Asp.
Well, for example. You get your solid bestow creatures and you get tempo plays. By tempo plays, we mean just trying to keep the game in your favor. Lots of little bounce spells in blue, Voyage's End, you saw in the first round, for example.
The Nyxborns in this, and both the green and the blue Nyxborns are just terrific here. Nyxborn Triton is so good as a 2/3 and so good as a bestow creature later. And the Wolf is just really hits hard.
Well, +3, +1.
+3, especially in green-blue where you're going to have some of those blue flyers that are coming over. Suddenly being able to go +3 onto, I don't know, say a Vaporkin.
And also
that's a big deal.
Yeah,
that hits hard and fast.
Some sort of top toughness heavy creatures that then get balanced with the +3, +1. The +1 becomes irrelevant. If you have like a Wave Crash Triton at 1/4, that's now a 4/5 you've just built.
Rich, do you feel like this irrational urge to level out the power and toughness of your creatures when you're playing a game of Magic?
Just that little bit OCD. Yeah, when we did the inside R&D videos, they were going, and now we've made some of these bestow things that aren't square. They're like +2, +3, +3, +1. I'm like, no.
But at the same time, part of you was thinking, yeah, but I could put
Chosen by Heliod on the +3, +1. I draw a card, and now it's 3/3, and everything's fine. Yeah, lovely. We all have OCD, I guess, to some extent. I certainly do. Yes, you're right. How did you know that? We didn't even rehearse that.
I could feel it.
Yeah, top Born of the Gods common. There are some of the offending Nyxborn.
Retraction Helix is a card that I think when people first looked at it, maybe, at first glance it was like, oh, so I got to target my guy, and then he's got to tap my guy to bounce it. That seems like, but you know what? It's a cheap bounce spell. It gives you heroic triggers, which is really important. A lot of times you have things like a staunch-hearted warrior or something like that that's sitting there. Well, suddenly in combat, with just a blue, you're like Retraction Helix. My staunch-hearted warrior is now a 4/4. Yeah. I tap it. I bounce your other guy that you were trying to do something nasty with.
Yeah, and also with a card like Setessan Oathsworn, that is also a card that gets 2 counters of the heroics. So again, all those heroic triggers have you the chance to get that value. Setessan Oathsworn only a common as well, so...
We talked about the Nyxborns. Ferris Brand Tromper is a card that, by the way, is just... another card that's fine to Retraction Helix. Like, I can't quite get through that yet. I'll sit back here and block. But, I'm going to tap it, bounce your guy, untap, get my Inspired trigger. So that's the other thing that something like Retraction Helix does. Mm-hmm. Gives you a non-combat way to tap your creatures with Inspire.
Let's take a look at the top uncommons then. And we have Kiora's Follower, Raised by Wolves, Siren of the Fan Coast, Archetype of Imagination, that's the 3rd archetype we've seen, and Flitter Step Eidolon. What catches your eye there, BDM?
I love Kiora's Followers.
Of course you do.
Of course I do. I mean, this card kind of does everything for you. It gives you mana acceleration, but it also lets you untap your inspired creatures at a key moment. If you have Oracle's Insight on a creature, well, suddenly you're like, okay, Oracle's Insight, scry draw, tap to scry draw, Kiora's Follower, untap it, do it again. Like it gives you just, early game, late game, this card just does so much for you. And, oh, by the way, it's just a 2/2 beater that can, hold a bestow creature.
Raised by Wolves, at first glance, looks pretty clunky in that it's 3 and 2 green. It's got
It's a little clunky to me at second glance, I'll be honest.
Okay, so you're not a massive fan?
It's good. I know it's good. I've been really spoiled by the bestow auras.
Sure.
So, but this does leave something behind in the form of 2 wolves, so it's obviously, better than.
Yeah, and we've also got used, you say being spoiled, we've got used to auras that draw a card, like Chosen by Heliod and Scourge Mark and so on, where you go, okay, this is going to really reduce my drawback, and this is an old school, I'm going to pay 5 and hope you don't have a removal spell.
Yes.
The classic. Let's take a look at them combined then. Born of the Gods and Theros combined, the top commons
Nessie
and uncommons.
Not a surprise.
No.
This remains just one of the premium commons. When you're building your deck, at the draft table, you're like, how am I going to deal with my opponent's Nessian Asp? It's like the big question that you have whenever you're in a Theros block draft. Leaf Crown Dryad, Voyage's End, Nimbus Naiad, Voyaging Satyr. Just all great cards.
It is very Theros heavy, that list. Which is interesting.
Follower, Horizon Chimera. This is a card, we talked about the green-blue archetype really residing in Theros and getting a little bit of a boost from Born of the Gods.
Does that mean you have to be a little bit nervous or a little bit brave going into it in Born of the Gods?
But it's one of those things where it's you can draft it, and if you've done enough drafts and you know how things go, since it's a little opaque in Born of the Gods, and it's there, like you can sort of just say, I'm going to cut these 2 colors off really hard.
Right.
And I know it's going to be there. Right?
You're
I know
setting
those
up for
cards.
pack 3.
I know those cards are going to be there. I know that I'm going to get stuff in pack 2. I know I'm going to see stuff in pack 3 if I just shut it down. So it's the fact that it's not quite there in Born of the Gods actually to some extent works in your favor if you're planning for that.
So potentially you're looking at maybe only 6 cards out of Born of the Gods, and then going 6, 8, 8, something like that.
Yeah, something like that, sure.
Good, as a rough guide. I know that's 22, not 23, but as a rough guide. All right, that's green-blue. Looks like we've got time for one more as we whittle through. Pairings are just about to happen, so round 2 is not far away. And we go into white-blue.
Yes.
And, well, it's pretty fair to say this was premium archetype in Triple Theros.
Yeah, I'm again, red, white, and red, blue were probably the 2 decks I've drafted the most in Triple Theros.
Red, blue?
I'm sorry, blue, white. I'm sorry, blue, white, and red, white.
Yeah.
I always want the red, blue, but I never quite pull the trigger on it. Very aggressive, heroic themed. Crow and Skyguard, just one of the premium cards that gets added here. Nyxborn Shieldmate, just terrific. And Cards of the Tides is just fills a role here. That 4-drop flyer with the heroic triggers. And I mean, as far as Enlightenment is singled out here as a card that you get to bounce it, you get to trigger, move it around, do all this kind of fun stuff. And people have been raving. Everyone who's been drafting has been just raving about the Ornitharch.
Well, the thing is, it's of all the tribute cards, it's the one that says 5/5 of flying. End of discussion.
No matter what.
You can spread it out or you can stack it up, but it is 5/5 of flying.
You can give me an angel or a ranger. Whichever you want to give me, I'm getting 5.
Yeah. It's an exceptional card. Let's look at the commons then in Born of the Gods. The top 5, they are a Crow and Skyguard, Pair of Nyxborn again, Retraction Helix, and Chorus of the Tides.
Right, so we've seen all of these cards as top commons in other permutations of these colors. The Nyxborn Triton again, just holding that role like, okay, I'm going to play a 2/3 on turn 3. I'm going to stop your weird little aggressive beatdown deck. Or I'm going to draw it late game, and I'm going to have this kind of big boost to one of my guys that is going to make me able to crash in and attack into one guy into 2 of your creatures, something along those lines. Retraction Helix, again, a great tempo spell.
All right, what about the uncommons from Born of the Gods? As far as Enlightenment, we've already seen. Ornitharch, we've mentioned. Oh, look, there's the archetype once again. Ghostblade Eidolon. Now, talk to me about this card, Airy Worshippers. This is a card I'm very interested in this.
I'm very interested in it too. So I've probably done a dozen drafts so far. I've not had a chance to untap an Airy Worshippers yet.
Have you had Airy Worshippers?
I think I've had one in a deck. I don't know if I've gotten to do it yet.
And is that just a function of it being sufficiently good that other people at the table are taking it before
it's
you?
not. My draft strategies tend to involve like
1s and 2 drops.
What's going to come around the table, or just being single-mindedly aggressive with heroic decks. But as far as Enlightenment's another card also that I just haven't. I just like Nate Price, who's doing text coverage here. I know loves this card, loves the Floodtide Serpent.
That can't attack unless you
right. And so he loves, he's like, oh, I'm going to Fate Foretold on that. I'm going to attack. I'm going to pick up my Fate Foretold, put it over here, draw a card.
Engine.
Yes. There's a lot of really fun stuff you can do in the blue-white archetype. There's all these card drawing, tricky enchantment things. There's again lots of ways to just get redundant heroic triggers off the same card.
And
which is why Pharaoh's Enlightenment is so good.
Also, one of the key things about blue-white is that some archetypes are designed to be what I would call vertical. They're like, here's a guy, it's either huge on its own or it's huge because I'm bestowing and it gets bigger that way. Then there are other archetypes that are essentially, it's certainly in the history of the game, that are designed to go wide. Blue-white really can do both. Because with a card alone, like Airy Worshippers, you can start spreading outwards, and Ornitharch spreads outwards.
And we just talked about Louis Scott Vargas, losing to the God-favored General Springleaf Drum combination, where it's just like, okay, I'm sure that was a blue-white deck. I'm just going to sit here. I'm just going to, amass an army, and eventually I'm going to assemble a legion and kill you.
Yeah, I mean, you expect to turn 1 Springleaf Drum quite a lot today, but not necessarily in round 1 in draft. But it is terrific. All right, that's the uncommons. Let's take a look then at the pairs. So here we are. We have...
Interesting that in some of the other white decks, we've seen a Crow and Skyguard over Wingsteed Rider as top common. But here in blue-white heroic, Wingsteed Rider seems to take an edge. I think maybe a Crone Skyguard gets a little bit more of a boost in the red-white aggro decks that just want to like lower their curve as much as possible.
Do you not think also, though, it says right at the bottom there, our disclaimer, if you will, most frequently first to fifth pick commons and uncommons among draft winners on Magic Online. And I emphasize winners. Do you not think there are a lot of people with Wingsteed Rider muscle memory going around looking at all the packs in their Magic Online accounts thanks to first pick Wingsteed Riders?
Sure.
And that maybe the Crow and Skyguard rises in popularity as the format develops a little more?
Let me tell you, the card on the right is probably... I have definitely developed... If I am blue-white, I have 1 win guaranteed for each copy of Battlewise Hoplite in my deck. Wow. If I can get 3 Battlewise Hoplites, which I've done a couple times, I'm going to absolutely 3-0 that draft.
It is pretty savage. I mean, if you start off with the idea that it's, let's say, a 3/3 for 2 that has already done something mean or useful, and that's the sort of the low end of it, and of course its bottom line is it's a traveling philosopher that was a little bit harder to cast.
Yes. Yeah, you know, a little bit more of an action man than the philosopher, but. Yeah, it's one of my favorite cards. Heliod's Emissary, Ordeal of Thassa, Ornitharch, you see Afara's Enlightenment, but the Battlewise Hoplite, the top uncommon in the blue-white archetype. It's a phenomenal card.
They are pairing right now. I'm going to try and squeeze one more archetype in for you. Let's go with... Here we go. See, this is why we need to do this for you.
I was so upset. Marshall and we get in on Wednesday, and the first thing we both said to each other was, I'm going to try drafting the blue-red deck in the coverage drafts. And we're like, no! This is really... this was not a popular archetype in Theros, but Born of the Gods may change that. And Stormcaller of Keranos is one of those cards that just is begging to be broken. I know Mike Flores, who I do a podcast with, is dying. He's like, I could see playing this card in Constructed.
Is that because of the colon where the tap symbol ought to be?
Yes.
We should explain what that really means.
So Stormcaller of Keranos is something that comes down. It's a 2/2 haste creature, but it has 1U : scry 1. So that means late in the game, you have 8 mana in play, and 4 of it's blue. You can just scry, push, scry, push, scry, push, scry. Ooh, I want that one. I'm going to leave that there.
Essentially, you never draw a land ever again.
Correct.
Late game.
Correct. Yeah.
That's pretty brutal.
And now imagine for a second that you had, I don't know, a Flame Speaker Adept in play.
Ooh.
That becomes with a Stormcaller of Keranos on the board, that just becomes an abyss. Because you're like, all right, I attack with my Flame Speaker Adept. How many creatures do you want to put in front of that? Probably just one. And it is going to get first struck to death.
Here comes Servant of Timuret to the rescue. Finally, I found a slot for him. Yeah, my 1/3 regenerator.
That guy's fine.
Yeah, he is fine.
You get all the removal, you get the Lightning Strikes and the Voyage's Ends and all the tempo cards. I mean, this is just a really fun archetype to draft.
Okay, so why don't we look at how this archetype comes together by looking at the top Born of the Gods commons. Yeah. We've already talked about Bolt of Keranos. We've already talked about Chorus of the Tides. We've already seen Fall of the Hammer and Retraction Helix. So let's focus on the card that's hiding up at the back there. Sudden Storm. How much do you like this?
I hate it when my opponent plays it.
Fine, yeah.
And I have the inverse amount of love for it when it's in my hand. Right? It's just that idea. Your opponent just sets up, they're doing something, they tap out to bestow something, and they're like, and then I'm going to attack for the tap that, lock them down.
Yeah.
Or give me a whole turn. I mean, this is choking tethers. This is a staple card for many limited formats in different iterations. So, I mean, this card's going to be really good. Blinding Beam is another example.
Oh, fantastic card, that. And also, there are sort of various little, almost counterintuitive tricks you can do with it, like you can target their guy that's going to kill you, your own Phalanx leader that you don't need as a blocker,
absolutely.
that then puts +1/+1 counter on all your team. Right. It's the fact that it isn't 2 target creatures they control or you control. It's like, spread them out, and there's a lot of room for maneuver with the card.
Sure,
Oh,
absolutely.
and by the way, you can scry.
Yeah.
Just as you know.
Yeah.
And why not? Let's look at the uncommons then.
Yeah. Siren of the Fanged Coast.
Yeah, now you said that in a way that was sort of a bit like a sort of slightly disapproving auntie.
You know what? You're good. I've had a mixed reaction to the tribute mechanic so far, but this is one like, you know, you're almost always going to get a 4/4 flyer for 5 out of this because your opponent does not want to like give up one of their creatures, a target creature. Searing Blood Oracle's Insight is probably my favorite card in this format.
Wow.
You know, which flies in the face of what I've been doing in this format, which is attacking with 1s and 2s. You know, this is much more like, I need an 06 wall really badly for my deck so I can put Oracle's Insight on it and draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, Mnemonic Wall's really good. Searing Blood, we see there, a Crone Conscriptor. That's your, I'd like to steal something, please. And Flitter Step Eidolon. Some of the Eidolons are interesting in that a lot of the time you're waiting to bestow. So I think, say, Eidolon of Countless Battles, it's 3 to cast, 4 to bestow. Flitter Step Eidolon is as wide as it gets. It's like, it's either a 1/1 for 2, or it's like 5 and a blue to bestow. And that's because +1/+1 and can't be blocked.
Can't be blocked can't be blocked is a big game, as the kids like to say.
Big game indeed. All right, so those are the uncommons. Let's pull them together and see what we get once Theros is into the mix.
Yeah, Griptide, Lightning Strike, Nimbus Naiad, and then 2 new removal spells, Bolt of Keranos and Fall of the Hammer for commons. You see just like, you just control the board with a deck like this. You're killing things and bouncing things. And then the uncommons, Magma Jet, the Siren of the Fen Coast, Thassa's Emissary, Oracle's Insight, and Searing Blood. So it's stealing, bouncing, removing, you know, maybe some card drawing with my bestow creature there. That's what Red-Blue likes to do.
You're kind of quite excited about Red-Blue,
I am.
aren't you?
I really want to just make sure no one else drafts it when we draft.
You can arrange that, right? Can't you?
Yeah, I can.
Just instruct people.
I've been known to bully a draft. I mean, I'll do it. I'll be like, you know, but
you say that as if that's news.
Yeah, no, I know. I have a lot of slivers in my collections on Magic Online.
Let me tell you about some feature matches that are coming up this round. So at 3 points, so that means 1-0. They won their first round. We have Ari Lax.
Oh, exciting.
So he won his first round. He is against a Pro Tour champion. He is against a modern Pro Tour champion. That narrows it down significantly.
Sure. Stanislav Sevka?
Wrong. Good try, though.
Oh. Samuela Estradi?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Got it in 2.
Yeah,
Good effort.
in the 2 that you can get.
In the 2. So Ari Lax is against Samuela Estrati. Now, also, at 1 win and no losses, we have one of the hottest players in Magic right now, Owen Turtenwald, who you've had the privilege to watch at a lot of these North American GPs in the run-up to now. Just how good is he right now?
Every bit as good as people are saying, and probably more so. Players on his team are talking about him as just being the best player in the game right now.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think, and, you know, we're going to see him... you know, on the Pro Tour stage now, but I mean, there is no player that's run as good as he has over the past couple months. And by run, I don't mean that in a lucky way. I mean, just understands what he's doing, understands, you know, the draft formats, whatever constructed format is in hand, what he needs to do, and is just playing optimal Magic on every turn of the game. Just focused.
Yep. And he's winning.
Yeah.
Not quite everything that he enters, but he's winning a lot of things that he enters. Back-to-back Grand Prix, won the Super Sunday Series. If you go to Grand Prix, by the way, you should definitely get yourself in a Super Sunday Series if you happen to not make day 2, because that tournament was awesome. A couple of weekends back that Owen won that. He is up against another Pro Tour champion from 2007, who is a Grand Prix winner in the last couple of months with 2 teammates from Geneva. I give you Mr. Mike Carone, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Mike Carone. So, yeah, he won the Japanese Team Grand Prix with Richard Hone and Alexander Hayne.
Yep. And do you know why on Sundays we are now going to show every turn of every game? Because at Pro Tour Kuala Lumpur in 2008, Mike Carone was in a top 8 so stacked that he was against Joel Calafell on the back table, and we didn't see a single turn of his quarterfinal. And that's why we're shifting, things like that. So, Crone against Turtenwald. Then we have another of the Triple H, but not the... it is the Canadian, but it's the other Canadian. It's Rich Hone coming into the feature match area against Michael Hetrick.
Oh, wow.
What do you know about Mike?
Michael Hetrick is a Magic Online, superstar. Shepard Hala on Magic Online. And who is, he's a Bay Area player. He's from that same group of players as like Shahar and Luis and, Ricky Sitter.
Oh, right, okay.
And just, a really hard-working player on Magic Online who, is, seems to be ready to take that kind of next step up to the Grand Prix and the Pro Tour level.
Now, I'm doing this from memory, so if I get this wrong, forgive me, but I believe he ended up testing with the Wu brothers, Travis and Elliot, and also Martin Goldman-Kirst. I believe they were there were 4 or 5 on that squad. So all of those players are at 1-0. But it is a long, long way back from 0-2. It's being done.
Sure.
But it is super hard.
I believe Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa accomplished that in San Juan.
Mm-hmm. But no one wants to be there.
No.
And at currently 0-1 in the feature match area, Shota Yasuoka of Japan, who lost to Rasmus Björklund, he is up against Raphael Levy of France. And Raph Levy, one of the things that people don't know about him, he talked about this with his head shaking a couple of PTs ago. He says, I'm just not a morning person. Because he is one of these guys who sort of sits at 7-4 or 8-4 and then ends up at 12-4.
Right.
And he says, I just get up in the mornings and my brain's mush and I've tried all sorts of different things and sleep patterns and breakfast and no breakfast and exercise and no exercise. I just start slowly. And he's been doing that for more Pro Tours than anyone in history. And he just doesn't have it licked. And so, this is when if you're ever going to play Raph, this is when you want to play him. So those are our feature matches. We'll come back to the draft archetypes as we go along. We're just waiting for word that they're ready to receive us over in the booth. Marshall and Zach waiting there. And I imagine that you're sort of heading towards Modern, looking at some decks there, but the feature match is ready.
Oh,
so
exciting.
with those matches ready to go, let's hand you down to the booth, Zach Hill, and first, Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hello and welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill. Zach, let's take a look at the players we have here. Ari Lax versus Samuel Estradi. Two pretty well-established pros here, Ari. On the Pro Tour most of the time, and Samuel Estradi, of course, a Pro Tour champion. Talk to us about Ari.
Well, actually, the thing about both of the players that's interesting to me at this event is they're both kind of modern specialists, but we're watching them in Limited. I talked to Ari before the event, and he said he was really trying to up his Limited game because that's where he's encountered obstacles before. We'll see if that proves successful.
All right, looks like we get to see right now, because I am told they are ready in the feature match area here for round 2 from Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here from Valencia, Spain. My name is Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Zach Hill in our feature match area. Ari Lax looks ready to go, and there's Samuel Estradi, his opponent. Both players sitting at 1-0 and ready to battle here. We're playing some draft. This is Born of the Gods Theros draft. Nice start here from Samuel. We saw this before from William Huey Jensen. This time, though, it's on Estradi's side of the board. It's favored Hoplite on turn 1. Going to battle in there for 1 damage point here. Let's see if he has a 2-drop follow-up, Zach. He does.
And you're looking at a really aggressive deck when you see Deathbellow Raider out of red-white.
That's right.
Obviously, without the ability to regenerate, you're committing to a lot of attacks. A lot can go wrong if your opponent does something as simple as play a 3-3, but that just shows how important it is for Semwala to have early creatures.
Interesting here. It looks like Ari's also on an aggressive plan here. Ari's currently ranked number 24 in the world in our top 25 pro ranking, so just on the list. He looks like his deck is quite aggressive, too. He started off here with an Acro and Skyguard, but he is going to be under savage pressure here from Samuel, especially depending on what he adds to the board here with his 3 mana. No, twin Deathbellow Raiders. You mentioned it, Zach. You don't see those every day outside of black mana, but they're a perfectly fine 2-drop for an aggressive deck, and he all of a sudden has 5 power on the board on turn 3, and poor Ari's left to play a Leonin Snarecaster after attacking for a single damage, and he doesn't even really have any great blocks here because the favorite hoplite can pick up any combat trick and just eat his guy. And here it is right now. It's a Nyxborn Rollicker. I'm told that Ari Lax also, he mulliganed to 6, but still, this is savage.
Yeah, this is an incredible start from Estradi. He's also got Rise to the Challenge in his hand to back up any blocks that Ari might make. Of course, with a 2-1, not really a whole lot of blocks he can make, period. He's got Sudden Storm in his hand, which could buy him some time and allow him to start attacking. Also, an Akroan Phalanx that could theoretically eat one of those Minotaurs, but at 9 life, he doesn't have a lot of time to do all of that.
Yeah, he took 7 damage last turn, and Estradi is looking to keep the pressure on. Can Ari Lax stabilize this board? He's made an important play here with the Akroan Phalanx. That is really going to potentially blank some of these, the pair actually of Deathbell Raiders. The question is, does Samuele have a combat trick? If he has one, he's going to be able to run over that Phalanx, and this game is going to end in short order, potentially. If he doesn't, and he just gets one of his Deathbell Raiders eaten here, I can see a lot of scenarios where Ari can come back from this. I mean, he's going to take 5 here and drop to 4. All right, do you have it, Samuel Estradi? Ari Lax wants to know. And Estradi does. He has a Rise to the Challenge.
When you see Estradi taking his time, kind of thinking, moving in front, but you're going to jam that card down.
Old slow roll. I mean, he's just making sure.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and he passes a turn back and puts Ari Lax in a horrifically bad position now. Now, he has a Sudden Storm in his hand to keep a little bit of the pressure off. Remember, Samuele wasn't able to add anything else to his board that turn thanks to using that trick. But even then, this is going to drop Ari Lax down to 2.
And you see Ari actually drawing a mountain, doesn't play it, doesn't want to reveal that he's splashing or has a third color. I think he's going to be able to Sudden Storm. It's still going to fall from 2 for this attack, and is going to either have to start chump blocking or muster a defense very soon.
All right, he's getting his scry out of the way, and it looks like he's got a tough decision here. He usually plays very quickly, but he's really thinking about it here. I mean, this is obviously a critical point in the game. He decides to put the card on the bottom, drop down to 2 life here. Gets an untap. What does he find? An island.
I was thinking of cards that would do it. Elspeth would do it.
Elspeth would do it.
But I don't know that that's what he drew.
That is not what he drew.
Island.
He's got 3 basics in his hand right now. He can survive the next turn, though, so he will get a draw step. He does decide to reveal the mountain here. He's got 1 attack if he wants it.
I think he's trying to figure out, do I just attack with both my creatures and hope he doesn't attack, or which one do I attack with? Which one would I rather chump block with?
Well, I mean, he's obliged to attack.
Yeah, of course. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah,
he must attack.
He must attack, yeah.
He can't forget even if he wants to. See, must attack is sometimes an upside.
That's right. I mean, is he bluffing? I don't know. I got to attack anyway. You figure it out. So that's going to do it. Samuele Estradi, in short order, takes game 1 versus Ari Lax.
Yeah, and I don't know if I were Ari, I would have revealed that mountain, but the game was, he was going to bite the dust anyway.
That's right. All right, a quick message, and then we'll be right back.
Looking for that perfect card or just the right card sleeves and playmat for your next tournament? Gaming Etc. has what you're looking for. Use the promo code PTBNG to earn 10% off all singles and accessories at gamingetc.com. Play Magic at a store near you every Friday. Earn Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. February's FNM promo card is Elvish Mystic. Visit wizards.com/FNM for more information.
And welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. You get a look at our feature match area there. We're going to take a quick look over here at Shota Yasuoka versus Raphael Levy. A pretty developed board here. A lot of permanence going on here, Zach. I see, well, there's an Afara's Warden. That doesn't get a lot of play.
Yeah.
But there it is. And alongside it, there's a Wave Crash Triton with something on it. And we've also got a Sealock monster on Shota's side. I'm told that life totals are currently 16-16, so we're kind of in that figuring out where we're at stage of the game, right? Nobody's clearly on the aggressive or not. Archetype of aggression, a Phalanx Giant, and there's also an Essien Asp over there for Raph.
Somehow this is a Shota Yasuoka appropriate limited deck. You got like Octopus. Ephira's Warden is the only white card that we see on his side of the board right now.
By the way, I think I get a look at what exactly is on that Wave Crash Triton.
What is it?
It's my favorite card from Theros.
Which is?
Thassa's Emissary.
Thassa's Emissary, yeah, one of the most powerful uncommons you can draft.
I call it Shelly. That's her nickname. It's Shelly.
To go along with Elmer.
Yeah, but I mean, seriously, that is such a blowout there. But it looks like he's getting aggressive with it, trying to keep cards ahead with 2 5/5 blockers sitting back, and now he also has mana available to start monstrosing those the Sea-Lock monsters.
Yeah.
Like, things can get out of hand pretty quickly, and even a Nessian Asp can be too small to tussle with 2 of those things.
Oh, exactly. I mean, and it looks like he's going to be able to activate Monstrous first, which is appropriate in the battle of size between the Asp and the Sea-Lock monster.
Right, and that's one of those funny things, right, is like who gets to Monstrous first is often, it can matter pretty often.
Well, I mean, unless Levy just decides to do nothing this turn.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if he does that, he might find more problems. It's a Wave Crash Triton looking to lock down that Asp if he gets a chance.
But he does feel comfortable throwing the Asp in. Now, this opens up some potentially interesting options here from Shota's side. I mean, he can double block with his Sea-Lock monsters, in which case, even if a Monstrous was done, Raph would lose his Nessian Asp. So Raph has to be representing something else in order to make this correct. And Mortal's Resolve is going to 1-for-1 for one of the Sea-Lock monsters. So that's a nice little play there. But it looks like Yasuoka says, hold on a sec.
Yeah, I really do like that double block, even in spite of that, because you know you're gonna have to do something about the Asp anyway. He's got a lot of mana, so you're expecting him to just activate Monstrous, and you're probably like, okay, I'm fine with you time walking. But if he uses a trick, that means he can't Monstrous.
That's right. Now, Shota said, hold on a second, I have Battle-Wise Valor in my hand. I might want to save my guy, but he decided not to.
Nah. Again, when you have Wave Crash Triton, I think you have to prioritize being able to either lock down your opponent's blocker to start drawing cards off Shelly, or just figure, okay, I'm going to be able to lock down that Asp once Levy has committed the mana to using Monstrous.
Mm-hmm. Which also explains why Raph didn't, right? I mean, he says, look, because he could have had a similar situation there, but he wants to play something else this turn.
Exactly.
I mean, if he wants to 1-for-1, which is what he ended up doing, he could have 0-for-1 and just paid for Monstrous on his Asp, but I think he knew that wasn't going to go well. Plus, man, if Shota Yasuoka has Voyages in there, it's a disaster for Raph.
Well, exactly, and Levy's taking damage and losing card advantage to that Triton, so he really needs to deploy more threats to the board.
Right, and he does. He finds an Nessian Courser there, and here's Battle-Wise Valor to lock something down. This is just basically freeze your guy, tap Scry 1.
Yeah.
Which is sweet.
Yeah, and being able to get that Scry there, too, is great at the end step before you draw to let him know, okay, how high of a priority is activating my Sea-Lock monster right here? Is there anything else he can do? Or, is he going to draw something really solid?
That's right. And it looks like Yasuoka's going for the victory here. He taps down the archetype of aggression, pays for Monstrous, makes something an island, and battles with the squad, and that's going to do it. So it looks like Shota Yasuoka's up 1 game over Raphael Levy. Now, one thing to keep in mind about that particular feature match as well is that both of those players lost in their first round.
Right.
So, this is, we heard Rich talking about it at the news desk. This is an important time where, I mean, if you're 0-2 to start your Pro Tour, it gets pretty rough. All right, let's go back to our main feature match here. Samuel Estradi has another turn 1 favorite hoplite, so really nice starter there. And Arielax, interestingly, has a mountain and an island. Maybe no white mana source from him yet?
Yeah, I actually looked. I don't think he does. I don't think he has one. I think I get why he revealed the mountain in game 1. He's actually only using it to activate activated abilities. So by showing his opponent a mountain, he's getting Estradi maybe thinking about, like, okay, what do I need to play around? Probably Lightning Strike, when in fact that doesn't actually exist.
Okay.
So
I mean, he also had that Akron Phalanx there too.
That's what it's for.
Right.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
All right, so Estradi continuing his aggressive ways, though a Nyxborn Triton is going to sit there and kind of hold off, 2/3 of Estradi's force, and now all of them potentially. And there's Shelly again. Love that card, and it plays defense, it plays offense. It's a huge threat on the offensive side because you don't want to start getting hit by it.
Well, exactly. I mean, and we were talking about how good 2/3s were in this format. That 2/3 on Ari's side is holding off a 1, 2, 3, 4 curve.
4
from
now,
Estradi.
yeah, that's insane, yeah. So really nice little board here for Ari Lax, though he's got to be a little nervous about, maybe some combat tricks being drawn from Estradi and allowing attacks. Looks like Thassa's Emissary, though, might be willing to go on the offensive here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there are any bad double blocks for you. If Ari has any sort of trick, I mean, even if he doesn't have a trick, if you're just attacking, you have to kind of respect that your opponent respects that you have a trick. But on the other hand, I would double block if I was Estradi there just because my 2/2s aren't doing anything else.
So one thing that could have happened is that Ari says, well, he probably feels like he needs to block either way, so I'm not gonna force issue. So he played a Prescient Chimera instead.
Now it looks like he does have things to do, but
he found a Plains.
Right.
So now his hand's kind of unlocked here. The card he does have in his hand, this is Ari Lax, of course, is he has
Dauntless Onslaught.
He has Dauntless Onslaught.
Right.
So
which you want to have 2 creatures attacking if you commit to using.
Correcto. All right, so it looks like Nyxborn Triton holding the fort in a huge way here, as it's basically blanked all of Samuel Estradi's board and allowed Ari Lax to build out the rest of his in a more defensive posture. And once he decides to flip the switch, he can go on the offensive and just start beating down.
Exactly, and drawing cards from Shelly to make sure he doesn't fall behind either.
That's right. Thassa's Emissary must be respected from Samuel Estradi, even though he'd like to try to get some offensive momentum moving forward to try to battle here. He doesn't want to start letting his opponent draw cards with Thassa's Emissary and then just fall away behind.
Now, this is an interesting attack from Estradi. We see both Titan Strength and Rise to the Challenge in his hand, so a lot he can make happen to grow that Cerberus. The question is, what does he want to use?
I like this block a lot from Ari Lax. He's perfectly fine if his opponent does have a combat trick, and also noting that Samuel Estradi has missed multiple land drops. He says, look, if you're going to use some of your mana, you mentioned it earlier, Zach, it's a slang term we use. We call it time walking. And, time walk says take an extra turn. It feels like that if you make your opponent use all their mana and not be able to cast a spell. And that's exactly what Ari just did to Estradi there. And
the other thing about a trick in that situation being used on 2-headed Cerberus, okay, if you don't block and you're not going to block, at some point in the game, you're going to take 8 damage.
Right.
So it's like, okay, well... is this creature worth 8 to me? And a lot of the times the answer is yes.
Yeah, and especially when you put that tempo play. So I don't know if you saw Ari Lax, though, put Hopeful Eidolon right on that Prescient Chimera. And it looks like Ari's lining up a block with his Thassa's Emissary here. He doesn't feel comfortable taking the full hit here.
Yeah, I think he's saying
is this the same mentality that he had the last turn where it's like, look, you're still not developing your board. Use a combat trick.
Yeah, and especially once he has 4 points of lifelink damage in the air, I think he's just going to prioritize that creature. And he's saying to Estradi, basically, as long as you're doing things that aren't dealing with my 4/5 flying lifelinker, then I'll let you keep doing that. That said, Thassa's Emissary is so good.
It is.
That I don't know that I would have had the discipline to block with it there.
I mean, he saves 2 life there.
Maybe
more.
I mean, again, you have to assume if your opponent makes that attack that he has some sort of trick. But you're right. If he's not going to use it that turn, you're only saving 2 damage.
Yeah.
That said, again, I mean, I see where Lax is coming from. You don't want to run into 2 combat tricks from Estradi, maybe a Titan Strict and a Battle-Wise Valor, and just lose the game essentially on the spot.
That's right. But Ari has been able to fully develop his board here. Now he has 2 more creatures to add to the fray here. But really, this game is revolving around the 4/5 fine lifelink that Prescient Chimera is.
Yeah, the 1/1 from Ari's side not really accomplishing a whole lot right now. Might just serve as a chump blocker, which he seems to be doing on the 2-headed Cerberus anyway. But again, the 2/3 holding off basically Estradi's entire army.
Yeah.
Estradi might be at the point where he just needs to start attacking with all of his creatures anyway, and I guess that's what he does.
That's what he does. Now, this is an interesting one, though, for Ari, because now he has the active Triton there. Like, This is a little different, right? Now this thing can kill something and block, so maybe he's just going to keep doing it. I feel like he just really is fine with Estrada using his whole turn to 1-for-1, and while he has a better board and is able to develop it further.
Yeah, I mean, we see Magma Jet, we see Nyxborn Eidolon, we see Scouring. There are all these things that could theoretically do something from Estrada's side, but they're not dealing with the threat that matters right now.
And it did it. He used Scouring Sands to take down the blocker there and ship the turn back, but like you mentioned, he's not really getting anywhere. He needs to find some lands and get ahead. He's going to Battle Wise Valor on upkeep here, I believe, to get that scry in there, and this is still not a 2-turn clock. And he gets 2 scries. Remember, the Prescient Chimera gives you a scry ability as well. He scries both to the bottom, draws his card, and is attacking.
And while it's not
damage.
Exactly, and while it's not a 2-turn clock by itself, it is if he draws another combat trick. And I think he thought there, okay, dealing my opponent 2 damage, gaining 2 life, and scrying twice, that's worth 2 mana.
Especially because he's clearly out of gas in his hand, right?
Right.
Okay. I like that.
And because, again, there's only one threat that really matters very much on this board right now.
Nyxborn Shieldmate is going to get a trigger. Everybody's in. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. It's going to drop Aurillax back down to 11. Ship the turn back, and there it is.
Yeah.
Dauntless Onslaught. He set it up. So he knew that over the course of the next 2 turns, he could get in for 6 and then 6, and he could even things up for this match, and he does this stat. So Samuel Estrada, a bit of bad luck there. He actually never found his 4th mana source there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he had a loaded hand, but didn't have the 2nd white for his Wingsteed Rider, and even though he had a lot of combat tricks, wasn't able to leverage them into damage. And 4/5 lifelinker in the air, hard for basically any deck to deal with.
So a couple of updates here. Oh, let's take a quick look over at one of our other matches. This is Owen Turtenwald on the left. And we came just in time to see him scoop. So it looks like, let's see, Owen is playing against Micron, and Mike, I'm assuming that was game 1, not 100% sure on that, but I do have an update on our other table, which was Michael Hetrick versus Rich Hohen. Hetrick has won 2-0 over Rich.
Rich Hohen, one of the all-time limited greats, much like Micron. So, I mean, there's a lot of limited mastery in the feature match area right now.
So that was game 1 for Han. So he's up 1-0 over Owen Turtenwald. You can see on the far back table that Raphael Levy and Shota Yasaoka are still going at it. We saw Shota win game 1.
Yeah, after the Shota with his 1 white card, Faros Warden, holding off an army of 3/3s quite nicely. Yeah, exactly. And taking it in the air. I'm sitting here as I'm watching this. There's like an NFL red zone feel to all these tables going on. I look down. There's a board flooded with permanents. Someone scoops it up. Okay, the feature match area. Yeah, exactly. How many enchantments are on the next Wingsteed Rider?
Yeah, I like it, though. I like being able to just pop in, kind of get a feel for what's going on. But it lets us maintain focused on our main feature match, which is sort of the one that we've been following from the beginning of the round. And welcome back to the booth for a moment here. We're letting our players finish sideboarding and get their shuffle on down there. And then we're going to get game 3 from Aurillax versus Samuel Estrada. So who do you like in the matchup, Zach? I mean, we've gotten a chance to see exactly what Samuel is doing. He's white-red. He's trying to beat down as hard as possible. And Ari's got a little bit more going on.
Well, I've got to give the edge to Estrada, and it's for one simple reason, and that is that he's playing first. We've seen a lot of creatures that can get very big, very fast. We've seen the Battle-Wise Hoplite. We've seen 2-headed Cerberus, and those are creatures you just want to play and then unload all of your tricks. We've seen Nyxborn Rollicker, we've seen Titan's Strength, and those are cards that are a lot better on the play, especially against blue-white, because the way blue-white comes back from things like that are things like Sudden Storm and other tempo cards, but when they're on the back foot, they're not going to be able to take advantage of that so much. So I vote Estrada in this match.
Now, what if, and this is a hypothetical,
You can't predict the future.
What if Aurillax plays a 2/3? No, he's got enough combat tricks to fight through them.
Well,
right?
exactly.
We saw him leverage those in the last game really nicely, but really that was a function of the fact that Estrada didn't have enough mana.
Well, exactly. And and didn't have double white for Wingsteed Rider, which can fly right over the top of them. That said, your point is still valid. You don't always have a grip full of tricks, and those 2/3s were able to brick wall a lot of Estrada's creatures. So, a lot of it, as it always does, depends on the luck of the draw.
Sure.
But I'd still, if push came to shove, I'd pick Estradi for this
Well,
game.
you know, and speaking of luck of the draw, from what we've seen from Estradi, his deck looks to be very low mana curve, and it was quite consistent. I mean, even on 3 mana, he had 4 creatures and resolved, 3 or 4 combat tricks or whatever.
I
so
mean,
there's not that many decks that can do that.
Exactly,
on 3
yeah.
mana.
I mean, it was definitely behind. It definitely wasn't what he wanted to happen, but he was able to operate on 3 mana like a real Magic deck, which is more than a lot of decks can say when they're on mountain plains.
That's right. So it looks like players are just resolving mulligans, and we'll be back down to the feature match area to cap off round 2 here from Valencia. It's a beautiful day and a beautiful venue. I know that the last time we were here, there was a lot of flooding, but not this time. All right, looks like players are ready. Let's head back down to the feature match area to get Game 3 of Estradi versus Lax. Let's see if there's a... Well, there's a 2-drop for Estradi there. He didn't have the favorite hoplite this time, but a Crone Skyguard is, well, a lot better than a Traveling Philosopher, as you see over on Ari Lax's side. Though for now, it's just a 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, and operatively, that 1-1 can fly over any defense that Lax puts up. That said, a 2-2 outpaces a 1-1 in straight-up combat. That Death Bellow Raider's not normally known for its defensive prowess. Actually really good right here in opposition to that Traveling Philosopher.
All right, well, okay, it's not going to be doing... it is going to be on offense, but it doesn't look like it's going to be able to get through too easily, as Chosen by Heliod is going to be played on the Traveling Philosopher, which is... you know, basically to make it a bit of a brick wall. Now, Samuel Estradi, of course, must block, so Ari snaps off the block. He's just jumped right in there. And that means that Ari's going to take 1. And, okay, so it looks like Estradi also has his own Akroan Phalanx here. So Ari Lax, not the only one with that chase uncommon.
Yeah, and in the battle of the Akroan Phalanxes, I think I've got to give it to Estradi, not only because he's on the play, but because he's actually playing red baseline in his deck and is going to have the ability to activate that card a lot more frequently than Ari is. He's got to sit here and think, okay, I've got to attack with that Death Bellow Raiders. I'm definitely going to attack with the Akroan Skyguard. You know, the question is, does he want to Rollicker, and where, if anywhere, does he want to commit his strength?
This is going to be sweet. I'm really curious to see what happens here, because there's so many things that Ari Lax has to consider if Estradi just attacks with his creatures.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a handful of cards. He's got 5 untapped mana.
Right, all right, but he's going to actually play 1 card first, and he's not going to attack with the Crone Phalanx.
14.
And Samuel Estradi says, sure, I'll pump my team here, and that's going to drop Lax down to 14.
Yeah, and that's what Phalanx does. It gives your entire team +1/+0.
Right.
So that's why Lax didn't want to block with his Phalanx, because he doesn't want to trade down with a 2/3 that must attack.
Right. All right, Leonin Snarecaster is going to tap down the opposing Phalanx and let a Vigilance hit get in there to drop Estradi down to 17, but kind of sad there. Ari Lax just has to ship the turn back.
Yeah, I mean, Lax has a Voyage's End, which is potentially extremely important here. Also has a Sudden Storm, so the more time Estradi spends making that Skyguard huge, the more powerful Sudden Storm's going to be when he's able to lock it down.
All right, so Ari Lax just asked Samuel Estradi, how many cards do you have? Because as we mentioned last time, if Estradi attacks, he has 5 mana and 2 cards. It's going to be difficult. You know, Ari Lax really has to try to figure out what to block. But it looks like, again, Samuel Estradi's not going to risk his Akroan Phalanx and, you know, isn't bluffing anything huge as far as that goes. So Ari Lax is trying to decide what he wants to do here. He's going to double block Death Bellow Raider.
Well, Estradi has enough mana to activate the Akroan Phalanx twice.
Oh, twice now.
So the 6 mana, huge at this point. But if he commits all of his mana to doing that, again, Lax, with Voyage's End, is going to be able to recover extremely effectively, not lose all of his creatures to this block, and lock Estradi out of an entire turn, potentially.
That's right. This is going to be a key turn, right? I mean, like how Samuel Estradi decides to play here. All right, so Ari Lax has to be happy here. He just traded his Snarecaster for the really annoying 2/3 must attack there of Death Bellow Raider, and a favorite hoplite follows up for Estradi. Does Ari Lax fire off the Voyage's End? He does. A Akroan Phalanx back to Samuel Estradi's hand. That's on end step.
And I think the reason he's bouncing the Phalanx rather than the potentially more immediately threatening Skyguard is that's what he wants to lock down with Sudden Storm. And making your opponent spend 4 mana is obviously a lot better than making your opponent spend 2 mana.
To recast the creature.
To recast the creature,
Gotcha.
exactly. I mean, he's got a favored Hoplite there, but we have to expect that to be getting tapped down too. And Lax actually has a pretty formidable offense that he's mounting.
Lax is trying to decide if he wants to keep an Akron Skyguard on the top of his library. This is the scry that's resolving from his Voyage's End. And he's going to keep it on top.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's hard to throw away right here. With 6 mana, you can cast it in addition to your Sudden Storm, but it looks like he's not even going for Storm right here.
Wow, he's going to put a Nyxborn Triton. Look at this. And he's just going to attack there.
Now, that,
so 5 damage.
That is a risky play, though, because with the 4/4 coming in the air, that means that at 10 life, you're actually dead to a pair of Titan strengths, or even really to basically any 2 combat tricks, because the Skyguard's getting larger there, too. So there is a window for Estradi to pull this out. He's got Titan strength in his hand, but drawing planes is not going to be what he needs here.
Important plus a trick.
Now, interestingly, Arilax did attack with his 2-powered Philosopher there. He could potentially play around something like Portent of Betrayal by keeping it back, but he decided, no, he doesn't have it. I'm going for it here. This drops Samuel Estradi down to 10 as well, and now Estradi has some tough decisions to make. It looks like the easy one is this.
Right, yeah, I mean, you're definitely attacking with that Skyguard no matter what happens. The question is, you've got to do the computation for how big does Hoplite get after you Titan Strength it. Is that worth trading with the Phalanx even if you want to? Do you want to have it back and maybe use Titan Strength defensively? A lot of options here, even though there's only a few meaningful cards at play. And of course, he's still got the Phalanx from earlier that he can always deploy to the board again.
Yeah, now for Estradi, it's bad news on that Akron favorite Hoplite plan because it doesn't get big enough to even fight.
Yeah.
You know, he needs to get it up to 6 power, and that's not quite enough.
Not quite there. Yeah, I think it's 5.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's in quite a pinch here, and I think that Ari Lax is going to put himself in a position where Sudden Storm is going to end the game potentially.
Yeah, exactly. He's got 2. He's got 5 power. If he draws a mountain, that's potentially 7 power.
Well, he has 7 right now.
Oh, so he's got 7. Oh, right. Right, 5 from the Phalanx and then 2 more from the Philosopher.
Correct.
So a mountain would make it 9.
Right. He did not draw a mountain, though. He still has that Akron Skyguard in his hand. Probably kept it to be able to chump if needed, right? Just to basically take potentially a turn off. And there's the tap from Sudden Storm. And that's going to put Estradi way behind here because it looks like Ari Lax is going to be able to battle here for 7, drop him to 3, and then put up a chump blocker. And Estradi's going to need to find something pretty amazing here. Remember, those other 2 creatures are not untapping.
Yeah, so he's casting Titan Strength on the upkeep just to get a Scribe before his draw step. And
he needs to find removal, and here we go. He's
going to be putting that oh, wow.
And that's going to do it. Ari Lax slaps his hands together. I don't know if you saw it, but he did the hand rub before because he knew you got 1 draw step here. And if you don't hit it, that's going to do it. So tight play there from Ari Lax, and he earns the victory, improving to 2-0 at the start of Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
Yeah, and again, you've got to be really excited if you're Ari improving to 2-0 in the limited portion. You said you were going to practice some limited. It appears to be paying off, and Modern is a format that Ari understands very well. So his ability to come into the constructed portion with a really solid showing in limited has to make him one of the favorites to top 8 this Pro Tour.
All right, jumping over, and we have Shota Yasuoka on the left side of the screen, and he's playing against Raphael Levy there on the right, and you can see Raph is in the tank, hands on his head already. And
Yasuoka not even really looking like he's playing the same deck we saw
What just
earlier.
happened?
Yeah.
Wasn't he playing Sealock monsters before?
That's
Did
what
I miss
thought.
something?
Yeah.
Maybe I missed. I'm looking at the sheet again to make sure I'm not screwing up this match with another match, but I thought for sure that was the case.
Well, I'm sitting here trying to take a look at Yasuoka's deck list.
Why don't we get a look at that? And if there's 2 Sealock monsters, that's what I want to know first.
Yeah, so it starts out as 10 islands, 6 plains, base blue deck.
So Yasuoka just threw a huge curveball at Raph Levy here for game 3, maybe even 2, I don't know. And he's gone red-white aggressive.
So his red cards improved 3 Impetuous Sun Chasers, Nyxborn Rollicker, Everflame Eidolon, Demolish a Crowan Crusader, and Spearpoint Oread. Now, all of these cards are ordinarily in his sideboard, but what he might opt into is a really aggressive red-white plan against certain opponents. And evidently he felt that in his matchup against Levy, he needed to be the aggressor.
Yasuoka's insane.
Yeah.
He'll just do that to you. I mean, the guy's a genius.
A thing that I could see is just if you know you're on the play, opting into that hyper-aggressive deck, playing blue splash white for game 1 because it could go either way. I mean, I don't know, frankly. I'm really kind of just speculating.
I know you're guessing, yeah. All right, so Ferris Band Tromper picks up a second +1/+1 counter for Raph Levy.
Now we see a Temple of Triumph in Yasuoka's deck, so that makes the transformation at least a little bit easier.
Interestingly, you notice that there's a couple of different flavors of soldier token there. A couple of them are from a Crowan Crusader, and the other is from Evangel of Heliod, apparently. So this game has gone through some ups and downs, I'm assuming, here.
And this, in particular, too, is a complicated combat. We've got a creature that can get potentially really huge. We've got a 5/5 Trampler. You don't want to throw away all of your tokens just to deal with that, especially if you run into a trick. But at 6 life, Yasuoka is going to have to put something together sooner rather than later. You see him kind of going into the tank right now. Not a lot in his hand. Looks like just a pair of mountains. We see Setessan Starbreaker and Lightning Strike for Levy, which he can't be too upset about right here. So Yasuoka needs to try and figure out a way to make his 7 creatures translate into an offense. But that's going to be hard to do facing down these huge attacks from Levy.
Yeah, he just ships a turn back, and Raph Levy gets another counter on his Ferris Band Tromper, and is now surveying the rather complicated scene here. It looks like Yasuoka is all the way down to 6 life.
And when you're facing down a 6/6 Trampler, that is not exactly where you want to be. Or sorry, Fury's Band Tromper doesn't naturally have Trampler.
It does not, yeah.
But so I guess that means he can chump block it until his heart is content.
And he's going to have to start doing some of that here, it looks like. At least chump blocking. He's declined to chump block in the previous turns, and he's also declined to go for any big moves as far as, blocking with his whole team on something or whatever.
I mean, the thing is, Levy doesn't really have to worry too much all of that. He can just kind of keep attacking. Because Yasuoka is at 6, anytime Yasuoka chump blocks, that's essentially what these creatures would be doing if they were staying back to block. The difference is he can start depleting Yasuoka's side of the board and making sure there's no Trumpet Blast-like effect that ends the game in short order.
All right, looks like he's lined up chump trade, potentially. Fanatic of Xenagos is going to trade with Laganaban Elder, and then 2 tokens are going to jump in front of the giant green monsters there. And they're going to hit the bin. Yeah. Raph Levy deciding what he wants to do here. He does have follow-up plays if he wants.
Yeah, I mean...
Setessan Starbreaker, interesting choice here. He can use it to bolster his board up a bit. Remember, Shato Yasuoka's down to 5 here.
And that's, I think, one of the reasons we haven't seen that Lightning Strike cast is it can actually just go to the face at this point. I really like the play here of just playing the Courser. You have a 3/3, developing your board, leaving up Lightning Strike mana. Starbreaker is just kind of awkwardly costed right here. It's probably going to sit in your hand for at least a turn. Yeah.
What do you think he's thinking about? He does have a Voyaging Satyr as well.
Yeah, he could do that.
But I mean, a 3/3 is just better, right?
Well, exactly. And I mean, the reason that I was talking about the Courser and Lightning
Yeah.
Strike is that you don't want to commit to tapping your 1/2 blocker when you're at 9 in case you need to cast Lightning Strike. That 1/2 actually holding off 3 of Yasuoka's creatures right now.
Yeah, this seems like a perfectly reasonable line here from Raph Levy. He's put himself in a good position. He's not going to fire off that Searing Spear. Well, I guess it's the same
kind
card.
of is.
Yeah, that Lightning Strike until the game's actually over as a result of it.
We
and
see,
I think he's going to attack with all of his big stuff.
We see that Mortal's Ardor from Yasuoka potentially allowing him to pad his life total. Pretty good in concert with a first striking creature. We'll see if he blocks Nessian Courser, decides to take that out, or if he needs to do some more chump blocking of the Nemesis and the 7/7.
The Ferris Band Tromper, right.
And we're going to see him make exactly that play. This is going to get him back up to 8 life, assuming nothing happens. Levy might sit and say, okay, I know Yasuoka's at 5, but this is exactly the opportunity to use Searing Spear, or use Lightning Strike that I've been looking for.
It would end the game. And there it is. Lightning Strike to take it down, and he shows him 2 lands and extends the hand. Raph Levy improves to 1-1. Remember, both of these players had lost their first round, so they're looking to get things corrected, and Raph does that here by defeating Shota Yasuoka 2-1. So we've got Ari Lax winning in our feature match area, Raphael Levy, Michael Hetrick, and then I believe, here we are flashing in on Owen Turtenwald and Mike Cron.
And not an opportune time for Owen to cut into the match here. We see him chump blocking with his only creature and extending the hand.
That's right. So a bunch of lands in hand there, and he couldn't quite pull it out. So Micron is victorious, and that is our last match for round 2 in the feature match area. You can see people kind of shuffling around as they're ready to go tell their friends either how well they played or a bad beat story, as it were. It kind of depends on the result of your match slip.
Is that what you do, Marshall? You walk around telling people how well you played?
Yeah, that's what I do. Welcome back to the booth. I always play well. He usually does.
I usually do not.
Yeah, but so starting things off here, it's early in the tournament, but these matches are every bit as important as the ones that lead up to the top 8, right?
Well,
and it's hard to remember that sometimes.
Well, I mean, yeah, and of course, I mean, obviously, winning is better than losing. The temptation is always to be like, well, of course you want to start out 2-0, 3-0. But in a format like this, the thing is people do have specialties. There are players that are better at limited. There are players that are better at constructed. If your specialty is limited, you know that. You really need to make sure you 2-1 or 3-0 because that's the edge that you have coming into the tournament. If you're someone like Yasuoka, if you're someone like Ari Lax, who's specialty is really constructed, someone like Brian Kibler, you're even more excited about a 2-1 or 3-0 finish than you would be one of these limited masters, because that means that you get to play into your strengths, having kind of overcome a hurdle already. So I think, how important a given match is actually depends a lot upon your individual personality and where you think you have to derive your wins.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird factors that factor into stuff like that too. I heard Rich talking about Raph Levy said he's not a morning person, so like little things like that can matter too. Speaking of Rich, I am told they are ready over at the news desk. So we're going to send you over there. Once again, when we come back to the booth, we're going to have the third and final round from our first draft here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Don't go anywhere.
All right, thanks very much, Marshall. Thanks, Zach, back with the boys in the booth for round 3. So let's bring you some roundup of some results. First feature match area, for those of you who are not paying attention or just turned up, Ari Lax moves to 2-0. That's big news because he's terrific in Modern. BDM talked earlier this morning about Chris Fennell coming onto that team as a limited specialist. Craig Wesco brought Chris Fennell on that team to GP Mexico City last weekend on Wesco's dime and said, listen, you have to be at that limited Grand Prix last weekend so that you can teach us the secrets of BNG Theros draft. For Lax at least, it's working fine. He's 2-0, he's ahead of his curve, because once he hits Modern, he's really, really good. Keep an eye on Arilax defeating Astrati in feature match action. Raf Levy, we saw there, putting Shota Yasuoka to 0-2, the lone wolf from MTG Mint. Yasuoka will have to wait to see what his Modern deck brings to the table, but he's going to be bringing it from an 0-2 hole. Mike Roan, you've just seen just sweeping up the permanents over Owen Turtenwald. So Roan to 2-0, the 2007 Pro Tour Geneva champion. Turtenwald 1-1 from the Pantheon, formerly of ChannelFireball, now still sort of ChannelFireball. It's all horses for courses here. And then Michael Hetrick over Rich Hone, H against H. Hetrick to 2-0. Hone to 1-1. Now, what about the 2 draft pods that we've been concentrating on this morning? Let's take a look at those up on the board. Let's show you what we've got. Well, we're going to begin. Let's see. There we are. We've got Nico Boni advancing to 2-0. You see the dark players, those have their results in the current round. We have live scoreboards updating for you as the day goes on. And in fact, there you are. At that moment, everything goes dark. That pod is now in. So Nico Boni advances to 2-0. Over Antoine Ruel. Ruel now the Hall of Famer at 1-1. Francesco Hugani was up against Travis Wu, and Hugani is up to 2-0. Wu at 1-1. William Huey Jensen is at 1-1. More on him in a moment. Ruel 1-1. Don van Ravensvaai, he's off to the races with his first win of the event over the Grand Prix winner from the last 12 months in Europe, Wenzel Krautmann of Germany. And Spencer Garnier still looking for a victory, and that's because William Jensen beat him in the last round. Let's take you to our other draft pod, see what's going on in that one. Still, you just see the Raf Levy Shota Yasuoka result waiting to come in, but we already know, of course, that Raf Levy is the winner there. So Yasuoka in the 0-2 hole. Meanwhile, Elias Watsfeldt from Sweden in an all-Swedish clash has beaten Rasmus Björklund. Singapore's Wei Quan Wong is up to 2-0. And then in the 1-1 mix, Ben Lundqvist, Benny Beatdown from Team ChannelFireball, an acquisition for them for this PT. Jason Southworth, the North Miami PTQ winner, he has his first win on the Pro Tour. Congratulations to him. It's always a big moment when you win a PTQ and then you get your first win. Congratulations to him. Long may that continue. All right, so that's where we are on our 2 draft pods and the feature match area. But as always, we have a stack of great features lined up for you here on the Pro Tour coverage, and none finer than the Hall of Famer who is standing just off to my left. It's time to go inside the draft viewer. We watched his every pick. Now find out what was going on in his head as those picks happened. Brian David Marshall, William Huey Jensen, it's time for the draft viewer.
Hi everybody, Brian David Marshall here, coming to you from the Tournament Center at Pro Tour Born of the Gods in Valencia. This is our first trip to the wall, and no better person to do it with than Hall of Famer William Jensen. Billy, we watched you draft your deck. We saw you play your deck on camera for a round. When you guys are doing, you're all holed up here in Spain for a week preparing for this event. Like, how many drafts would you say you guys got in?
Probably a little over 2 a day. We were here for like 10 days, probably, I don't know, 22, 23, quite a bit.
And obviously, super high caliber of play.
Oh, yeah.
When you're talking about a team that has 16 Pro Tour victories.
Yeah, seven or Kai.
I mean, that's still more than any other team without Kai.
Yeah.
So, what are you thinking about as you're sitting down to do a Born of the Gods pack? It's like when you're looking at that, what are you looking for?
Well, I have a preference for white. I actually prefer not to play red, although it didn't work out for me this time, but that's okay. But, I just try to be open the best I can. I try to get, read the packs and just do what I think is going to give me the best chance to win in my seat. I'm fine to draft an aggro deck if I think that's what's coming. I'm fine to draft a control deck, whatever.
Do you find it's the format's very different with Born of the Gods? Mildly different?
I think it's a little faster.
Yeah.
And also, like, my favorite deck, which was Blue-Black Control and Theros, is probably a little weaker.
Okay.
Because there's just the blue in Born of the Gods is just not very good.
Okay. Okay, so let's take a look at the first pack that we watched you draft on camera, and we saw you pick the Bolt of Keranos.
Yep.
But what are you thinking about this pack? What are the cards that you're really catch your attention? Is there anything else other than the Bolt that you might pick?
So Airy Worshippers is a good card.
Yeah.
Nyxborn Triton's a good card. Even Fated Intervention's pretty good, but I find sometimes because of the 3 green and the casting cost, it can be a little tough. And historically, I think I've done okay when I just take the creature removal spell.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you had sort of, I think, sorted Kragma Butcher a little bit towards the front of the
In the deck I ended up with, I would trade my Bolt for a Butcher, especially because of the 1 red. The problem is if I take the Butcher and pass the Bolt, I think Bolt's a little better anyway, but if I take the Butcher and pass the Bolt, then it's more of a signal that red is open.
Sure.
Just because it's a removal spell, like I said.
Okay. So you take the Bolt. What are you thinking that means for your deck at this point? Like, do you have
nothing? Like,
nothing?
I'll it means I'm likely to be red. Like, if I see decent red cards, but other than that, I'm open. I'm not even committed.
You're willing to throw that card away?
I'll throw that card in the trash if that's what I have to do.
Okay.
But
all right, so let's take a look at pack 2. Let's see what you get past. This is where you start to get some information about the draft, right?
So, Everflame Eidolon is a decent card. Servant of Timuret is good, and also Nyxborn Wolf is good.
Servant of Timuret, really? I mean, is that a card that you think is something that's in the discussion for an early pick?
Not really, but sometimes you get packs like this in Born of the Gods, right?
Okay.
Like, Nyxborn Wolf is the best card, probably. Everflame Eidolon is good. Servant of Timuret is probably the second or third best card. Like, even the Eidolon's not that great. But I first picked a red card. There's no other really premium red cards here. I can take the Eidolon. The Giant isn't great.
Right.
And I'll probably get a lot of red in pack 2 if I'm able to cut it reasonably. Right. And there's just not a card of another color powerful enough for me to go into a second color.
You're not expecting that you're going to play a deck necessarily of Farraghast Giant, right? Like you.
It could. It's fine. I mean, but if that wasn't there, I probably would have just, like, if that card was a basic land or whatever, I would probably just have taken the Wolf.
And no love at all for Sudden Storm?
Sudden Storm's okay.
Yeah.
But blue-red is also not where I want to be.
Okay. Not a card you're really factoring into your equation.
Right.
There. So you're really focused on cutting red off as best you can?
At this point, for sure.
Okay. And Eidolon, a good card.
Oh, maybe, yeah, it's a good card.
But you're maybe a little ahead of where you would normally.
Yeah, it's definitely good with white. So at this point, I was thinking, like, well, if I can get some heroic creatures, because I haven't passed any good white either.
Right.
So if I can cut white and get the Wingsteed Riders or whatever in pack 2, then that's another thing I can try to do.
All right, so let's see, third pack. And here we see your first white card. Not really a lot else going on here. There's another Sudden Storm. There's the Servant of Timuret, Retraction Helix.
Yeah, Retraction Helix is
okay. Premium blue card, right?
Yeah, it's a good card, but again, it's like red-blue is really just probably one of the worst color combinations.
Okay.
And like I said, I actually really like the Shieldmate.
Yeah, it's been, I gotta tell you, when we were doing our set review, I didn't think much of it on paper. And then once you play with it a little bit, you realize, I mean, as far as heroic triggers, as far as being able to hold an ordeal, I mean, just, it's fantastic.
Right, and so this is another weak pack, but there's not even a red card I can try to cut. So I could take a Servant of Timuret, which like really doesn't, go that great with what I have. I want to kind of try to be white, and given that I haven't passed any white, I thought that if I took this, I could maybe get some white on the rebound.
And Ragemonger's just invisible to you?
I mean,
it's a blank?
It's fine. It's like it's a little bit better than Fellhide Minotaur. I mean,
a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm clearly putting too much thought into that.
Some
card.
people love it, but I mean, so far, whatever.
But not the Hall of Famers sitting in this draft deck.
No. It's a fine card. I mean.
Okay, so let's keep going through the pack here, and now. This is, to me,
like here,
a huge signal.
Here I thought I hit Yahtzee. I thought it was like somehow nobody in front of me was white. Like this is one of the best commons in Born of the Gods.
Right, it's not even like just the best white common, right? It's like top 2 or 3 commons in the set.
Yeah. So at this point I was like thrilled with my third pick of the
Nyxborn
Shieldmate. And I thought for sure that I would get good white in pack 3, given that I got this guy 4th pick in pack 1. So I was very happy with this pick. I didn't consider any other cards here.
No, there's nothing even close.
Yeah.
People use not close a lot,
yeah.
but this is actual
this is
not
truly
close.
Not close. Yeah.
ANC, actual not close.
Yep.
So let's keep going through the pack. And so 5th pick, this also seems like a real big find. I mean, how good is Loyal Pegasus?
It's pretty good. having one, there's not a lot of good one drops. There's like Favorite Hoplite. This guy is pretty good. If you play him turn 1 and a 2/2 on turn 2, and you have some combat tricks or enchantments or bestow guys, it's hard for them to block.
Right.
Also, if you ever pick up multiples of these, and you can have some crazy draws. Given that my white is way better than my red at this point, like with and at least in my opinion, it's really like I'm taking it over a 1/1 bestow, which is I prefer this.
Right. That's like your next pick, maybe out of
Yeah, if that didn't exist, I would take that. But
Okay. So let's keep rolling through, and now this is really nothing here for you. That's amazing. How good is Fearsome Temper?
Well, it's okay on the heroic creatures. Turn two, you play the 1/1, a crow and
Skyguard.
Guard.
And you're
turn
getting
3,
in for 4
air
on turn
elemental.
3.
Yeah. Some decks just lose to that on the spot. So, and again, it's like other than Retraction Helix.
Yeah, blue maybe very open at the table. I don't know. We'll have to look at the whole viewer to really figure that out.
And other than Retraction Helix, I'm passing nothing. I mean, this card's good, but I don't like red-green either, and I'm white, so I thought Fearsome Temper was a pretty easy pick here.
And again, you're feeling like that third pick, the white cards are just going to come
There is a possibility I could take Reckless Reveler. Like, some decks at the end of the draft want another 2-drop over this card, but I think the upside is way higher with the Temper.
Okay, and heroic triggers. And all right, let's keep going. There we see Pinnacle of Rage over Mortal's Ardor. Impetuous Sunchaser seems like I kind of had you on the Impetuous Sunchaser when we're at the desk watching this.
Yeah, I didn't even end up playing the Pinnacle, but sometimes if it's a curve topper, it can be really good. Get your last few creatures through. Sunchaser's good too in the right deck. I could have even taken the Temple.
Sure.
But given that I had a white 1-drop already, it's a bit tricky if you draw your 1/1, your white 1-drop with the Temple and you can't play it. I just stuck the Pinnacle because of the upside. This card's a little bit weak. I mean, definitely I would play it in a lot of decks, aggressive decks, but...
Mortal's Ardor, any thought to just...
No,
there's just enough combat tricks that you don't need to waste a pick here?
I think that card's just not very good.
Okay. All right, let's move on. I think this is our last pack. The last sort of unseen pack for you, and Farragex Giant.
Nothing to write home about, but again, it's like Weight of the Underworld is okay. Nothing else is.
Sure. It's kind of like Shrug Giant.
Yeah. Oh well, I'll take the red card next. Yeah.
All right. So then, what are you thinking about as we're heading into Theros? What are you expecting to see? What do you want to see?
I want to see Wingsteed Riders, Wingsteed Riders, and combat tricks. That's pretty much it. So, I opened this pack. And I took Favorite Hoplite, but Hopeful Eidolon is really, really good.
Yeah, that was Randy and I were sitting there. Randy's like, which one do you take?
Yeah.
He's like, Hopeful, but you really, this is not going to come around, and
that's the thing.
There's
you might
other
get more
bestows that might come by.
This is more irreplaceable than this. I mean, the lifelink is really, really good, but certainly this ended up much better in my deck than this would.
Okay, so we're going to look at, I think, 3 picks here.
Okay.
That seems
that's
like
an easy pick. Yeah,
that's just like, okay, take it. And then Cavalry Pegasus over.
Nothing. Yeah, I was disappointed having to take this in a sense, but then you have to look at the pack and nobody's getting anything, right? We're already down to virtually no playable cards. Like the Temple's good, the Tormented Hero is good, Mnemonic Well's okay. Nylea's Presence again is okay if you're in the right deck.
What do you think's happening to the other side of you, though, as you look at this
to me, I thought about this at this time. I was like, what's going on? And then I looked at the pack and I said, I think this is just a weak pack. I don't think I'm getting cut. I just don't think there's any good cards.
All right, so how did the rest of the Theros pack play out for you?
Well, I ended up getting like a really, really late Phalanx Leader, something like 7th pick. And I didn't end up with any Wingsteed Riders, which kind of stinks. But
sure. Well, we can actually take a look at pack 1 of your 3rd Theros pack. And we see the ordeal of Heliod there.
Yeah. So that gives me a shot. Favorite Hoplite Ordeal.
Right. Then you go on and you take Fire Drinker Satyr. So you end up with a fair number of 1-drops.
Yeah, which I like. I mean, because that doesn't happen a lot in these formats. If you're on the play and you play a 1-drop into a 2-drop into a 3-drop, it's if they don't have a 2-drop, it's like
And if you can back it up with any kind of firepower,
combat tricks, it's very hard for them to win. So.
Okay, and then your 3rd pick. That's kind of crazy.
Felt 7th pick. I guess it was a little earlier, but
it's adjusted for power level.
Yeah,
it's an actual 3rd pick, but in terms of Phalanx Leaders, it feels like 7th pick.
So I was thrilled with that, and I guess given that I got that 3rd, I was probably right that no one to my right was playing white. I probably just got a little unlucky with the opens.
What would you call your deck on like a 1 to 10?
6.5.
6.5. Okay.
Yeah.
and then we saw you lose your first round.
Yep.
Felt like, I mean, a second game, I got to tell you, I had you losing that second game on just sort of hard power level at every turn. I don't think it's a game a lot of players sitting at home certainly could have won.
Thank you.
But and then you won your last round, and now you have one more round to go.
One more
with
round,
this,
and then we're on to Modern.
And then we're on to Modern. So Hall of Famer Billy Jensen, this is Brian David Marshall signing off from the Tournament Center.
Thanks, guys.
So, welcome back. He was like, oh, I'm just about to walk in front of the camera. You can't do that. You've got my deck. Good answer, William Jensen. We can't argue with that. So the pairings are going up for round 3. So let me tell you where we are and what we're looking at towards feature match action. This is the last round of Born of the Gods Theros draft for today. We'll do it all again tomorrow morning. But whereas this morning, pairings were randomized, so basically because everyone was at 0-0, you just luck of the draw, you sit with 7 people just out of the hat essentially. Tomorrow, it will be based on standing record. So pod 1 will be your 1 or 2 8-0 players plus 6 players at 7-1. Pod 2 will be made up of 7-1s and 6-2s. Then you have tons of tables at 6-2. Then you have all the 5s and 3s and so on. So that's where we are there. Let me tell you about the feature matches coming your way this round. So we've already seen that a good start is critical. We've mentioned Ari Lax already at 2-0. ChannelFireball, I'm trying to think about teams. What are they trying to do? They can't all win the thing. Clearly, only one of them can do that. And in the end, it is every man, woman, or child for themselves. And so I guess a lot of it is about trying to get to, let's say, round 12, round 13, still in contention. So you're one of 50-odd players coming back into Modern tomorrow afternoon, where you feel, yeah, I'm one of the 50 players who can win this thing. And you're just trying to husband your way through the tournament until you can get to that contention position. That's kind of tough when you get paired against a teammate. This is what we've got in the feature match area this round. At 1-1, we have Travis Wu, one of the great brewers of all time, big streamer, a bunch of fans for him. We know watching avidly to see what he's doing. He's 1-1. Then Antoine Ruel is his opponent, the Hall of Famer, winner of Pro Tour Los Angeles 2005. Everyone else in the feature match area has a perfect 2-0 start. From France, Pierre Dajon, the runner-up from the last Pro Tour. He is up against England's Quentin Martin. Quentin Martin been testing, did a little bit of chat with Kenji in the last few weeks about Modern, but he's certainly not on Team ChannelFireball. Quentin Martin, who has a top 8 from Pro Tour Prague in 2006. Then, teammate on teammate action. Martin User of the Czech Republic goes up against Kenji Samura in the Hall of Fame on ChannelFireball for the first time. One of those two will win the pod and be 3-0. Kenji looking for a 7th top 8. User looking for his 3rd after Berlin 2008 and Austin 2009. And then, still on Team ChannelFireball, still all the team matchups. To play for their pod, Brian Kibler, who defeated Bing Luke in the last round, Prolepsis, you've seen him on Twitter, you should be following him. Kibler is at 2-0, and he is up against another Japanese Hall of Famer in Shuhei Nakamura. They are at 2-0. So we have Brian Kibler against Shuhei Nakamura, Martin User against Kenji Samura, Pierre Dajon against Quentin Martin, and then Antoine Ruel against Travis Wu. I'm going to invite Brian David Marshall back into the desk. He's been out and about finding out what's been going on. Hello there, my friend. How are you?
I'm good.
That seemed like a lot of fun. A lot of interesting stuff going on there with Mr.
Absolutely.
Jensen.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was, a little, felt like that draft should have gone better for him. I can't wait to dig into the draft viewer because I feel like somebody near him was drafting white, but I don't know who it was, and I don't know what maybe they were taking that would let a Phalanx leader get to him 3rd. So I'm really curious to see what maybe rares could be in the mix there. So you can go to the draft viewer and you can look at every pick of that draft from every seat. and see what you want to do. You don't even have to see, we had it like check marked there, like which card it is, but you can actually look at the draft viewer, look at that pack and go, what would I take? What would I take? And then reveal what the player took and sort of test yourself against 8 pros sitting down for the first round of a Pro Tour and see how you would have done.
I was very interested in something that Randy said, not only this morning, but also I've heard him mention a couple of times on North American Grand Prix coverage in the last couple of months. And it's an idea that I haven't thought a whole ton about. He talks about the idea of drafting the seat and playing well in the chair you're given. Could you just explain a little more about what that kind of means? Because I think it applied very much with Billy and some of the picks he was making.
So what you're talking about is the idea that in Born of the Gods, you're sort of sending a signal to your left as far as what cards you're passing them, and maybe dictating what cards are going to come back to you in Pack 2, but also reading signals from your right and understanding what might follow suit again in Pack 3. So really it's like trying to go, okay, well, this person's giving me red and white cards. I want to cut off red and white cards here, so this person gives me red and white cards. And also knowing sometimes how the colors flow in packs.
Yeah, and that idea that you're not necessarily trying to build a 10, you're trying to build a 7 that beats the 6s that you are ascertaining are elsewhere at the table.
And then, like a lot of times people will look at a deck, you'll post a picture of a deck, and people are like, oh, that deck's not very good. That deck's this, that deck's... And it's like, well, you know what? It's not maybe the best draft deck when put up against all other draft decks, but sometimes the card pool, it's like a real pool, right? There's a shallow end of card pools, and there's a deeper end of card pools. And sometimes you have a deck, you have to draft with the cards that are given to you.
Well, the cards that were given to these people have been very successful so far, because in the feature match area, Kibler against Nakamura, User against Samura, Dajon against Martin, all at 2-0, and Ruel against Wu to try and get to 2-1. It's time for round 3 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. He's Zach Hill, Marshall Sutcliffe. One more round and we're ready to go to see Shuhei Nakamura versus Brian Kibler in the feature match area. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here from Valencia, Spain. My name is Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Zach Hill, and we have a powerhouse Hall of Fame feature match here. Brian Kibler versus Shuhei Nakamura. Shuhei's on the right, Kibler's on the left. Kibler in the top 25 pro rankings right now. Shuhei is as well, I believe. We'll have to take a look at that. Oh. Anyway, we're underway, though. An aggressive, angry Sedge Scorpion is getting in the red zone there from Shuhei Nakamura. Normally better suited to play D, sits back on defense a little bit better. But in the early turns, it has been known to get in there for a point of damage here and there. It looks like Kibler's on green-blue and Shuhei also on green-blue. So
also
the green-blue. Whoa, look at that turn, or the first play there for Brian Kibler, though. Prophet of Krufix. That's a Courser of Krufix, and it's a new rare.
Yeah, and it is. And it's a very Brian Kibler rare. It's a mid-rangey green card that gains you a moderate amount of card advantage. Like
and a
we
moderate
just saw.
amount of life.
Moderate amount of life. It's a little bit overstated. 2-4 for 3, really powerful and limited anyway. Probably not going to be attacking into that Sedge Scorpion, although he did get card advantage off of it already. But yeah, it's definitely the kind of start you want if you're Kibler.
It's a really nice way to sort of passively take over the game, right? Like, as long as Shuhei isn't pressuring Kibler, he can just sit there and just grind out advantage by basically taking lands off the top of his library, putting them into play, and effectively drawing a card.
Yeah, and if you're Kibler, you're excited to be up a card already from that. You're not probably if he's thinking about anything a lot. It's that what if Shuhei has counter magic? He's got dissolve mana up. He hasn't really played a 2-drop. He's not telegraphing that he's a particularly aggressive deck. And that, you see what Shuhei actually has is the Feral Invocation if he needs to cast it, and a lot of expensive threats. But Kibler can theoretically cast his Nyxborn Wolf. Probably doesn't want to do that yet. Could run Emissary out there, but doesn't want to get it countered.
Yeah, he's just going to run it out there.
Yeah.
It does not get countered, though. It's also not in a great position to start attacking yet either.
Right.
So Kibler doesn't really have a backup for it at the moment. I think he has, what does he have, a Savage Surge and a Nyxborn Wolf in his hand and a bunch of lands?
Yeah, I mean, and I think at this point, if you're Kibler, you're just like, okay, I want to start attacking at some point. I can sit and ride my Courser to, crazy amounts of card advantage anyway.
Yeah.
So, I can attack with Emissary and Courser. He's got to block one of them, but, okay, and we see the Siren means that he does have 2 relevant blockers again now. But
Yeah, Chorus of the Tides there for Shuhei Nakamura. There he is. He's ranked number 8th on the top 25 pro rankings there, so a top 10 ranked player there. We were talking about this card a little while ago, Zach, you and I said I really appreciated Chorus of the Tides, not because it's like a overtly powerful spell, but because it asks so little of you.
Yeah, we were talking about that. It's a lot of cards in Theros are good in conditions with other cards, even some really good cards, like, with heroic abilities, they still require you to build your deck around them. Chorus of the Tides, you can kind of just cast.
You just cast it, and then good things happen to you from that point on. It attacks for 3. If you target it with a spell of your own, you get to scry one, and yeah, it's just a solid card. Now, it looks like Kibler drew that forest that he had on top. We knew that, and he's revealed now a Ferris Band Tromper on top of his library. Remember, the Courser of Krufix doesn't grant you additional land drops. It just lets you play them from the top of your library. So, it's not going to get him super, super far ahead, but the grind is on for sure. And right now, the board's relatively at parity. I mean, Shuhei Nakamura is going to get some pressure going with Chorus of the Tides, but it's not like that thing's going to close out the game in short order here.
Right, yeah. And the Scorpion for Shuhei is really what's keeping him in this game. The Thassa's Emissary can't quite go to town right here. I mean, he can attack with his creatures.
Wow,
but he's not going to start just drawing cards.
No, and I think that Kibler's probably, said, okay, look, I'm not going to get cards out of this Emissary. I need to start moving things forward. So instead, he's just going to attack for 6 with one creature and 2 with the other. He's offering trades on either end. Shuhei Nakamura, not in a great spot here, right? I mean, look, if he wants to trade the Scorpion for something, he has to make a tough decision on what it is.
Right, and bestowing it there means that he can't trade it with Chorus of the Tides, that he's got to use the Scorpion to deal with it. Chorus of the Tides, meanwhile, can't profitably block Courser, so Courser getting in for 2 damage and has already gained Kibler several life points as well. That said, I don't know that Shuhei is in a particularly bad position.
Right.
He has multiple huge threats in his hand. He's got Coastline Chimera that can help stabilize, and has a grip full of threats. So I mean, there's a lot of magic left to play in this game.
Right. So he plays Siren of the Fanged Coast, and Kibler does pay tribute. So it's a 4/4 with flying here. Kibler didn't want to give up his Courser or his Nyxborn Wolf for that matter, but. So now, all of a sudden, Shuhei Nakamura with a 3-turn clock in the air and looking to be in pretty good position here. Kibler has gained a life here and there, almost missed a trigger on it last turn, but remembered it in time for his life gain from his Courser. But he needs to come up with more. I mean, it still looks like even after getting a little bit of value off the Courser, he still hasn't really been able to get super far ahead. And now here he is. He's going to attack with both of them. Remember, he's got that Savage Surge in his hand.
Right, and I mean, Savage Surge, he'll 2-for-1 himself if Shuhei blocks the Wolf, but getting rid of that 4/4 flyer might just be worth it anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty sad on Kibler's side to have to do that, but I think he would take it.
Yeah,
so let's see if Shuhei Nakamura can figure it out here. He's got to start thinking about what are the cards that Brian Kibler can have. Right now, the bounce spells don't really matter. Those aren't going to be important for this combat step. So Voyage's End and Griptide aren't super relevant here. It's more the green pump spells.
Right, exactly. Yeah, if Kibler had either of those cards, he probably would have cast it already.
Yes.
So Shuhei doesn't really need to worry about any of that.
All right, so Shuhei says, look, if you have Savage Surge, I'm fine with it. And he does. And Shuhei collects his 2-for-1 off of his Siren one way or the other. And there's the Ferris Band Tromper. Now, of course, Shuhei knew that Kibler had that. Kibler's top card of his library has been revealed for quite a while now. It's going to give Shuhei, well, a significant amount of information.
Goodness.
And here's a Horizon Scholar now from Shuhei. And this card doesn't ask much of us either. It gives us quite a bit back, right, Zach?
Well, and that's kind of why I was reacting the way I did. I mean, Shuhei's draw is just brutal. huge flyer after huge flyer after huge flyer. Not the kind of decks you see a lot in Theros. You know, nothing fancy is happening. There's no enchantments. I mean, no bounce spells, even though the high blue picks we've seen yet. No bestow from Shuhei that he's actually used. He's got Wolf in his hand, but just monsters.
Right.
And they're seeming to get the job done right now.
There's a Sea God's Revenge revealed for Brian Kibler, so that's not going to be in his hand yet here, but that is an interesting reveal. Of course, the fact that Shuhei Nakamura knows about it means that he can play in a way to minimize its effect, but still, a card like Sea God's Revenge is a profoundly powerful Magic card. I mean, it just packs a big punch, even if there's situations where it's not great, that most of the time it's really good.
I mean, it's really powerful. It's a lot less powerful when your opponent knows that it's coming. So one of the rare drawbacks of Courser of Kruphix is that you have to give away information to your opponent. Usually drawing a bunch of extra cards is worth it, and we see Kibler quite land-flooded right now. But I think if you're Shuhei, you're like, okay, well, anything I commit to the board is going to get bounced, so I might as well bestow my Wolf and hit for 3.
That's right, and another scry. Remember, Shuhei got to scry 2 with his Horizon Scholar. He put one on top, one on bottom, and now he gets another scry, which he keeps on top.
The oft-overlooked second ability of Chorus of the Tides.
Interestingly, he plays out his Scorpion. If it gets bounced, it gets bounced.
Right.
Doesn't really change anything.
Well, the thing is, casting Sea God's Revenge here for Kibler is not bad, but it's not incredibly profitable.
No.
I mean, it really just kind of gets him back in the game. It allows him to attack for 5. I mean, again, it's not bad, but Shuhei would have a 3-1 on the board that he can crack back with Kibler at a low 8 life. And Kibler's attack of 5 doesn't even get Shuhei to the halfway mark of 10.
Now, one thing about Sea God's Revenge is that it is up to 3 creatures, so like if he doesn't want to bounce the Chorus of the Tides, you know, leaving behind the Nyxborn Wolf, that can get that 1 critical attack with Ferris Band Tromper in there so that he can start untapping with it and potentially moving things forward a bit.
Right.
But he just bounces everything, it looks like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he could do that.
He doesn't
but
mind trading there?
Well, I mean, he doesn't have a good answer for a 6-power flyer, you know?
Yeah, he's also sitting on 9 life now. He bumped up 1 thanks to the Courser of Kruphix, and he's going to attack with both. Whoa. That was interesting. Do you see that? Kibler went to attack with both, and Shuhei reached forward as if to block. Of course, wasn't quite in the declare blocker step yet there. So now Kibler's rethinking what he might want to do here. I mean, Kibler knows a lot about Shuhei's hand. He doesn't know everything.
Right. I mean, and yeah, I mean, he basically has to assume, I think, that Shuhei's hand is full of permanents. And I like that attack there because the thing is he can't really afford to take the 3 damage anyway when, you know, Shuhei's got a grip full of flyers in his hand. And so you might as well be aggressive and try to narrow the life gap while you're a little bit ahead on the board on tempo.
All right, so Shuhei, it looks like he's going to kick off his rebuild turn here with Sedge Scorpion.
Yeah, we see the hand viewer there, not including all of the things that Shuhei just had to pick up, but I think we're going to see a lot of those on the board right now regardless.
That's right, and of course the Tide. So, you know, Sea God's Revenge doing what it does, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it set Shuhei back pretty significantly there. All right, there's a Nimbus Naiad. So now all of a sudden, Chorus of the Tides gets a little worse. Same thing with the Horizon Scholar. You know, if Kibler can get that Nimbus Naiad bestowed on his Courser of Kruphix, he'll have a 4/6 flying blocker that can effectively blank both of those cards.
Well, and we've seen, exactly, and we've seen Courser do really what it's good at. I mean, Kibler's been flooded most of this game, but playing those lands off the top means he's finally getting to some of the powerful spells that can really help stabilize in this position.
And his life total he's gained 1 life per turn.
Exactly, yeah, I mean, right. I mean, the Courser came out on turn 3. He's gained 6 life from that thing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and with Shuhei's 4 power on the board, that means that he actually, what would be a lethal attack now is anything but.
Right. I think you really summed it up nicely at the beginning. It is very much a Kibler type of card too, right? I mean, this is the type of cards he likes playing constructed. It's the type of cards he's won a lot of tournaments with as well. And he was probably pretty stoked to see this in his Born of the Gods pack.
Overwhelming amounts of green marginal advantage.
All right, got a couple of updates here on the back tables for you. Martin Yuza is up 1-0 over Kenji Samura, and Antoine Ruel is up 1-0 over Travis Wu. All right, there is Horizon Scholar. Now, Kibblers can't be too excited that Shuhei gets to scry 2 twice this turn already, or excuse me, this game already, but yeah, you do what you got to do, and Shuhei gets in there for 4.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that you mentioned that. Kibbler up a lot of raw cards off the courser. Shuei's had a lot of card selection due to the scry from his creatures, and sometimes that's all you need.
That's right, and here's the bestow. So this is, Kibbler has... oh, interesting. So now all of a sudden that he has a Nyxborn Wolf on there as well. I mean, do you consider just casting the Nyxborn Wolf on its own there? Like, does it change anything here?
I mean, the thing is, the only creature it blocks is the Scorpion, which is not going to be the thing killing you. And you really want to be able to put some sort of defense in front of all those flyers.
All right, well, it looks like the Scorpion got beefed up a bit there with Nylea's Emissary. Now, that's a much different story, of course. But and that leads to Shuhei Nakamura's first game victory there over Brian Kibbler. I believe that Quentin Martin's up a game over Pierre Daugin. I think that's what I heard, too. All right, looks like we have a few short messages. I'll figure out who's ahead on that match, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Card House Games has all your Magic needs covered, from boosters and fat packs to a wide range of Magic accessories. Use the promo code PTVAL for 10% off your next purchase at cardhousegames.com. You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Journey into Nyx are going on now around the world, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Atlanta this May. Visit wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
All right, here we are back, and I did get an update on Quentin Martin versus Pierre Daugin, and it is Pierre who's up 1-0 over Quentin Martin. Let's take a quick look in at Travis Wu on the right side, and he is playing against Antoine Ruel on the left, and that is a heck of a board state there. It's a little tough for us to just jump in, but we'll figure it out. I'm seeing one very interesting permanent there. I see Elspeth Sun's Champion on the battlefield for Travis Wu. And it looks like he played Elspeth last turn and minused it.
Yeah, I think he wanted to get that Titan off the board for whatever reason. Normally you see
maybe
Elspeth.
Titans. I see 2 in the yard. There might have been a couple.
Okay. Well, that's a good reason, is to clear out a pair of Titans.
Disciple of Phoenix for Antoine. 1 turn too late, it would seem.
Yeah.
Travis reveals a swamp and ships that away.
Yeah, I mean, right now,
wow.
Yeah, Travis, Elspeth takes over a game like very few other cards can. Travis even has a flyer to block the Sirens, so, I think this is going to be a game about Elspeth, Sun's Champion.
Yeah, it was funny because when we first came here, I started on the top left as I was looking at the permanents and then looped my way around, and I thought, oh, Travis doesn't look like he's in very good shape, and then got up to Elspeth and thought, oh, well, that's a little different.
Yeah, I did the exact same thing.
Yeah, and by the time, we got acquainted, there was a few Marshmith Titans in the yard, and maybe even that Horizon Scholar potentially, too. So,
man.
Yeah.
I'll wrath your board, keep all of my guys.
His 3/7. That is just too perfect.
Yeah, the irony there.
Yeah, and now he's been able to plus Elspeth twice to bring her back up to 3, and that's tick-tock. Once she either gets to ultimate range or just makes enough tokens to start just shipping in big attacks, the game ends almost immediately.
Right, exactly. Interesting that Wu has so many permanents without that many good attacks, but Ruel, I think, has had enough of this.
That was interesting. All right, so it looks like Travis Wu picks it up there. Those soldiers, he had a cavalry Pegasus, but those soldiers are soldiers. They're not human soldiers or anything like that. So something to keep in mind potentially down the line if you are unlucky enough to face down an Elspeth Sun's Champion. Or maybe if you have one on your own.
Yeah, interestingly, we had human soldier tokens in Innistrad, but we kind of backed away from that with the new sets.
Yeah, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Cycliffe here with Zach Hill. Talking a little limited, rounding out the first round, the first 3 rounds here from Pro Tour Born of the Gods. We got to watch William Huey Jensen do his draft. We also have, that'll be in the draft viewer, and I saw that Brian David Marshall also did a deck here live, and it'll be available for consumption later as well on YouTube.
For breakfast, actually.
Yeah, I am thinking about breakfast. Right? So After this one, we're going to have 3 rounds down. And the players will have kind of settled into their groove. They'll either be very happy, very sad, or somewhere in the middle. And then we're going to be bringing you modern coverage after that as we move through the first day, Friday, here at the Pro Tour.
Well, yeah, and Marshall, I know you're more of a limited guy.
I am.
But I am very excited to see what brews people have concocted.
Well, Modern's my favorite.
Oh, really?
constructed
I did
format.
not actually know
Yeah,
that.
it is. I play it
Okay.
quite a bit on Magic Online, and I love the format. And I get to step aside and be a little more of a spectator though from here. And I'm really excited to see what people came up with too.
I'm excited to see Wild Nicottle enter the battlefield for the first time in a very long time in the Modern format.
It kind of. I've watched a bunch of people play test over the last few days, and I've seen a few Wild Nicottles here and there, and it had kind of a calming presence for me. I don't know why.
It's purring softly in your ear.
I mean, it's mean. It's the card itself is quite mean, but I actually
Wild,
just
you
like
might
it.
say.
Hey, it looks like we're ready to back down to the feature match area, so let's cut down there. Nessian Courser for Brian Kibler, and it looks like we're actually on turn 3 here, although there hasn't been a play yet besides that Nessian Courser, so fair game. Shuhei Nakamura sitting on 3 lands.
And we see, is he just going to run out a Nyxborn Wolf to try and block that Courser? The answer, I think, is yes. When you're on the draw, you're really looking to trade because you're already up a card. And it looks like that's at least what Shuhei is attempting here. But oh, wow, Feral Invocation.
For the blowout, although Shuhei missed a land drop last turn, he hits it now. I think he missed a land drop.
Oh, I was just assuming he was on the draw, but
of course. No, he didn't miss a land drop. Although he was going to if he didn't draw one off the top there because he didn't have any more in hand. But he did not miss one last turn. And there's that Scorpion doing serious work in the blue-green mirror here. No! Nimbus
goodness.
Naiad. That's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Take 7, Shuhei Nakamura. Drop you down to 13 and pass the turn back.
Well, and when we were designing Theros, it was exactly these type of board states that we wanted to create. I mean, just piling enchantments onto a creature, get it out early, attack for 3, 5, 7 points of damage.
Boom.
Just, giant chunks of the air. Huge, build a dragon by yourself.
Right, and it has that haste feel.
Yeah,
right? It wasn't just like I made a big dragon go. It was I made a big dragon, take a bunch of damage, your move. And even though that Sedge Scorpion looked quite good until the Nimbus Naiad showed up, now it looks terrible. I mean, it doesn't really offer much as far as attacking back, though it will do that. So
it offers 1 point of damage. Oh, wow. That's Hunt the Hunter right there.
Hunt the Hunter to kill, well, at least 2 of the 3 cards on his opponent. So it's a 2 for 2 basically, and it leaves Brian Kibler with just a Nimbus Naiad. So a nice sideboard plan there for Shuhei bringing in Hunt the Hunter.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you kind of want to use Hunt the Hunter on your heroic card, but that creature the Courser was just so big that even with the +2/+2 from Hunt the Hunter, you couldn't get it.
Right, now Brian Kibler's back to shenanigans again. Nyxborn Wolf on his Nimbus Naiad crashes it into the red zone again for 5. Shuhei Nakamura attacks back with Staunch-Hearted Warrior and then follows up with a Nessian Asp, which currently is doing enough work here. He could trade it off, but a combat trick, a bounce spell, there's so many bad things for Shuhei here, but he's up against it. He's sitting at 8 life. I don't think he has that many choices here.
No, I mean, and I think Kibler is just looking to equip yet another Nyxborn Wolf. He's got Gainsay up to protect it, but not quite enough mana. We've seen both Hunt the Hunter and Gainsay in Kibler's hands, so the respective hosers.
I think Kibler's
going to
get Shuhei here. I think Shuhei, interesting. Shuhei has time to feed, and he's also got a Horizon Scholar. If he goes for Horizon Scholar, it's going to get snap gainsayed by Brian Kibler. Just get that thing out of here.
And time to feed just kind of awkward right now.
But he's doing it. Well, so remember, he can do it on his Staunch-Hearted Warrior, and he does. Does it resolve?
And you've got, it's like it's sort of a 2-for-1.
Yep, it's a 4/4, and it's going to die. So sort of a 2-for-1 in the wrong direction.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're sort of getting 2-for-1. You get 3 life. You need the life badly. The 3/1 is not that relevant right now against your Nessian Asp, so you kind of have to do it, but it's not something that you're excited about.
No, but look at the board now.
Yeah.
Right? Now all of a sudden you got Nessian Asp facing down a Nyxborn Wolf. Well, now that could change things potentially here too, as Kibler decides he can't leave Gainsay up for this turn. He needs to use up his mana, and if he's going to do it, he's going to cast his most expensive spell, which he did, Centaur Battlemaster here.
Now, this is a great time if you're Shuhei to resolve that Horizon Scholar and start getting some air attacks of your own, but it looks like what he wants to do is make Nessie and Asp huge, which is a priority if Kibler has any way to make that Centaur big.
So Kibler's happy because he gets to untap with Gainsay, which could get something, but he's got to be a little bummed out that the Shuhei's going to have the 8-9 Nessie and Asp up there, and does Kibler have any way to interact with it?
I think he does. I think he just drew Sudden Storm.
Oh, okay.
And theoretically Wave Crash Triton into attaching Nyxborn Wolf. Of course, he doesn't quite have the mana to do all of that. But the Sudden Storm is a huge play for Kibler here because he has to anticipate Shuhei with 3 cards in hand now has got something to cast, and those are just going to get washed away in a hurricane right about now.
So does Kibler bother game? No, he does not. So he's just going to fire off, boom, boom, Sudden Storm, and Shuhei goes, this isn't good for me. And there's another Nimbus Naiad for Kibler. How many of those does he have?
Yeah, what I'm thinking about is just how good Kibler's deck is.
It's sweet, yes.
Just you see Wolf after Wolf, Naiad after Naiad.
Yeah.
We see Naiad here, a really key card in the blue-green matchup because everyone has size and everyone has tricks, but what you want to do is fly over your opponent's creatures. Naiad allows you to do exactly that.
And what better to put on a green creature, right? I mean, look at that. Look at what he has here. Either of his 2 creatures, well, he shipped it though, but get flying are fantastic there.
Yeah, and I guess he's thinking, okay, flying not super relevant. I need extra lands. I've already got the wolf. And what he wants to do more than anything else is protect his board with Gainsay.
This is
from,
lethal,
for example, an opposing...
That's lethal, right?
Yeah,
that's 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
So that's going to do it? Brian Kibler evens things up at 1 game apiece here.
Right. And having the Gainsay to protect anything that would stop that lethal attack is worth shipping the Naiad just so you can get that extra land.
Yeah.
I mean, Shuei's tapped out.
That was a sweet one. There was a lot of big back and forth there. I mean, Kibler had a blazing start, was able to keep it up, but I mean, it didn't have to be that way. Right?
No, I mean, I didn't, it looked like Shuei was about to stabilize for a bit, but that's not what happened.
Right. I mean, we did see that. All right, let's take a quick peek in on Quentin Martin versus Pierre Dagen, and that is a Cavern Lampad, and it is currently facing down a Traveling Philosopher with probably a Nyxborn Rollicker on it. And then a Pegasus. So life total's obviously critical here, but let's see here. Oh, it's an Everflame Eidolon.
Oh, okay. Wow.
That makes a difference.
That does make a big difference.
Now, the big
2 mountains from
the thing that I'm
Dagen's
really
side.
looking at here, though, that's just shocking is that one player has 6 lands and the other one has 3 somehow.
Well, and I mean, Martin, casting Read the Bones into Dagen's board, he's got to think he's got some life to work with, and Cavern Lampad beginning the slow and steady climb of 2 damage a turn. I mean, Dagen can attack for a pretty good chunk of damage right here.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can hit for 6, but he wants to develop his board. Ooh!
Oh, man. One of our favorites. A little worse when you don't have an island in play.
That's right, but at least it has haste still here. We talked about that earlier. We saw BDM talking about that on the wall as well.
So, I mean, this right here is a solid 3, 4, 6 points of damage. And Martin, despite having 3 more lands than Dagen does, and permanent on the board, looks to be backpedaling right here.
A little bit, yeah. Stormcaller of Kronos doing some work here for Pierre. He's the finalist from Pro Tour Theros.
Right. Yeah, and back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s would put him in pretty good position here. He started out 2-0, so 3-0ing his first pod is where you want to be if he can do that. Quentin Martin looking to make a bit of a comeback. We literally ran into him on the street. Didn't know that he was attending this event, didn't know he was qualified, but he's starting it out right so far.
Yeah, Farika's Cure takes down the Cavalry Pegasus there. Keep everything safely on the ground. I know that Quentin has a keepsake Gorgon in his hand there, and he wants to make sure that that thing does what it does best, which is gum up the ground in a huge way, and it looks like it's going to be able to do that, but he must have other options. He has 4 cards in his hand. One of them's a Plains, and there's 2 unknowns, so clearly he has a lot of ways he can go here. I think that's a Vanquish the Foul. He's going to attack. He's going to keep attacking
the Foul. No 4-power creatures to target, unfortunately.
And there's that keepsake Gorgon.
Yeah, and I love casting Gorgon there. I mean, you
God, I
want to
love that.
activate as soon as you can. The body is relevant at this point. You know, even the 1/1 counter is relevant at this point when you want to start pressuring Dajan before he gets more lands.
That card is so sick.
Card's really good.
I love that card. I'm told that Ruel has won 2-1 over Travis Wu.
Oh, man. Travis Wu, though, did have a cooler hat. So, you know, there's
I think
that.
he may have de-hatted for the future match.
No.
There.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's a
He's in
travesty.
business mode.
Yeah, and
I mean, we
Dajan's-
are in Spain.
We are. That's
had a
true.
pretty,
It's Mediterranean climate. He's got
He
kind
had
of
the
a
kind of
Arctic.
Yeah, the Arctic
wear
hat
on.
on. Yeah.
But it's awesome.
Hey, an island here.
Wow.
That could change things.
Yeah,
Stormcaller Karanos now active.
It can change things by making Stormcaller active. It can change things by being a 4th land. Unfortunately, the time you don't want to activate Stormcaller is when you need to empty your hand because your opponent has just cast Keepsake Gorgon and is going to kill one of your creatures.
All right, looks like we're going to hop back over to Shuhei Nakamura versus Brian Kibler here. This match is tied at 1-1. So these players are both 2-0. So the winner of this will 3-0 their pod, get the perfect start going. Shuhei Nakamura is known as a draft master. I mean, the guy's insane. Now Kibler is known a little bit more for his constructed prowess, but he's an excellent limited player. Like, you can't, it's weird because I think people tend to think if you're good at one thing, you're not necessarily as good at the other. And I mean, Kibler has done fine in limited. You know, he's
look.
not one of the premier guys, but like, he's a really top level player in limited as well.
Yeah, I mean, Kibler has won a mixed format Pro Tour. You know,
Right, exactly.
he's no limited slouch. And the thing
Yes.
is, when you've been playing Magic for as long as these guys have, like, you're just good at Magic.
Right. Oh,
You
speaking
know-
about being good at Magic, Kibler shows us why as he plays that Courser of Krufix
skill
right on
game.
time and then values out a couple of lands here. So looking pretty good for Kibler there in the early stages as Shuhei Nakamura has, well, he's got nothing so far, just some lands.
Yeah, this looks awful eerily like the first game, except that Kibler doesn't appear to be nearly as mana flooded. We see a handful of extremely good cards right here. Nimbus Naiad,
Here's a Wave Crash
Battlemaster.
Triton for Kibler, but it's going to get Gainsayed. So it
Oh,
looks like
man.
they've both brought in Gainsay for the mirror match here.
So Shuhei has both Hunt the Hunter and Gainsay. Fascinating.
Yes, that solid sideboard plan there. There's Chorus of the Tides for Shuhei, but Brian Kibler brings some beef to the table here potentially with the Centaur Battlemaster.
Yeah, I mean, and you have to expect that Shuhei doesn't want a 2-for-1 himself just to get that Battlemaster gone, meaning that Savage Surge will threaten to turn that creature huge in short order.
Yeah, Centaur Battlemaster in the blue-green mirror is scary.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, you can usually bounce it once. You know, you can get rid of its work once, but like if you don't have that, you're in big trouble. Here's Siren of the Fanged Coast for Shuhei Nakamura. No tribute paid, of course, again for Kibler. He likes his board state just the way it is, and he's going to let Shuhei have a 4/4 flyer here. So an air elemental, as we call them in the business for Shuhei, one of the better creatures historically for limited.
Yeah, we see no lands on top of Kibler's deck. There's a Nyxborn Wolf there. That says with 6 mana, Nimbus Naiad in hand, he has a lot of options right now. He can suit up the Battlemaster. He can suit up Courser of Krufix, and you know, so that it can attack through Siren of the Fane Coast, threatening to suit up Battlemaster next turn. But it looks like he just wants to get as much size on the table as he can.
How does 8 power and toughness suit you in the size department?
It's not weak.
Not
as
weak,
people would
not
say.
weak at all. So there it is, 8 damage to Shuhei Nakamura. Remember, Kibler is gaining some incremental life gain there from his Courser of Krufix, which, I mean, that can be a turn.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I think it is right here, literally a turn, totally negating the attack of the Chorus of the Tides. And now, I mean, Nakamura, the best thing he can do is like set up a double block or something right now. It really needs to get some sort of bounce spell or you know, I guess Time to Feed plus a Sedge Scorpion would do it. But
you know, we talked about it a minute ago, Zach. When you're in a green blue deck, your options are fairly limited, and I mean, that's an 8/8 flyer.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a big issue
Shuhei
here.
really needs like a Voyage's End or a Grip Tide or something,
Yes.
or he's going to start having to sacrifice a creature like every turn.
Yeah,
to
I mean, other
Battle
colors
Master.
have ways to kill that thing. You know,
Right.
Sip it away or excoriate it or whatever, but blue-green's tools in that department are a lot more limited.
Right.
There is a time to feed for Shuhei. Is that even enough, though? No, right?
I don't think so.
No, it's an 8/8. So
Yeah, it's a big meal if
Yeah.
it's time to feed, but
take a look at Shuhei
killing
here. This
it.
is him looking quite unhappy. And Kibler's in battle mode here.
now sometimes you're trying to make a stew with no ingredients. He's
right.
he's trying to make something work. He has a handful of good Magic cards, but they're just not good enough to deal with an 8/8 flyer right here.
All right, Shuhei's going to attack for 4 to start things off. That's going to bring Kibler down to 16. And there's a Nessian Asp for Shuhei Nakamura, and he passes the turn back. So an Asp plus a Chorus of the Tides, still not enough.
Yeah.
He's got another Nyxborn
Yeah,
Wolf
you see
revealed
Kibler
as
draw
well.
a Nyxborn Wolf, revealing another Nyxborn Wolf, just in case you thought his creatures weren't big enough. Think again. He's now able to suit up the Courser and attack with it if he wants to. And it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see happen. Again, leaving Gainsay mana up. The only thing that can save Shuhei right now is something like a Voyage's End, a Grip Tide, or a Sea God's Revenge, and those just aren't going to resolve. And Shuhei being at 8 just has to chump block right
He must chump block, and even then he's taking 5, dropping him down to 3 here. And Shuhei's going to untap here, but is there a card that gets him out of this? I suppose the Scorpion would do it.
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause that's
Scorpion
2
would at
green
least allow him
spells.
to stabilize. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this has been a weird game. I mean, Shuhei has cast powerful cards.
Yeah, and his hand is still quite good, but it's because we're dealing with the mirror here with these 2 blue-green decks.
Exactly. I mean, and again, Courser just showing how powerful it is, getting Kibler a little bit of card advantage, making sure that Shuhei can't just race back in the air with his flyers, and
that's going to do it. Yep, Brian Kibler is victorious. Shuhei takes a quick peek at the top of his good friend Brian Kibler's library. Not recommended to do that to your random opponent, but if you happen to know the person, and if it happens to be the 3rd round of your Pro Tour, then yeah, you can probably get away with that one. So Brian Kibler improves to 3-0 in the limited portions, and I'm curious to see what him and Team Channel Fireball, including Shuhei Nakamura, by the way, came up with for Modern. Let's jump over. We're back on Quentin Martin here versus Pierre Dagen, and
well, is that an abhorrent overlord?
that is an abhorrent overload. I'm like, are those harpies? Yes, those are harpies. And he's got a ton of them here. He's facing down an Everflame Eidolon still. Oh, and there's another Afara's Ward, and that's the second one we've seen in the feature match today. Did that card get better sometime recently? Because in Theros, that card saw almost no play.
Well, I mean, you know, it's probably hard to evaluate. I know that, like, the monstrous mechanic was one of the reasons that the card was worse because, you know, the creatures were just huge and got huger.
Yes.
So, you know, a lot of the time you want your tapper to neutralize their biggest threat. It can't do that. But in this format, you know, a lot of the tribute guys, it's like, okay, do you let them be bigger or do you, you know, take some damage? But, if, you know, that means it's up to you and you can tap down their smaller creatures. The other thing is I think it's just, you know, without 3 packs of a set, there's just not as much redundancy. So I think it's a little bit harder to put together, you know, the crazy Ordeal deck, the crazy Wingsteed Rider deck. All those cards are still good. But just with more variance, I think it's just more likely that your opponent's likely to have smaller creatures earlier in the game.
All right, I can see behind that match there, I saw Martin Yuza sitting by himself. I'm assuming that means that he won his match versus Kenji. He did. He won his match versus Kenji Samura 2-0. Again, we had Antoine Ruel versus Travis Wu. Antoine Ruel wins that 2-1. And in our main feature match, we just saw Brian Kibler win 2-1 over Shuhei Nakamura. That leaves us with but one. And it is Pierre Dagen. We see him here on the left there looking at his sideboard as he just got evened up 1 game apiece against Quentin Martin from England on the right.
Yeah, Quentin's deck has a lot of powerful black cards. We've seen I believe, Keepsake Gorgon it was. We've seen Abhorrent Overlord.
Yes.
Has Read the Bones, one of the premier commons, selection plus card advantage at the mere cost of 2 life. Now, Marshall, you might not want to cast that when your opponent has Spirit of the Labyrinth. Not that you know anything about that. Not that happened in a draft the other night. But
I did. I paid 3 mana, I paid a card, and I paid 2 life to scry 2.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And it probably won you the game because you needed to draw on some
It actually did win me the game, but I'd be lying if I say that I knew I knew the Spirit of Labyrinth was there, and I just whiffed on it.
Yeah, well, you're like, okay, yeah, that's that ability that matters in Legacy. It's
right.
In Limited you draw 1 card a turn, right?
It never happens. It does happen, especially when your opponent is Rashad Miller and he starts going, and he's like, no.
You try to take it back. He's like, no, that card's legal to cast right now.
That game was unbelievable, though.
Why
I'm going to give you a highlight of it. There was a point in the game where I was at 2 life.
Oh, yeah?
At a different point in the game, he was at 176 life.
Oh, my goodness.
I won very easily.
You won very easily?
Yeah, I crushed
it. It was not close, as people say.
I mean, I can play against somebody like Rashad, run my Read the Bones into a Spirit of the Labyrinth, and win pretty easily, I think, generally speaking. Just saying.
Oh yeah, was that a humble brag or was that just a brag?
It took 30 turns. He could have decked me or beat me with damage at any point, but I had a Bow of Nylea to get me out of it. We haven't seen one of those in the feature match area. We saw a similar kind of grindy card with that Courser of Crewfix.
Yeah, another 1GG.
Bow doesn't block though,
or attack, as we saw with that Courser and Nyxborn Wolf. That was a lot of damage.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. 2/4 for 3 mana. You don't get that very often. That's a nice one.
Mike Turian Giant Slug stats.
Yeah, that's right. Take a look at Pierre there.
I think we're going to actually get a Spirit slide up soon so we can understand what on earth we're talking about with all these card names. But
If we put it up, I probably won't see it.
Yeah. Certainly didn't see it earlier. It looks like we're playing actual Magic the Gathering right now. We see a mountain come out of, I believe that's
yeah, we'll get on the overhead cam once we can. There's a bronze sable to kick things off for Pierre here. We have a view of a different angle from the booth, but we will be getting you the overhead cam shortly here. Quentin Martin, there it is. So there's a bronze sable. Perhaps not the most aggressive one, but it looks like Quentin Martin here says, you know what, I need to block that thing. I don't want to take any damage from it. I'm going to run Hopeful Eidolon out there as a 1/1. You rarely see that.
You don't see that very often unless you have a lot more enchantments, but I think Quentin, based on his deck from last game, he's got the late game shored up. He's got the Overlord, got lots of things to do with his mana, has some card draw, just wants to survive. When your opponent plays a turn 2 Bronze Sable, he's committing to a really aggressive start. And if he wants to suit up the Sable, in that case you're in a race, and an extra 1 life a turn can be really useful there too. So
okay,
the play makes some sense, but you don't see it a lot.
Though, if Pierre does throw an Everflame Eidolon on it, right?
It's not good for him.
I mean, now he can't block with his Eidolon. Getting the 1 back is cute, but not amazing.
I mean, it's a mana a turn. I mean, it's it's certainly not great for you if your opponent has Pants there or something to enchant Sable with. But I think you play the hand you're dealt, and
I believe you should explain the term pants. I don't think everybody knows what that means.
Pants is just an old school term for creature enchantments. Right. So in Theros block, a lot of creatures wear a lot of pants.
Is that a Borderland Minotaur there?
That is. That's a card.
Attaboy. Just play the vanilla. I like the vanilla. I like a lot of flavor text.
Marshall and I were talking about how much we liked cards that are just straightforwardly good in a format that's sometimes so dependent upon synergy that it's easy to forget that Magic fundamentals still apply.
Right.
Card drawing's still good. Creatures with great stats for the mana cost are still good, and it looks like Martin's probably going to try to trade with the 4/3.
Yeah. So we see what's going on with Quentin Martin's side of the battlefield here, though, is he's missing land drops, and I think that he knew. Look, it's going to be a while. I might never get to bestow this Eidolon, either of them, and so he's just going to sort of aggressively play them out to try to get value. Now, Rage of Perforos, though, takes down that Baleful Eidolon, but Quentin does find his 4th land here. It's another swamp, and he's also got a Pharika's Cure in his hand. So, you know, his hand, look, he knows if this game goes long, it's going to be his.
Exactly.
It's his job in the early stages here to facilitate the longest game possible. He can grind. I saw that he has, let's see what he plays here. All right, so a Disciple of Phoenix as maybe a blocker in a bit, but also he's going to take away some cards from his opponent's hand, which is Loyal Pegasus or a Griptide there.
Yeah, and I think you have to take that Griptide because you need to draw lands if you're Quentin. Knowing that you're drawing a creature on the top of the deck,
yes,
really very bad for you. All of that being said, Martin definitely missed a land drop, but at 17 life, he has a little bit of padding to get some time to draw out of this.
Yeah, let's make it 13.
Yeah, 13 now after that attack. Now, what Dejan chose not to show Martin is the Chain to the Rocks in his hand, which could deal with theoretically any threat that Martin casts.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable removal spell in a format that doesn't have that many great removal spells. Of course, it's at rare. And is that another? Yeah, so another Baleful Eidolon. Now, another reason that Quentin Martin is being so aggressive about trading off his cards is that he has a Griffin Dreamfinder in his hand that can buy them back. So it's all coming together here as we see Quentin's line of missing land drops potentially and combine it with the fact that he can recoup the card disadvantage. And that's why we see him playing out, playing out his bestow creatures without bestowing them.
Right, and even though this Baleful Eidolon is getting exiled to Chain to the Rocks, the other one died the good old-fashioned way.
That's
so
right.
That Dreamfinder can get it right back.
All right, so Quentin actually takes it. He did not fire off that. That's a Kragma Butcher. Now he's going to use his Pharika's Cure, though, to put him back up to 10. He decided to risk it in case there was some bigger threat, takes 1 extra damage as a result. Draws his card. It's not a land, and it's a Laganaban Elder.
Which could theoretically double up with the Disciple on the 4/3, assuming your opponent has absolutely nothing.
Right.
Now, that's not always a great assumption, but Dejan only has 1 card in hand, and he didn't keep his Pegasus alive through the Pharika's Cure, which suggests that he probably doesn't have, or at least can't cast, anything that would boost his creature's toughness. Now, at 1 mana, and he only with 1 red mope, and that's basically Titan's strength. But he still only has 2 cards in his hand on this attack. I think a double block from Quentin, I guess is not awful. He's got a 3/2. I guess the Giant's a 4/3, so you can just solo block.
He can solo block either one that he wants. All right, so Quentin Martin gets a little bit of breathing room. Flamespeaker Adept for Pierre means that he can try to draw a land, and he hits it.
All
right,
but it's not a second
It
plane.
is not. You're right. So he does not get to cast that. Now, does he have other options here, though? He's got double Griffin Dreamfinder. He's going to have to go for Read the Bones here. He can't be comfortable doing this, but he just needs to dig, and he finds double planes. We know he's going to keep one of those.
Yeah, and
he also has a Born Overlord in his hand that he wants to build up to.
And I think that's what you have to do, is just take mana and try to cast that Overlord as soon as you can. I mean, you've got a chump blocker. You can trade.
That would leave him with 3 lands in his hand, which would mean he could go land up to a Born Overlord. But you also got to figure he might draw one as well. Probably the standard play would be to put 1 on top, 1 on bottom here.
Yeah,
Make sure you get the second white source. He's got another land drop for next turn no matter what.
I think that's you're probably right. I mean, the one thing is you have to hit each of these land drops. And I mean, I think
the thinking is he's going to play Griffin Dreamfinder next turn. He's going to play another Griffin Dreamfinder next turn. Then he's going to have a Baleful Eidolon and a Hopeful Eidolon. He has stuff to do.
Sure.
Right? So that's probably the thinking here. But we'll see what he does, or will we?
Well, we may infer what he does.
Yeah. I couldn't see. We had the close-up shot when he actually did that, but he's got at least one of the planes in his hand.
Yeah, so it looks like he did what you were saying, Marshall. Kept one of the planes, put another card to the bottom, drew a threat.
And he looks like he drew another planes anyway.
Okay, well maybe he did. I didn't see the second plane, so yeah, maybe he kept them.
He either kept them or drew one. Yeah.
But in any case, that's what's in his hand is planes, Overlord, Dreamfinder.
So Quentin Martin is stable, but it's close.
Yeah,
right. I mean, right now,
extremely close.
He can trade. All right, and Pierre's had enough. He's shipping the squad in here, so in they come. Martin says block, block. He doesn't really have a lot of choices along those lines.
Yeah, and kind of the obvious
And
blocks.
that happens,
But,
yeah.
you know, that, I mean, you know, if you're Dezani, you get Martin down to 6. You get to untap with your inspired creature, which is always nice.
Kragma Butcher becomes a 4/3, so it kind of replaces that Borderland Minotaur
Yeah, exactly.
anyway. And here we go, the first Griffin Dreamfinder, and there's going to be more where that came from. Is he getting Baleful Eidolon? Interesting, he is. He's going to want to get that Hopeful Eidolon to get his life total up later. Remember, there's a lot of cards in this format that can close out a life total like that. But for now, he wants to play Baleful Eidolon.
And he is still thinking about it. But yeah, I mean, the other thing that Baleful Eidolon does is give you black mana symbols for when you do get around to casting that Overlord.
And does he hit his land here? Can he did play it, right?
Yes.
He played that plane.
It's
so
under
he
his
can't do
wrist
it.
right now, I
Yeah,
think.
so he can't do it now.
Oh, okay.
He is going to get that. Now, interestingly, he didn't play a plains last turn, so he could have and then played a plains this turn and actually played that Eidolon, but it probably wants to, instead he probably wants to try to bestow it onto something. All right, in they come.
Right.
Remember, the Kragma Butcher's a 4/3 thanks to its Inspired trigger.
Which means that he can't block it with a Griffin like you'd ordinarily. Wait. So, yeah. Okay, he's deciding to lose the Griffin instead of the Disciple. The reason he's doing that, I think, is to set up an Abhorrent Overlord next turn. So kind of set up the first blocks and was like, yeah, I don't know about that.
And this is one of those things where Pierre probably will have figured that out and unfortunately just can't do anything about it. He's like, great,
exactly.
Here comes an Abhorrent Overlord.
Right. Now, one of the things he can sort of do about it, that Ill-Tempered Cyclops, very powerful right here, because trample means Quentin can't just throw harpies in front of it forever.
That's
Might
true.
have to actually block it with the Overlord.
Yeah. And if he does, that leaves him without a great target for Hopeful Eidolon. So, yeah, it could absolutely matter here.
I mean, you know, he still has 4 harpies.
Yes.
So
It's certainly
hard
not
to
awful.
underrate that.
But, I mean, I think when I'm thinking about how this game plays out, I think Quentin Martin eventually puts Hopeful Eidolon on his Abhorrent Overlord, hits for 7, and the game kind of ends there. Like, not literally, but, you know, if he goes back up to 13, drops Pierre down to 13, it's like, it's hard to imagine that Pierre's deck can overcome a threat that big. So it does matter here for sure if Quentin gets to untap with an Overlord or not. Now, another thing is, Overlord does start eating your own creatures, right? So Quentin might take it as a favor and say, look, if you want to trade your nice threat for my Overlord, I'll take this nicely developed board state. Remember, Quentin Martin also has another Dreamfinder on its way too, so he's in grind mode here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and definitely Quentin did what he needed to do to try and win this game. You know, he was his back was against the wall. He was missing land drops, but he stabilized.
Yep.
He's got 4 Harpy tokens. He's got a 6/6 flyer. And Dezani, you know, not a bad board, but the thing is, you know, even if he attacks, Martin doesn't quite die here. And you're exactly right. Having Eidolon, which was a smart choice he made earlier, means that he can turn it around on the Overlord very fast. So, I mean, he had to set up this play several turns in advance.
That was 3 turns ago, yeah. All right, and he is. Look, he's like, this is fine by me. I'm going to just use up my board state here. I can grind stuff back, trade off, dies, everything dies, except for the...
dies, everything dies.
They all die except for the 2/3 there.
How big of a blowout would Titan's strength have been on that Cyclops right then?
Yeah, that would have been super good. But Quentin did not play around that. He just drew Keepsake Organ, by the way, off the top too. So the shields are fully up here. And he needs to, this is the point in the game where he has just turned the corner and should be able to close out this match. He needs to figure out, A, what the cleanest way to get to that victory is, and B, what are the ways that he can lose from here and make sure that he doesn't play into any of those. He doesn't want to get impatient, needs to keep on a nice plan here.
Yeah, I mean, and basically all you have to do, I mean, Quentin's deck, and you can tell that Quentin is an old school player, because it's a very old school deck.
Grind.
You know, grind, gain card advantage. And we've seen him gain card advantage this game on like 4 separate occasions. Well, or 3, and he's threatening to bestow. Now, Gorgon, tempo, and card advantage. Overlord, big threat and card advantage. Disciple of Phoenix. I mean, his deck is just a bunch of 2-for-1s or better.
Right.
And the plan, I think, is just cast those until your opponent submits to the attrition.
Right.
And
a second Kragma Butcher here for Pierre to replace the one that died last turn.
And
He still has a Flame
it's
Speaker
a good
Adept.
card.
It is a good card, but man, Keepsake Organ's
Right.
the card.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, wow.
oh, interesting. So he's going to put the Eidolon on his 1/1 flyer just because it's the one that can get in the easiest. And, you know, really just gaining 2 life is actually quite big here. And what a turn here for Quentin Martin. I mentioned he had turned that corner. Now we're fully walking the path of victory here as he plays Griffin Dreamfinder, grabs back that Eidolon, and uses up all his mana for the turn and puts himself in a commanding position. Remember, Keepsake Organ still hasn't been activated
exactly.
either. So he's got a nice insurance plan there in case Pierre comes up with some big bomb.
And the 1/3 and the 1/4 extremely effective against your board or your opponent's board of 2/2/3 creatures. Good cards, but just neither of them quite capable of breaking through at this point.
It's funny. I mean, Quentin Martin from his untapped creatures there has what 5, 9, 12 toughness.
Yeah, exactly.
Just the brick walls are in effect here for Quentin Martin. And he's got a little bit of an attack going here, too. And Pierre says, your move.
We see a pair of Eidolons in Martin's hand. And
he just drew a Scholar of Athreos, too. So it's getting worse.
Yeah, okay. And so now he's suiting up the Griffin. Oh, wow. Okay.
So 1, 2,
Air
3, 4, 5. That's 5 power in the air, can't be blocked, and they all have lifelink. So Quentin Martin jumps up to 13, Pierre down to 12, and it looks like the writing's on the wall, and it is. Quentin Martin. He is, yes, 3-0. So that's going to be his first draft pot.
And that's a pretty powerful comeback. You know, a lot of the time, older school players, you know, they've got that limited mastery. The question is, do they have a constructed deck? So I think this is one of those times where Quentin really needed to play into his strengths and 3-0 this pod just to put himself in a position to do okay in Modern. Maybe, you know, draw well and, you know, make a run for top 8.
All right, welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill, and those are great. We had some really good matches there. I always get excited at the Pro Tour because the sets are so fresh, right? Yeah. I mean, this is the first time we get to see pro-level play with the brand new set and to see what changes and what's been moving around. You know, for Born of the Gods, not earth-shattering, right? You know, we didn't have anything massive take place, but we do get to get a feel now. Remember, there's another draft to do at this tournament as well for the subtle changes and for some of the bigger ones too. All right, looks like we're ready to head back over to the news desk. We're going to be talking a little Modern. When we come back, we're going to be bringing you the constructed rounds from day one here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Don't go anywhere.
All right, thanks very much to limited information specialist Marshall Sutcliffe and Zach Hill in the booth there, giving you the call on all the draft action. I am with a gentleman who is doing rather nicely, thank you, in the world of Magic right now. Mr. Ari Lax, great to have you. Thanks for joining us here in the news desk. So, let's, before we get on to team matters, because ultimately it's every man for him, her, or self, let's find out how you are doing in the world of Magic. Let's start the story with the last round of Pro Tour Dragon's Maze, which is the last match of last season. And you are up against who?
Luis Scott Vargas.
And what is at stake?
At stake is Platinum and quite a bit of pride, I'd have to say.
Okay, and who wins?
Luis very handily defeats me in a mirror match.
Okay. So he then goes off into the Platinum Sunset.
Yep.
And you are then faced with a decision that a lot of us would love to be faced with. We're really, really good at Magic, but we are not on this train of the top 15, 20 players.
Right.
So what do we do now? What do you do now? How did you go through that process of evaluating where you were in Magic at that point?
So starting at Pro Tour Montreal, I believe, I had been working with somewhere between mid-sized test group, started by, it was myself, Craig Wesco, Alex West, and Emmanuel Sudor, with a rotating cast of players. And at that time, those of us who were qualified for Dublin sat down and said, we need to focus on acquiring people for the long term, because that was one of our issues.
Right.
And we said, who was queued for multiple Pro Tours next season? Who was gold? And who do we actually want on our team? And the big standout, the immediate first standout, was Chris Fennell.
Okay, limited specialist.
Yeah, limited specialist. That had been our weakness up to that point. He's probably one of the best limited players in the world. Let's pick him up. With him came a package deal with Steve Mann, who put up pretty awesome numbers over the last year as well.
He has a top 8 in the last 18 months at Pro Tour.
Yep. We picked up Mark Lolligue, who had been helping us since Montreal, who, while being unqualified, had qualified for Dublin. And let's see, who else did we have for that Pro Tour? We picked up Frank Scar and Alec Neskin, and we tried to create this sort of solid core.
Yeah, and I like that idea of sort of avoiding the churn, because of course a lot of players, they qualify for a PT, they don't make top 25, that means they're back to a PTQ or a top 8 at a GP and so on.
Right.
And you were like, let's try and avoid that. Let's find people who can plan for at least 3 or 4 shots at this thing.
Exactly, because it's a really big deal, because you play with someone the first time, it's really hard to judge how they, when they make a comment, what does that mean in terms of that? Who should be doing which kinds of work? These are all really important things to learn, and you can't learn that if it's just like, oh, see you in 3 Pro Tours.
Okay, so where do you, at that point then, as the new season is about to start, what are your personal goals? Are they tied in with the team goals?
My team goals and personal goals, I guess, were fairly similar. Just to, I had gone from PT Seattle was my last PT invite, and I finished 9th there, and then immediately ranked up enough points, got gold on the year, and was like, let's keep doing this, and let's create a shell of people who can keep doing this, because that's what ends up leading to further success.
Yep.
Yeah.
Certainly seemed to work.
Yes.
So let's bring things up to date in terms of the season you've had, again, personally. Which, quite frankly, I think has taken you to another level. I think, now, where does that come from? Because it's not just about the success. The way you're playing seems to be just better than you played before.
Honestly, it's, I feel like I've looked back to, all the way back to my first Pro Tour, and I've always had I don't feel like I'm playing significantly better when I'm playing at my best. It's just I am focusing more for events, and I am playing my best more often.
Right, so you're leaving less on the battlefield, as it were. No free wins to opponents.
No, it's more events. Every event that I'm going to go to, I'm going to test and devote pretty much 100% to it. Every single one, every Grand Prix, that was always my strength. Was it's a Grand Prix. I'm just going to test harder than everyone else, have the best list, the best deck, and easily win every match I play.
Yeah, well, that's a perfectly reasonable goal. It's fair to say that a lot of players, one thing that holds them back from going from good to great is the acknowledgement that they are only good and not great. And in particular, that often applies one way or the other to either limited or constructed. In your case, you're very frank about saying, I feel more comfortable with 60 cards in my hand and knowing that there's 15 over there to do things with.
I've actually come to realize that it's not the actual play part. Like, I feel pretty comfortable with all the combat trick stuff. It's just the way I pick up draft formats and constructed formats, it's very difficult. I have to play a lot more, I think, to pick up a draft format than I would constructed, and it's just very hard to play a lot of draft matches to the extent I need. So I just said, I need to figure out how to get limited down pat in a much more concise way. And the current concise way is, Chris Fennell, what do you think?
Yeah, and what he thinks involves going to Mexico City, which is a really interesting thing, because I'm scanning the results from the last weekend in Paris and Mexico City, and there aren't a ton of big names. Most of them are holed up in test rooms. But your test room turned out to be send Craig Wesco and Chris Fennell and Mark Lolligue to Mexico City.
Yeah, it's just, Chris, play as many limited games as possible. Mark, do your best to get qualified for more Pro Tours. Yeah.
How did that go?
It went fairly well. It was actually a big joke. Harry Corviz was at a PTQ that weekend. He did poorly. He looked, and the coverage had just mentioned Craig, Seth Manfield, and Chris all bombing out of the Grand Prix, and Joe Demestrio doing poorly in Paris. And he's just like, man, no one's doing well. And my immediate comment's like, well, Mark's 7-1. And Harry's just like, as soon as I read them, I'm just like, Mark's going to win this GP. What was I thinking?
And indeed he did. Mark Lolligue winning his second Grand Prix title there, previously ending Paul Rietzell's run at a North American GP in the final. Rietzell was undefeated to that point. So Mark Lolligue can really take down the big guns when he wants to.
He has his shining moments for sure.
Okay, let's get to the team, and here we are, and we've already talked about the limited acquisition of Chris Fennell. Let's talk a little bit about the constructed edition of Conley Woods.
So after Pro Tour Theros, at some point at that event, Conley and I and some people on the team and Chris, I believe, have been discussing, we both felt that there were things that could have been corrected in our team process, and it was just like a good, very, very good chat. And then a couple months down the line, Harry's like, hey, Conley kind of wants to work with us. You guys want to work with him? We're just like, yes,
Is
please.
it a trick question?
Yeah. And he's been absolutely great. Everyone's like, yeah, Conley's this brewer. His technical play is absolutely amazing. He's blown me away when testing.
That's worth knowing.
It's, I've been very impressed with him on the team so far.
Okay, now there is a lunch break about to start here, and we want to make sure you get food. So let me just ask you this. You're heading into Modern. How are the team as a whole doing? I don't need chapter and verse, but what is the sense of how draft has gone as a group?
I think most of us have felt that our draft knowledge was great. Our draft portions have gone reasonably well.
You're 2-1?
I'm 2-1.
Conley 2-1.
Conley's 2-1. Harry's 2-1. Matt McCullough is 2-1. Shrout and Joe Demestrio were 2-0 last I checked.
Okay.
Seth Manfield is 2-1. Oh, Conley's 1-2. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
And Mark Lalague was 0-2. I think that we're on the plus side of wins, but not drastically.
And the thing is, you can't win a Pro Tour on the first morning.
Right.
But Shota Yasuoka at 0-3, you can sure come close to losing it.
Well, we all saw Paulo at that one.
Yeah, indeed. Listen, fantastic stuff. All the very best. It's great to see you on the top of your game, and indeed very close to the top of the game. Relax, everyone. And best of luck to Team TCGPlayer. Thanks a lot, Ari. All right, so that's Relax there. He's going to head on out because I'm going to replace you with a Hall of Famer, I'm afraid. So it's a bit of a strict upgrade, I think we can acknowledge. Mr. Randall J. Buehler is going to come in and talk to us about Modern. But first, I'm going to talk to you here on the desk just to give you some results from what we have so far. So we've been concentrating on a couple of pods in the last 3 rounds that we've been looking at. Thomas van Heerden, I can tell you, of South Africa, has defeated Shota Yasuoka by 2-1, and that means that is the South African's first match win in Pro Tours, the Cape Town PTQ winner. And Shota Yasuoka is at 0-3 and in big trouble. Wei Quan Wong of Singapore, he defeated Elias Watsfeld by 2-0, so that puts Wei Quan Wong from Singapore to 3-0. Ben Lundqvist defeated Raf Levy, so Lundqvist, Benny beat down ChannelFireball, he's 2-1. Rasmus Björklund defeated Jason Southworth in the 1-1 matchup, so the Swede Björklund is now 2-1. William Jensen over Don van Ravensvaart of Australia, that's Jensen 2-1. We saw him draft, we heard him talk about his picks on the draft viewer. You can check out every pick on the draft viewer for all 8 seats in Jensen's draft. Wenzel Krautmann defeated Spencer Garnier 2-1. Antoine Ruel over Travis Wu was in the feature match area. And one of the last results to come in was Nico Boni going to 3-0 over Francesco Hugani of Italy. So that is draft in the books for day 1. And I'm delighted to say that we have Mr. Randy Buehler here with us, and we are going to talk about Modern. Oh,
let's do it.
Yes. So, coming up in just a minute from now. All right, welcome along to our Modern overview with Randy Buehler. We are going to steam through things here. We have about 20 minutes to get through one of the largest, stupidest, craziest formats ever. So, Randy, you're going to start with a bit of history.
Sure. I mean, Modern's only been around for about 3+ years, but there's a ton of cards you can play. I mean, you look at the sets that are available in this format, and I think we've got a slide to pull them all up. I mean, it's about 11 years worth of cards, but if you're like me, you measure time by Magic sets.
Yeah.
So it's really everything since Mirrored In, and then everything since 8th edition. So core sets back to 8th, expert level sets back to Mirrored In. That's 8,100 and I think 39 cards to choose from.
Yeah.
Quite a variety. And for me, you know, I've been wandering around, I've been talking to the teams, and there's just a million things you can do in this format. And like, I don't think anybody you can't break this format. Like, it's already been broken half a dozen times, maybe a dozen times. You're not going to come up with some whole new angle because there's already 2 or 3 archetypes that attack the set from every angle. So, yeah, I mean, you look at the banned and restricted list, or banned list in the case of Modern, there are cards that you're not allowed to play. Okay. So that's definitely having an impact. And, you know, the big shakeup for Modern is, of course, the fact that Wild Nacatl legal, Bitter Blossom legal, those have been in exile for a while on the banned list. But no more Deathrite Shaman.
Okay,
and
yeah,
so we'll certainly talk as we go through the top 20 about the impact that that's going to have.
Let's take a little look at the ban list if we can, because there are plenty. There you see the modern format. Let's move on to the banned list, and you can see some of the cards that are not allowed. Randy's already mentioned Mirrodin. Well, that turns out that you can't play any of the artifact lands from Mirrodin. If we head across to the banned list, there you see you get your Ancient Dens. You're not allowed those. And as we look at that, Deathrite Shaman is new, Randy.
Definitely.
But there are so many powerful cards. You say words like Sword of the Meek. You say Hypergenesis. You say Jace the Mind Sculptor. The power on that list is incredible.
Yeah, and R&D has really managed this banned list differently than I think other formats, where they definitely see the banned list for Modern as a tool to keep things fresh and interesting, and make sure you're not going to get killed on turn 2. You're not going to get killed on turn 3 consistently. It's really a turn 4 format, and that banned list they've been able to do that. They've taken sort of the most ridiculous stuff out, and it just leaves this format where there's 20, 25 different decks that you can play. It's really cool.
So the history takes us back to 2011. Tell us what's been going on in the world of Modern. There we see Pro Tour Philadelphia.
That was the debut. That was 2011. And you see there, Samuel Estradi, Splinter Twin, which is very much still a deck. I mean, Splinter Twin and Philadelphia had a lot more effective filtering, sort of the blue card drawing that you could use to sort of find the combo some of that has been banned, so the deck isn't quite as consistent as it was then. Countercat in second place is kind of interesting. That was a Wild Nacatl based deck. Well, Wild Nacatl is back now, so Countercat is one of the ways maybe some people took Wild Nacatl and brought back the Countercat decks. But really, when it made its debut, it was a very combo heavy format. There were decks at Philadelphia that could kill on turn 2, the Infect deck in particular. And so there was a flurry of bannings after Philadelphia. You go to the next Pro Tour, and it's still the next Pro Tour is the one that Sifka wins with eggs.
Okay, let's take a look at Seattle, Return to Ravnica 2012. There we are.
Right, Sifka wins with the egg deck, but now you're starting to see sort of some of the more modern decks, Jund, Scape Shift. That Infect deck is just giant growths attacking with poison creatures. It's not really killing on turn 2. The blue-white Flash deck really starts to come in. The Affinity deck is sitting there in the quarterfinals, and so the format really starts to take on the shape that we're seeing nowadays.
So that's Pro Tour Return to Ravnica. So let's hit it. Let's go with Randy's top 20 decks in Modern. We're not going to hold you to any of these because I bet you've done some scribbling on the picks.
Right? I have, and I'm sure I've missed some of these. I'm sure that some of the rankings are off, but it's fully a top 20. I started out thinking maybe I'll do a top 10, but my top 20, I still had honorable mentions like Dredgevine didn't make the cut, Delver didn't make the cut. Amulet of Vigor could easily show up here as a deck. We'll maybe talk about that a little later, but the 20 decks that I have as the top 20 coming into this tournament, they do start with the Burn deck. I think you got a quick look at that slide.
Let's take a look then. So Burn, it's obviously aggro.
It's really philosophy of fire is sort of the lingo you'll see thrown around sometimes. The idea with this
20-20-20, is that the philosophy of fire? Like 20 creatures, 20 spells, 20 land? Or
if every one of my spells does 3 damage, I only need 7 spells.
Got you.
It's just like every single card in this deck is designed to deal 3 to the opponent. Goblin Guide, you're really hoping for 4 or 6. Keldar Marauders, you're hoping for 5. But it's just Lightning Bolt, Lava Spike. Can I just burn you from 20 down to 0 and ignore what you're doing? It'll have a couple of hyper-aggressive creatures, but I may not even need to deal 20 in this format. So many people are playing shock lands and fetch lands that they may start you out with a 3 to 5 point bonus there. So Dark Confidant can eat into the opponent's life total. It's definitely it's not the most elegant strategy. It's not the most subtle strategy, but it can definitely work.
Okay, let's look at number 19. Number 19 on the list is going to be white, black tokens, and here comes Bitter Blossom.
Maybe. I mean, we'll see. Some of this is, we haven't really seen what's going to happen in this new Modern format. This is definitely a place where I know people have tested this. This is a home that Bitter Blossom can potentially fit into. Lingering Souls has been a really good card in this format for a while. You can also play Spectral Possession, and you've seen some black-white tokens decks that are sort of Honor the Pure based. It seems like getting into black more, getting Bitter Blossom, and then Intangible Virtue can make everybody a little bit bigger. That's definitely one of the places you may see Bitter Blossom show up. And this deck definitely has some resiliency. Like if the opponent is showing up and planning to sort of 1-for-1 take out all your creatures, that doesn't work against Bitter Blossom. That doesn't work against Lingering Souls.
Sure.
If it takes them a card to deal with every creature and you're just spitting out this horde of tokens, it's a nice sort of resilient mid-range strategy.
Okay, that's number 19. At number 18 we have, drum roll, it's going to be Merfolk.
Yeah, this has been tearing up Magic Online. In
right.
particular, before the bannings, it hasn't shown up quite as much since the bannings, as people are sort of mucking around with Zoo. And you know, if we had done this top 20 list a month ago, it might have been in the top 10, just because it's been doing so well. But basically, there are so many lords these days. You know, Lord of Atlantis at 2 mana. You know, Master of the Pearl Trident. You can play Phantasmal Image to copy those lords. You can play Regery. You can get 16 different Merfolk, which give all your other Merfolks +1/+1. You can play Spreading Seas to give them an island so that your entire army is effectively unblockable.
Yeah.
You know, Aether Vial. It's a really good aggressive deck. You know, maybe not quite the actual fastest deck in the format, but you get some nice tricks. You can bounce their stuff. You can go Island Walk. You know, Spreading Seas can actually mess with their mana by, you know, turning their key multi-land into an island. So it's a pretty nice aggressive deck. I mean, if you're looking for, you know, a tribal deck, if you've always wanted to play Merfolk, that's definitely, it's a real thing. I mean,
and a deck with plenty of play to it, because sometimes aggressive decks are by the numbers. Here's my 1-drop, here's my 2-drop, here's my counterspell, there I go.
yeah, it's a little more interactive, a little more decision intensive than just that.
Okay, we've just talked with Ari Lax, so here's his Infect deck, as it were.
Sure. Yeah, the Infect deck these days is really trying to just get through one Infect guy and then hopefully have enough Giant Growth type effects. You know, Mutagenic Growth can give a guy +2 power without paying any mana. You know, you can get 4 out of a Groundswell if you played a land. You can get a lot of the Giant Growth effects to just give them 10 poison counters as quickly as possible. Maybe it takes a couple of hits, maybe it only takes 1 hit. It's definitely a super scary deck. You know, I've got it listed as aggro combo, because it really does have that sort of, you know, fragility of you kind of got to get exactly the right combination of stuff. You got to get somebody through, you got to have the giant growths. It plays more like a combo deck than a creature deck, even though it is fundamentally a creature deck dealing damage. But something that I'm sure will show up in some numbers.
The next deck is a deck that I think for newer players is especially problematic, because as new players, we understand creatures die, they go to the graveyard, they stay there.
No, they don't stay there.
No,
what do you mean stay there?
Yeah.
Get them out.
Off you go.
Reanimate them. Yeah, Goryo's Vengeance is a really powerful reanimation spell. It's just 2 mana, and it's an instant. So, you know, not only can you get giant monsters like Grizzlebrand out of the graveyard if you haven't got them there, you can even get an Emrakul out of the graveyard. Like, if you have a way to stick Emrakul into your graveyard, it's got an ability that says reshuffled into the deck. That's designed to sort of thwart any efforts to reanimate it and cheat it into play, except Goryo's Vengeance is an instant. So you put the Emrakul trigger on the stack, you Goryo's Vengeance it as a response, and you know that brief window while Emrakul is sitting in the graveyard waiting to reshuffle, well, let's put it into play from there. So that works.
Absolutely.
And that is super powerful.
Crazy stuff.
Now, the question with this deck is really how consistent is it? Super powerful, but you know what? That's a lot of cards. I got to get it into the graveyard. I got to have, you know, the Emrakul, the Goryo's Vengeance. You know, Fist of Suns is one way that some people have taken to try to get it more consistent. Fist of Suns lets you play any card for Wooburg. So
white, blue, black, red, green. Yep.
Yeah. So you know what? I'll pay 5 for Emrakul.
Yeah, that seems
5 mana for Emrakul is pretty good. And you also, if you do it that way, you summoned him. So you get the Time Walk turn too.
Well, hello to Phil Collins and Mike Rutherford. It's Genesis Wave.
Indeed. Genesis Wave is certainly a new sort of devotion-fueled deck. Nykthos in Modern hasn't made a huge impact yet, but this is definitely the place where you see people running it. You can play a bunch of sort of cheap green cards. You can take it a couple ways. You can go Burning Tree Emissary, or you can go with all of the sort of wild growth variants and sort of pile up a bunch of green enchantments on top of a forest. That can be untapped. Nykthos can be untapped. The basic idea with this deck is I'm going to generate a ton of green mana as quickly as possible, and then I'm going to sink it into a Genesis Wave. Now, Genesis Wave, if I get to, you know, 9 mana on turn 4, say, which is very, maybe slow, maybe turn 3, I get to 9 mana in this deck. I Genesis Wave for, you know, GGG and X, so 6, flipping over 6 cards. And the real goal there is I just want to find a way to keep going, right? I'm not planning to just put some stuff into play. I'm actually planning, if I hit Eternal Witness, I can regrowth the Genesis Wave. If I hit an additional Nykthos, well, the new Legend rule says I get to decide which one to keep.
Sure.
You keep the untapped one.
Good plan.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that.
Maybe you have a Burning Tree Emissary for 2 mana. Maybe you hit Garruk, and that lets you untap 2 lands, including the Nykthos, and including the thing with all the wild growths piled on top of it. So it's actually surprisingly consistent at you Genesis Wave, and then you Genesis Wave again. And the second one is usually for like, you know, 20 cards, and suddenly you've got Primeval Titans, and you know, you can kind of win on the spot. Craterhoof Behemoth will let any creature that's been in play just get giant piles of power, attack for the win.
Number 14, it's White Weenie.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways you can go with the White Weenie deck. I think that the Hate Bearer strategy is the one that people are going to do the most. The idea here is, I've got aggressive creatures, right? I've got, Dryad Militant is a 2-power for 1 mana. I've got 2-power for 2 mana. But my creatures, in addition to being able to attack for 2, they can really disrupt the opponent. Thalia can, if you run into the Storm deck, they're just completely shut down. They can't afford to pay 1 extra for all of their spells. And even, a Birthing Pod deck or even any deck just slows down because Thalia hits play. And something like Arbiter, if you can't search your library, okay, it's devastating for something like a pod deck, but even just not being able to operate your fetch lands can really put a crimp in somebody's game plan. So, you're playing creatures that are not the fastest and most aggressive weenies available, but they have these abilities that just destroy the other person's game plan.
Number 13, Gifts Rock.
Gifts Rights.
Gifts Rights,
right.
Indeed.
So
that was Freudian. Sorry about that.
Funny. Yeah. The Gifts Rights deck is definitely one that has gone up in value since the banning of Deathrite Shaman.
Okay.
The basic idea here is that if I Gifts Ungiven, I'm supposed to pick 4 cards, and then you tell me which 2 go into the graveyard. Well, it's actually up to 4 cards. And so if I only get 2 cards, I can go get, say, an Elish Norn and an Unburial Rites. Now you decide which two are going to go to the graveyard. Well, I only gave you 2 choices.
I'll choose Unburial Rites and Elish Norn.
You don't have any choice.
Exactly.
They go to the graveyard. Now I can flash back the Unburial Rites. Suddenly I've got Elish Norn in play on turn 4. And all your guys are dead, all my guys are gigantic. That's a really tough combo to deal with. And without Deathrite Shaman running around messing with the graveyard, this becomes a much more consistent strategy. It's definitely a deck that may make some noise this weekend.
We are so running out of time. There's too many decks here. That's the trouble. Let's look at Tron. That's number
crazy.
12.
Yeah, this is another deck that I think has been hurt by the way the metagame has shifted. The Tron deck, the idea here is I just need to get each of the 3 Urza lands, and now that's 7 mana. 7 mana can turn into Karn Liberated, just an awesome 7-drop, and so that's your plan here. You've got the Urza lands, you've got cards like Expedition Map to go try to get this sort of awesome mana engine and just sink into whatever. It's a good deck. The problem with this deck is that it was really good against Jund, which there's a lot less of without Deathrite Shaman, and it's kind of soft to Zoo, which there's a lot more of now that you can play Wild Nacatl.
Okay.
So deck has been plummeting down my rating for whatever that's worth, but it'll still show up.
All right, here's number 11. It's Fairies.
Yeah, and this is for me kind of a reputation pick. Everybody put the Fairies deck together. Everybody thinks Fairies is going to show up. I haven't actually found the person though who's like, yeah, Fairies is awesome. Bitter Blossom is back. This is going to be great. I'm going to play Fairies. There's at least a couple copies floating around, but I maybe actually be overrating it at 11th. I feel like this is kind of a reputation pick because this deck has been so good in so many formats over the years.
Into the top 10 we go. It's Jund at 10.
Yeah, this might also be a reputation pick. Clearly, this was arguably the best deck before the bannings. But Deathrite Shaman takes a lot of the sauce out of this deck. It takes away a lot of this sort of, resiliency and the ability to kill somebody in that grindy mid-game. Deathrite Shaman did a lot for this deck. It's still got super good cards. It's efficient ways. I can disrupt your strategy. I can, draw cards with Dark Confidant. I can kill you with Tarmogoyf. It's good now. It's no longer, the top 3, top 5 deck that it used to be. 10th, I'm guessing.
Sure.
We'll see.
At 9, Green-White Auras, Reed Duke.
Yeah, this Green-White Auras, I've also Hexproof Auras, Boggles. Deck goes by a lot of names. And yeah, Reed Duke at the World Championships almost won the tournament with this deck. This one, I think a lot of people are going to play this deck this weekend. I actually think this is going to show up in significant numbers. It's the kind of deck that, it just attacks you from this different angle because you can't target any of the creatures. One of the things that's happened in Modern, and this was both before the bannings, and I think it's gotten even more now, is people just rely on Lightning Bolt. Like, Lightning Bolt is my removal. And, the blue-white-red deck that plays Snapcaster Mage, being able to Snapcaster Mage back your Lightning Bolt, that's everybody's plan for killing creatures. It doesn't work if the creatures have hexproof.
Yeah.
You start piling auras on top of them, and now that you get them out of Anger of the Gods range, this one is headed up the rankings in my mind. I definitely think this is a strategy to keep an eye on. And it's, if you're looking for a deck to play at home, it's hard to attack that deck. It's really good.
Number 8, my deck of choice, Living End.
Yeah, this is another one that's good. No Deathrite Shaman to take stuff out of the graveyard. So the goal here is just, you have a bunch of creatures with cycling, whether it's land cycling or cycling, put them into the graveyard for the first 2-3 turns of the game. And then you've got 2 different Cascade spells, so 8 cards in your deck, which Cascade, and you know what? Turns out, if you play a 3-mana Cascade spell in this deck, there aren't any 2-mana spells. There aren't any 1-mana spells.
Shocker.
The only thing in the deck that will ever get flipped by that Cascade is the Living End, the one that doesn't have a mana cost. So Living End comes back. If you're playing against creature decks, all their stuff dies, all your stuff comes out. Pretty easy to win the game from there.
Okay, next is Storm.
Yeah, Storm is a deck that I feel like it's always lingering to like the second 5. Every modern PT, it hangs out. It's at 5%, it's at 8%. It's got some awesome pilots. John Finkel is known to love this deck. The idea here is that with Pyromancer's Ascension, I can just kind of craft this hand of sort of cheap card drawing things. I can get a couple counters on the Pyromancer's Ascension since that everything's forking. I can play 15, 20 spells on turn 3, turn 4, and just kill with Grape Shot. It's not the most powerful Storm deck there has been over the years, but it's still good enough to get the job done.
Let's stay with combo. Let's go to Scapeshift.
Yeah, I think we'll see more of this than the Storm deck. I think Scapeshift is, all you have to do is not die for a couple turns and ramp your mana up to the point where you can cast Scapeshift. That lets you sacrifice all your lands. If you've got 7 of them, well, you can go get Valakut and 6 mountains. That's 18 damage. That's probably good enough. If they've taken no damage from their land somehow, maybe you need to deal 21, okay, now you have to get to 8 mana. But between Primeval Titan, between all of the rampant growth type effects in this spell, and this is a deck that will play Anger of the Gods. Like it'll just,
sure.
It used to play Pyroclasm, right. But with Nikotl being the...
We want to deal 3.
Yeah, the Pyroclasm doesn't get the job done anymore. It's part of the reason the Tron deck's struggling. It also relied on Pyroclasm. Okay, Anger the Gods, just hold you off long enough. If I can get to 7 or 8 lands and cast Scapeshift, I just win on the spot with Valakut.
Number 5, talking of winning on the spot, is Splinter Twin.
Right. Splinter Twin has been one of the best coupled decks in Modern basically since the invention of the format.
Yeah.
I've got it down at number 5, and so the basic idea here is you get Pestermite or you get Deceiver Exarch. You get a creature which, when it comes into play, untaps a creature. Okay, well, great. Now Splinter Twin says if I tap a creature, I get to make a copy that has haste until the end of the turn. So I tap the creature, I make another one. Oh, I untap the thing that's wearing the Splinter Twin, and it's a 2-card loop that makes however many copies of that creature you want. They're all haste, and so they attack. 2-card combo that essentially wins the game on the spot. Quite a good deck. The only problem with the deck is that everybody knows it's coming. Everybody knows that they need to keep their removal spell available. And so if I, fire in a Path to Exile or some way to break up the combo in the middle of while you're trying to go off, it falls apart. Now, the Splinter Twin decks have done kind of an interesting thing in the last couple months is they've become really blue-red control decks, and they can win without the combo. What they Grim Lavamancer can deal some damage. Vendilion Click is a 3-power flyer that can just kind of chip away. I can Lightning Bolt, I can Snapcaster my Lightning Bolts, and so they're capable of dealing 20 damage without the combo. I think though the reason I dropped them to 5 is it's the Zoo decks. It's Wild Nikotl. Grim Lavamancer can no longer be relied on to kill all of their creatures.
Sure.
So now as the creature decks go up a little bigger, now you have to go to Anger the Gods. Well, that can't really double as player removal. I just think that the metagame isn't set up as well for Splinter Twin, but it's still a super powerful strategy and worthy of a top 5 spot.
Okay, top 4, let's get aggressive. Let's have some affinity for robots.
So good. Yeah, your deck is all artifacts, and so you've got Cranial Plating to take advantage of that, and you've got Archdon Ravager to take advantage of that. As long as you draw one of those 2 cards, the fact that everything in your deck is a super cheap artifact means you have these incredibly powerful things. Attack the opponent. Everybody knows it's coming. If people want to, they can load up on sideboard cards and beat you, but super powerful, super effective strategy.
Okay, let's go into the top 3, and it's the return of Zoo.
Yeah, absolutely. There are going to be lots of Wild Nikotls being played here. It's better than anything you can do for 1 mana. 1 mana for a 3/3 it's just off the curve.
Yeah.
It's off, and any opponent who wants to be reactive and wants to kind of trade or block or remove your stuff, it's the most powerful thing you can do for 1 mana in the format. So, the question with Zoo is really, do you go super aggressive or do you kind of try to go bigger? Are you Brian Kibler with like his Pro Tour Austin deck where he went all the way up to Baneslayer Angel because he wanted to be a little bit slower and bigger than the other Zoo decks? Or do you go super aggressive so that you can win the game as fast as possible in front of the combo decks? A couple different ways you can take the Zoo build, but all of it comes down to I have fetch lands, I can fetch whatever lands that I want, my Nikotl's always a 3/3, and some people are even playing Tribal Flames because they can just get all 5 land types by turn 3, and that's just 2 mana, 5 damage.
Okay. Top 2, blue, white, red, mid-range control, you call it?
mid-range, control, flash. It's hard to call this one deck. For me, it's kind of a spectrum of decks. And I mean, for me, the spectrum really starts at just blue-red super aggressive. That's essentially the Delver deck. You know, you can play the legacy staple Delver of Secrets in sort of a blue-red deck. That's turbo aggro. Oh, but then you can play white, and you can put in Geist of St. Traft, you can put in Path to Exile. You know, maybe you have a little more ability to interact with them, and Geist can be hard to deal with. Oh, but at that point, you could be playing Blade Splicer, you could be playing Restoration Angel. You know, you can have this sort of mid-rangey, tempo-y deck, but then, you know, you can also go all the way up to Sphinx's Revelation. You can say, I'm control-ish. So it's like, if you look at the creature set, do you have Geist, do you have Restoration Angel? That's kind of, am I tempo, am I control? But I mean, that whole mess of decks, what they all have is they all have Lightning Bolt, they all have Snapcaster Mage, they all have Mana Leak. You know, the aggressive ones have Remand, the slow ones have Cryptic Command. So you've got permission, you've got removal, you've got very efficient creatures, and you can do it all on your opponent's turn because so many of the creatures have flash. So very good strategy that matches up well against everything that's out there.
And finally, we had draft pods all morning. Are we going to have constructed pod all afternoon?
I think so. This is my pick for the best deck in the format. I think that the pod decks were very good. They lost Deathrite Shaman. That's both good and bad. Like it may force them to be a little more combo-y. Like Deathrite Shaman, the deck was super effective because it has combo kills, but it doesn't need the combo to kill you. It can just play this mid-range grindy deck where, oh, I block your Wild Nikata with my Kitchen Finks. I gain more life. My creature comes back again. It's full of these 2-for-1s that are super hard for anybody to slog through. And so it's capable of winning a lot of mid-range games in the mid-range. Maybe not as easy without Deathrite Shaman, but oh, by the way, you're also a combo deck. And there's really 2 flavors. There's the Malira combo, and then there's the Kiki Pod combo. Right. So a lot of players will just take essentially the Splinter Twin combo. If you put Kiki Jiki into the deck, you know, you can combo that with search up the 1 Exarch, maybe have a Restoration Angel. So there's a lot of ways to get the sort of infinite copies of the untapping creature in the Kiki Pod deck, or you can go Malira Pod, and you can throw in, you know, the ability to have Malira mean your persist creatures don't pick up -1/-1 counters whenever you sack them, so they come back at full power. That makes infinite loops. Throw in Spike Feeder Archangel of Thune. There's so much.
Infinite loops. That's what we're talking about.
They're good. They're good.
Wow, from 20 down to 1. That was the Modern Overview with Randy Buehler.
Should be fun.
All right, welcome back to the news desk. As I say, players are on lunch right now. Yesterday, we got a little bit busy here at the news desk before all the hurly-burly of the rounds, and we brought in a whole bunch of players from the different big teams. We wanted to find out about their preparation, what their expectations were, who were the limited specialists, what did they know about Constructed that they were prepared to tell us on the eve of the Pro Tour. So what we're going to do now, for about the next 30 minutes or so, while the players gather themselves ready for Constructed, is show you back-to-back the team interviews from yesterday. We'll see you for Constructed about 30 minutes from now.
Talking with Tom Martell, member of ChannelFireball's newest team, the Pantheon. Tom, talk a little bit about who is on this insane team with 6 Hall of Famers, 62 Pro Tour top 8s, 16 wins, 126 Grand Prix top 8s, and 32 Grand Prix wins. This team is insane.
You know our stats perhaps a little better than I do. I haven't bothered adding them all up.
I have a card.
You have a card. Yeah, you can cheat a little bit. No, I mean, it's obviously an incredible team. I feel very privileged to be a part of it. You know, we're headlined by big-name Hall of Famers, probably the 2 best players of all time, in John Finkel and Kai Bude. And then we have, rounded out, just Huey Jensen, Gabriel Nassif, Patrick Chapin, a couple other Hall of Famers kind of tucked in behind them. And then we have really, I'd say, the best of the kind of new generation of professional players: Reed Duke, Owen Turtenwald, Brad Nelson.
Matt Costa is someone who has put up incredible results.
Yeah, Matt's great. And then also have a couple old guys who aren't quite Hall of Fame level yet, but myself, Sam Black, Godenis Vidjuris, who are all aspiring to that. And then supplemented by less well-known names, but Rich Hohen, Andrew Cuneo, who are both just tremendous Magic players.
Interesting. You're talking about a tournament where you need someone to handle Constructed and someone to handle Limited. And you just mentioned 2 pretty good candidates in each field.
Yeah, I haven't actually mentioned who's probably going to be a Hall of Famer later this year in Paul Rietzel, who didn't even make that first pass, but soon will be our 6th active Hall of Famer. It's really just a tremendous team from top to bottom.
Now you have all those personalities, all that experience. How do you guys put everyone together and prepare for the Pro Tour? Like, what's the process you guys do?
Sure, it's pretty freeform to kick it off. Give people time to try out what they're interested in. We have people who have very strong preferences, types of decks, right? Sam likes crazy offbeat strategies. Patrick loves control decks and Cruel Ultimatums. You have Paul Rietzel playing Affinity in white weenie decks. You have Owen and Reed building Jund decks. You have a great range of people are drawn to. Give them a couple days, try everything out. And then you have people like myself who are kind of sitting there just playing the punching bag, just throwing stock decks at them.
Right.
Figure out kind of what sticks, what doesn't quite work out, tune, revise, and you keep going. And then hopefully, after about the first week is over, of our 2-week prep period right before the PT, hone in on a couple decks that people are seriously considering, and then really start getting to work on sideboard plans, work out the matchups, come up with real good pictures of what the metagame will evolve to, and figure out what we want to play in the tournament itself.
Now, do you divide the labor any further? I mean, do you have someone who's like really in charge of like putting together your pick orders, or is everyone left to their own devices draft? Do you have someone who's like doing the analytics and like analyzing the matchups?
Sure. We've been doing that much with the data side. I think that's certainly something we could do more with, and probably as we kind of mature as a team, we'll probably start focusing a little more on. But right now, it's a lot of it's by kind of feel. So for drafting, we're firing 2 drafts a day. At kind of peak capacity, we had 15 people in our house, so we have a lot of people who are observing. You have the people who are actually doing the draft, and everyone else is sweating someone and talking back and forth. And then we had an all-hands meeting to go over every card in the new set, one by one. What are the thoughts? What are the best commons in each color? What the top 10 commons, in order? What uncommons fit into there? What rares are trumping that? Really get everyone on the same page. There's certainly disagreement, but it kind of works out with what we want to be doing in each spot.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Thanks, Tom. I really appreciate that. Tom Martell of the Pantheon.
Hello, Marshall Sutcliffe here in the Tournament Center, and I have with me Raphael Levy from Team Revolution. Hi, Raph.
Hi.
Welcome to the Tournament Center here. Got a few questions about your team. How did it form?
It formed before Pro Tour Gate Crash in Montreal.
Okay.
It was the Frenchies. Joined by Melissa
led by you.
Led by me, maybe. Yeah, okay.
Look, I'm just putting it out there.
Sure. And with Melissa de Tora.
Okay.
We had good results there. Melissa top-aided and went on with a lot of good results. We won the World Magic Cup. Jeremy Jeremy Dezani won Pro Tour Theros in Dublin. And we hope to put up good results again.
Yeah, you guys have actually become one of the hottest teams out here on the Pro Tour. I mean, winning Pro Tour Theros was a huge spotlight on the team. Who's on the team?
So we have Jeremy Dezani, Pro Tour Theros champion. Pierre Dagen, Pro Tour Theros finalist.
Yep.
Timothée Simoneau and Jan Guzman. Both my teammates in the World Magic Cup. We have Melissa de Tora. We have more people in Roberto Gonzalez, Vijaya, Alexandre Bonneau, top 8 in GP Antwerp, I think. And then more Frenchies that qualified through PTQs.
Wow, that's actually a really impressive lineup when you list them all out like that. Now, talk to us a little bit about how testing's gone so far for this event here for Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
So the testings were a little hectic because of GP Paris in the middle.
Oh, right.
We could only gather for 2 weeks. The week before GP Paris, most of the team gathered in Paris, and Magic Bazaar, a store in Paris, offered to host us for the week. So we would meet there in the morning and leave around 7 when the store would close.
Wow.
So we had tables, we had a printer to print proxies. Well, I would not draw all of them, so some of them were printed. We could play, we could draft. We had the place to do it. And then there was GP Paris. I was doing the coverage. Some of my teammates were playing. So that kind of stopped the testing in the process. And then last Monday, we flew to Valencia, and up till now, we have been testing in the lobby of a hostel. It was a pretty big lobby, so we had tables and the kitchen, so we could not just leave every time to go get food and to focus on the testing.
Were you able to get all of your teammates in one place? I know that can be a difficult thing for remote pro tours where sometimes it's a logistical issue.
It was in Paris, because Paris is very hard to get around. Like, some people live in Paris, some people don't. A lot of us flew to Paris. The Americans, they flew to Paris. I flew to Paris, stayed there for a week to play test. So part of the team was there, the other part was not there, would not make it to Paris. But then we met this week in Valencia. So it was not as organized as we were. We were not as organized as we were in Dublin, where we could be at the same place, all of us, for 2 weeks.
I see.
And that was a huge thing.
Now talk to us about Modern versus Draft. Which one did you do more of? Do you feel pretty comfortable in both?
Well, this draft format was, we worked on that draft format for a lot of time in Theros, so we didn't have to learn that much more. Born of the Gods added something, but we feel that the card power is about the same as in Theros.
Okay, and
so we
for
didn't
Modern?
And for Modern, it's we spent a lot of time on Modern.
Big format.
A lot more time on Modern than on Draft.
Okay. Well, that's great, Raf. From Team Revolution, I am Marshall Sutcliffe signing off from the Tournament Center.
Talking to Christian Calcano, who is hoping that this is a dog eat dog tournament and not the other way around. He's a member of Team Dog. Christian, how did this team come about? Like, tell me who's on it and how you guys came together.
Well, originally I was talking to some other people to see if I could possibly join their teams, but at the end it didn't work out. So I started messaging some people I knew from the Grand Prix circuit that I looked at the qualifier. I looked at the list of people who were qualified. So I started talking to them, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we're not testing with anyone. We can make something happen." So, we all just like day after day just started adding people.
And so this is people who've won PTQs, have qualified maybe like through Grand Prix, but not, I mean, you're really the most experienced pro player on your team. You're ranked 25th currently on the pro rankings. How does a team of, so it's Alex Brown, Patrick Pichette, Richard Krupa?
No, Richard's not on our team, unfortunately. No, it's Kevin Ankdil, Patrick Pichet, they're both from Quebec City. They both won PTQs. Alex Brown and Nicholas Cuenca. Alex won a PTQ, and Nick is actually silver because he had a couple of good runs in the last 2 Pro Tours. We have Tannen Grace and Matt McGraw. They're both from Louisiana, and they won PTQs. And then at the end, we have Tim McCluskey. He top 8 at GPDC and Legacy.
Nice.
And very last minute addition was Brandon DeCandio. He's from Florida.
I happen to know Brennan really well.
Oh, sweet.
It's a nice pickup for you guys.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. Yeah, he needed a place to stay, and we didn't really we didn't know him very well, but we met him on the flight from Paris to Valencia on Monday, and we needed people to draft, and he seemed cool, and he helped us test this week, and it was a great time.
So I mean, to some extent, you guys have to pardon the use of the pun again, but like you guys are a little bit of underdogs here, right? Like I mean, talking about like some of the other teams that we've seen coming through here with like Hall of Famers and multiple PT wins. Like, so what needs to happen for you guys? Like, how do you prepare in the face of like all these other experienced teams? Like, what's your process?
I mean, we don't really think about it's like us against the world kind of thing. It's just we're all, at the end of the day, we all got here to the Pro Tour. We're all very good players, and we know we can play with the best. So, we're just, we did this team to help each other out and try and, at the end of the day, try and be the top dog by the end of the weekend,
Okay, so now how did you guys divide up labor? I mean, is there someone who's really handling constructed, someone who's handling limited, or is it a little more, mixed up than that for you guys?
Yeah, it was more so mixed up. There was a couple of players who were specialists with certain decks, like Matt McGraw. He played Affinity for us because he knew that deck the best. Kevin Ankdil played Splinter Twin a bunch, so he helped us test against that. And
so in other words, you're saying like some stock decks that that these guys have played in the past, so it's like they're going to play it well, and they become a representative player who might play that deck in this tournament for you to test like crazy brews against.
Yeah, and I was the door-end player, obviously, but.
Just in case they get paired up against Christian Calcano.
Exactly. They really wanted to test against it because it 3-1 to daily, so it can't be the worst, right? But yeah, and then as far as drafting, we all did a ton of drafts, and we also we decided that we would have someone draft like in the middle of the living room, and we all would just like stand behind and discuss picks, etc. So overall, I've been happy with our testing for this week.
I'm going to put you on the spot here. How many dogs in the top 8? Quick.
Oh my God. All the dogs.
Okay, there you have it for Christian Calcano.
Hello and welcome back to the Feature Match. Jerry Marshall Sutcliffe here, and I have Nico Boney. Nico, welcome here to the, actually this is not the Feature Match area, this is the news desk, and we're going to be getting some news from you about your team. Now, I was asking you before we started the interview, what is the official name for your team?
That's a good question, actually.
We don't have one yet, huh?
We have multiples. I think, I mean, some of our play testing group are from MTG Madness, so they talked about like MTG Madness Monarchy or something like that, but I mean...
but not everybody is.
But not everybody is, so I can't really stand behind that name.
Right.
On camera, at least.
Yeah. so it's undetermined a specific name.
Yes.
But what you really are is you're made up of a lot of the best players from Germany, Austria, Switzerland.
And one of Switzerland as well.
And one of Switzerland, and a lot of Grand Prix players.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
A lot of top 8s for Grand Prix, a lot of success at the Grand Prix level, and you guys are really looking to push through at the Pro Tour level.
We'll definitely hope so.
Yeah, so talk to us a little bit about who's on your team.
I think the names you might recognize are, there's Valentin Mackel, there's Thomas Holzinger, there's Wenzel Krautmann, there's Oliver Pollack-Rottmann, and Patrick Dickmann as well, Christian Sideboard, and some others as well.
These are names, for those of you watching at home, you know, everybody, it follows a lot of the Grand Prix coverage, especially now that we have a full Grand Prix European team covering all of the events. These are names that you see every single weekend at European Grand Prix, and even some American ones, or some North American ones too. Talk to us a little bit about testing. How has testing been going? What is your confidence level? Are you very confident or very lost? How are things going?
I think, or at least I think I'm right in the middle. We started, or I mean, to start another point, it's somehow hard to test with each other when you're from different countries and stay at different places. So we just shared our experiences on Facebook, and like once a week we had a Skype conversation where we were talking about the modern decks and a little bit also about draft, but I think our main goal was like to test the modern decks through and the influences of the unbannings and bannings, and yeah, the main conversations were about this. And
interesting. So are you saying that a lot of the players were doing testing kind of on their own, maybe Magic Online or with one other person, and then kind of reporting the results to the group?
Somehow, yeah. I mean, we also have like this Facebook thread where you could write in when you're like ready or free to play, and then if someone else was there as well, we could play at Magic Online to test matchups. But most of the times we did like individual testing, like in 8-man, 2-man queues on Magic Online. I also tested with some of my Swiss friends, and then like we shared the deck lists and copied those to test with them and like elaborate them. But most of the time I think it was rather individual testing that came together like in a big pot of results and impressions and experiences.
Real quick, which one did you put more focus on, Modern or Draft?
I think a lot on Modern.
Okay, because, bigger format.
Yeah, and it also changed quite a bit with the unbannings and bannings. So with the Draft format, we already knew the Theros, the last 2 boosters, so it was not completely new to us. But the Modern format felt a lot different than the one we knew before.
Okay, yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you, Nico, for taking the time to talk to us about Team As Yet Unnamed. For Nico Boney, Marshall Sutcliffe.
Brian David Marshall here, talking with Conley Woods of Team TCGPlayer.com. Conley, you were the big off-season free agent between Pro Tours here. I mean, it was like the hot stove season, everyone's scrambling for teams. You were a member of Team ChannelFireball. Now you're on Team TCGPlayer. This is what we call in the coverage business a big deal. What happened? What's going on?
Mostly just trying to find my place. I am a brewer at heart, and while ChannelFireball is the best team ever, I've been on the team for 3 years, basically since it's formed. I love those guys. I wasn't able to really kind of do what I want to do. Josh Layton has evolved into one of the best deck builders in the world, if not the best deck builder. He can take, the team is very focused on, good decks and making them better, essentially, which is understandable. They're the best players in the world. They don't need to take big risks. While I can do that, and I've shown that I do that,
yeah, absolutely.
I also very, very much enjoy just, being creative, kind of putting myself out there into deck form. And I felt like I wasn't really contributing to the level that I could be with that team. I felt like I kind of was drifting a little bit and just kind of floating by, and I don't want to be that guy. I want to be active. So yeah, it was just a decision on my part to kind of find a better place. And Craig, who they had worked with this team before, Craig Wesco, had already expressed some interest with trying to work with me, and I just thought it would be a good fit. There's a lot of really talented Magic players on this team. So
this is the team that used to be known as Team Luxurious Hair.
Sure, yeah, we had to get rid of that one. We had to throw that out.
That was one of your contract stipulations?
Yes.
You're like, I want a jet, I want brown M&Ms, and we can't be chetty. I went to Chetty.
I was like, look, we have to be Team TCGPlayer because I will not, even though I've grown out the Luxurious Hair, I couldn't be a part of it. So
tell us who's on the team besides yourself.
So we have Craig Wesco, Ari Lax.
Pro Tour champion Craig Wesco. Yep. Ari Lax 9th at the last Modern PT.
Yes. Very good player. Also very extensive knowledge of Modern, which is nice. Chris Fennell, awesome limited player. Comes from the Ben Stark School of Thought.
Florida School. Is he your limited specialist? Is he like?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We have Matt McCullough, who's a good friend with Ari. He has a lot of Modern knowledge as well. Andrew Shrout, who's been on a heater.
Johnny Hot Sauce.
Yep, Johnny Hot Sauce. Mark Laliu, who won the Grand Prix last week in Mexico City. So we have a little bit of limited information coming from him. Harry Corvasi, very, very good player, up and coming. Obviously myself, Joe Demestrio is on the team.
Joe Demestrio, he of the many top 32 finishes.
Yeah, with Stephen Mann, another player, it's pretty well known, and then Seth Manfield, who just won the Super Sunday Series, won a Grand Prix a month ago. We've had a lot of success since we've kind of formed as a team. It's actually been kind of cool perusing our Facebook forums and stuff. Everyone's rooting each other on, and a lot of good finishes.
Now this is something you've been talking about for a while. How you guys have really been tackling the Modern format probably longer than any team I've talked to.
I would definitely say that, yeah. So about 3 months ago we started, maybe even before that. And it wasn't anything like, 3 months, get in a room and start grinding games. But it was 3 months, Skype calls weekly, assignments regarding like what deck archetypes people specialize in. They would gather that much information. They would do testing. They would come up with innovations, card choices, things of that nature. Then every Wednesday we would have, an hour to 2 hour long Skype call. It would take turns. Everyone would say what they learned, what they thought, what they've discovered regarding new decks. We would talk about potentially acquiring new team members because it wasn't the core 11 that we finished with the whole time. So we talked about team members, things like that, and it was really good just to kind of, even though we weren't necessarily playing as many games, Modern was on our minds and Modern discussion was on our minds. So when for example, the day that the new banned and restricted announcements came out, we had a Skype call literally as the announcements were made, and we had all of our changes ready to go. So it was really nice just to be on top of things and have everything, kind of our ducks in a row.
So you're really taking that ChannelFireball experience and bringing it to this new team. Be excited to see what you guys do. Conley Woods, Brian David Marshall, thanks a lot.
Hey, Marshall Sutcliffe here at the news desk, and I have with me the biggest of Z's, Mate Big Z's Adelkai. Welcome to the news desk, Mate.
Hey, Marshall.
So, talk to us about your team. Team Elaborate Ruse. What does that mean? What is that?
It was meant to be more like we would try to hide the members and be a little bit tricky about because we know it's Modern and we don't want people to know what we're playing. So it's supposed to be an elaborate ruse, but that all kind of failed because we can reveal the whole members.
Here we are with the same name, Team Elaborate Ruse. So talk to us a little bit about how the team formed originally.
Sure. Basically, I for the last PT I worked with the German, Hungarians, and Austrians together, and it worked out pretty well for me. But in the end, I always
top 8, not bad.
I top 16 last time.
Top 16 last one, top 8 before, right?
Yes, and that worked out quite well. But I wanted to play with Ivan Floch, who's my countryman, lives in the same city. He wanted to play with Stanislav Sivka, who's one of the top 25. So we already had a good core team. But we also took Lukas Iklovsky, who also top 16 last Pro Tour, and he has like a lot of good results. And so we had constructed limited covered. So Stanislav constructed, Lukas for limited, and then we kind of branched out into Swedish players, which we know that they're
the arms were kind of creeping out further and further?
Slowly. And then I also, Simon Gertzen of the European coverage team, which I'm a part of, also he qualified. He's a great limited player. And then we kind of wanted to be a little more exotic, so I called up Willie Adel of Brazil, and he had a good friend of his that he wanted to join it. Yeah.
I like the reasoning. We wanted to be a little more exotic. So so that runs down, is that the majority of the team right there?
That's the whole team, yes.
That's the whole team, okay. Testing.
Yes.
I've talked to quite a few people here now at the news desk. We've heard a lot of different testing methods. Some people are spread out and kind of coming together to share results. Some people are like, we all need to be in the same room. How did you guys approach it?
Well, first, since we were so scattered around the globe, we had a Facebook group, then we created forums where we kind of talked about like the possible decks that we could play and started with like card evaluations. But in the end, half of the group came on Friday, like last Friday, so the Friday before the Pro Tour, to like spend the week testing, a group of 6. And it was joined by 6 more on Monday. So we've basically been here for a few days, kind of grinding out the results of like Modern as well as Limited.
So what's the feel for that? I mean, you said you've been here for the last few days. Some of the teams come a week ahead of time and try to really set a block. Sometimes they even come earlier than that, and sometimes they just all fly in, a couple of days before and like, hi, nice to meet you in real life. I guess you're my teammate. What's it like for you guys?
It was okay. We were in contact like for at least 2 months before. I tried to organize a team from since last year, basically, and yeah, it worked quite well. We played on Magic Online quite a bit, but we couldn't really do much live playtesting sessions because we were so scattered.
Yeah.
So it was more like everyone collected their own thoughts, and once we got together, we shared what everyone was thinking and tried to like figure out what was happening.
Now, were you able to get through a lot of information and come to conclusions in that short period of time? I mean, you have all the information. It's a matter of organizing it at that point. Were you able to do that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think we were confident in both draft and constructed.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Now, I was actually going to ask you about that. When it came to testing for that, how did you decide to split it up? I mean, was a lot of the limited done individually and then sharing thoughts, or have you guys been sitting around and doing actual drafts? And then for Modern, did you already have your deck list in stone, or have you guys still been kind of tweaking and working on stuff?
It was a little bit of everything what you said. So basically for constructed, we had Stanislav Cifka being the main point because he was playing a lot even before the bannings.
Yeah, so he took point on that.
Yeah, he was basically the main go-to person when it came to constructed, and he gave us a good deck list of all the decks, so we were able to select what we felt was good, and we organized around that. But everyone participated in like the conversation. For limited, it was very similar, but everyone had their own experience which we put in, and we relied on Simon and Lucas as the main limited experts, maybe to guide us a little bit and to confirm our thoughts.
Okay, that seems like a really solid team. You guys are definitely one I'm going to be keeping my eye on. For Big Z, Marshall Sutcliffe signing off here from the news desk.
Brian David Marshall here with Pro Tour champion, Grand Prix champion, Grand Prix champion, Grand Prix champion, Alexander Hayne. We're talking about team face-to-face games. Alex, how did this team come together?
Well, I mean, we started a long time ago with the core group right after Barcelona. And when we decided we want to become a more focused
Anything
team.
Interesting happened in Barcelona?
Not that I remember. And yeah, so we grabbed a bunch of the top Canadians, but it wasn't kind of enough players of high quality there, and so we went off. We found some international people, and then right now we're basically half Canadian, half American team.
So talk to me about who's on the team. I mean, I see like Alex Magleton, John Stern, yourself, Josh McLean, Steve Wolfman, Ben Moore. Is that how you say his name?
Yes. Yeah.
Who else do you have here? Lucas Seow, Dave Shields, Todd Anderson's a big pickup along with Brian Brundruin. So
I mean, John Stern's one of the important figures in the team nowadays, and he likes picking up people who beat him in GP top 8s. So, so we picked up BBD that way, and Todd came along with him, and they've been awesome additions to the team.
And speaking of people in GP top 8, you also have Sam Party and Jacob Wilson, two guys who've done fairly well at Grand Prix as well.
Yeah, and Josh McLean as well.
And Dave Shields and so on.
We've got a sweet team,
Yeah. So you guys have 3 Pro Tour top 8s on your team with the win. You have 35 Grand Prix top 8s, 9 wins. You got 2 players in the top 25. How do you get that collection of people together and like tackle a format?
Well, we started by flying in on Saturday, though there were some travel problems, so some people came a day later. But
I would imagine snow.
Yes, from
just a guess.
Well, the Canadians weren't stopped by that because we're used to it. But Yeah, and so we had an awesome apartment right near the site, and it's beautiful. And we just gathered and played a lot of Magic. It's been a lot of fun.
And I imagine, when you're building a team, it's one thing to fill the team with, some of you and I have talked about in the past, filling a team with just like great Magic players, but you also have to like build a team. How does that work?
Well, I mean, we basically, everybody who we've worked with before who's been a great teammate, we just love keeping them around and try and get more people who we think will have good team chemistry together. I think that's in some ways more important than having players who are necessarily more individually strong.
Right. You're looking for people who are going to really contribute to making everybody better.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, if you have like a personality conflict or something, that can really stop your success. Whereas if everybody's really meshing well together and want to see each other succeed, it's best for everyone.
How do you guys break down the two formats for the Pro Tour? You have limited, which is 6 rounds, and then you have constructed, which is 10 rounds. Do you put that much more emphasis on constructed, or do you have someone who's really focusing on limited for you guys?
So we don't have a limited expert per se. But since Modern is a format that generally was pretty known, there's been some changes, of course, so we had to put a lot of work into it. But our plan was to have basically drafts running day or night. Like, as soon as we have 8 people in the queue, we fire. and everybody else could be working on Modern at the same time. And then a new draft, okay, who wants to draft? Okay, me, and then fire that again.
If you had to guess, how many drafts would you say happened in that house? How many times did the queue fire?
Like 6 times a day, maybe.
Okay, and that's what? For 5 days, 6 days? So you guys have like 30 drafts, a conservative number?
Maybe something like that.
Okay. And then how much constructed play do you guys do?
I mean, when we weren't drafting, we'd be playing constructed. So we did quite a bit of constructed play, and I feel we have a good grasp on where the format's at.
Okay. Well, last time you were in Spain, you did very well. Yes. I bet you're hoping to repeat that, much like your Grand Prix success. Alexander Hain, Brian David Marshall, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Hey, Marshall Sutcliffe here at the news desk, and I have Eric Froelich. Eric, welcome to the news desk.
Thank you.
And welcome to Valencia.
Yeah, it's great. Love being back in Spain.
So, Team ChannelFireball. One of the, if not the premier team out here on the Pro Tour
Absolutely.
for the past 2 to 3 years. Talk to us a little bit about the original formation of the team for people that aren't familiar.
So Channel like you said, dates back a few years. It basically started with some NorCal guys from Northern California with Luis and Joshua Layton and David Ochoa. Just a bunch of friends, Paulo, Vitor Damaderosa. Like the real heart of the team, I guess, started to form more San Juan, where Paulo ended up winning the tournament. They had a great block deck there. After Luis did very well in San Diego, going 16-0 in the Swiss. And so when PT Amsterdam came around, there was a bunch of those guys, a few others, myself, Patrick Chapin, Paul Rietzel, all kind of getting together, working in different apartments, just playing extended, friends hanging out, nothing like super official, but that was where basically things got started. So for Worlds in Chiba that year, we ended up having a bunch of people fly out to where Superstars, ChannelFireball location in San Jose, California. Myself, Brian Kibler was added, Ben Stark, a bunch of Hall of Famers, lots of great players, a lot of whom were newer at the time, who now are just household names. And so just a bunch of great players getting together who had a real good time, good friends. And, we had a lot of success in Chiba. I made top 8, Paulo made top 8. From there, we had PT Paris, which Callblade.
Right.
And, the train just kept on rolling after that.
Yeah, and that was really one of the first big, I think that when we're talking about super teams, because we've been talking about all the teams here, we've been interviewing
so many great
people.
teams.
Yeah, there's so many great teams out here in Valencia, but, ChannelFireball and Team ChannelFireball specifically was really, in the modern era, one of the first, if not the first, big super team.
Yeah, definitely in this time. I played the Pro Tours in 2001 to 2003.
Yeah.
It was basically myself, Brian Kibler, Ben Rubin, Hall of Famers, who we had a small team, usually like Brian Hegstead, who some people might be familiar with, and we worked together in a small group where myself and Kibler ended up joining Your Move Games, the super team of a past generation, and had some success there, and then kind of everyone gravitated away from the game. And what Luis Scott Vargas, being the head of ChannelFireball, working at the site, just being easily one of the best players to ever play this game, and also just like a great leader, someone who was able to, that everyone got along with, and because of the personalities, he was able to mesh real well together, letting Luis kind of helm it, giving the team a lot of direction, because again, this is a lot of people who are younger. We're talking about, it's hard to get that organizational skill, and so having someone in that role who is just so great and so easy to listen to, and that who you're going to really take everything they say with, so much prestige. Like, he's just a figure. Like, he's just a great Magic player and a great guy.
And he has that impact when you speak to him personally. Yeah.
I think to everyone, to Hall of Famers and to people in their first tournament alike, he's just so personable, so friendly, and so well versed that you see him in the coverage on Sundays because he's just a great speaker too.
Yeah, he is.
And so it's just very easy to be around, and it creates that dynamic that you think a team really needs. That having that leader is where you start, and then having great players who just get along together, that's what makes it work.
All right, now fast forward to today and to these last few weeks. Talk to us very quickly about how testing's gone so far. I mean, you have 2 different formats that you need to test. You've got, some people that are specialized in your group kind of doing one or the other, and then of course everybody does it all. How's it gone so far for you guys?
I think testing for this Pro Tour has gone better than a lot of our Pro Tours in the past. I actually feel like because this format's so big, we've been able to try out a lot of decks. Sometimes we become too focused. We have, too much inbreeding is the term that we use to describe it, because we'll build a deck, it'll have success, and all of our future decks will then become decks that are more tuned to beat that deck. Well, when that ends up not being the field that we expect, we do very poorly. Like this happened if you saw the Block Pro Tour in Barcelona the last time we were in Spain. Our deck was very well beat our in-house decks. That's not what people ended up playing. We did very poorly. So in this tournament, we had a lot of different personalities. We ended up having, I believe, 7 Hall of Famers on our team working for this event.
It's
and so
insane.
Just so many great minds, so many great deck builders, so many people who just understand the game of Magic so well, who are able to try all these different decks, play them at extremely high levels, and just allow ideas to keep flowing. And I really feel like we were able to explore a lot of things and really, get to the heart of the format.
That's great. Well, Eric, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Certainly one of the teams you should be keeping a very close eye on here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods, Team ChannelFireball. I'm Marshall Suckoff signing off. We'll see you guys.
Hi, Rashad Miller here with Randy Buehler, and we are about to watch Modern here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
Absolutely.
And I know that you have talked a lot about the state of Modern and how it's going on and how it's actually evolved. Why don't you give us a little bit of a glaze over of what we're going to be seeing these next 5 rounds?
Yeah, before lunch I ran through 20 different decks that I thought had a real shot to make top 8. And now we look, our first feature match, Gabe Nassif's on something else. Didn't even make my top 20.
It was close.
So, it's blue-white control, right? Yeah. He's essentially, the blue-white-red strategy is one that I had. I guess I had it second. And he doesn't have the red mana. He's much more sort of old-school blue-white control. 12 counterspells, Wrath of God. So the gist for me in Modern is that there's a million things you can play. I have yet to run into a team that's even all playing the same deck.
And that's a weird thing when you come to a Pro Tour like this.
No, a lot of the teams are down to they've got good versions of all the lists. So they've got, what do you want to play? Well, I'm really kind of a control player at heart. So I want to play the control deck. Oh, this guy's playing the combo deck. This guy's playing the Boggles deck. And so, the teams have kind of divided up where what style of Magic are you good at playing? Well, play the team's really good list at doing that thing.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the goal with a format like Modern.
It's true.
You want to be able to play the deck that you are either really good at or you just enjoy playing. Similar to Legacy, where there's just a lot of possibilities.
Right.
Nothing needs to be the best deck.
Yeah, I mean the teams would love to break it. They love to come up with the new innovative thing, but
that's what they're all going to want to try to do in every format.
Yeah, but it's already been broken 6 or 8 times, or 10 times. So
and with the new ban and restricted announcement, maybe it's fixed.
Right. I mean, it's at least diverse. It's definitely been shaken up, and so a lot of it is what's the field you expect. And I mean, that being our list, it had an impact on more decks than just the ones you would think. Okay, Bitter Blossom coming in means Fairies is going to show up, and maybe Black-White Tokens is going to show up, but Deathrite Shaman leaving. But it has an effect on something like the Tron deck, which used to beat up on Jund, and now the Tron deck has to play Zoo decks instead of Jund decks, and that's just not nearly as good of a matchup for Tron. So, it shakes up everything, and it's going to take a little while for the metagame to shake out and for people to kind of figure out what's the field I'm expecting. Right. For me, though, I don't know that you're ever going to be able to say, oh, these are the 3 decks I need to beat.
Now,
it's not like Standard.
No, it is definitely not like Standard, which is as a much smaller card. Right. Now, we touched on what Gabriel Nassif is playing. And it's not exactly the red-white-blue control deck that we thought we would
much more old-school blue-white control.
Yeah, very old-school blue-white control. But if we look at Timothy Semino, he is more on a traditional pod list.
Yeah, the deck that I got picked is the best deck. Birthing Pod.
All right, that's enough of us babbling about what we might see. Let's actually watch some Magic. Here we go, round 4 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods. I'm Rashad Miller, joined by Randy Bueller, and we are about to watch Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. He's playing a blue-white control deck, very old school, and he is up against Timothy Simino. You may have seen him win the Magic World Cup on the French team. He is playing a Malira pod deck. And we start off with a bunch of land, and it looks like our first play is Malira.
Yeah, there you go. Nassif had to mulligan down to 5, so he's definitely starting out behind some resources here. Looks like he's got enough lands to play with, though, so that's nice to see.
Yeah, it looks like he also had a mana leak, but he decided to save that for something a little bit more important.
Yeah, I mean, the way the pod deck plays out, it's capable of a combo kill. If it gets out of Birthing Pod in particular and can fetch up the right cards, it can combo kill you out of nowhere. But it's also very capable of playing a kind of mid-rangey, grindy deck, attack for 2, 2 for 1 you. It's capable of playing in a couple of different ways. And I think Nassif, he's not really worried about getting beat up by a 2-2. I mean, that's not going to win the game.
Yeah, definitely Malira is part of the whole Malira combo. And right now, turn 2 is not very scary. It's just a 2-2, just a Grizzly Bear, and it is joined by a Birds of Paradise. 3 mana. Gonna flash back to Think Twice.
Yeah, it's the other reason Nassif didn't want to use a mana leak there.
He's really trying to recoup this this mulligan to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Fourth land pass. This is very draw-go-y. This is what...
That's what he's playing. It's old school.
This is what control used to be like.
Right.
Instead of, control of these days where you're lightning bolting everyone's
Yeah, I mean, you look at his hand. He's got basically a Swords to Plowshares and a Counterspell and a Whispers of the Muse. That's his hand.
All right, third land. That's going to come into play. Tapped, it looks like.
Yeah, Simino on the other side. He's relatively close to kind of stitching his combo together. I mean, I know that he not...
looks pretty far away. Are you sure? I'm being...
Yeah, there's so many decks. One of the things going on with the pod deck, too, I mean, I think a lot of people will tell you it's the most powerful deck in the field, but even a lot of people who aren't playing it, because it's the kind of deck that there are so many different lines.
Yeah.
Because you have Court of Calling, you have Birthing Pod, you have a deck full of one-of creatures, you have multiple distinct infinite combos that you can go off on, but then half your games you just win by attacking with these dorky creatures.
Right, and even this board position looks very innocuous, but just out of nowhere, a Birthing Pod can come down, and then a turn later, the creatures that were in play now are very different, and they are doing some 2-card combo to you.
Yeah, and he's now got both a Birthing Pod and a Court of Calling in his hand, so he knows if he could get access to a sack outlet, the Malira plus a sack outlet could make this Murderous Redcap into a potentially lethal creature. And now you see him hold it out. He's asking permission. Can I have a Murderous Redcap, please?
Can I have a 2-2? That will do 2 damage to you.
And Nassif has to be worried about the combo now. So, yeah, it's essentially a 3-card combo. The Malira combo requires a Malira, it requires a sack outlet, and then it requires a persist creature. Either Kitchen Finks is good enough to get you infinite life, Murderous Redcap is good enough to get you infinite damage.
Yeah, and even if the persist creature isn't part of the combo, it's still quite difficult for a deck that's using, say, Supreme Verdict to get rid of multiple threats to actually deal with, because persist is actually an issue.
True. Is Gabe actually going to be able to stabilize here?
It looks like it. He has.
I mean, he's on that mulligan to 5, but he's got a Wrath to sweep the board at some point. He's down. He did use his mana leak, so he's down to just Remand for permission at this stage. But Path to Exile is good enough to break up the combo if Simino starts to threaten.
Yeah, and Gabriel,
Nassif's still sitting on 16 life.
Yeah, and he played a lot of cards that drew him more cards. He played Things Twice and flashed it back. And he also has a Wall of Omens in his hand. So
yeah, I mean, that can slow the beats down. He's not going to play the Wall of Omens.
I think he wants to get the most value out of his Supreme Verdict. And he's really not in a lot of danger. It's 16 to 19, and...
So he's saving his Wall of Omens for after the Supreme Verdict?
Possibly.
I mean, apparently. I mean, he's only got... I mean... He could have played Wall of Omens and still left up Path to Remand. It's funny, though, the other thing going on with his board right now is that's like Calciform pools in play. He is actually working the Calciform pools.
Probably another
building
reason,
up mana there.
Yeah, probably another reason he didn't want to use his mana on a spell, because all it takes is he needs 1 mana to tap that Calciform pools to put charge counters on it. And then, 1 land makes about 5 or 6 mana when you get to late game.
It's funny. Yeah, he's basically decided he'd rather spend his mana charging up Calciform pools than playing Wall of Omens.
Yeah, but Timothy Semino just played a Gavany Township. So now this 0-1 and then the 2-2 is going to become lethal. Well, not lethal threats, but more threats.
This is the mid-game grindy version of the Birthing Pod, right? You've got these creatures that can combo kill, but Gavany Township does a really good job of turning them into lethal attackers.
Right.
He's up to, 4 power worth of guys here, right?
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 power, and Gabriel Nassif is going to have to pull the trigger on the Supreme Verdict at some time.
Yeah, no, he's either going to play Wall of Omens to buy himself one more turn, but yeah, he's going to need to sweep the board with Supreme Verdict relatively soon.
Still holding on to that Remand also. I don't know how valuable that is as a counterspell against the pod deck. I guess if it hits a pod, that extra turn is actually pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of what Nassif wants to do is stall.
Well, Nassif just drew a Gideon, and if you're talking about stalling, that's a good one to do it. Planeswalker for 5, and no, this isn't going to be the Gideon. It's going to be the Supreme Verdict first. Clear the board, make Gideon probably not have to be a fog, and just go straight into threat mode.
Yeah, the game's probably disappointed that he didn't have a 6th land to leave up Remand here.
He still has 1 mana to use that, 1 mana to use the Path to Exile.
Right.
But, that doesn't stop a Birthing Pod from hitting the battlefield.
Well, with no creatures, though. If you can kill all the creatures in the pod deck, the pod all by itself doesn't actually do anything.
That's true. But he would be able to get 1 activation if the pod is already in play.
Mm-hmm.
There is the Birthing Pod, and it looks like he's going to use 2 life instead of the green Phyrexian mana. And that's going to leave 3 mana available. Looks like 1 is going to cast a
Bird of
Paradise, and 2 will be left over to activate Birthing Pod. And Gabriel Nassif won't have the opportunity to use the Path to Exile.
Oh, he did have Remand mana.
Calciform pools. Doing work.
Absolutely.
So there is a backup Birthing Pod.
But it's the one that got remanded.
Oh,
he
yeah,
remanded the pod,
right,
and then it got replayed. Now, what does Nassif have?
Well, he just drew a Vendilion Click, which he probably wishes he had a little bit earlier.
Would have been nice to hit the pod with that. Yeah, he's got Path to Exile, but as you say, if Semino resolves, say, a Bird of Paradise, he has priority first, so he can sacrifice it to Birthing Pod before Nassif has a window to actually point Path at it.
So Nassif is posturing like he's going to cast a spell. So it's got to be Wall of Omens. It has to be. That's the only real one that you'd want to cast right now unless you're considering a Gideon. Picks up a Spell Snare. Could be useful.
Yeah, Nassif's got a good dozen counterspells in his deck. Various kinds.
I think Gabe has a draw step effect. And we didn't see it, but I think there is a click on the battlefield right now.
Semino has the ability to respond with Chord of Calling if he wants to.
It's a pretty good response. He could chord for 2 and still have 1 mana left to activate Pod. But then Gabriel Nassif would have the opportunity to use his Path to Exile.
That's true. He's going to chord for 3, I think.
All right, so chord for 2 is going to get an Eternal Witness.
Yeah, it was chord for 3.
Yeah, chord for 3.
Eternal Witness, regrowing.
Probably Chord of Calling.
Yeah.
Just get that little loop going.
So Gabe sees Shriekmaw, Bird of Paradise, the Chord, and a land. Chord is probably the scariest card there. He could take the Chord and give Semino a draw off the top. That's probably better than not taking a card. I mean, he can't deprive him of all his creatures at this point. He's got both a bird and a Shriekmaw and the Eternal Witness in play, so he's not going to be able to fight the pod that way.
So is the consideration more what the card in his hand does now or what it could be with Birthing Pod? I mean, he sees a Shriekmaw, which obviously isn't very good against a blue-white control deck, but it does represent, hey, I could sacrifice this and get something for 6.
Yeah, I'm not sure he has a 6 in his list, but I'll have to look. Okay, so Gabe does take the cord, which makes sense.
Here we go. Wow.
Yeah,
Gabriel has
before
a
he gets out of
chance.
his draw phase, let's get rid of that Eternal Witness.
So Timothy's going to be able to get a land. That's something. Won't be able to use it this turn.
Yeah, his deck plays 5 basics.
Mostly a concession to Path to Exile.
Yeah, and it's also nice to be able to search up a basics.
Yeah.
If your opponent is trying to Blood Moon you or something.
People still Blood Moon you?
Oh, yeah.
I know a little something about Blood Mooning people. So effectively, time walked as well. Gets to play a land, but not much else is going to be happening after this. Oh, Birds of Paradise is going to come down.
Yep.
Just to let you know what's going on the back tables, Stephen Mann up 1 game against Michael Hetrick, and Jesse Hampton is up 1 game over Craig Wesco. There's Gideon, and it looks like he's going to go up to 8 counters. So all creatures able to must attack Gideon, even if they have 0 power.
I'm guessing the Bird of Paradise will get tapped for mana before it comes attack phase time.
It definitely should get tapped for mana.
You start to see some of the power of the sort of grindy mid-range game that the pod deck can have. Semino is essentially run the Thief out of cards. Gabe's down to a Spell Snare. And Semino he's got a Spike Feeder in his hand. He's got some other creatures. He's got a pod that he's managed to resolve.
Right, but Gabriel Nassif has a great board stake. A Gideon is going to be good against most creatures that hit the battlefield, unless we're talking about an immediate combo. And Vendilion Click is a reasonable clock. Timothy Semino's down to 10 life, so he can't take an attack from a Click plus a Gideon for very long. So Shriekmaw comes down, and the end of the battlefield trigger is going to kill that Vendilion Click, and looks like there is going to be a pod activation. Let's find out. Is there a 6, or are we going to sack the Birds of Paradise instead? This has got to be a clue that there's no 6, because if you can get a 6, you have to get it in this situation, right?
Sure. There's no 6 that these decks tend to run. I mean, usually you want a Necrotal effect or Shriekmaw type effect in the deck.
So Scavenging Ooze is the
2 of choice?
Yeah, it's the fetch. Probably not going to be very relevant, that ability, but there's a lot of diversity in what cards you play at what casting costs. If you had a look at the deck list, there's a lot of 1-ofs, maybe some 2s. They use up the entire sheet of paper when they put down their deck list.
I would have expected Voice of Resurgence there.
Also another good one. A lot of
synergy. It's particularly good against the counterspell deck, right?
Yeah, and with Birthing Pod being able to get a token after you sacrifice it and search up a 3-drop.
Right.
I believe the fact that there's a Gideon play.
Yeah, exactly. But if the Scavenging Ooze particularly better, I mean, I guess it hits Gideon harder.
Yeah.
There's enough creatures in the graveyard. Yeah, I'll buy that.
There's some food in there for the Scavenging Ooze. That ooze to scavenge up. So 5 mana, and Celestial Colonnade is going to get into the...
Yeah, Nassif is essentially racing. I mean, he chipped away with that click. You know, Semino spent some life on the Birthing Pod to be able to play it twice in a turn. Oh, Gideon's getting in there.
That's what he does. He is an 8/8 when he's a 6/6 when he gets to attack. And
I like this line from Nassif. I felt like, Nassif's playing the old school blue-white control deck, so I could have naturally put him on the control role and being stronger in the late game. But no, I mean, with Birthing Pod in play, Semino has the better late game potential. Like, he's going to win the game if it goes a bunch of turns. So Nassif has to race.
Right, so Scavenging Ooze is going to eat looks like 3 creatures. That's going to gain him some life. It's going to make...
Is he able to block Gideon? Can he get that big?
I don't think so. I think it's just a 5/5, so he could double block. But Gideon doesn't
all damage
take
gets
damage
prevented.
when he's a creature.
He's just worried about the fact he's taking 10 damage. He's got to gain enough life to survive.
Yeah, this could also just mean that the Scavenging Ooze, the Scavenging Ooze isn't jumping anyway. He just wants to gain the life. So he goes up to 11 and takes 10, and now he's down to 1? All right, good luck, Timothy. Now, these are innocuous situations that you see with the pod.
Another Wall of Omens.
Wall of Omens comes down. And,
to defend Gideon, essentially. I didn't know that was Wall of Omens' mission in life, was to defend Gideon.
But Timothy has to win this turn, right? Is there any way that he can survive other than just, I guess he could chump block, but...
I don't know if there's enough food left to survive. I mean, it's 4 in the air from the Celestial Colonnade.
Right.
He can block Gideon. I don't know if there's enough creatures left. Are there 4 creatures left that he can eat to survive another Colonnade attack?
I don't believe so. There's one. There would be one in Gabriel Nassif's graveyard, but I think that was already eaten. So
he's got the Spike Feeder in his hand, so if he could access Archangel, he can win on the spot.
And also,
he can gain infinite life. I mean, he can't attack for lethal because Nassif will block with both his Walls of Omen. But I mean, that would be good enough. But I don't know that he can access the Archangel because he has a Shriek Maul in his deck. If that Shriek Maul was a Necrotal,
that would
it's game. Like the Necrotal being 4 mana, Birthing Pod could turn it into the 5 mana Archangel, and he could just go infinite with that combo.
Yeah, so Spike Feeder does come down. It does represent a potential 4 life for Timothy. So
it buys him a turn.
It does buy him a turn. And I think that's all it's meant to do this turn.
Yeah, I mean, he would love to find a way to access the Archangel. It's funny, the wall can't block Shriek Maul because it's got fear.
Yeah. So
better than Necrotal in that sense.
And I believe both attacked. So no one attacked Gideon. They both just went for Gabriel's life total, it looks like.
Okay.
Kind of a little sneaky peek at the Craig Wesco match from Brian David Marshall in the feature match area, and as expected, he has white creatures in play.
He's got a pretty interesting deck. It's black-white tokens, but Squadron Hawk instead of Bitter Blossom.
We're all kicking it old school style in the feature match. And that that you just heard from Randy Bueller, it's because that's a Sphinx's Revelation that was just drawn. That is the "Oh God, help me" card of every blue-white deck player's dreams. So dreamy.
It's the Miser Sphinx's Revelation for Nassif too. He only runs a 1.
Is it just not good enough for Modern?
It's a little on the slow side.
It is good enough because it's in the deck.
Yeah, I mean the blue-white-red decks will run a couple too. You see it in 2s and 3s. Well, I guess 1s, 2s, and 3s. All right, so Nassif can activate a Colonnade. He can attack with Gideon. He
also has a Snapcaster Mage.
He now has a Snapcaster Mage, which...
with the Path to Exile in the graveyard. Path to Exile, and there's also a Supreme Verdict in the graveyard. So he has enough to Snapcaster Mage and flashback Supreme Verdict.
And then attack with Gideon. Semino is still on 1?
How does that not win the game?
It looks like it wins the game. I mean, what Semino tapped all his mana for... He moved a counter. How many counters does the Spike Feeder have on it?
Spike Feeder has 3 counters, so that's how it doesn't win the game.
Gavany Township. That's what happened.
All the creatures got
Gavany
counters.
Township gave Spike Feeder a counter, so now he can gain 6 life.
So that would only put Semino down to 1.
Yeah, it basically lets him survive. He can either block Gideon and gain life to beat Colonnade.
I believe Timothy doesn't have cards in his hand. I mean,
he's all in.
Do you just put him down to 1? Just have him live off the top of his deck? Can 1 card win the game? Maybe if it's Restoration Angel?
Well, I mean, Archangel wins the game. Any 4-drop turns into Archangel and wins the game.
Well, I mean, post Supreme Verdict.
Right. I like your Supreme Verdict play here. I think Snapcaster for Supreme Verdict, clear the board, attack with Gideon. He'll get in for 6, but that'll just offset the life that was gained by Spike Feeder. Yeah, and then Semino has Pod with no creatures. Yeah, and Nassif is doing exactly this line.
Yep, so there it is. That's going to destroy all the creatures on the battlefield. Gabriel Nassif doesn't really care about his creatures so much, but Timothy Seminole cares a little bit about his. He's going to gain 6 life, go up to 7. We're going to see that life total stay at 1 life. Because Gideon's going to change to a 6/6 in attack. So let's see what Timothy Seminole can draw.
One card off the top.
It is a Restoration Angel, and I think this can do some weird things.
Wow, so Restoration Angel, he can blink the pod. What else is in his hand?
He also has an Abrupt Decay and another Birthing Pod. So
Abrupt Decay doesn't do anything.
If he had a Kiki-Jiki, he could win. He does not have a Kiki-Jiki.
No, that's not good enough. He needs 2 creatures. Yeah, his Restoration Angel doesn't get anything, so there you go.
Yeah, Gabriel Nassif takes game 1. Kind of a nail-biter.
Yes.
All right, we're going to let these guys sideboard. And we're going to give you guys some awesome information about things that you should do.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Head to your local game store on March 1st and 2nd for the Born of the Gods Game Day. Play in a fun standard tournament and take the next step on the hero's path by battling the Horde. Visit wizards.com/Magic Game Day for more information.
All right, welcome back to some Magic. We have, looks like Craig Wesco on the left, and he is playing against Jesse Hampton, and there's a Squadron Hawk. It's been 2 years since I've seen a Squadron Hawk in the feature match area. Is that about right?
Yeah, he's got some swords to pick up with it, too.
Hey, that's what they do best. They hold them in their beak, apparently, and they fly in the red zone. But yeah, mostly there's been a lot of Doom Blades on Deceiver Exarchs to break up the Kiki-Jiki combo. That's what Jesse Hampton's playing.
Sure. So Splinter Twin on the right, one of the staples of this format. And yeah, Wesco is, I mean, small white creatures, certainly no surprise given his reputation, but I was not expecting Squadron Hawks.
Right. Now, Jesse Hampton has a Splinter Twin in his hand, and I know one of the things that the older Splinter Twin decks used to do, if they couldn't use it to combo off with an Exart or something, they would just put it on the Snapcaster Mage and just generate card advantage with that. Mm-hmm. Is this a situation that maybe he can get himself out of this game with that line? With just a Lightning Bolt in his graveyard?
Well, I mean, it gets... You flash it back, it removes itself from the game, so...
Yeah. But, I mean, there isn't a lot more action in Jesse Hampton's hand. I believe there might be a Lightning Helix.
I haven't got a good look at his hand.
Yep, and that is a Lightning Helix, which gives him more fodder for the Splinter Twin Snapcaster Mage.
Wow,
line.
You get to see the power of the black-white tokens deck here. Your opponent is spending a Lightning Helix to deal with 1 token of the 3 that you got from Spectral Procession. That is not a good long-term plan.
No, it isn't. But the 3 life does help a little bit. But more tokens...
No, I mean, the twin player's got to do what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's just such a... feels so bad. Spend an entire card to take out 1/3 of your cards. He still takes 4 damage from the others.
Really? I mean, is Splinter Twin really a deck that's relying on card advantage, or is it just...
Look,
fine
I mean,
with 1-for-1s all the way down?
A lot of these Splinter Twin decks will win their games with damage. Like the combo is, it wins like half the games. Now, I mean, I think that the bannings may throw this off. Like the metagame is going to shift around. You may not be able to play your Splinter Twin deck as essentially as a damage deck.
Right. Well, it looks like the combo may not be a good option.
Wait, is this a Splinter Twin deck? You've got Hampton's deck list. I mean, there's white mana.
Yeah, there's a there's 2 Deceiver Exarchs in
but it's a white version.
It's a Splinter Twin with white.
It's just splashing a white for... I guess Wall of Omens is really good in this metagame. Okay.
But Craig Wesco has 2 Path to Exiles in his hand, I believe. So there isn't going to be any Splinter Twinning.
Yeah, he was ready for this matchup.
Yeah.
Exile. He was loaded. Like, you're not going to go off with a creature-based combo strategy against Craig Wesco. Yeah, Wesco's even got thoughts. He's just hanging out.
Still have all these answers.
Sure, Colonnade. You got 1 of my tokens. Take 8 from my other Flying Darks.
And Thoughtseize,
I'll Thoughtseize
just
you.
because, what do you got? And there's a
What
negate.
a blowout.
And a Splinter Twin.
I mean, you take the twin, right?
I mean, you have all those Path to Exiles.
He's got 2 paths in his hand?
Yeah, he has 2 paths.
All right, yeah, take the negate.
Yeah, you just take the negate. Honestly, it probably doesn't matter.
No.
Takes the negate. And is it time for the rest of the squadron to come down? I guess there has to be some consideration that with those white mana sources over for Jesse Hampton that there could be a Supreme Verdict.
Hmm.
But Flashback on Lingering Souls is going to put 4 more power on the board.
Jeez.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Oh. The other table, Stephen Mann just played Rest in Peace against the Living End deck.
Rip Living End.
Yeah. He'll be on to game 3 relatively soon, I bet.
So it looks like, is that another Lightning Helix that Jesse picked up?
I didn't realize this matchup was such a blowout for white-black tokens.
Well, it looks like a lot has to do with the
Yeah, I mean, I guess who would know?
Yeah,
It's
brand
not-
new deck. Thanks,
It's not like
Modern.
he's playing any new cards.
No, but
It's like, yeah, white-black tokens was supposed to make a comeback because of Bitter Blossom, but he's not playing Bitter Blossom.
But I think a lot has to do with Thoughtseize, and there weren't a lot of Thoughtseize decks in Modern, right? Just Jund, maybe? And we've watched Thoughtseize win games in multiple formats. Every format that is legal in,
Sure.
Thoughtseize has shown that I can single-handedly win a game sometimes.
So you're basically arguing that Thoughtseize is awesome and white-black tokens is the best Thoughtseize deck now? Now that Jund is so much worse without Death Ray Shaman?
Yeah, possibly.
I'll buy that.
I think any Thoughtseize deck that is reasonable is going to be able to pull games out that they go turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 a threat.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of people rely on Path to Exile is pretty good against Twin, but I mean, I haven't seen Path to Exile and Doomblade coming out of the same deck for a while.
Right. I mean,
like that's the deck that can load up on just whatever, you're not going to Splinter Twin combo me out, and you know what? You're not going to deal 20 with, Lightning Bolts and Vendilion Clicks either through my army of 1/1 flyers.
All right, so we are back to our
cool match.
First cool match, and it's Gabriel Nassif versus Timothy Semino again, and it's starting off relatively slow.
Yeah, Nassif's stats are so awesome.
Yeah.
$325,000 in winnings. 9 Pro Tour top 8s.
Look at that win percentage.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish I could shoot free throws that well.
Just clearly one of the best players in the history of the game. No doubt about it.
6 top 8s of Grand Prix, 9 top 8s in Pro Tours.
Yeah. Semino has put together a nice little career, though. I mean, his Pro Tour debut was 2011, right? So he's played basically the last 10 PTs.
I know, right? And he made silver off of 10 PTs, just like that.
Yeah, no, he's just... Once he got to the PT, he's been hanging out and staying. He's got the World Magic Cup Championship as part of Team France last year. These guys are both French players. You've probably heard them speaking French to each other the whole match.
All right, so there's Thoughtseize. We were just talking about that in another match, and it took out Supreme Verdict, which is, as we saw in the first game between these two, pretty useful tool. I'm guessing some type of mana dork is going to come down.
Sounds like Wesco did, in fact, win that game. So they're going to game 3.
Yeah, surprise, surprise.
Wesco lost the first game.
Temple Gardens fetched out.
Did I just hear that in my ear from Brian David Marshall correctly?
We have some interesting game states going on in the back table. Ingot Chewer.
Yeah.
Racing a Slippery Boggle.
That's what I thought I heard.
I mean, I've attacked with an Ingot Chewer before.
I've attacked with Slippery Boggle.
And there's Voraz.
I think I've only attacked with Ingot Chewer in Vintage.
I've actually done it in Living End, which is what's going on in the back table. But yeah, it definitely has a place in some decks. But as does Valrod's.
So that's Valroz?
Yeah, it's a 2/2 for 3, and all the creatures in your graveyard have scavenge equal to their converted mana cost. Actually, just equal to their mana cost, and It also has a regeneration. You can sacrifice a creature to regenerate. So apparently there's also a foil Baneslayer Angel in the feature match area.
Nice.
Which seems like it should be coming out of Naseef's deck, but it's not this deck. Maybe you guys can guess on Twitter, who do you think is playing the foil Baneslayer Angel? Kitchen Finks joins the party, and we got a little combo that was going on there, or it could have been. But it did get broken up by a Path to Exile. Path to Exile is going to get rid of Varal so that he can't regenerate, just move from game.
Yeah, the ability to scavenge back creatures and put +1/+1 counters allows you to do things like reset a Kitchen Finks after it's been persisted away, things like that. Is that Stony Silence?
That is Stony Silence. That's going to stop Birthing Pod from having any activated abilities being used.
In from the sideboard, definitely one of the sideboard cards that a lot of decks will run against Pod.
Yeah, and speaking of resetting a Kitchen Finks, we have Gavany Township in play. It's not going to, that counter that's on it won't affect Persist in any way, but it will let it attack for 4.
Right. Yeah, the Township is, it does a lot of work in this Birthing Pod list.
A lot of synergies.
I mean, but the primary thing that I see it do is just add damage. You know, you're playing, Hierarchs and Birds of Paradise and, 2-mana creatures, and just the games where you don't have a pod, you're a lot more effective at attacking for damage.
Yeah, you have things to do with your mana dorks. So a second Path to Exile is going to take out that Kitchen Finks. Going to let Timothy get another land, but I don't think he really wants more land. He'd rather have creatures attacking Gabriel Naseef's life total, which is at 14. Not the highest, not the lowest, but it looks like Plan B is the way that Timothy Semino is going to be able to win. I don't know, does he have any main deck ways to get rid of Stony Silence? Other than, well,
I'm sure he has a creature that kills an enchantment.
Yeah, unfortunately,
it's just harder to get to it.
Yeah,
he has Abrupt Decay. He has 2 Abrupt Decays in the main. They usually have something to blow up an enchantment as well. He's got a Pride Mage.
Yep.
Right, and he can't Birthing Pod for them with Stony Silence in play, but he can still Chord for them.
Yeah, he's going to have to Chord.
Harmonic Sliver in the sideboard may or may not have come in.
I believe that's strictly for the Affinity/Robots matchup, I would guess.
I mean, anytime you need a disenchant effect, can come in.
So Kitchen Finks number 2 hits the battlefield. I think it's still on the stack. So Cryptic Command's being cast off of removing 3 counters, actually 4 counters from
Calciform Pools.
From a Calciform
Continuing
Pools.
to do work. Yeah, I mean, Gabe's been stuck on 3 lands, but the Pools let him Cryptic Command.
Yeah, 3 land can still cast every spell in his hand.
And now he's got the 4th land. Now he can Mana Leak twice. You see Wormcoil Engine there.
All right, so Noble Hierarch gets in there again. It's going to add another counter, and it also has Exalted, so that's going to be attack for 4.
Is it time to path that one too?
Well, the
Maybe
more
end step?
Every time he paths, it's something that these Mana Leaks just get worse and worse.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like right now, they're not very good. All right, so we're charging up those pools some more. So it's almost like he has more than 4 land. Not just yet. He's going to need another counter. And there's a Ghost Quarter. It's probably not going to be activated. I think he needs that to tap for mana.
Mm-hmm.
And now, Gabriel Naseef, he's just sitting back with counter spells. All he has is 1 Path to Exile.
Yeah. I mean, the Wormcoil Engine is almost ready.
Yeah, it is almost ready, but there's a lot of spells that are situational in his hand, and the situation is pretty bad for both Mana Leak, I guess, and even Remand. Because all it really takes is just any creature, and eventually he's going to become a threat the same way that this Noble Hierarch has. All right, so we actually lied a little bit. Michael Hetrick actually won the first game against Stephen Mann, and he just won the second game. So he
Through
moves
the rest
on.
in peace?
Yeah. Moves on.
You can hard cast the creatures. You can attack with them. You don't have to get them out of the graveyard with the living end deck.
You know what? When you get the 5 mana and you start playing 4/4s, 4/4 is a pretty big body for Modern.
Your opponent wasted all his time on enchantments that don't do anything, like rest in peace.
He's like, I can't deal with the 4/4. Can't lighten about that guy.
Funny.
And Living Ends just turned out to be Wrath of Gods.
Yeah, fair enough.
And there's a Birthing Pod right now without any abilities that can be activated.
Right.
But, you know.
It's a threat. It means that, any sort of enchantment removal is suddenly a lot more powerful.
All right, so it looks like we're getting 6 mana off of Castleform pools, and there is a Wormcoil Engine, and that is a guy that can turn the game around really fast.
Yeah. Nassif was down to 2. Needs likes the lifelink ability. He's been holding on to that last Path of Exile.
Hasn't needed to use it. And right now,
still got 2 points of life left.
Yeah,
That's all you need.
He's at a virtual 8 because the Wormcoil Engine can interact in combat with the Noble Hierarch. Still has a hand of 3 mana leaks, which are kind of effectively blanks, but Timothy doesn't know that.
Yeah, Spell Snare's not at its best against the pod player either.
Timothy's sizing up his mana, trying to see how many casts he can spell, how many spells he can cast, along with activating his Gavany Township. You're definitely at a luxury when you can cast 2 spells and then put counters on all the creatures that you cast. Because I think that's what's about to happen. I think we're going to see a Birds of Paradise, and then I think it's going to be followed up at some point by a Restoration Angel. Oh no, it's an Angel.
It's Archangel.
It's an Archangel of Thune.
Right, which can fly over the Wormcoil, but...
Yeah, yes, I'm saying.
Oh,
jeez.
Interesting.
He forgot about Stony Silence?
Well, it's been there for a while. It's just kind of been sitting there. It hasn't been tapping or untapping or anything. So Archangel is going to come down instead. And it looks like he tapped his... well, I guess he doesn't have enough mana to activate...
The Township.
Yeah, the Township anymore, so he just taps it off.
I think Archangel is going to be taking a path.
Yeah.
To exile.
Yeah, where'd he go? He went over there with all the rest of his friends. And Timothy might be out of basic lands to go fetch.
I think he's also out of cards in hand.
Well, there's 1 Plains. No cards in hand, not a very good look for Timothy Semino. Staring down a Wormcoil Engine, which is looking to not only eat away at his life total, but pad Gabriel Nassif's. He's going to attack for 6, probably go up to 8. Can't see there being any blocks here. That's going to put Timothy down to 10. And now we are getting aggressive.
Well, Ghost Quarter the Gavany Township.
Oh, because he knows that there probably aren't that many basics left.
He also just needs to turn off the Gavany Township.
Yeah, I guess he does.
His counters are added. Noble Hierarch is attacking for 5 right now.
You're gaining
Bird's
6.
going to start attacking. Like, Gavany Township was in danger of outracing Wormcoil.
But I think Timothy just picked up his own Path to Exile. I think that was one of those alternate art Path to Exiles. So maybe that'll swing the game back to his favor.
Did he?
I think so. We'll get the cards in hand updated.
Okay, Semino waited for Nassif to activate Castleform pools and have less mana available for counterspell purposes.
Well,
now he's going to point the path at Wormcoil.
And none of those counterspells in Gabriel Nassif's hand do anything but tap Timothy Semino's.
Yeah, remand.
So, well, I guess remand draws him a card.
Right.
But, we'll just try this again, Timothy says.
And it works.
Advantage Timothy right now?
Yeah, that was a timely path. I mean, Nassif basically had this game. He had Semino out of cards and in need of a top deck.
So now Gabriel Nassif is in need of that top deck. But we've seen him top deck some pretty good ones. in some situations, or at least get lucky in other situations. And if he were to get, an effective threat, or at least some way to deal with that Noble Hierarch, they'll both be at parity, and we're both on playing off the top of the deck again.
Land.
And yep, Gabriel Nassif scoops it up. So we are going to see a game 3 between these two.
Wow. Path to exile off the top for Semino. Nassif went from I'm about to win the game to I need to draw something right now, and failed.
Yeah, and that's really the only type of answer that can be used because, if you kill it, it leaves behind, a 3/3 and a 3/3, one with lifelink and one with death touch, and usually the Birth and Pod deck has a lot of creatures that can just come into play and kill it, but there's also Path to Exiles and all these decks that can make white mana. So I think we are going to take a sneak peek over at BBD, Brian Braun-Duran, and he is playing Guillaume Wafatapa. And, we were looking at the deck list a little bit earlier, and I jokingly asked if Guillaume Wafatapa actually knows how to target something with a lightning bolt, but he is playing the red-white-blue control, or the blue-white-red control deck that we're talking about earlier.
I think we're going to see a lot of this. Snapcaster Mage got a lot better with Deathrite Shaman leaving the format. A lot of lightning bolts are going to get snapcastered over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, and over on Brian Braun-Duran's side, we have another pod deck. Yep. But, there is a pod. There is a pod in the long line of creatures that are in play.
Yeah, so is that Cryptic Command?
That's 6 right now.
Oh, Cryptic Command in response to a Thoughtseize. That makes sense.
I don't. Oh, the Thoughtseize is in the graveyard already.
Yeah, but I believe it's actually on the bottom of the stack. So who's thinking about what then?
I would think that it has to be Brian that's thinking, because...
Is he figuring out how to respond to... Draw, right? Yeah, okay, so it's tap draw. So Cryptic Command is resolved.
Okay.
Guillaume is going to tap everything and draw a card. I think Brian was trying to figure out if he needed to, tap Hierarch for mana, tap Bird for mana, but I don't think he's got anything.
He must not have anything that costs 4.
Well, he's also got a land available. Yeah. That's all it takes.
Right.
Oh, he's tapping them all for Chord.
So this is in response.
Yeah, in response to the Cryptic Command, he's going to tap all his creatures to pay the Convoke cost on Chord of Calling to go get...
Kitchen Fix. This would be a sweet opportunity if he had, say, a bell ringer. What's the 1/4 that
the Village Bell Ringer?
Yeah, Village Bell Ringer. Just untap all your creatures.
Guillaume shows him a lightning bolt, and that is it.
Hey, I guess he figured out how to use it.
He did. Yeah. He used it so that your Baneslayer Angel can attack. Apparently.
All right, so looks like that would take them to. Oh, that was the first game.
Was that game 1?
Yeah, that was game 1. So we're probably going to get.
Guillaume has main deck Baneslayer Angel. It's a big game.
We weren't done with the guessing game.
That was game 2. Okay.
Oh, and that was game 2.
So that forces a game 3.
Yeah, so that forces the game 3, and
I gotta believe that Baneslayer's in the sideboard.
Yeah, and since you ruined the guessing game for everyone, yes, it is Guillaume Wafatapa who's playing the foil Baneslayer along with the foil everything else that he owns.
There you go.
All right, so it looks like we have players drawing their opening hand on our all-French matchup with Gabriel Nassif and Timothy Semino. Decisions are being made, and can't quite see. It looks like a keepable hand. Can't quite see what it is. It must be Gabriel Nassif who's thinking about. Looks like he has 3 land and a Wall of Omens. Don't know what the other. Oh, 4 land, 5. Oh, a lot of land. Wall of Omens. Counterspell, Mana Leak, and a Supreme Verdict. That seems good, right?
Fine. This is kind of a new school versus old school matchup, isn't it? The Hall of Fame, the Famer, the veteran.
Yeah, this is
versus
where
the up and comer.
Right, and French Magic used to be a powerhouse. They kind of slowed down, and then they won the World Magic Cup.
Yeah.
Kind of the bookends, if you would.
Yeah. Levy barely edged out Nassif for the captain spot on that team too. I think it was on tiebreakers. I think they were tied on pro points, and Levy had the tiebreaker.
Wow.
Yeah, it was super close to see who would be the French captain.
All right, so we are not off to the races, exactly. Usually Timothy wants to see, you know, something that taps for mana
Absolutely.
on turn 1 or turn 2. So, yeah, and it looked like he was really in the tank about this keep, and the rest of his hand must be good, except it's a turn slower than he wants it to be.
No 2-drop either. Now he's just sitting on 3, and
3 can be Birthing Pod if he likes.
Right. He definitely has at least 1 pod in his hand.
There has to be some concern about Remand or Mana Leak. Do you just run it out there? Obviously, that depends on what else is in his hand. So if anyone can make tokens look good,
it's Craig Wesco?
It's Craig Wesco, because he has, obviously, he's done his homework. Because Twin is not a problem for his deck. Not sure that he has won yet, but he is in a very favorable position.
All right. Yeah, so Verol's was the plan for Semino. I think that was bait. I think Nassif knew it was bait. It's like, yeah, I'll play a wall. I can block. I'm not worried about attacking. I've got my counterspell mana up.
And obviously Timothy knows what's up.
Yeah, Semino does have 1 Birthing Pod. He's got a Thought Seize, which he can use to clear a path. You also see that he brought in that Harmonic Sliver.
Yeah, so I guess he's concerned now. I don't know if that was in the game 2, but he needs a way to get rid of Stony Silence.
All right, so he's going to Thought Seize to try to clear a path for his Birthing Pod, and it is not going to work. Is it? Oh, it is going to work. It's just the 1 Mana Leak.
Yeah, so the Mana Leak is probably going to bite the dust.
Yeah, the other counter that Gabe has is Cryptic Command, but with 2 mana tapped, you can't cast it.
So that will probably leave the Supreme Verdict and the Cryptic Command in his hand, along with the Ghost Quarter and a couple of land.
Right.
Varol's can regenerate through Supreme Verdict, so maybe not a problem. All it takes is 1 other creature on the battlefield, and that Supreme Verdict becomes a 1-for-1.
He's got to take Mana Leak here and run on a pod, right?
What is it? I don't see any other options. Aven Mind Sensor?
He could be.
Kitchen Finks?
I mean, Verdict.
Verdict
he wants the Cryptic Command.
Oh.
He's willing to leave him the Mana Leak. Yeah, I thought he was trying to clear a path for pod there, but
he does kind of have a plan B in his hand. He has some mediocre 3-drop creatures that he can just keep attacking with. He could just get in there with Aven Mind Sensor as a 2/1 flyer, and Kitchen Finks can get in there. Kitchen
through
Finks,
Supreme Verdict, though?
Well, Kitchen Finks is pretty resilient to Supreme Verdict, as is Varol's.
Right.
Obviously, with the wall in play, which would be gone, would allow him to still attack for 2 in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but he saw that Nassif's hand had no answer to Birthing Pod, right? I mean, I guess Cryptic Command can bounce it, but yeah, he decided he wanted to play the mid-range grindy game, just try to attack with creatures and try to deal damage and sort of eventually deplete Nassif's resources.
Yeah, I mean, this seems fine. Right now, Supreme Verdict is going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Timothy if he uses it now.
Not a real card.
Well,
1.5 for
well,
one at best.
sure. I mean, it's
Also,
a card because it's blocking Varol's. That matters.
There's no reason to Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, exactly.
Yet.
But the other cards in his deck, nothing else 1-for-1s with the Birthing Pod. So either he counters, a Kitchen Finks, or he waits and tries the Supreme Verdict, which doesn't work.
Oh, Nassif just drew Hallowed Burial. That'll work. That's the one that puts them all on the bottom.
Yeah,
right?
it does. It puts all creatures on the battlefield on the bottom of their owner's library. So that gets around all
Barrels,
of that.
Yeah. He probably regrets mana leaking the Kitchen Finks now.
Well, I mean, you have to do what you have to do with what's in his hand. So it looks like Craig Wesco has won over Jesse Hampton. Honor the Pure was the nail in the coffin for, I'm sure, an army of 1/1 tokens of some sort. I guess they're all spirits. I think he's mono spirit token. All of its tokens are spirits.
Some of them might have been Squadron Hawks.
It's not a token. Maybe just want all of his tokens to match. You know, you come to the feature match area. You just
don't want to have fairies and spirits.
Yeah, you don't have to
mono
ask for 2 type of tokens, and it makes black tokens. Doesn't get pumped by Honor to Pure.
Right. Well, you would go Intangible Virtue.
Yeah.
Like
obviously.
the way most people build that deck is instead of Squadron Hawk, they have Bitter Blossom, and then instead of Honor the Pure, they have Intangible Virtue. Is that Voice of Resurgence that Semino just resolved?
It is a Voice of Resurgence.
It's a pretty good one.
Pretty good. So if a Supreme Verdict were to happen,
yeah, Semino's board gets better.
Yes.
Hallowed Burial beats that one too, though, right?
Yeah, Hallowed Burial beats
all of this.
Everything. If there are creatures on the battlefield, they're just gone. So we're going to activate a Scalding Tarn. That's going to get an island for Gabriel Nassif. So he has 6 mana. He's got to be casting a spell right now, because why would he do this?
He could be attacking with Colonnade.
He could be attacking with Colonnade, but is that what you do? Do you want to just tap all of your mana for 4 damage? No. But it looks like it's going to be... Oh.
Attack.
I guess you are attacking with Colonnade.
Bang, take it.
Let's race.
I guess he knows that Birthing Pod... Like, he's essentially giving Semino a window where he can potentially resolve a Birthing Pod.
So how much damage can a Birthing Pod do right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's not... He's not in range for a combo kill. I mean, he's only got 2 creatures, and none of them are the combo creatures.
All right, so just an attack for 4. That's going to bring Nassif down to 16. Timide's at 10. So obviously this 4/4 is going to win this race.
Right. I do not understand Nassif's deck. I mean, I like it. I'm enjoying watching it, but I feel like I don't understand quite how it works.
I think it's just good cards that are all put together, and you shuffle them up and you play them perfectly.
I'll buy that. But I mean, it's got this like old school blue-white control. I'm going to win the late game, and yet he keeps winding up in these race scenarios.
All right, so Birthing Pod's going to sacrifice Virals.
Yeah, he gave Semino the window. Semino plays the Birthing Pod, pays 2 life. It pays 2 life. He's probably going to get...
He's going to get combo piece number 1.
Okay, so he gets a Murderous Redcap, which finishes off the Wall of Omens that had blocked Virals. Now Nassif's got to be worried about potential combos.
Is this when you...
I mean, it might be time for Hallowed Burial.
You can't be really... Yeah, I think you do... These are the 2 creatures you Hallowed Burial, because the next 2 creatures, you can probably get away with a Supreme Verdict.
Right. He can also Hallowed Burial with Mana Leak Up, which is kind of nice. Yeah, Red Cap still needs a Sack Outlet and a Malira. The Voice of Resurgence can be turned into a Sack Outlet.
There may not be another
it's the Virals, right. Yeah. His 3-mana Sack Outlet is now in the graveyard. It's Virals.
Well, here's 5 mana, so this is probably Hallowed Burial, which I'm sure is out of the sideboard. So those go on the bottom of the library. Still Mana Leak, mana up, and Mana Leak is still quite good right now.
Yeah. Birthing Pod's also quite good.
Well, there is a Voice of Resurgence that it looks like Timothy's considering playing. It would fall to the Mana Leak, but he's just going to run it out there. There it is. And Mana Leak takes it out. Still has 2 mana left. Looks like there's a Scavenging Ooze. So he values Scavenging Ooze over the Voice of Resurgence.
It's a little bit surprising to me, but I guess he needs the life gain. He gets Colonnade attacks for 4, drops him to 2. Colonnade attacks for 4.
So he needs to activate that. 2 times isn't enough. He needs to get a green source and activate it a 3rd time.
It's not a winning line either.
No.
I mean, it just buys him 1 turn. And Scavenging Ooze is going to turn into Kitchen Finks or Spike Feeder, I would think.
That works. Which makes me believe that the Voice of Resurgence would be better still, because you have a token left behind.
Right. These Colonnades are really good here.
Colonnade attacks for another 4, so Timothy's at 2. He's got to do something.
I've never really thought of the pod deck as being soft to Celestial Colonnade.
Maybe they need to put a one of something that destroys a land. Bring in an Avalanche Rider, put some red in there.
What a crazy matchup. Nassif's just like Wrath of God stalls long enough to kill you with Colonnades.
Maybe this is why Nassif played this deck. Maybe he realized that Colonnades are just too good, and he wants to be able to activate them and attack with them all the time. So in comes the Scavenging Ooze. If Timothy's going to gain some life with it, he needs to do it now, because I'm sure he's going to be sacrificing it, unless his line is to play Aven Mind Sensor and Chump Block.
He's also got Restoration Angel.
J'ai un wood si tu veux.
Speaking of Celestial Colonnade,
wow,
just did the job for Guillaume Wafatapa as well.
Wow.
Maybe a little bit of help from Rest in Pieces, you know, taking the game plan away. You know, that may have been an issue, but we're just going to chalk that one up for Celestial Colonnade.
They didn't even work together either. I mean, Nassif and Wafatapa are both, you know, longtime French pros, but different teams. They both wound up showing up with Colonnades in their deck.
It feels like they should have swapped decks a little, just a little bit.
Nassif's is a little more Wafatapa-ish.
Yeah, very Wafatapa-y.
They're both drinking the same Colonnade.
I can't believe you said that. Meanwhile, back in this game, Kitchen Finks does come down, so that puts him at 5. He's just towing the line, just staying a little bit ahead of that Colonnade, trying not to die. Is he going to be able to get somewhere? He has the Restoration Angel, which can gain him 2 more life and block. So that's a line. He also can gain 2 more life and get a creature with his Birthing Pod. If he draws a land, he could do that as well as have 4 mana left and be able to play the Restoration Angel. Well, we'll see what happens. In comes the attack with the Kitchen Finks. That's going to bring Nassif down to 10, but his life total isn't really the one that we're watching.
Yeah, and as if the deck needed to be more complicated, he draws Eternal Witness.
More decisions.
And I'm pretty sure there's a second Restoration Angel in his library. So he can play Eternal Witness, he can pot it into an Angel to both block Colonnade and
gain 2
blink
more
out
life.
the Finks. Isn't it 3 life?
Kitchen Finks gains 2 life.
2 life.
Yeah.
But that's not the line he wants.
He's going to sacrifice it. It's going to come. It's going to persist. That's going to give him 2 lives. It's going to go up to 3. Now he gets to search his library and get a creature with converted mana cost of exactly 4.
Right.
And it looks like it's going to be a Restoration.
All right, so this lets him. This lets him completely reset the Finks, right?
Yes. So he gets to gain
That's pretty nice.
2 more life. So he's back at 5 again. So now he doesn't have to block.
Nice.
Because I think he probably doesn't want to throw his Restoration Angel away. It's pretty valuable. It has a...
Well, it turns into Archangel.
Yeah, that's
I think that that's probably the combo he wants to close in on here. Is if he can get Archangel Spike Feeder, and there's Voice of Resurgence.
And also, Archangel plus Kitchen Finks plus Sack Outlet is infinite.
Archangel plus Kitchen Finks plus Sack Outlet, only with a Malira.
Well, Archangel puts counters.
Oh, so it beats the persist counter?
Yeah, and it resets the Kitchen Finks. So he's 1 step away from at least drawing this game out to forever. And speaking of forever, time has been called, and this is turn 1, I believe.
Is this turn 1 or turn 0?
This is turn 1. We have a die right there in the middle of the game. So Timothy definitely has a draw line to draw the game out.
All right, Nassif is going to cast Supreme Verdict.
So that's going to leave a board.
It's going to leave the voice. But here's the thing: the voice token comes out, and the Kitchen Finks comes out, and Nassif has a second Supreme Verdict in his hand.
You just fire it off right now, right?
I think so.
You can't let him activate.
You drop
that
him to
Birthing
0
Pod.
creatures. He's also getting close to attacking with 2 colonnades, right?
He actually is. So I think Nassif wants to try to win the game instead of drawing it
so
out.
he can fly over here. Like with that, does he have the mana?
Not
Has
to
he played a
activate-
land? I think he has played a land.
I don't think he has a land in his hand.
Okay.
He has a remand and the Supreme Verdict. That's it.
Got it.
So he cannot attack with Celestial Colonnade.
He has 2 more
this
turns.
turn.
If this is turn 1, he gets turn 3 and he gets turn 5. So if he can attack with colonnades on each of his last 2 turns, and Simino doesn't gain any more life, that'll do it.
Right. So I think the line has to include getting rid of that Kitchen Sphinx right now because it's
going to get...
It represents the potential of 2 more life, right? Just being in play? Or do you not?
I mean, it's got a counter on it right now.
Yeah, it does.
So that if it dies, it's not coming back, barring shenanigans. I mean, the fact is there's creatures in play that can Birthing Pod.
Right. I mean, it can become a Restoration Angel, but then there wouldn't be
But then it's
anything
not there
for
to
it to
flip.
target.
Except, does he still have the Restoration Angel in his hand? Yeah,
he does. So there aren't any more in his
Nassif
deck.
knows that. Yeah, Nassif, he thought about it for a while, but the second Supreme Verdict seems completely correct there. Now there's no creatures in play. There's nothing, no food for the Birthing Pod yet. I mean, Simino's got 4 or 5 cards in his hand, so...
And 3 of them fly.
Wow. So we might draw?
Yeah, this is looking pretty drawy, but let's see what happens.
Simino's got this turn and one other turn to attempt to win.
I guess that is true. He still has the Birthing Pod. It's off.
Right.
It's off screen, so don't forget about that one.
Right.
He has the ability to play, a creature now, and pod it into, a 4-drop. He could play his Aven Mind Sensor, change it into something for 4. I don't know if has he already used his.
There's 1 angel in the graveyard, 1 angel in his hand.
What about his Murderous Redcap?
Yeah, it's there, but I don't think he has the time to set up the red cap combo. He takes 3 creatures.
I think all of his I Win combos are 3 creatures.
No, Spike Feeder Archangel, as long as it doesn't have summoning sickness, it can attack.
Right.
It makes infinite life and infinite power.
Right.
So like if he could get an Archangel into play this turn, then it could potentially attack next turn. Although Nassif will lose a blocker. Yeah, I'm with you. This looks like a draw, but I feel like both players are still trying to find ways to win.
Which is what you're supposed to do.
Oh, yeah.
And there could be, I think, if he wants to win, if he's going to try to win, he needs to try to get an Archangel into play right now. And the only way to do that is I don't think he can do that. He needs to be able to play a 4-drop and then pod it into a 5-drop, which means he needs another land, and he doesn't have that land.
Right. I mean, Bird of Paradise can also attack for lethal. Like the Archangel Spike Feeder combo gives all of your creatures as many +1/+1 counters as you like.
Yeah, you're right.
The other sneaky thing he has the ability to do is Restoration Angel can untap Birthing Pod.
Right.
So with a Restoration Angel in the chain, he can potentially use his pod twice in a turn. All right, Nassif attacked and Simino chump blocked. So preserving 7 life. Not interested in going to 3.
That's interesting. Why wouldn't he just try to go for the win? And
I don't think he has a win.
But if that doesn't work, he still has 2 flyers to chop on this turn.
Yeah, but Nassif might come up with Path to Exile.
Yeah, I mean, sure, yeah. So there's the block. So looks like it's just going to be a draw.
Did we miss something? Did the Mind Sensor get... Oh, the Mind Sensor got remanded or something? Yeah, it's a draw. They've agreed to a draw, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, there was some... Whatever they did, it was in French.
Right.
And my Spanish isn't that good, and my French is even worse. But I believe that was a draw. We'll definitely get a confirmation from the man on the floor. I don't think there was anything. Yep.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Yep, they both agreed that it was a draw, which... there is a lot of potential in the Birthing Pod deck to get a draw, because I can see it doing this combo.
Right.
Getting infinite life and then just going.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated, kind of grindy. Not the result either one of them wanted, but it was an interesting matchup to watch.
Yeah. Now, let's find out what happened during the rest of the tournament back at the news desk.
All right, thanks very much, Rashad and Randy there. They'll be back with more Modern in just a minute, but we have the first of our Modern deck techs lined up at the video wall, Zach Hill, and waiting with him, one of the big free agent acquisitions on the hot stove season of the team swap around over the last few months. It's Conley Woods, it's deck tech, it's happening now.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Tournament Center. I am Zach Hill along with deck builder extraordinaire Conley Woods, here to talk to us about Night Pod. Conley, what is this deck?
So it's basically Malira Pod, which is a pretty big staple of the format. I would say everyone knows about it. With a couple small innovations, including Neither Reliquary, which just gives you a lot more robust of a fair game when it comes to that, basically. And it increases your toolbox package, which basically the entire deck is a toolbox as is, and you just get a little bit of extra with it.
What you mean when you say that is you get to play more one-ups.
Yeah, you play a ton of like one-ofs, and you're basically you're searching them up at various times whenever they would be the most effective. So your deck can play out very differently every single game.
Totally. So let's take a look at that deck and see how it plays out. If we can go ahead and look at some of these slides, we see 4 Birds of Paradise, 2 Noble Hierarch, 2 Knights of the Reliquary, and 3 Abrupt Decay, one of your only non-creatures. This is kind of the core of the deck,
right? Abrupt Decay is just very good in the format. Not much to say there. And then we basically just producing mana and have a little bit of trickiness with Neither Reliquary. Lets us do things like have Bajuka Bog in the main deck, which it adds a lot of versatility to what you kind of already have going on.
Okay, so that's kind of the fair element of the deck. Let's look at some of the unfair things to do. We see 3 copies of Birthing Pod, 4 Court of Calling. Now, Court of Calling, kind of an awkward card. The deck's called Pod, yet you're only playing 3 Pods and 4 Courts.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Pod's been a unanimous 4 of in this deck for a very long time, but in a metagame where Wild Nakado's attacking you, you can't really play it on turn 3 and activate it on turn 4 and take 4 damage and expect that to work out, because you're bolting yourself, basically, and you can't afford to do that against aggro decks. And it's a little clunky to draw, too, whereas Court of Calling kind of gives you this robust instant speed interaction that a lot of decks don't expect, and if you ever draw 2, you basically just set up your combo at the end of their turn and then on your turn, so it acts just like a Birthing Pod would in that case, where you activate Birthing Pod over 2 turns. So kind of just mix it up a little bit, want to take a little less damage and be instant speed, basically.
Sure. So Conley mentioned his combo. There's actually a couple of those in the deck. Let's take a look at one of the first ones. We see Malira Viscera Seer to go with the 4 Kitchen Finks and Murderous Redcat. Yep. Can you just walk us through real quick how this combo works?
So it's pretty simple. The persist mechanic, when a creature dies, comes back with a -1/-1 counter. Malira says basically creatures can't have -1/-1 counters. So when they come back, that -1/-1 counter is not there. And persist, that's the only thing it cares about. So you can continue to sacrifice a Kitchen Finks to whatever effect over and over again, and it will keep re-entering play, gaining you an absurd amount of life, whatever amount you want. And with Murderous Redcap, you're doing the same thing, but going to the face. And Viscera Seer is the cheapest and most kind of good sacrifice effect. I would say you could tutor up a Ranger Vios, which is nice.
Sure.
And the Scry effect comes in a lot of the times when because you're a combo deck, so looking at the top 2 cards at the end of your opponent's turn and putting them at the bottom could be very relevant.
Yeah, you literally scry into your combo pieces. So that's not the only combo in the deck. If we can take a look at the next slide, we've got a whole nother way of gaining infinite life and making your creatures use. So tell us how this works right here.
Yeah, so basically Archangel Thune has a special ability. It's kind of a rare one. Basically, whenever you gain life, everything you control gets a +1/+1 counter, and Spike Feeder happens to remove +1/+1 counters for life. So that little thing interacts in gaining you infinite life, and every single other creature you have in play gets gigantic. Just in case you need to kill, say, a Splinter Twin opponent who doesn't care about you having infinite life, you actually produce a gigantic threat, and then you can attack them for lethal. So it actually works out. This is one you court up almost exclusively, just because potting to 5 is a little tough, but it definitely comes up quite often.
All right, so if you're not comboing your opponent out, there are other ways to play a game of Magic with even more one-ups. I kind of view this, Conley, as like the traditional toolbox. You've got a way to hit the graveyard, a way to neuter your opponent's activated abilities, a way to blow up artifacts and enchantments, and a way to kill stuff.
Yes.
Why did we choose these 4 cards in particular?
Basically, the format's very unfair right now. A lot of combo decks and very aggressive decks running around. So these kind of give you a way to interact in the main deck, where most decks would have to run these types of cards in their sideboard. But because they're only taking up 1 slot in a deck like this, one of your slots slots out of your 60 cards, because you have so much access to tutor for them with Birthing Pod or Quarter Calling, you get these really powerful effects that you generally don't see in Game 1 situations that can occasionally just beat a deck all on its own because they're not expecting it. If you get out a Linvala against an opposing Birthing Pod list or a Splinter Twin list, they don't really expect that in Game 1, and now they have to deal with this 3/4 flyer before they can continue to go off.
So those are kind of your silver bullets or your answers. Let's take a look at the next slide. Just more one-of goodness. This is kind of your card advantage package. A little bit, if you have to play as a mid-range deck without a combo, you see Eternal Witness, Voice, Revelark, Ranger of Eos, but these do kind of fit into the combo too.
Yeah,
right?
Ranger of Eos tutors up Viscera Seer, which is very important, so you can pod a 3-mana creature into a 4-mana creature and still get your Viscera Seer, which is nice. Eternal Witness and Revelark help ensure that if they do answer your combo, because you only want one Malira and one Viscera Seer in this list, so if they Lightning Bolt your Malira, for example, you still want to be able to combo off later in the game, so a thing like Revelark can just get your combo back online and win. And these also just great in any type of fair matchup. When you're playing against a control deck and they have, Supreme Verdict or whatever, you just want to be able to, get a gigantic creature off Voice of Resurgence or get back 2 things off Revelark and, continue on your merry way.
Awesome. So that's kind of both fair and unfair at the same time. Let's take a look at the next slide. These are kind of just the remaining cards. I guess I grouped 2-mana defenders. You got Wall of Roots, Spellskite. Just very quickly, what are these cards?
Wall of Roots, just basically the 3rd Noble Hierarch, makes mana great with Quarter Calling because he produces 2 mana by tapping and making a green. And Spellskite's, again, a really good, strong card against a lot of unfair decks. Totally. Splinter Twin, Boggles, things like that. They really can't even do what they want to do while it's in play, so it's just another must-answer threat that people don't really expect to see in Game 1.
Right. An enchantment, when it's on the stack, has a target, so you can just redirect that to Spellskite. Also protects your creatures since you're a creature combo deck.
It protects.
All right, let's take a look at some of the lands in this deck. Now, the deck is called Night Pod. I guess this is some of the stuff that you do with Knight of the Reliquary. How did we choose these 4 utility lands?
Basically, I wanted a way to interact with the graveyard in Game 1. Bajuka Ball is extremely powerful. Knight of the Reliquary allows you to do it at instant speed, which is very important. If you just play a Bajuka Ball against sorcery speed on your turn, sometimes it'll do what you want it to do, but oftentimes you want to get them mid-combo or something, and Knight of the Reliquary allows that. Horizon Canopy is basically a free roll. You just get to draw a card in the late game when you have too many lands. You can't complain about that. Ghost Quarter is very important against decks like Affinity, who have a lot of creature lands, or any type of deck that needs its lands to win, so a Valakut deck, for example, or Escape Shift. And then Gavany Township's actually a card that's been in the deck for a very long time as like a 2 or a 3 of, because it resets your Kitchen Finks, giving them Persist again, it resets your Murder Strike Cap, giving them Persist again, and it just wins late games. Like, you just keep pumping your creatures. Your Birds of Paradise become real creatures, and with Knight of the Reliquary in the deck, I was able to cut down to 1 of those and then just grab it when I need it.
Makes sense. Okay, so let's look at how you actually cast all of these spells in the first place. You've obviously got, much like many other decks in the format, you've got your sack lands. You've also got, if we can look at the next slide, the dual lands that you use, or that you get with these. If we can take a look at those really quick, you've got, I believe, Temple Garden, Overgrown Tomb.
2 Overgrown Tombs, 1 Godless Shrine, then some basics. Just, you don't want to take too much damage against Zeus, so you have to keep that in mind.
Totally. And so those do deal you damage. There are some lands that don't. Forest, Swamp, you need a lot of basics in case someone paths you or Ghost Quarters you. Razor Verge Thicket casts your Bird of Paradise.
And you have Birds of Paradise to fix your mana as well, so basics don't hurt nearly as much. Forest turns into Bird of Paradise, which turns into everything. So.
And you can fetch Swamp with Verdant Catacombs and Marsh Flats.
Which is important for the sideboard, which we'll get to in a second.
And let's take a look at that sideboard. Conley, you're amazing at the transition. And we see in typical Conley fashion, 4 Thoughtseize and a lot of one-ups. All right, what's going on here, and why is Thoughtseize so important that it gets 4 slots?
Thoughtseize is so important just because of its versatility. It comes in against every combo, well, not every combo deck, a lot of the combo decks. Way to interact with them, great against control as well. And that Swamp will grab a lot of times with the Verdant Catacombs to take less damage, because turn 1, breaking for a shock land and Thoughtseizing yourself for 5 damage can be a little scary sometimes. And then all the one-ups are basically just an extension of everything we have in the main deck. All of these cards could theoretically be in the main deck if you decided that was a matchup you needed help for. But these all come in. I just played against Affinity, for example, and Kataki, Harmonic Sliver. These are very important cards you bring in, and because you have 7 tutor effects, they aren't really one-ofs. They're really like an 8 of in your deck, which is very good.
Sick. All right. It's Conley Woods with Night Pod, I guess Malira Pod, Spike Feeder Pod, some sort of pod deck. Anyway, this is Zach Hill at the Tournament Center. Let's send it back to Rich.
All right, thanks very much to Zach Hill. Thanks very much to Conley Woods, of course. The pairings are going up for our next round. Zach's going to come join me here at the news desk. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping. I'm going to show you our latest scoreboard. And we've selected some of the players that were at 3-0. Remember, with 393 players coming in, that meant basically 50 players, roughly, were going to be at 3-0. We can't cram all of those into one screen without giving you migraines. So instead, we've sort of selected a few of the 3-0, sort of 20 bigger names who are at 3-0, see how they do over the next few rounds. So let's take a look at that scoreboard if we can. And there you see it. So Patrick Dickman, a modern Grand Prix winner from Germany at 4-0. Marcelino Freeman has not had a tremendous Pro Tour record to date, around about 48% win rate, but he is 4-0. Michael Hetrick, 4-0. Matthias Hunt is someone we're getting very excited about. Obviously, still early days. We're only a quarter of the way into the tournament, but he is playing a very, very interesting deck in Modern. We're going to try and get him into the news desk later on today. Brian Kibler from ChannelFireball. Eric Froelich tweeted that ChannelFireball were 28 and 13 in the draft rounds. Terrific start for them. They managed to, that's even with pairing up against each other, User against Samura and Kibler. They were all kind of in the mix with each other at the back end of round 3. Valentin Mackel, very much on song, 3 Grand Prix top 8s this season. Sean McLaren, Magic Online competitor from Canada, is at 4-0. Also, talking of Magic Online, the man who lost to Reed Duke in the 2011 Magic Online Championship, Florian Pills. Galenis Vidigiris is 4-0, and then you see the players who have lost out in their first constructed round. Nico Boni falls to 3-1. Everyone on the right-hand side that you're looking at there was straightforwardly players who won their draft but have lost their first round of constructed. Even Flock, there you see a former Team World Champion, Martin User of the Czech Republic from ChannelFireball. On we go, Quentin Martin there from England doing very nicely. Katsura Mori is there. And Ben Stark, he actually lost to Matthias Hunt in that last round. Now, I do have to tell you one very important piece of information. We didn't all speak French, it turned out. So let me just tell you that in the Gabriel Nassif-Timothée Simoneau match that you were watching at the end of that last round, well, they kind of looked at each other, and in the end, what transpired in French was essentially Simoneau concedes. So Simoneau conceded to Gabriel Nassif. That puts Simoneau essentially out of the tournament at 0-4 and gives Nassif 3 points, puts him to 1-3. And Zach, although it is barely alive, it is still alive.
That's exactly right. We've seen people win out before. I think Sam Black in particular was famous for starting out 0-2 and then winning a bunch of matches. So, you don't want to be 0-3, but it's definitely possible. And if anybody can do it, it's Gabriel Nassif.
Absolutely. So he's one of the really interesting things there. It wasn't just that Nassif match that was right at the end. Talking to Conley just before we did that deck tech with Zach, he was saying that he finished his 2-0 match and it was just, wow, there's only 8 minutes left on the clock and everyone around him still playing. And we found when we actually hit time on the main round, there were a good 20 matches. So that's 10% of the field and more going to time in that round. So draws are suddenly going to become like a big story here. And basically, Zach, they're terrible, terrible news.
Yeah, a draw is not quite as bad as a loss for both players, but it's pretty bad. Draw basically is only worth 1 point, whereas a win is worth 3. So it takes 3 draws to equate to a win. You really do not want to have a draw this early in the tournament.
Yeah, and bear in mind that in terms of making it through to any given plateau, the draw puts you 2 points behind rather than 1 point ahead. Now, sometime tomorrow afternoon, that narrative will shift when we discover that a couple of players who had a draw on day 1 are sitting there at, let's say, 10-3-1, and they are ahead of all the people on 10-4, scrambling to get to 12-4 and to get in. But right now, that is not very exciting at all. Let me tell you what we have lined up in terms of feature matches. We have Antoine Ruel against David Ochoa. They are both at 3-1. Then we have Lucas Tajak of Germany against Owen Turtenwald, one of the hottest players on Earth right now, at 3-1. Here's someone with a draw. Kai Buddha. He drew in that last round, so he's undefeated at 3-0-1. He's up against John Sittner of the United States. And your undefeated feature match is the Hungarian Tamas Glied against Singapore's Wei Quan Wong. It's time to get back to Modern, it's time to get back to Randy, and it's time to get back to Rashad Miller.
Hey, back to the booth. Rashad Miller here with Randy Bueller. And I'm looking at the feature match, and I want to say this is a sweet one.
It is.
Is it a sweet one?
It is a sweet one.
Because we have Wei Quan Wong versus Tamas Glied.
Right, Wei Quan Wong, these guys are both 4-0.
Okay, that's great.
Wei Quan Wong is one of the members of MTG Mint, which is one of the teams we've been tracking. I think he was also Rich Hagon's pick to come
win.
out of nowhere and surprise at this tournament. So.
Oh, well.
Rich may have one to lord over us for a while there. But the most exciting thing about this Wei Quan Wong is the deck, which sounds like we're about to see. So
yeah, you know what? Let's save it as a surprise. Let's just get down to the match, and then we can see what we're talking about. Here we go. Welcome to round 5. I'm Rashad Miller here with Randy Bueller, and we are at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. There you see Tamas Glied, and he is playing against Wei Quan Wong, and we are about to see some sweet deck listing right here.
The Southeast Asian team we've been tracking, MTG Mint, has put together a spicy one. This deck, I don't know that it was on anybody's radar. It is Blue Moon is the name that we're going with. Essentially, it's a Blood Moon Master of Waves deck.
Wait a minute.
Yes. So Mono Blue Master of Waves. So you've got, Vidalcan Shackles is pretty good in Mono Blue. We've got, Snapcaster, of course, Spreading Seas, Threads of Disloyalty. It's also splashing for Blood Moon. So,
I mean, sometimes you just play a Blood Moon.
Sometimes
I've done it
really
before.
Good. Yeah, fetch land, goes and gets some red mana. And meanwhile, on the other side of the table, a little bit more traditional.
Yeah, we see a more traditional card like Noble Hierarch.
Right. Tamas Glied is he's got a zoo deck. Now he does have he has more colors than many of the zoo decks have. So he's gone to Bant Charm, Lightning Helix, Snapcaster, Elspeth, but it's essentially Wild Nacatl, Noble Hierarch, Knight of the Reliquary. So kind of biggish, wide-ish zoo.
Mm-hmm. And the Noble Hierarch just bit the dust to a Lightning Bolt. But those are zoo decks that I remember seeing decks like that where Zoo was like, you know what, our mana base is really good, air quotes, and we could kind of play every color, air quotes, so we might as well play things like Bat Charm.
Right. I mean, effectively, Countercat, I guess, is the...
Yeah, that was old Countercat decks, and there's Tarmogoyf.
Josh Utter Layton got second at the PT. Oh, Spell Snare.
There hasn't been another spell good enough to spell Snare in a long time. 3 land and a pass. And we get a good look at Quan's hand. And looks like he has some permission in there. None of the, cards we were talking about. Nothing that enables Devotion or any Blood Moons, but...
yeah, it's not a lot of permanents. I mean, it's 2 Master of Waves, 2 Snapcasters, Spreading Seas, Threads of Disloyalty. Those are kind of the permanents. So you're not going to see the giant masters that you would typically see in Standard, but just being able to put, 3 creatures into play with 1 card, I think, is similar to what we saw Craig Wesco do with the Black-White Tokens deck, right? You spend 1 card, you get 3 dudes. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Yeah, but Glied just missed his 3rd land drop.
Yeah, it's not good.
And he played a little bit of draw go, so that's not a good look from the Zoo deck. And it looks like his 3 drop spells are you see him asking, can I have a fetch land? Are you playing
he doesn't know what's going on.
I guess Trick Bind's the only card that would interact with fetch lands. I don't think Stifle's playable in this format. I don't know what else it could be.
Crazy. I don't think Glied has any idea what Wei Quan Wong is up to.
It could be Splinter 10. You could kind of think maybe you're playing a twin deck.
Spell Snare?
Sure, why not? It's a counter spell.
3 basic islands, and a spell snare.
Bad land draw.
All right, yeah. Yeah, both these guys 4-0. So they ran the table in draft and won the last round.
And let's see, what are we going to do with our 3 mana? It looks like a Knight of the Reliquary wants to come down. He's going to save that one for later. Tarmogoyf number 2. And it is Tarmogoyf number 2. Can I have a Tarmogoyf?
Do you remand this? He played a land already this turn, right?
Yeah, he did.
So remand means it's not coming back till next turn?
Looks like that's the plan.
Yeah, I like it.
Remand that man.
You can mana leak it next turn.
Draws card off to remand, and now he takes his turn. And Juan's not short on land drops, and looks like he also has a Serum Visions. And there's Blood Moon.
Yeah, you know what else would be good here? Vidalcan Shackles.
Ooh, very good. I mean, it'd get good once there's a creature for it to take.
Sure.
Eventually. Just have it sitting there waiting in the weeds or in the waters, as it were. 1 on top, 1 on bottom. And Blood Moon's coming down, which was in a lot of, back when Zoo was a deck, before, the unbanning of Wild Nakado, Blood Moon was one of the major enemies of this deck. And there's Blood Moon. So now every non-basic land is only a mountain.
So that he's got basic plains now? He's got red and white mana, but no green?
Right. Plains, mountain,
hard to play
mountain.
Tarmogoyf off mountain, plains.
That makes that remand even more stinging.
Yeah.
Wei Quan also holding looks like a Vapor Snag in his hand.
Yep.
So if something else were to sneak through, it wouldn't stay in play for long. And there's Master of Waves. We talked about that being the blue part of the Blue Moon. And it just comes down as a 2/1 that brings a buddy.
Might as well.
His opponent is completely neutered. Tomas is just like, what is going on here? Is this a standard tournament where you just brought some Blood Moons? Path to Exile off of his only basic land. Gets rid of all of the threats, so.
Yeah, his list has a plains, a forest, and an island for basics. So one of each of the band colors.
There you see the head scratch. I think he's wondering, how is he going to get his 1 forest? That's what he's thinking. Snapcaster Mage, still not playable. Does he have an island?
He has 1 forest, 1 plains, 1 island. You don't need a basic mountain to beat Blood Moon, it turns out. Mountains find you.
And there is a discarded
Band Charm.
Serum Visions number 2. Draws a Misty Rainforest, and he gets a look at a Cryptic Command and a Lightning Bolt.
I mean, kind of an ugly game. I mean, obviously, our Zoo player was stumbling on land anyway, and now he's been Blood Moon. But at the same time, I can't turn my head away. This Blue Moon deck is like nothing I imagined.
Another discarded Band Charm. So we aren't going to see much magic here. I think we're going to see, a spell or two, and they're all going to come from Wei Quan Wong's side, and eventually Tomas is just going to give up.
All right, you haven't seen the deck list, right? What do you think? What do you think he's going to win with?
What do I think Wei's going to win with?
Yeah.
And it's not the Master of Waves that's in the graveyard?
Well, there's only one more Master of Waves.
Oh, what is he going to win with?
2 copies. I mean, he could attack with Snapcasters. That probably would get the job done.
Yeah, I don't want to pick that. Is it grindy? It's got to be a land. Nope, can't be a land because of Blood Moon.
He's got 2 Batter Skulls.
Just actual
2 Batter Skulls.
lifelink for 5.
Yeah, there's no way to cheat him into play. They're just Batter Skulls.
Hey, sometimes a 2/1 Master of Waves isn't enough.
Right.
You got to.
Well, we saw in the Sieve hardcasting Wormcoil Engine. Same basic idea, right?
I guess so. It's just one. Why not just go with Wormcoil Engine?
Well, fair enough.
It's got to be to equip one of those tokens just in case your master dies. All right, and in matches that are actually progressing, David Ochoa wins Game 1 versus Antoine Ruel. Prime Evil Titan and
Valakut.
I wonder what he's playing.
He's playing Scapeshift.
I was hoping there was another deck that.
Sorry.
Those two
Oh,
cards.
you wanted Amulet? No, I'm pretty sure he's on Scapeshift.
All right, so we see a collection of fetch land over on Tomas's side, and they are all mountains. So at least they are tapped for red. But unlike Zoo decks before, doesn't look like his Zoo deck has a lot of red spells.
That is an alternate art copy of
That's a Vidalcan Shackles.
Oh, Shackles, sure.
Vidalcan Shackles just waiting for, I believe that is Vidalcan Shackles from Modern Masters.
Got it.
And Wade's just reading Bat Charm like, what could that have done? It could have destroyed the Shackles. I think he's just making a mental note of that for
next game.
Yeah.
Hey,
Whoa.
basic forest.
1 out of 60.
That turns on a lot of cards.
That turns on, I mean, half of his hand, one at a time.
Right. Meanwhile, Quan's hand is 5 counters and a Vapor Snag.
And there's a Vidalcan Shackles in play. So
other than that, though, basic forest was the perfect draw.
At least we can go somewhere from here.
Right.
That's step 1. Maybe step 6 is profit. I don't know what steps 2 through 5 is or what they are, but.
Hey, Gleed didn't even cast anything. It's like, wow.
I mean,
the Shackles makes it.
Is he just fishing for information now? Has he mentally conceded this game?
Interesting.
And decided that he's going to find out how. Because right now, he's not dying. He's not losing to anything.
Right. And he's the fast deck, so he's not as concerned about preserving clock. If he's going to win games 2 and 3, he's not going to need 40 minutes to do it. He's got his forest. He's still just discarding. That's the power of that Vidalcan Shackles.
Has a forest, discarded a green spell. Noble Hierarch, be it, which would be his a second green source.
It would give him blue mana too, except that it wouldn't last.
Yeah, it would just give Wade Quan an extra blue mana until he decides to take something better. But it looks like Tomas is counting his mana. Take a look at all the wonderful cards that are stranded in Tomas's hand. He has a Johnny, and he also has a Lightning Helix. So it looks like over on the back table, which is being covered by our text reporters, Kai Buddha is up 1-0 over John Sittner. Sounds like a couple of Pyromancer's Ascensions got active. And
Storm Storm does.
Yeah. Do we even have to say what else happens after that? You could
really
cast just about any spell in Magic.
Yeah, Kai 3-0'd the draft. So he did lose his first round with the Storm deck, but.
Yeah, it looks like he drew. Yeah, he got a draw.
He got a draw. He's on 10 points.
Yep,
My bad. He drew with Storm the first round? I wonder what he drew with.
Interesting. Maybe Gabriel Nassif somehow? Nah, I'm just kidding. But it looks like Cryptic Command is going to counter the Path to Exile and the Tarmogoyf that was allowed to resolve.
Oh, Tarmogoyf resolved, and Gleed wanted to path his own Tarmogoyf in order to get his island.
Yeah, and that is like, no.
Wei Kwang Kwang says, no, sir, you are not allowed to Path of Exile your own creature.
I'll take a 5/6.
I'll take your 5/6, and I will deny you blue mana.
And you're wondering how I was going to win this game? There you go. Here's my 5/6. Attack you.
Neither one of us picked Tarmogoyf. Oh, spreading seas on the forest. So he gets an island, but now he doesn't have green mana any longer.
Wow, this deck just...
Jeez. I hadn't really thought about Spreading Seas Blood Moon as a combo.
I mean, at least...
But it kind of is.
Yeah, it is. It's like you got your one land that can do something.
Yeah, it's an island now. Good luck.
It's an island. And, if there's no targets, you make one of your mountains an island. Make your Vidalcan Shackles just a little bit better.
Crazy.
Another result on the back table, Lucas Tajak is up 1-0 over Owen Turtenwall.
Path being pointed at Tarmogoyf again.
I think you just let that happen.
Yeah. You get an island. Oh, hilarious. Now Gleed does draw his natural island. Now he's got 2 blue mana, just what he wanted.
And white
with
border
no green.
at that. I think he has a problem searching that one up a lot, so he.
I mean, it is true that, you know, having a one of in your deck that you search for a lot, whiteboarded is actually convenient, if a bit glaring.
And there we have the win condition. How many times, you know, in playtesting do you think Wei-Quan Wong has equipped Batterskull on his opponent's a creature?
Funny.
Just steal your creature, make it bigger, attack.
I can't imagine.
All
right, Khalid has seen a victory condition.
Yep, he saw what he needed. There we go. Wong leads 1-0 over Thomas Gliet.
Do we have germ tokens?
Hopefully we have germ tokens. You know what? After these messages, we'll look for some germ tokens while you listen to some wonderful messages.
Looking for that perfect card or just the right card sleeves and playmat for your next tournament? Gaming Etc. has what you're looking for. Use the promo code PTBNG to earn 10% off all singles and accessories at gamingetc.com. Ignite your competitive spark by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros. Upcoming Grand Prix include Melbourne, Barcelona, Richmond, Montreal, and Buenos Aires. Visit wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
And we're back, and you get a good view of the feature match area. We have Kai Buddha in the back, but this is not what we're looking at. We're going to be looking at David Ochoa versus Antoine Ruel. And another Blood Moon, but in a more conventional deck from Ruel, who's playing, looks like a Splinter Twin variant. Up against David Ochoa, which we heard was playing a Scape Shift.
Yeah.
Not sure if he's playing any blue in his Scape Shift. It might just be straight green-red.
I think so.
Yeah, especially with, I think he had a Primeval Titan. Oh, so he's playing.
They play the Prismatic Omen version?
Right, so he's playing a Prismatic Omen version, which it's a lot easier on the brain because you don't have to math your way to 20 damage.
When your Valakuts count as mountains also, you can kill with less land in play.
Ooh, County Heart Expedition. Haven't seen this card in a while. One counter on it. It has landfall. Whenever you play a land, you get to put a counter on County Heart Expedition. And when it has 3 counters, I believe, you can sacrifice it and search for 2 basic land, put them to the battlefield tapped. Serum Visions over for Antoine Ruel. And it looks like he's going to make a land drop. He's holding a counterspell and another Serum Visions along with a Simian Spirit Guide, but I imagine that's going to stay in the hand to be a mana source and not come down and battle on the empty board. Right, passes the turn back to David Ochoa. Looks like he just has a grip of land. There's one spell and it's a Primeval Titan. Might be a second one. Can't quite see what. Oh. Looks like a Swan Song. Got to be out of the sideboard. There's a Swan Song. Wait, not out of the sideboard?
Main deck.
Main deck Swan Song.
Main deck 4 Swan Songs.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You know what? I like seeing that card in the main deck. Now,
yeah, there's some tech in the Antoine's Splinter Twin deck for sure.
Yeah, he definitely he has Swan Song. Are you talking about Antoine has Swan Song in the main deck?
Yeah.
Because
oh my goodness.
Yes, the Swan Songs in the side over.
It's in Ochoa's sideboard.
Yeah, they are battling.
They both have 4 Swan Songs.
And Swan Song can counter Swan Song, right?
Swan fight.
Yeah, a little Swan fight. It's like no, I don't want the 2/2. I mean, speaking of swans, I mean
flyers.
There's a Bitter Blossom. You know, fresh off the bench.
Yeah.
I mean, the very hefty bench.
We have a fairy sighting finally?
Yes, we finally see fairies in the back. John Sitton is playing it against Kai. Actually, he played a Mistbind Click, which is usually the turn before you win with the fairies deck. But it turns out against Storm, sometimes it just doesn't matter. It's like 4/4 and you're dead.
All these lands are.
All right, so now we need to find out how this works. Prismatic Omen,
Blood Moon.
I think it might be a time step thing, but I don't know. That's where we have the judge. He's on a call right now, and we'll get the info from Brian David Marshall down there once we figure out exactly how that interaction works. I want to say that. So Blood Moon makes them mountains. Prismatic Onan says all your lands are every land type.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be timestamp, but I'm not sure. It was a battle of time stamping, and since the Prismatic Omens came down last, its effect is what wins. Which means I think another Blood Moon would then overlay on top of that.
The Blood Moon is turning off Valakut, though. I mean, that's the big thing the Blood Moon is doing. It means that Valakut isn't actually dealing any damage when mountains come into play.
All right, so we are doing Deceiver XR beatdown right now, while the getting's good, because we know that they're. I thought there was a Primeval Titan there. I think it looks like there's still a Primeval Titan over in David Ochoa's hand.
Yeah, well, he didn't have the 2 green because of the Blood Moon. I mean, he had the 1 basic forest. I mean, I guess he can go get more. I mean, the Prismatic Omen would have given him the 2nd green and also the Colony Heart.
Right, he's probably just going to get 2 non-actual mountain land, I would assume. It's probably the safest play. Probably doesn't matter that much, but it looks like the choice is Forest and Island. And it looks like those are 7th edition Japanese.
Which?
Yeah,
those are Tempest, right?
No. These are they? Those aren't Tempest.
The sleeves are white, not the borders. That's the Lightning Island from Tempest, I think.
I don't see a Tempest symbol. I don't know what they are. I'm sure someone in Twitter was like, yeah.
Oh, I think, you know what? I think that the core set's reused the basics from. I think it might be the art was originally printed in Tempest and then reprinted in something else.
Maybe.
The core set's definitely reused land art from expert level sets for a while.
We're being yelled at on Twitter as we speak, I'm sure. Sorry, I don't know where land are from. I play Mirage Forest. That's all I play. Mirage Forest or Unglued. Those are pretty sweet.
So yeah, here is the Primeval Titan. Yeah, we see the basic island in play for Ochoa. He has there's no blue cards in his main.
No, but he does have a Swan Song in his hand right now. So.
Right. Yeah, it's the there are blue cards in his main. He's got a couple Izzet Terms.
Okay.
But he's basically red-green. The cool tech is Anger of the Gods, where a lot of people have had Pyroclasm in previous iterations of Modern.
Ooh, I mean, there's a lot of relevancy to that extra point and the exiling.
I feel like Anger of the Gods is a big deal at this Pro Tour. Lots of people are playing lots of Anger of the Gods. I mean, that's essentially the way they're reacting to all the Zoo decks that are showing up. I mean, and it's good against Melirapod. It gets the job done against almost anybody with creatures.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of decks that wish they had an Anger of the Gods back when Zoo was, like a standard deck.
Right.
When they were trying to team up double Pyroclasm to wipe the board, and it just wasn't working. So still a lot of fetching and card selection for Antoine Ruel. Hasn't really pieced together a combo. Has a lot of resistance in his hand. Actually, he has the one Swan Song in his hand, but he did get a sleight of hand into a sleight of hand and still has a sleight of hand to use. Probably going to find a Serum Vengeance with that a little bit later.
Yep. Primeval Titan is not going to take too long to win this game, though.
Is it because of all the land that it's going to go get?
Not this time. I mean, Trips Valakut would be awesome if only those Valakuts were something other than basics.
Then Valakut land dash mountain?
Dash everything else thanks to the Prismatic Omen.
So I guess it would say mountain.
These lands are very confused.
What are we?
We are everything basic.
But we aren't. But we lost our identity. I don't feel like I'm me anymore. So just to give you a heads up, our main match of Tomas Glied versus Wei Kwang Wong, they are currently looking at their opening hands, and if they decide to keep, we will be back to that match, as you can see in our little picture-in-picture up in the corner. Right now, we're going to see how far Primeval Titan can get in this game before we have to take a break. And it looks like Glade sent his 7 back, so he'll be looking at 6 in a little while. Sure. And there is the third sleight of hand that sees a couple of lands, so he keeps an island. When is it time to start the Simian Spirit Guide army?
He's got 2 Spirit Guides in his hand?
Yeah, he does. I mean, Grey Ogre in play, is that better than 1 mana and in
he
your
needs
hand.
one more, and then he can block Primeval Titan. Even an Exarch would be good enough.
Yeah, and we don't have the life total, so we don't know if attacking for 2 a few turns prior
Seems
would have
unlikely.
been a big dig.
I mean, he's chipped away for 1 with Exarch a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Primeval Titan.
Yeah, so right now the life totals are 7, 18 in Ochoa's favor,
Yeah.
so it didn't matter. Or flavor, sure. I don't know what that flavor would be. I guess interesting hats / weird mustache.
The thinning effect from the Primeval Titan starting to become relevant too. Ochoa's going to be drawing mostly gas here.
Yeah, but probably not before Antoine Ruel just dies.
Well, I mean, it's going to take 4 hits. Like with Valakut not doing anything, you're seeing a lot more of that thinning effect than you normally would. And yep, there's the first Simian Spirit Guide setting.
Yep, and the second one's going to come down right after it. And we will leave this match right there. We'll let you know what happens at the end of that game. But right now we have to get back to our main match because we have to see Blue Moon versus Zoo fresh off of the ban list. Well, I mean, the deck was still a deck, but Wild Nakata was a big deal.
Was not a deck.
It tried. It was kind of. It was a Zoo with fewer cats.
Yeah, the other thing going on, John Sittner has tied up the match against Kai Buddha. This guy can click better when your opponent only has 2 land.
A lot of things are better when your opponent only has 2 land. Right, and there we see our players. Not a lot going on in this match. We just had a couple of land hit play and a Noble Hierarch, but another guy who has a time to shine now that he's not being outclassed by 1/2s.
The Noble Hierarch?
Yeah, that did the same thing and more.
Wow, Flame Slash.
Flame Slash, 4 damage to a creature at sorcery speed. That's a sideboard card right there.
Gets the job done.
It kills every creature in Zoo and, funny enough,
it dead.
in Living End. Kills all those too.
Spreading Seas.
Spreading Seas on the Godless Shrine. Is that a god? No, that's a Temple Garden.
Yeah, no green mana.
No green mana, but still
It's still a 3/3 Nakatl.
Yep, so he gets in for 3.
It's funny.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So you don't need a Forest. Forest does not give him any power. Forest gets him into play, and after that, Forest is done.
All right, so there's
the basic Forest.
That doesn't look like the same basic Forest he used last game, but maybe it was.
I think there's only one.
So there is a Scavenger News. Scavenger News playing the role of you didn't draw Tarmogoyf this turn.
This is not really the matchup Scavenging Ooze is for. But he still attacks.
It still gets value. I mean, it's a 3/3 effectively once a green mana untaps.
Wow,
Which,
green mana is a little hard to come by.
You have to use it carefully. So the swan fight happened.
We had a swan fight. Swan Song countered Swan Song.
I feel like you may want to be the one that gets the 2/2 though, right? So and David Ochoa wins. So I guess you could give your opponent a 2/2.
If you're attacking with Primeval Titan, it's okay.
Yeah. So David Ochoa wins that match 2-0. The power of the Swan Song. So back here, 3 mana looks like a Threads of Disloyalty is going to take that Scavenger News while the getting's good.
This deck is crazy.
This deck has a bunch of cards that I want to be playing with right now.
Uh-huh.
Maybe not the Flame Slash, but everything else, I'm in. And I'm sure I could be convinced that should be in my sideboard.
What's wrong with Flame Slash?
No, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, it doesn't really excite me. I'm fine with it being in the sideboard. If someone's like, this is the only card that deals with the way that the matchup goes, then I would take it.
Yeah, the 4th point of toughness is a big deal in this modern format. I mean, you see Quan has Anger of the Gods as well. We were talking about the fact that Ochoa has it. Mm-hmm. A lot of people playing Anger of the Gods, and so the Zoo decks, many of them have responded by going to 4 toughness creatures.
Oh.
Not so much Gleed. He's got a pretty aggressive version of the deck in terms of his creature set, but a lot of people are playing Loxodon Smiter. They're playing Knight of the Reliquary. They might go up to the top of the curve, might have Thundermaw Hellkite.
Yeah, there's always been that magic number of how tough, like what toughness you want your creatures to be. And
Right.
3 used to be like only lightning bolt kills it. Like
Right,
all the
exactly.
sweepers just die. You dodge all the sweepers. But then Anger of the Gods came out, and then you're like,
And it feels like everyone's first zoo deck was just destroyed by Anger. It's like the zoo deck that everybody started with was aggressive. It's like, Curd Ape, Loam Lion. And then Anger started getting into all the control-ish decks, especially the blue-reds. So the zoo decks went up to Smiter, Knight of the Reliquary. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how that dance shakes out.
I don't think you can get much higher than 4. I mean, we can't get to the 5 toughness.
Well, I mean, you can throw in a Baneslayer or a Thundermaw.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah,
I
if
like
you have room for-
Thundermaw.
yeah.
I like Thundermaw.
Especially, like, if Fairies was actually a thing, Thunderball would be even better, right?
Oh, yeah, it would be super good. It's actually pretty good against Craig Wesco's deck that we saw. We
Right,
beat in a
right,
couple
right.
of times. So, what did we miss? Not a lot. Just a couple of Serum Visions. He picked up, looks like he picked up a remand that he's thinking about pointing at.
Snapcaster?
Yeah.
Which is, that there are no targets for. Snapcaster is just a 2/1.
It's just a 2/1, but, that's 2 more power. He gets to attack for 5 now. And Wong's at 14.
Yeah, I mean, he really wants a red mana, is what Quan wants.
Right.
That Anger of the Gods can sweep away Zoo's board, but he's sitting on a 1 red mana right now.
Okay, so we have another match result. Lucas Tajak wins 2-0 over Owen Totenwall, and that's going to bring him up to 12 points. That's a nice 4-1 record for Lucas. It's got to feel pretty sweet.
That was a pod mirror? Or no, it's pod over Zoo. Owen's got kind of the Zoo deck I was just talking about, actually. Lockstone, Smiter, Knight of the Reliquary, etc.
Slightly bigger zoo. Maybe the San Diego Zoo?
Does Austin have a zoo? That's where Kibler won with it, right?
I'm sure there has to be at least one, right?
It's still, I mean, that's really.
And everyone from Austin's like, no, we don't have a zoo. 0 zoos.
Teferi. Love this deck.
Teferi. You think, are there any teachings in this deck? I mean,
metaphorically, yes, clearly.
All right, so Noble Hierarch is asking, does it have permission to play? And Remand is just, I think, do you think Wei Quan just put Remand and Blood Moon in his deck with
Remand is a beating of Blood Moon.
just to troll his opponent? It's like, get your mana base into the way where you just have the 1 mana of the color that you really need, and then you just play your 1 card a turn, and you're like, no, Remand that.
It's not even Blood Moon this game, right? It's just Spreading Seas.
I know. I mean, it's doing the exact same job.
Right.
Well, at least Tomas gets to attack for 5 each turn. And Vapor Snag. It's going to bounce the Wild Nakata. I'm sure it's going to try to come back down and play pretty soon. But we'll see if Wong has yet another bounce / counterspell for it.
Well, he's got Snapcaster for Vapor Snag, or what else is in there? Oh, he can Snapcaster Flame Slash, but he'd have to do that at sorcery speed.
Yeah. It could be that's the play, just let that resolve.
I mean, the play for Quan is draw a mountain.
Right. And this gives him the opportunity to draw a mountain. And if that doesn't work out, then you can go with the Flame Slash. But no, looks like he's just going to go for it.
Snapcaster the Snag.
You think he's given up on Anger of the Gods?
No, I think his life total is starting to get perilously low. I mean, he doesn't want to get burned out by a couple lightning bolts if he can help it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but the Nakata wasn't attacking him then. It was just, he had a whole turn to draw the mountain.
I think he figures he's got enough cards in his hand that he's worried about mana efficiency. He's been kind of pinched on mana. He just didn't want to let 3 mana go unspent.
I think he's going to ambush something with the Teferi, because no one will ever see that coming.
It blocks Nakatl, doesn't it?
It blocks it so well.
Wow. Although his love of spending his mana efficiently. Well, he can ambush this.
I think he's got to take 2. Oh, he's got to just do it now.
It seems right.
Yeah,
it's so little life.
But it's not as greedy.
Well, if he'd known he was going to have the 5th land, he probably would not have Snapcaster Vapor Snagged.
Okay, so there's a second mountain that he needed for
And
Anger
Thomas
of God.
Gleed, we're gonna see another head scratch, right?
There's got to be.
He's gonna be shaking his head like, what just happened to me?
Teferi, what does this guy even do? I didn't play during Time Spiral Block.
Wow.
Yeah, we see him reading Teferi right now, and let's put Teferi up on the side where it has a lot of things. Right now, it's really just beast attack with 1 less power. It's a 3/4 with flash that gives all your other creatures flash, and your opponent has to play a sorcery speed for the rest of the game.
Right.
And Noble Hierarch hits the battlefield, and
Teferi also survives Anger of the Gods.
Does survive Anger of the Gods. There's a lot of, I want to call them synergies, but that's probably the wrong word.
There's a lot of tech?
Yes.
A lot of spice?
A lot of spice, a lot of tech. So now that the tables are turned, at least in Wong's mind.
Yeah, he's on the offense. Who needs Anger of the Gods?
5 mana,
I have
and there's
a Batterskull.
Germ token,
Wow.
please.
This is crazy.
This is extremely one-sided. And,
he's going to 5-0 if he holds on here.
Yeah, this is a mostly mono-blue deck.
Yeah.
Destroying the premier aggro deck of this format.
Sure.
Isn't that... When has that ever happened before?
Gleed has had mana problems. I'm not sure. Like, the matchup is probably not nearly as one-sided as it's looked here.
Wait, has Gleed had mana problems, or has Wong just destroyed his mana base?
Both. I mean, Gleed stumbled in both games. Like, he mulliganed this game.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's not even Blood Moon. It's just like...
It's just one spreading seed.
I mean, you are correct, though, that Gleed's deck is vulnerable. Like, the mana base and the Zoo decks are pretty fragile.
This reminds me of the Jund decks that used to lose to like a single spreading series back in the day. But no one just had I don't think anyone had the guts to put spreading seeds in their deck.
I've seen the Merfolk deck that's running around plays a lot of spreading seeds.
I mean, there's synergy with that card, though.
Right, the Island Walk is super relevant. And that deck also plays Master of Waves.
Right, this is literally just a Stone Rain.
No, Master of Waves. It's Devotion for Master of Waves. It's the majority of the blue mana pips. What are you talking about?
No, I didn't realize. I only saw Master of Waves for one turn.
Sure.
Like last game, I forgot that this was a Master of Wave deck.
It's got a couple Masters of Waves.
There's 3 pips in that Teferi.
And it's still one of in the sideboard, but yeah. More Spreading Seas. No white mana for you.
He was getting so close to casting one of those Johnnies. You think there's a cat theme going on over on Tomas's side, or is that just they were good, or did he go on Gatherer and search for cats?
Search for cats. I think we'd see Brimaz if that was the case.
Oh, those are Elspeths.
Not.
Oh, I thought
they
were. That's a what art is that, Elspeth?
These guys take their decks seriously, like in terms of collecting good-looking copies, and it's a dual decks, Elspeth, foil lands.
Yeah, he just takes it. I mean, you really don't have a choice. I guess he could have chosen to trade his Germ token for Wong's Germ token, but the fact that Wong has so much mana, he can return his Batterskull and then play it again pretty easily. Had to reread. Which ability do you think that Tomas had to reread?
Yeah, each opponent can play spells only anytime he or she can play a sorcery. It's a little tricky. I think he's got a path in his hand. He's trying to figure out what to do with.
It's like, this card isn't that good now that it's a sorcery. You get to untap the land and use it? Ugh. But a man's got to do what a man's got to do. So Path to Exile is going to attempt to take out Teferi, but usually decks that are running Teferi
can defend him.
Yeah.
I think it's Cryptic Command.
Yeah, there's a Cryptic Command right there on the top.
Counter tap ball.
Looks like he's going to
counter and tap.
Yeah, counter and tap and attack for lethal.
Yeah, it gets the Germ token too, right? Or is he responding with...
He can't respond with anything.
Yeah. Well, he can respond by tapping for mana.
Yeah, that is true. I think he did a
The
tap.
mana floats.
Yeah, I think he did tap for mana. And there's a Wild Nikado, and there's another Wild Nikado.
Okay. So, yeah. Blockers.
Anger of the Gods is going to clear the way.
There's the handshake. Anger of the Gods clears away so that you can attack with Germ Token and Teferi.
And this was
just the way we imagined Modern working.
5-0. Wei Quan Wong moves on with his Blue Moon deck. And you know what? We didn't see any moons in at least the second game, the first game.
Right. No, Spreading Seas did the damage there instead of the Blood Moon. There is a Blood Moon in play on another match. I think I heard in my ear.
Apparently, there are Blood Moons in play at 3 of the matches. So it looks like, yeah, we're going back to the back table, and this is
John Sittner's Fairies deck against Kai Bude's Storm.
And there is a Blood Moon in play.
So the Fairies deck has 6 mountains in play.
But there's also a...
yeah, Bitter Blossom got in just in time.
Yeah, Bitter Blossom snuck in, and there is a Graph Digger's Cage, which is probably a little bit of a nuisance for Kai, but this deck can play around that spell.
What does it do against the Storm deck?
It stops you from flashing back cards. That's it.
Okay.
6 in the Yep.
Yeah, you can't do the Pass and Flame. It shuts off Pass and
Flame.
Flame.
So it shuts off Pass and Flame, which is a big...
Yeah, that's a big deal.
And those desperate Ravens that are in Kai's hand aren't very effective anymore.
Yeah, no flashback.
And just so you know, Bitter Blossom tokens are only black, but
Our tokens are blue-black?
Yeah, we've cut some corners.
All right, Kai's got a Grape Shot, which takes out those tokens and the Spell Stutter Sprite.
It looks like it's Wrath Shot.
Yeah, that's what this deck does sometimes. And if you can't finish the opponent off, then sometimes you just got to kill all their creatures.
Yeah, Kai's down to 7, so those tokens were more than just a little threat.
Kai has 520 career pro points. Those numbers are absurd.
That's a lot of pro, and he's only 34. He's younger than I am.
Kind of scary.
He's making me feel pretty old and young at the same time. Somehow, I don't get it.
10 Pro Tour top 8s,
15.
7 of which he closed the deal and got the win.
Well, if you're gonna play on Sunday, you might as well make it count.
Yep.
And the 15 Grand Prix top 8s, 69% win percentage. Just amazing numbers.
One of the best.
At Kai Buda, follow him. Sleight of hand. Keeps a mountain. He's looking for land drops. And there's a second copy. And he gets a Grape Shot. Yeah,
it's empty
the Warren. Empty the Warrens, yeah. Past in Flames is going to...
14 mana. This prevents me from flashing.
Oh, that's that wasn't a Past in Flames. Oh, that was a Pyrite Ritual?
Yeah, so Kai's got 14 mana. He knows
Past in Flames.
he can cast Past in Flames, but he can't flash back. So he's going to go for a giant Empty the Warrens.
And
that's good enough.
It's a good draft.
Yeah.
Gigantic Empty the Warrens, giant horde of Goblin tokens. Sittner's shaking his head. He thought maybe my Bitter Blossom can actually...
You know what? When that's your only hope, you just got to go with it. And you know what? Sometimes Bitter Blossom will carry you to the victory. But Kai, he moves on to...
he's still undefeated, right? He's got a draw, but
he is
no
undefeated,
losses?
has a draw. So
4-0-1.
Yep, 4-0-1, 13 points. John Sitter stays at 9 points, drops to 3-2. You know what? I'm not usually the person who will decide to sleeve up a mostly mono blue deck.
Okay.
But I think I want to play some Teferi now. and I would never say that. I think I'm putting them in the main deck because I think I need the 3 pips.
For Master?
Yeah, for Master. We want our Master to be just that much better. And you can play your Master at the end of turn. Have you ever done that before? Just ambush somebody with a bunch of sea ponies? Like, attack.
I have not. Master of Waves at instant speed does seem better.
See, now you want to do it, don't you?
I kind of do.
Are you building another commander deck?
I was going to say, yeah, Teferi is a commander that I would absolutely sleeve up. Teferi, I just play all the blue cards I used to put back in the 90s, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you did that, and I think I saw that deck, and it was actually pretty sweet. I give you a lot of, I tease you a little bit because it's mono blue, but deep down, I want to play Stalking Stones too.
There you go.
Just and Whisper the Muse. So I believe we're ready to send it back to the news deck so we can see what happened during the rest of the rounds. So take it away, Rich. Maybe. Okay. Maybe we're not ready. We're not ready for Rich. Rich is still on his lunch break.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He has designer lunches. He goes to a special piece of place and it has to be designed for him. I don't know what it's called. It's like the Fuddruckers for it's like La Fuddruckeria.
What do you think of the Storm deck guys playing?
It's pretty standard. It's been around. It hasn't really been affected by any of the changes in the
not the recent ones.
Yeah, and
feels like it was good initially, and then it got hit by some of the same bannings that neutered the Splinter Twin deck a little bit. Like losing the sort of good blue card drawing selection spells hurt the deck, and so it feels like the ban list is sort of chipped away. But John Finkel for one has never stopped playing that deck.
I know that's what I remember.
You look at Kai's deck list. The deck designer is listed as John Finkel.
Well,
they're both on the same team. They're on Pantheon. I don't know how many other Pantheon players decided to play the Storm deck, but John plus Kai. We could see some Storm deep into day 2 with those two running.
And you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with watching Storm a little bit more. All right. Now we're ready for Rich. And he has a nice interview lined up for it. So, we're going to Brian on the floor for an interview. So let's take it away, Brian.
Hi, everybody. This is Brian David Marshall coming to you from the floor of the feature match area. I am here with none other than Pro Tour Hall of Famer Kai Budde. Why the sigh when I say none other? I mean, you are one of the 2 most famous people to ever play this game. You're a Pro Tour Hall of Famer. You have 7 wins. I mean, you deserve a little bit of accolade.
Sure, but I'm certainly not the most feared player in this room right now. I'm lucky to be top 20, I think.
I think people at home would be thrilled to be top 20. I got to ask you, though, how did you come to take shelter in the Storm deck here?
Okay, I mean, I have never played Modern before. Like, the last time I played the similar format was the PT Amsterdam, which was new extended, which is basically Modern, I think. There are a lot of different decks, and there's no way to break the format. Like, you can't come up with a new deck. The format is old. There's a ton of very good decks. Like, the new cards have little impact because they're so powerful cards. And then you kind of had to find a deck that suited your playstyle. The best deck is probably Owen Turtenwald's Wild Noctile deck. It's like a Knight of Soliloquy big Naya deck. I mean, big means 3 casting costs in this format, but it's a big Naya deck. But that's not really my style. Like, John has been playing Storm all the time. He told me it's a good deck. Yui told me it's a very bad deck and it's a trap and I shouldn't go for it. But Storm just really fits my playstyle. And our hope is that people are unprepared. I mean, usually they have like 1 or 2 sideboard cards, and then it's very easy to screw up against the Storm deck. For example, if you play turn 2 Electromancer, and they think it's a good idea to cast a Tarmogoyf, instead of killing it, they just dead on their 3rd turn. I mean, that's how it works.
I have to ask you something else. From the interview I did with Tom Martell about the preparations that the Pantheon put in, he gave up this little tidbit that you do most of the cooking for the team. Is this true?
That is true, but that's not due to me being a great cook. That's like there's no one else. I mean, I'm not eating frozen pizza the whole week, but cooking for 15 people is somewhat challenging. I mean, I've not ever done that before or something, but it worked out, I think.
It was edible?
It was edible, yes.
All right. Well, for Kai Budde, this is Brian David Marshall sending it back into the booth or the news desk or somewhere. I'm not sure.
So I was going to ask you what a meal like for 15 people looks like, but I'll save that for later. Know. We'll never know. Maybe Rich will tell us over at the news desk. So let's find out what's happening over there.
Everything he said about designer lunches is a lie. a lie, I tell you. Welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagan here, and we're going to go straight to the scoreboard. Now, again, this isn't a complete leaderboard. This is just some of the players who are at 3-0 in the draft pod. So let's take a look at where we are. The grey names on the right, you can see all of their results add up to 4. That means they're still playing. The results are not in for them. That includes Matthias Hunt, who has a terrific deck. I spoke to Josh Utter-Leighton. We were watching Matthias Hunt's match together, and without spoiling things, Josh said, yeah, you know, Hunt's deck is fantastic when it draws in its opening hand, and it's completely terrible when it doesn't draw in its opening hand. And we'll fill in that blank for you after the next round, because Matthias has very kindly said he'll come in and attempt to bend our fragile little minds with what he is playing. Kibler's still playing at 4-0, Mackle 4-0, McLaren 4-0. Melissa DeTora lost her first round of draft, as did Quentin Martin of England. But the other players, the players that have gone dark this round, as it were, on the scoreboard, you can see already. Patrick Dickman, now this is huge. It was big news when he got to 3-0 in draft, because he is a Modern master. He's a European Grand Prix winner in Modern. He's won his first 2. It will shock no one, I think, to suggest that some islands and some mountains may have been involved. More updates coming in there. Michael Hetrick is 5-0. He defeated Florian Pills, who, by the way, has a 60% win rate at the Pro Tour, which is kind of your benchmark for somewhere above good and heading into super good territory. So that's a very big win for Hetrick, going to 5-0. I believe he was testing with the Elliot and Travis Wu plus Martin Goldman-Kirst on that little squad. Gardenis Vidigiris, 5-0, regular representative of the Lithuanian national team. Nico Boni, 1-1 in constructed, as is the Mexican Marcelino Freeman. Martin User from ChannelFireball. Stephen Mann looking for his second Pro Tour top 8. You see Pills there. Ben Stark, now 4-1. He won his match 2-0 in no time. Just basically he got to do his thing, turn 4 or 5 twice, no counter magic from the other way. And we're just seeing Kai Buddha there in action, still undefeated, 4-0-1. Flock, though, Maury, Rada, Van Leeuwen, they've all lost both constructed rounds, and we'll think that they would be slipping out of the leaderboard. Again, remember, plenty of other players came in from draft at 3-0, and as we go round, probably around about round 6, we'll update and get you towards a true leaderboard as we head towards the end of day 1. So that's where things are. We're coming towards the end of the round, but over at the big wall, we have another deck tech lined up. It is with the reigning Pro Tour champion, Jeremy Dezani. He is playing a deck called Blue, White, Red, Geist.
Hey folks, welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Zach Hill here with Jeremy Dezani, MTG Madness, reigning Pro Tour champion. Tell us what you're playing today.
Hi, I'm playing a white-red mid-range Geist.
And what is that deck? Why is it? What does it do in a given game?
Okay, this deck is pretty nice because if depending on your matchup, you can play control or aggro. Depending if you play against Zoo or anything. And yeah, the card of your deck have another role if you play with another matchup. So yeah, I like this deck. It's pretty cool.
So sometimes you're aggressive, sometimes you're the control deck. Let's take a look at some of the cards that make that possible. Now, the namesake of this deck, of course, Geist of St. Traft. You have 4 copies of this card. Your other main threats, 2 Vendilion Click, 2 Restoration Angel. Okay. Why is Geist so important? A lot of the blue, white, red control decks don't even play the card.
Okay, so Geist is very good because it's a good kill. We have X-Proof. It's very important because in your deck you can not defend your kill. This is important. This is in the past in Magic, you have a kill like Teferi as you want. You need to defend it.
Right.
This guy just don't care. You have not too many cards who can kill him. So yeah, it's a good card, and your kill can cast only 3. So it's a good card.
In addition to that, yeah, it's not like it used to be where you played some 6-mana finisher, you had to counterspell all their terrors. Geist protects itself. Now, why Vendilion Click and Restoration Angel as well?
Okay, Vendilion Click is good because you have 3 in power, so you can maybe do the effect on your opponent and after kill a creature. like Guest, for example, but against Zo is good too, because you can kill Nakatold, some Ape or anything. And against Control is the best card, the best creature card you can play for sure, because you can just remove the combo from your opponent's hand, so pretty nice, but it's legendary, so you can play too many. 2 is okay.
Totally. And then with Restoration Angel, of course, you can reset your Snapcaster Mages and protect your Geist, and we're actually about to look at those right now. So we can move to the next slide. Now, a lot of the decks, almost all of the blue-white red variants, play some combination of Lightning Bolt, Lightning Helix, Path to Exile, and Snapcaster Mage, who lets you rebuy them. Some people say that this is kind of the core of the deck. Would you agree with that? Or?
Yeah, I'm a little agree, yeah. Bolt is very important because if you want to control a little the game, you need to have a response as turn 1. Okay, right. And a fetch land in Mountain for Lightning Bolt against Zoo is very important. You save so many points against Bird of Paradise and Noble Urge. Against Pod is very important too, to remove the accelerator for not take Pod turn 2. So it's pretty good card, you know. Yeah. Maybe it's the best card of the deck. I don't know. Lightning Bolt is very important.
Of course.
Lightning Helix is very cool because against Zoo is up. It's so good. You remove a creature, and it's a counter spell because if you kill the creature, you gain life and prevent next bolt. So it's removal and counter spell at the same time. It's perfect against. Against Pod is good too because he can't really part in combo. He's an aggressive plan, so Helix is good for. Pass to Exile is really good because you can play it against Voice of Resurgence, Kitchen Things, all the cards you hate to meet because they have 2 live. So Lightning Helix and Lightning Bolt don't work really well against. You can play it, but it's not the best. Pass is really the best you can do against. And when you play against Zo, you don't have too many basic lands. So it's really cool to play Pass against, and you don't have spell to ramp, maybe Rampager, but...
the Accelerant, they're not doing anything with that extra mana. So.
You don't help him.
And then finally, Snapcaster.
Snapcaster is just good because your graveyard is your toolbox.
And
so it's pretty cool.
And without Deathrite Shaman in the format, it's a lot harder to interfere with Snapcaster Mage. All right, so it wouldn't be a control deck if you didn't have a lot of counter spells. We see Spell Snare 3 copies, Mana Leak 3 copies, 1 Remand. Now, I want to talk to you about Cryptic Command. Because a lot of the aggressive versions of this deck sometimes don't even play that card at all. They'll play a lot of Electrolyze, something else. You chose to play 3 copies. Why is that?
Because against combo, you need to have it. We have too many counterspell. And you need to have some value because this deck don't draw too many cards. So you need to have value on one moment of the game. And when you remove in the free turn menace of your opponent, you need to take the advantage after. And counter and draw is very important. And Bounce is really good because if you miss something in play, you can later just come back, bounce and draw, take value, retard the enchant. It's pretty cool. For sure, it's a good card. Only 3 because as mana cost, not the color. I think 3 blue it's easy to have in the deck, but 4 is really hard because you need to cast some spell in the same turn, and 4 and Guest. If you want to play Guest and Cryptic, 7 lands is a lot. So Cryptic Command is a spell for 1 turn. You don't want to have 4 in your opening hand, and you don't want to have too many in hand. You need to make some things.
So the final spell in the main deck I want to take a look at actually is a single copy. 1 Electrolyze. Now, a lot of people play 4 of this card. Some people say the reason to play this deck is to play Electrolyze. I don't know if I agree with that, but why are you only playing 1 copy of this card?
This card is good because you can add value to your deck, but when you play Control, it's okay, you can play 4 of this, but when you have 4 Guest of Synchrast in your free curve, you need to choose your plan. So this card is cool because against Affinity or Pod, you can do something good. Against Zoo, 2 damage is not sense because all the creature your opponent have has freed Sockness.
Exactly.
So Electrolyze don't work against. You side out against Zoo. So it's a removal, but not against the best aggressive deck in the format. So I like this card, but if you play it in 4, again in the guest control, you need to choose at the turn 3 if you want to play guest or electrolyze. And if this don't work against Zoo, I don't see any reason to play it in this deck.
It's a removal spell, but it is when you need removal the most against Zoo, it doesn't actually kill their things.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the mana base in this deck, the things that you use to cast your spells. Now, there's two very important utility lands. We see Tectonic Edge, 2 copies, 4 copies of Celestial Colonnade. Now, the first question I have is, you were mentioning that Path to Exile and Tectonic Edge, not really a good combo.
Yeah.
Why is this card worth it?
Okay, in this is a little different because Tectonic Edge is probably for kills the land, like Celestial Colonnade if you're playing Mirror Match.
Raging Ravine against
Raging, kill the man land.
Sure.
Yeah, land utilitary. So, against Spud is good too for kill the land, for counter. I don't remember
I know what you're talking about. The Cavern of Souls.
Yeah, not Cavern of Souls, but but Celestial Colonnade is important because in Mirror, you have Blast who deal 3 damage.
Right.
But
Can't
4 in
that.
Sickness is not good against Colonnade, and it's really important to have Tectonic Edge in Mirror.
Do you find yourself winning a lot of games just with Celestial Colonnade?
With Celestial Colonnade, yes, I think it's your kill number 1. Yes, it's only number 2. It's a surprise, but it's pretty close. Also, both kill some opponents. Celestial Colonnade maybe is it's really your kill when your opponent don't have board or card in hand. For sure, you animate your mana and kill 4/4/4, and it's okay.
Right, and with 4 Bolt, 4 Helix, and 4 Snapcaster, you can just attack a couple of times and burn them out.
Yeah, sometimes you need to finish your opponent with the mana. Too many times.
All right, so we see these all the time. Arid, Mesa, Scalding Tarn, Sack lands. We look at the next slide. Of course, it's the dual lands that you get with them. 2 Steam Vents, 2 Hallowed Fountain, 1 Sacred Foundry. Again, standard in your mana base. Take a look at the next slide for the basic lands and the other mana producers. You got Sulfur Falls, which is interesting. We don't see a lot of that cycle. Why that particular land as opposed to a Mystic Gate or a Filter land or something?
Okay, the first reason is if you want to have some red for cast your mana, you play 4 Colonnades. So the first color you miss is red, and you need to have 3 blue for cast your Cryptic Command too.
Makes sense.
So it's important. And you need to have some of this land for not take damage against Zoo with your Chuck land. So I play 8 fetch land and some Chuck land. So yes, you need to prevent it. You can play like 7 or 8 Chuck land because against aggressive deck you just help him. I just played last round against mono red blast. So imagine if I Chuck land every turn, I just give him some free blast. So it's important to have it. And to have the red,
Totally. All right, and we've got the basic lands, of course, now. But really quick, I want to take a look at the sideboard. I think you were telling me earlier that your sideboard was one of your favorite parts of the deck. Now, these are just kind of our answers. Anger of the Gods, Counterflux, Wear Tear. Anger of the Gods, of course, good against Birthing Pod. Counterflux against other control decks.
Good against Zoo, too, because, Free Sickness is just what you want to do.
Oh, okay.
Kill Guest of Syncraft.
Oh, that makes sense.
Of Zoo. Yeah, it's pretty good against Zoo, it's pretty good against Pod, pretty good against Affinity if you don't have a Ravager. So if you don't have a Ravager, it's pretty cool too. So I really like it. I think it's pretty nice against aggressive decks. So and just remove Kitchen Things and Voice of Resurgence of Pod, the 2 cards you don't want to meet. So perfect.
Seems pretty good. Yeah, and then Counterflux to win Counter Wars, Wear Tear, pretty straightforward. Let's look at the next slide, though. I think we missed one of your slides, but real quick, tell us about Spellskite and Gideon Jura.
Okay.
Don't see a lot of Gideon in this format.
Okay, so Gideon is pretty good against aggressive deck. I don't know if Batterskull is better, but Gideon is pretty good against Affinity, because when you come back in the game, you can just not die on anything if you kill the equipment. It's pretty easy to never take over damage with.
Exactly.
Against Zoo, it's the same. It's pretty hard to deal 8 damage to a Planeswalker. When you have too many removals in the game, it's pretty easy to defend him.
Sure.
So it's pretty cool. And against Splinter Twin is good too,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If you cast 1 card in sorcery against Splinter Twin combo, it's the best card because you can just say your opponent, I can die. Perfect. You can attack with Spellskite, you can kill it.
Yeah,
it's easy.
Totally. Yeah, exactly. They can't cast their Splinter Twin. Finally, rest in peace, Stony Silence, Rude Halo, Graph Digger's Cage, 30 seconds, what do each of these come in against?
Okay, so Rest in Peace is pretty cool because your two worst matchup are maybe Living End and Dredgevine. So it's not the deck you will meet every day, but it's really the worst matchup, so you need to have it. And it's pretty cool against Pod too, because you can remove Kitchen Figs, Voice don't work too. So you just need to side out your Snapcaster if you side in this.
Yeah, of course.
It's important. So Silence is just pretty good against Tron and Affinity, of course.
Yeah.
Runaro is pretty cool because, if you play against Infect deck, you can just name the Infect card. There is named creature. You have only 3 different creatures, so it's important. You have it on play, you say, oh, Nexus, or oh, yeah, it's important. Against Aura, it's the same. You have only 2 different creatures, maybe. So you just need to have 4 of your 8 skills don't work.
Right,
it's
they
pretty
put
good.
a bunch of enchantments on a slippery bogle, and you just name that, and you've got like a 5 for one.
You can name Valakut too against Capshift. It's important. What is cool.
And then Graph Diggers.
And Graph Diggers only against Pod because I hate this deck, so I really want to have something to do.
Awesome. All right, Jeremy Dezani, MTG Madness. I'm Zach Hill. That's Blue, White, Red Geist. Let's go back to Rich.
See you guys.
All right, thanks very much to Jeremy Dezani, who's trying to work out, how do I get out of this set when there are cameras in the way of the only exit? He's found a way. Thanks very much to Jeremy, Pro Tour champion. Of course, thanks very much to Zach, who'll be with us again in just a moment. Now, if you're not following a lot of these big name pros on Twitter, you really should be. It's a great way to follow along individual storylines. I've been glued to Brian Kibler's story. I haven't seen him play a single turn of Magic yet this tournament, but I know he's 5-0. I know who he's played every round. I know how he feels he's getting on. And this round, he informs me, and all of you who follow him on Twitter, that he is now 5-0. He played against Ruger Hebert. I thought originally it was Roger Hebert, and I thought, no, that can't be right. It's Ruger Hebert at his second Pro Tour, all the way back to Pro Tour Chicago 2003. He's arrived here with a very, very different deck than I imagine he played more than a decade ago. He was playing Boggles, Green-White Auras, whatever you want to call them, Hexproof Green-White. But Kibler wins that again and moves to 5-0. It is shaping up into a terrific, Zach, weekend early still for Channel Fireball, by which I mean Channel Fireball the original,
classic,
if you will.
Channel Fire.
Yeah, I mean it could still be fantastic for the Pantheon too. Don't get me wrong, but again, Josh Adder-Layton at 4-1. Notice there, David Ochoa got to 4-1. Luis won that round. They seem to be pretty happy. Ben Stark is 4-1 as well. Why don't we take a look at our scoreboard for you, and we'll show you where we are. Again, just a reminder, these were players who won their draft pods, and you can see down there. Wow, Valentin Mackel that is not an error, is still playing. We are way past the end of the round, but they have had some extra time in a big way. I imagine that there was some judge issues going on there. It's one of those things where you start with a deck, a deck check at the start of the round, then there are some issues potentially, and suddenly you're in the realm of sort of 15, 20 extra minutes. So that match is still going, but you can see what's going on there. You see a bunch of undefeated players at 5-0. Dickman, Hetrick, Hunt, Kibler, McLaren, Vidigiris. Vidigiris beat Alex Andrup on debut, who cashed at Oklahoma City as his lifetime achievement thus far. So he's well in contention, doing very nicely at 4-1, but Vidigiris moves to 5-0. Meanwhile, Matthias Hunt, we told you about his very interesting deck, though we still haven't quite told you what it is till next round. He defeated Luca Ravagli of Italy, playing in his 5th Pro Tour, looking to get above the 50% win mark for him. So that's what's going on in the tournament. We'll keep you abreast of what's happening in the Valentin Mackel match as and when we get there. But for those of you, again, who follow along on social media, there's a gentleman by the name of Paul Jordan, who you and I both know, Zach, famous PJ he is, and it's entirely possible that he's the only man alive who loves Pro Tour numbers more than I do. And he's been a very busy little bee, it's fair to say. And as a result, we've got a whole bunch of stats that we can bring you about sort of different groups within the Pro Tour. And some of these you'll think, yeah, I bet I know the answer to this lot, or of course, it's bound to be him. And then there are other things you go, Wow, I just had no clue. And a lot of the times, it's what's going on under the hood of Pro Magic, where unless you're following round 12 pairings from Grand Prix Albuquerque, you don't see the guy who's yet again putting up 65-70% win rate without holding a trophy.
Right.
So why don't we get to it? And we're going to begin with our top 10 and then our bottom 10, sort of. The top 10, the oldest players who are qualified for this PT. So let's work our way up. Here we go. Gary Wise, Hall of Famer. He's now 40 with his 35 lifetime pro points. Up we go. Soshi Fujita, pile on up. Let's go. That's actually the number of Pro Tours they've played. Stefano Gattalin has 4. Jared Wright, 42. Up we go. Lars Preusser of Germany is 42, playing in his first PT. Darwin Castle would have played in his 50th PT. On we go. Rob Doherty, another Hall of Famer, 51 Pro Tours for him. Arjen van Leeuwen, 18 Pro Tours double Grand Prix winner. Alan Comer, another Hall of Famer. And up at the top, who is it? Here we go. Jeff Zandy, played 4 Pro Tours before, 49. So they're your oldest, Zach. And of course, you kind of expect that Hall of Famers would gradually rack up the years along with the pro points. But let's get now to the bottom 10. And it turns out, rather neatly, there are exactly 10 teenage qualifiers. So if you're sitting at home, then you've got school on Monday morning, and not just college school, but, you know, high school. Well, these guys made it in. Let's see. There's Donnie Peck from the United States. Benoit of Canada, 19. Edgar Magalhaes, also Canada, 19. There's Antonio Del Moral from Spain, 19. Jacob Wilson, this is crazy. He's only 18. He's got multiple Grand Prix top 8s. On we go. Charles Norman is 18 from Great Britain. Joe DeMestrio, hard to imagine he's only 18. He feels like he's been around forever. There's Patrick Pichette at 17. And then your 2 youngest competitors, Tristan Woodsmith of the United States and John Sharp of the United States, both on debut. Best of luck to those guys. I can't tell you their records right now as we continue to wait for the Mackle result. So we're going to go on, and it's fair to say that Sharp and Woodsmith, they're just starting off, Zach, in their first PT. But why don't we look at the kind of the distribution of the field? Because you think, okay, we've got Hall of Famers, we've got Platinum Pros and Golds, but just how much experience is in the field? Let's take a look. So this is how many Pro Tours the field has played. So how many people have never played in a PT before this weekend? Well, that turns out to be 142 of the 435 qualified players. This is not out of the 393. Notable names there: Jared Butcher, Greg Grantz, Raymond Tan. 1 to 5, again, huge chunk. Neil Oliver is in this relatively inexperienced crowd. Mark Lolligy with his 2 Grand Prix titles, and the Pro Tour runner-up from last time around, Pierre Dajon. What about 6 to 10? Let's see, 35. Again, some really big names here. You see a Pro Tour champion in Alexander Hayne, Elias Watsop, Matt Costa, who I saw down, I think, towards the back end of the field. He's one of the sort of big names that has not started terrifically. Now, I would say, now how many, I haven't checked this with you before, Zach, so I'm asking you just straight up live now, how many PTs did you play?
I think it's about 20.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head, but around there.
Do you feel that once you get to double figures, because that represents sort of a minimum of kind of 2 years experience-ish, depending on the era you were playing, sometimes there are 5 PTs, sometimes there are 4, whatever, does that feel like where you've got your feet under the table? When did you start feeling properly comfortable at the PT?
It was definitely around when I felt like I could regularly qualify. So that was probably around Pro Tour 9, 10, or 11, about where you're saying, where it's not like the achievement of your life just to show up. You start to get used to showing up, and you want to start winning. So I'd say 10 is about there, where it's not about the novelty anymore.
Yeah.
It's about doing as well as you possibly can.
And is that where, in a sense, a lot of the distractions have gone away? Because I think of things that are absolutely great at a PT, like the registration line, and here's your cool badge, and here's your goodie bag, and go have a draft, and whatever. By the time you've, to start with, that's just like a great surprise and completely awesome, or maybe someone's prepared you for that, but it's still cool. But once you have played a bunch, you start going, can I have my badge, please? Thank you very much. I'll go and draft, and then I'll go quietly to bed, ready for day 1, because I've done it enough.
Totally. The thing I think that's most resonant is just getting used to travel. You know, these Pro Tours are all over the world, and you know, you can't always just uproot your life to go. So dealing with things like jet lag, dealing with, you know, hotels that you're not used to in places you've never been, it's not the optimal circumstances to play Magic a lot of the time. Once you get used to that, though, you've got a huge leg up on the rest of the field.
So in the 11 to 15 bracket that we can see, you've got Pro Tour champions like Stanislav Sivka, you've got Christian Calcano, Grand Prix winner, Pat Cox of ChannelFireball, Ole Rada, who's a Hall of Famer. He started out right at the beginning of Magic, and so for him, he'd kind of almost retired by the time it became possible to play in a ton of PTs. So that's your 11 to 15. Now we're into the Zach Hill bracket at 16 to 20. You've got Pro Tour champion Tom Martell, Player of the Year Brad Nelson, Conley Woods, who's done a deck tech for us already, World Team champion Ethan Flock, Pro Tour Modern champion Samuel Lestrati, Andrew Cuneo, Simon Gertzen, another Pro Tour champion, and Benny Beatdown from ChannelFireball, Ben Lundquist. And it's interesting that Ben is still such a young man, and he's racked up exactly 20 PTs. Well, now, as you can see, the field is starting to thin out. You do the math, we're already well over sort of round about 350. There's only 80 or so to go. So now let's look at the 21 to 30s. And boy, oh boy, would that ever make a top 8 or so, however many names we've got there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay, how about that for a top 8? I'll give you that top 8 right now, Zach. Owen Turtenwald, Josh Utter-Leighton, David Ochoa, Willie Adel of Brazil, Guillaume Wafatapa of France, Kenji Samura from Japan, Craig Wesko, United States, and Yuya Watanabe of Japan. Would that do you for the top 8?
I think it would. That's some of the best players of all time, and that's one of the things you see. Once you've played at this many Pro Tours, it means you're good enough at Magic to have played in that many Pro Tours.
Yeah.
So it doesn't surprise me that those are some of the best names in the game.
Yeah, I was talking to Kenji last round, and he's like 3-2 now.
Oh, okay.
And I said, okay, so it's not a triumphant return yet, because obviously at 3-2 you're still in very much with a shot at doing well. But was it good to be back? And he was like, Magic, best ever. It's like, yeah, he's loving playing again on the PT. So those are your 21 to 30. Now, bear in mind, if you've played more than 30 Pro Tours, you are absolutely a fixture year in, year out. Whether it's 4 or 5 events a year, that is a sizable chunk of your life that you are regularly participating at the highest level of Magic. Let's take a look at our 31 through 40 brigade. Let's see what we've got coming up next on our graphic. And it's no surprise that you are going to see 8, count them, 8 Hall of Famers amongst the 17 players who've played this lot. I'm going to be really unkind here, Zach, and ask you, on that list of 8 Hall of Famers, who really stands out to you?
I mean, I think Luis Scott Vargas, obviously, and Ben Stark.
Yeah.
Somebody else like Patrick Chapin, who's just been playing forever, are some of the names that really sort of jump out to me. I mean, I think the names that stand out the most, though, are actually Bob Marr and Gary Wise.
Right at the front,
because they're at 31 to 40 Pro Tours, and they haven't played really in a long time. I think Marr was at the last tournament.
Sure, but Gary Wise, I think pretty much Worlds 2006 was his last event. And he played there as he was getting onto the Hall of Fame. I was like, okay, I'll give this a last hurrah. But we haven't seen him for a long time. And periodically we send him mails and it'd be really nice to see you at one of these things if the stars ever aligned. But so they're your 31 to 40s, 8 Hall of Famers, and we're very much into Hall of Fame territory now. Let's take a look at the 41 to 50 brigade. Here we are, 9. Well, this time 8 of them are Hall of Famers. Now, as a trivia question goes, getting the 9th name on this little bracket has to be one of the toughest things ever. Who's played 41 to 50 Pro Tours without being in the Hall of Fame? And you go, okay, so it can't be Moshevitz, can't be Kai, because he's, Fujita's in, Kibler's obviously in, Nakamura, Camille, right, he's played that many, Ben Rubin. Right, so who isn't in the Hall of Fame with that many? Yeah, I'm going to go with, and the answer is Gerard Fabiano. I mean, that just shows how long he's been around. He's up over 200 lifetime pro points now.
Oh, yeah, and Gerard's been playing a really long time, and I ran into him at a PTQ earlier last year, so it's not as though he's not still active.
No, absolutely. Very funny guy. Let's move on to the 51 to 60 brigade. it's all Hall of Famers at this level. You've got Rob Doherty, you've got John Finkel, you've got Jelga Wiegersma, you've got Frank Karsten, who's on Channel Fireball, you've got Gab Nassif, who we saw in that incredibly convoluted draw that became a win in feature match action, and then Ruel, which is both Antoine and Olivier. They're in the same bracket there. Antoine playing, Olivier not at this event. They were both at the last PT in Theros. And now we are almost there. Who's 61 to 70? It's just one, and it's Bram Snetvangers. Now, before we go to the last name, there is only one at 71 to 80. The only person to play more Pro Tours than that. Who would you like to guess Zach Hill?
I think it's got to be Raphael Levy.
You reckon?
I believe it. I remember him from when I was a small child, and he's still around now.
Right.
So, and his name is not up there on the board, so that's going to be my guess.
I think that's a good guess. Let's see whether he's right. The most played Pro Tours is indeed Raphael Levy of France. Outstanding. Congratulations to him. I'm going to squeeze in one more. Pairings are just going up now for the round, which means that the Mackle match has finished. We'll see if we can get a result for that one for you, because I know there are a lot of European fans particularly who are interested in how Mackle does, because he is super good. 3 Grand Prix top 8s this season. We're going to look at who has 5 Pro Tour top 8s or more. 5 is kind of the Hall of Fame benchmark, right?
Yeah, 5 is where people really start. At 4, you have to make an argument for how you're going to get into the Hall of Fame.
And that's Willie Adel, for example.
Exactly. And at 5, though, it's one of those things where it's like you have to have a pretty good argument to not make it into the Hall of Fame for someone at that level.
So let's see who's on that list. Here we go with more than 5 Pro Tour top 8s. Camille Cornelissen of the Netherlands has 6, and his 6th one came at Pro Tour Theros. He was playing Devotion. I think it was it Red? It was Mono Red Devotion. So let's move on. Next up, still with 6, it's Masashio Iso of Japan. On we go again. Japan we stay. We've mentioned Kenji Samura already to you there. So he's there. Next up, it is Darwin Castle-Mass, Hall of Famer, of course, Your Move Games. Now, did you grow up with Darwin Castle as a player that was in the era where you were looking at the guys winning all the time and thinking, yeah, that's where I want to be?
I distinctly remember being at JSS Nationals, the Junior Super Series.
I've got to say, I've almost forgotten what JSS stands for.
A long time ago. It was at Disney's Wide World of Sports, and I had Darwin sign one of my Avalanche riders.
Oh, that's the best.
I was on cloud 9.
You still have that Avalanche rider,
I'm sure that I have it somewhere.
Yeah, that's completely ace.
A long time ago.
So that's Darwin Castle. Then up we go again to number 9 in terms of Pro Tour top 8s. Gabriel Nassif. He's going to have a heck of a prevailing wind to make it in this time around. But he is at 9. Also at 9 is Paolo Vita Rosa. Now, he had an adventure and a half in Paris this last weekend, Zach, playing Legacy. He made it in by the skin of his teeth into the top 8, but he'd lost to Loic Le Briand in the last round, or just before the last round, and then lost again to Loic Le Briand in the quarterfinals. But nonetheless, yet another Grand Prix top 8 for him, and a return to form, which, as far as I can tell, I don't have the full results package here, but hasn't quite converted into the Pro Tour week thus far. 10, Kai Buddha, of course. The German juggernaut, undefeated currently. 4 wins, no losses, and 1 draw thus far. And then I'm not even going to get you to guess who's up the top. It's John Finkel. Just the 14 Pro Tour top 8s. Yeah, you're actually lost for words, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, what I remember was the exercise we were just participating in, where we were looking at how many Pro Tours people had played in. Playing in 14 Pro Tours was an achievement that most of the field didn't unlock.
Yep.
Top 8ing 14, I can't even conceive of that.
It is completely crazy. All right. What we're going to do, let's just take a look at that scoreboard again. Let's see what we've got going on there. Because we were waiting for the result of Valentin Mackle to come in. All the results have gone dark now, of course. And there you see Mackle on the right-hand side, second from the top. He has fallen to 4-1. So he misses out on getting to 5-0. Again, not a complete reflection of the leaderboard. Right now, there were about 50 players who came in at 3-0. The simple math says 25-ish we'll get to on again to 4-0. You'll get to 12 at 5-0. And that's generally how we go then 6-3-1, and we end up with a single player, usually, give or take, at 8-0 at the end of the day. So we'll bring you sort of more advanced scoreboard as the weekend goes on. And as a by the by, I can tell you that coming at the end of the next round, we'll be looking at all the big teams that we've been following through the weekend, and we'll let you know how they're all doing. So all your favorite groups of players, you'll be able to get a full update on them during the gap after round 6. So, Zach, I will give you some feature matches to tell you about that are coming in. The players are walking past. We have a new set here at the Pro Tour where we can actually see out, and we can see the feature match players wending their way down to the feature match area. So this is who we're going to end up with. So first of all, at 4-1, we have Chris Fennell of the United States, who I wonder where his one loss was, because he is known as a limited specialist, and for him, it's one of those things of, can I be at 7-1, 6-2 overnight so that I can go back to draft, 3-0 that, and maybe come out of there at 10-2, and then, or 9-2 as it would be, and then settle down and see how I get on in Modern again. So he is at 4-1, and he is facing Tomoharu Saito of Japan. And that is going to be quite the matchup. Have you played Saito before in your travels?
I have. I've actually, I was in a feature match against him at Grand Prix Singapore in 2009. I played against him a lot. One of the most talented players to ever sleeve up a Magic card. Also one of the best deck builders. He's known for building aggressive decks, but he popularized a blue-white control deck that ended up doing very well in the Grand Prix circuit at the end of Theros Standard. One of the all-time greats. Match between him and Chris should be a good match.
Okay, I can give you a 4-1 matchup. Oh, this is a teammate clash. This is all ChannelFireball all the time. At 4-1, Ben Lundqvist in his 21st Pro Tour up against the reigning player of the year in Josh Utter-Layton. What are teams, Zach, we'll come back to the features in just a moment. What are teams trying to do at a PT? Are they trying to beat the other teams? Are they trying to beat the people without teams? Or are they just trying to get themselves to a starting line that is round about round 12 and then going every man for himself? We got 12 of our 15 guys to that round 12 start line at 8-3, 9-2, 10-1. Now let's play essentially as ourselves. We all got ourselves to the start line. Now we get on with trying to win the Pro Tour for me. How does it work?
I mean, in my experience, it's been very much, you focus on the match that you're playing. And I think most players sort of, people test together. Obviously, you want to know how your friends are doing. There's this great sense of camaraderie. But I think most players are just focusing on winning their next match. Actually, when I see a lot of the big teams come together is when one of their teammates has made the top 8. And that's when you leverage your entire team to playtest every matchup, every sideboarding configuration. And that's when having a huge team comes in handy the most, because you don't have to do any guesswork. Everyone's kind of doing that for you.
Yeah, I like that. That's very neat. Okay, so I can also offer you at 5-0, Federico Del Basso of Italy is up against Michael Hetrick. And Michael Hetrick, someone I'm really interested in. I had a chat with him a few weeks ago on Facebook, and I just said, you tested with anyone in particular? He was like, kind of not really, because he had school and he was very, very busy. And it was almost like he was not taking the Pro Tour off precisely, but the pressure had come off. And something that you know full well, and I'm looking at your hands now because I am focusing on what you were doing right then. This man had FOWDRN written on his knuckles at a Pro Tour that you top 8'd. And a lot of that, of course, it was partly skill, partly luck, partly good deck, partly the rub of the green. But the fact that you knew you were the next week shipping off to Wizards of the Coast, that you weren't trying to be a pro Magic player anymore, you could just take each game as it comes, and that seemed huge for you.
Yeah, I mean, it was. The thing about when you're playing in an event this size is that there's all kinds of things that you can think about, all kinds of things that make you nervous, all kinds of things that are just feel weird. All of that, in my experience, distracts you from playing the best Magic you can. So when you're not worried about, okay, what does this win mean? What does this say about me? And you can just focus on playing the best Magic of your life, that's when you get on these crazy undefeated streaks. And I can totally see something like that happening for Ship It Hala.
Yeah,
for Michael Hetrick, because there's all that pressure is off your shoulders.
Yeah, so he's at 5-0 right now. But the match that we're going to start with on camera is not a 5-0. It's not even a 4-1. We're going to start with a 3-2. We don't do that terribly often, to be fair. We tend to stick with mostly the top tables. I think you'll agree it's going to be well worth it. So, I don't even know. Can I say he's the underdog? Maybe. Your underdog is going to be the current world champion, Mr. Shahar Shenhar of Israel. Give me a guide to who you could conceive of where Shahar Shenhar is, you know, an underdog.
Probably one of his teammates. It's really hard to say. I mean, there's people like PV, there's people like John Finkel.
John Finkel.
Who, you know.
That's really strange because John Finkel's what I've got written down here on my iPad as playing him. So.
I didn't cheat. I didn't look that up, I promise.
No, indeed you didn't. So I think we can agree that seems like a pretty good excuse to watch a 3-2 match. John, of course, is running Storm. How important, Zach, in Constructed, Modern, Randy was saying during lunch, Modern is a format where you can play pretty much anything you care to play. So how important is comfort and deck familiarity in a format like Modern?
I think it's vital in a format like Modern. The thing is, there's so many interactions that sitting at the table and just deriving those in real time is incredibly hard. A lot like how the best chess players just memorize game after game after game after game. A lot of playing Modern is about having encountered situations that most people have never experienced before and knowing what to do. So I think playing a deck that you're familiar with isn't powerful not only because of your decisions, but because your opponent might not have the right sideboard, might not know how to play, and might walk into whatever traps you're laying for them.
Does it also help that, in a sense, you are running at a lower mental level for a lot of the decisions compared to players who are newer with the deck, so are constantly making decisions, so that as the tournament wears on, and let's be honest, it's 16 rounds of Magic in 2 days, and everyone you play has a GP top 8 or a PDQ winner or whatever it is. Do you think that people kind of run out of gas, as you would say?
Oh, I mean, that's absolutely a phenomenon. You know, we have a limited amount of cognitive energy or attention that we can deploy to something like this. I mean, a Magic tournament is an endurance sport as much as anything. You know, most of the players in this room, if you just ask them to tell you one right play, people are good enough, they can do that. The challenge is making play after play after play after play for 16 rounds, and that's where focus and that's where fatigue set in. So having a deck that you know inside and out means that you don't have to think as hard, you don't have to use all those resources in the later rounds of the tournament. And that's vital to doing well, I think, in a format like this.
All right, the players are ready to rock and roll, which means we're ready to rock and roll, and that means it's time for round 6 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
Hello, everybody. I'm Brian David Marshall here in the booth with Randy Buehler. This is the first time we've been in a Pro Tour booth together since, I think, Rome?
Yeah, 4 years and change.
It's been a long time. It's been way too long. Glad to be with you. And
happy to be back.
Could you find a better matchup for us to watch?
This is a good one.
John Finkel, a former world champion, a Hall of Famer, one of the perhaps older players in the tournament, playing one of the youngest players in the tournament, who is also a world champion, multiple-time Grand Prix winner, still looking for his first ever Pro Tour top 8 in Shahar Shenhar.
It's a good matchup.
So I think we're both really excited to see it. It's Big Zoo versus Storm. How do you think this matchup plays out?
Well, I think that the Big Zoo deck. Yeah, the Big Zoo deck, he's going to regret the fact that he's not aggro Zoo.
Okay.
Like, this one is a pure race, and Shahar is set up to be a little slower than Zoo is capable of because it helps him in other matchups. We'll see how he does in this one.
All right, we'll see it right now, in fact, because we're about to go down to the floor. Hello and welcome to round 6 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here in Valencia, Spain. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm here with Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are watching Hall of Famer John Finkel lead off with a Misty Rain Forest against Shahar Shenhar. John is playing Storm, and Shahar and his Noble Hierarchs are playing Big Zoo. What is Big Zoo, Randy?
Well, most people's first draft of the Zoo deck is a very aggressive deck, right? It's Curd Ape, it's Loam Lion. It's really trying to attack as quickly as possible. Nacatl, obviously. You can put a lot of really quick creatures into play, but the strategy that really, I mean, Brian Kibler for years has been the proponent of trying to take that mid-range strategy, trying to be a little slower than the aggressive deck and have a little more to the curve. You know, Loxodon Smiter, Knight of the Reliquary. And so that's kind of Big Zoo. That's really what Kibler won Pro Tour Austin with. And because Anger of the Gods has crept into so many deck lists, it's really the way most of the Zoo decks at this tournament have gone. They're not as aggressive as they could be. They're a little bit slower in order to be good against the other creature decks. But this is the matchup where you just want to race. Like, the Storm deck does not plan on interacting at all, and Shahar's going to try to deal 20 as quickly as possible before John can sort of sculpt the perfect hand to just go off with Pyromancer's Ascension. John also clearly won the die roll here.
Yeah,
so it's an uphill fight for the Big Zoo deck in particular.
John had a Thought Scour at the end of Shahar's first turn. Shahar shocked himself and actually bolted himself, took 3 damage to play a Noble Hierarch between his fetch land and his stomping ground.
Yeah, I mean, Shahar's life total is not super relevant.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it helps if Grave Shot only has to do 14.
If John's going to be able to do a lot of damage, it's generally going to be enough. Thought Scour blew past a Sleight of Mind and Sleight of Hand and a Pyromancer's Ascension.
Gitaxian Probe, a card that's probably more powerful in John's hands than almost anybody's. Like, when Finkel knows what you're holding, it's just unfair.
He didn't concede right here? Damn.
Only one land for Shahar.
Yeah, he sees Scavenging Ooze, Lightning Bolt, Tarmogoyf, Loxodon Smiter. Of course, the signature, the artist's signature on the deck, a Domri Raid.
There you go.
And I believe that's a Kessig Wolf Run there.
It is
the other land, so it's not even a,
right, it's
doing any kind of color mana producing. Although the Hierarchs doing a little work there.
Okay, Loxodon Smiter is a card that seems really well positioned for this weekend, just not this matchup. Still probably be Shahar's turn 2 play. Yeah, nothing for turn 2 for John there. I mean, the good deck for the Storm deck would have been the Electromancer. Goblin Electromancer is what you really want to be playing on turn 2. Making all the rest of the cards cheaper, it really just accelerates everything that Storm wants to do.
Sure. But he's really worried about it dying there.
Does he have one in his hand?
He does have one in his hand.
Oh, my.
Yes. Instead, he chose to cast Desperate Ravings at the end
I guess
of the
he
turn.
saw the Lightning Bolt, right?
Yeah.
He saw the Lightning Bolt and so decided not to risk the Electromancer.
So they roll a die to
Desperate
determine the card.
Ravings is going to knock the card away.
Yep. Gets a ritual out of his hand.
Which is basically a hit.
Yeah.
Another probe.
John's really looking for that Pyromancer Ascension so he can start doubling up on all his spells.
Yeah, I mean, this is the game plan here, is to essentially dig and try to find. He has to find Pyromancer's Ascension. He basically can't win without it. He'd like the Electromancer.
So John's going to go to 15 as he sacks his Misty Rainforest for an island. Does a little sleight of hand.
Can you tell what those are?
I cannot tell what those cards are. I think one of them might be a Metamorphose. But, yep.
Yep. Needs to find the Ascension.
So now Serum Visions. How much time does John have here? How many turns do you think it would take Shahar to close the game out from here?
Well, he can attack for 5 next turn. And then play, what's in Shahar's hand?
I don't know, a giant Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, it's a big Tarmogoyf, which is then threatening to attack for 10. So John's has to win on his next turn.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Which is about right. I mean, he's supposed to win on turn 4.
What's Vimoshowitz called the fundamental turn? That's the fundamental turn for this deck.
The quote I've heard secondhand is that John says he can win on turn 3, something like
off of an
25%.
Electromancer.
Yeah, you really need an Electromancer to make that work. But he's supposed to be able to win on turn 4. That said, he's not had a particularly good draw here. I mean, he's got a bunch of lands in his hand. He has not managed to find the Ascension.
So we have a back table result. Living End is up 1-0 in the hands of Michael Hetrick over Federico Del Basso's blue-white-red deck.
Yeah, it's a pretty healthy helping of Living End running around this weekend. Coast was a little more clear without Deathrite Shamans to eat at the graveyard.
Although I've talked to some players, I know
you could win through a Deathrite Shaman.
I knew some players who felt like Graveyard Hate was actually less formidable with Deathrite Shaman than it is now.
Because now people have to have dedicated, really good cards.
Yes.
Instead of making the mistake of relying on just a Deathrite.
Right. Instead of being complacent on their Deathrite, here comes Tarmogoyf.
Yep.
No, I said Goyf.
I said Goyf, not go.
Sounds like, really? I can untap? Okay.
The new draw Goyf deck.
Oh, he gets to leave up Lightning Bolt, too. Yeah, John has to win this turn.
It's
and it seems really hard.
Very hard for him to
Well, I guess can chump block with Electromancer? Or Electromancer will eat a Bolt? How big is Tarmogoyf?
Like 2. About 15. Yeah. Play a wall. Go.
Seems hard to imagine John surviving another attack phase. With 10 life to play with.
3. I can guess what they are.
Tarmogoyf's a 4/5.
Nicottle's a 3/3. There's any number of ways John dies here.
Pay 2 life, I guess. Good guess.
Yeah. He knows he's dead. I mean, he knows he's dead if he doesn't win this turn, so he can pay those 2 life for Gitaxian Probe without any guilt or any fear.
My probe. Mm-hmm.
Still got a Desperate Ravings in the graveyard, right?
Yep.
But
That costs 3.
yeah. Manamorphose needs to hit here, I think. Randomly losing the ritual to the Desperate Ravings didn't help.
Yep.
Oh, that counts. Another Manamorphose.
Of course, he'd love to be doing this with the Electromancer in play.
Right. And the Ascension.
Yeah. But I'm saying even with the Electromancer, he's gaining a mana on the
Right,
Manamorphose each time. He still has 2 mana floating.
Mm-hmm.
The Goblin
1 mana floating.
Just a red floating.
Now, do you think Shahar should bolt the Electromancer here?
Guessed.
His response? I mean, here's his first chance. This is his response to Manamorphose. And John knows it, and John knows that Shahar knows.
He still gets to cast the Manamorphose for 1.
Right. But Shahar could bolt the Electromancer so that all future spells
absolutely
do not get the discount. I would, I'm pretty sure. Because the thing is, yeah, if he doesn't bolt the Electromancer, it's also available as a jump blocker next turn. So it's almost as good as hitting John.
Another match from the back table. Ben Lundquist with Affinity has defeated Scapeshift or is up 1 game to 0 over Scapeshift.
Have this one resolved, generating a red and blue. Draw a card.
So John casts Metamorphose in response to Metamorphose.
So he gets another 1 mana.
Yes.
Another 1 mana Metamorphose out around the Lightning Bolt. I still think Shahar's play is correct there.
Use a blue and make a Thought Scour myself.
John's still responding to the Lightning Bolt, right?
Yep.
Grape Shot.
How many spells does he cast?
Yeah, it's time to start counting.
So we have another Storm deck that in the feature match area. This one did not fizzle in game 1. Chris Fennell won on the legendary turn 3 against Tomohiro Saito's Infect deck.
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, turn 3 is the good draw. John have...
John still has a Metamorphose on the stack and I think a Thought Scour on the stack, or no?
The Thought Scour resolved.
Okay.
And now he's trying to figure out if he wants to add anything else to the stack on top of the Lightning Bolt. So before the Electromancer dies. I'm not sure how much mana he has floating.
My 8th spell. He might be with just 1 red.
Okay, he's going to be down to just 1 red.
You're flashing back your Desperate Ravings. Right. You have how much mana flowing right now? Before that? The Metamorphose hasn't resolved yet. Right. So oh, sorry. I only have 1. That's why I didn't get that. Yeah. Sorry. Where was it going?
Yeah.
Sorry.
With that Metamorphose not having resolved yet, John does not have enough mana to flash back Desperate Ravings now. So the Bolt is going to take out the Electromancer. Now that Metamorphose is going to resolve, John's going to get 2 mana up to 3,
And he gets to draw a card
And he
as
gets
well.
to draw a card. Did he draw?
I don't think he did, but...
Sorry, I've got 7 spells, right? Yeah.
7 spells. So we can kill the Smiter and then a Coddle? Is that good enough? Tarmogoyf hits for 5?
I'll Grape Shot for 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these guys. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the backup plan. Sometimes you go off, you can't get all the way there. It's really hard to get all the way there without an Ascension. So you kill as much as you can. Did buy himself a turn, but I mean, John's sitting on land, so that turn is...
Creature, instant, sorcery, and there's an enchantment, so it's 5. Yeah, he's a 5/6. No bugs. 2. Yeah. News. Yeah, go.
John draws... Sleight of Hand. Maybe?
Yeah, Sleight of Hand.
Can he get there from...
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. No, he cannot get there. So Shahar Shenhar takes game 1.
Sorry about that. No problem. In my head, I was like, okay, I have 3. I'm like, why didn't I like my Desperate Raving?
All right. And then we'll return down to the floor after these messages.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Born of the Gods accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Journey into Nyx are going on now around the world, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Atlanta this May. Visit wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
All right, it looks like we're going to check in on Michael Hetrick versus Federico Del Basso. Hetrick is up 1-0, and we're in the middle of game 2.
Hetrick just resolved Living End? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, so explain how Living End works when you're how you get to cast this card, other than suspending it.
Right. The Living End is clearly the key card about the deck. There are Cascade spells in the deck, and nothing else costs less than 3. So any Cascade spell that you cast is guaranteed to hit a Living End. killing whatever's in play, bringing back whatever you've managed to cycle into the graveyard.
So it looks like it was a fairly small living end.
It does. Did we hear the life totals? Yeah, that's not much. Deadshot Minotaur and a Shriek Ball? 12 to 17. Hetrick's up a game, right? He won the first one?
Yes, he did.
Is that Jun Charm you just drew?
That is a Jun Charm.
How big's the Tarmogoyf? 4 or 5? Yeah, this deck starts to get weird. The second living end is always tricky because the first one usually wiped out your opponent's side of the board and put a bunch of creatures in their graveyard.
Yeah, I saw some weird interactions last round with Hetrick where his opponent had Rest in Peace him, and he was like able to use his. So he was able to use living ends with
then they're just
impunity.
Wrath of Gods.
Yeah, they were just Wrath of Gods. It was pretty sweet. But then he had to just like hard cast Deadshot Minotaurs to win.
Yeah, he can cast pretty much all the creatures he's got, right? I mean, they're all castable if necessary.
See Del Basso scratching his head again. More of that. What are these cards?
Yeah,
Modern is so big.
Yes, it is. How many creatures in Del Basso's graveyard?
It looks like, is that just a Loam Lion?
Yeah, Del Basso is Zoo, and he's the super aggressive Zoo. He's fast Zoo. Nicodle, Loam Lion, Curd Ape, Tarmogoyf. He does have Geist of St. Traft. Is, maybe a little tech that not everybody has. He's gone into the 4th color to get Geist.
He's got Tribal Flames, which is the...
Oh, he's Tribal Zoo. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Tribal Flames, when you get all the colored lands off the Sackland Fetch Land engine, hits for 5. So Tribal Zoo branching out to make Tribal Flames go to 5, and Geist of St. Traft comes down. Then Gorklan Rampager is also quite good in this deck.
Here comes Tarmogoyf and the double block.
Path to Exile on the Shriek Maw means the Tarmogoyf beats up the Minotaur in a fight, right?
It does.
Does Hetrick have a trick here? Seems like Jun Charn probably does something relevant. Two +1/+1 counters.
Yeah. Makes that a 5/6 Minotaur.
It's got to be the play, right?
Pitches Simian Spirit Guide. Oh, no, he's just going to use
Kessig Wolfrun?
his Kessig Wolfrun here.
Yeah.
Oh, Gorkland Rampager. Speak of the devil. So, Gorkland Rampager gives it +4/+4 and trample.
4 damage.
So, not only does it beat up the Minotaur, but it tramples over for, I think, 4 got through there. So, Hetrick down to 8 against 17 for Del
He
Basso.
probably wants to hold on to his Jun Charm so that he can exile Del Basso's graveyard and cascade into his Living Death again.
Got it.
His Living End.
That makes sense.
I think he has the mana to do it.
Yeah, he probably... He could, in theory, afford to take 1 hit from that Tarmogoyf, but then he gets himself in Lightning Bolt range. Looks like 1 card left for Del Basso.
And that's the math Hetrick's trying to figure out here.
Yeah, if he's on 8, if he takes 5, he's at 3.
It looks like he's not going to do that.
Yeah, he's going to use Jun Charm to exile Del Basso's graveyard so that this next living end is... It's a pretty good one. I mean, Path exiled that Shriek Maw, so is it just the Deadshot Minotaur that will come back? Yeah, that sounds right. It's still pretty solid, right? I mean, kills the Tarmogoyf, gives him a 4/4. Del Basso will have a couple of turns to react, but only a couple.
Yep.
Exile your graveyard.
More reading.
Remove all my grid. Yep.
What could this be? What's it going to hit? Cascade's such an exciting mechanic. Flip through cards. Gotta find something under 3. What could it be? Ah, this time it's Living End.
So lucky. Okay, well, while these guys work out their graveyard shell game that they're playing here, we're going to go back and check in on John versus Shahar. That's Finkel and Shenhar. And we're underway. John leads off with a tapped Steam Vents.
And John only has 5 cards in his hand. He mulliganed?
Yeah, he did mulligan this game. Shahar will start at the typical 17 life that the Zoo deck starts on. And play a Wild Nicottle.
Go ahead.
Looks like John's got a couple of Electromancers in his hand.
Yep.
So a lot less worried about Lightning Bolt when there's a backup.
Yeah. All right. On the back table, Josh Shutter Layton even things up at 1 game apiece against Ben Lundquist. And that's Josh Shutter Layton with Scape Shift versus Ben Lundquist playing Affinity.
And here we may see the play that Kai Bude was talking about after winning his last game.
Oh, if you don't kill it?
You need to kill the Goblin Electromancer, was what Kai was saying. If some people feel like, oh, here's a window I can just tap out for Tarmogoyf, and then sometimes you die. Shahar is in fact going to tap out for Tarmogoyf. Well, now, to be fair to Shahar, he didn't have a Lightning Bolt. He did not, in fact, have a way to kill the Electromancer. He's just summons the Tarmogoyf, crosses his fingers, hopes that he lives long enough to untap. John drew a Blood Moon. $92,000 in Shahar's lifetime earnings. Not bad for 20.
Yeah.
20 years old, already has 138 pro points, a world championship title, 5 Grand Prix top 8s.
Pro Tour top 8 has still eluded him. He's one of that elite list of like,
oh yeah,
you're that ignominious list. Like no one really wants to be on that list. You're like, well, it means I'm really good, but I still don't have that top 8 at the Pro Tour. Although a world championship is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So Blood Moon would shut John out of blue here.
You can generate red and blue.
Sort of.
Yeah, John's going to see how far he can get. He's got Electromancer. So he turns a profit in mana.
Yeah, that becomes a 1 mana spell. That makes you 2 mana and draws you a card.
John's hand is Ritual, Grape Shot, another Manamorphose. Another Electromancer.
Have this for a red.
He is going to Blood Moon.
Yep.
Blood Moon, so that turns to 3, turns to 4. Yep.
And now he's building up to Grape Shot.
Yeah, another red. I don't think a point though because I'm Blood Moon. Yeah. I'm going to Grape Shot for...
Is that
5.
Blood Moon, Electromancer, Ritual, Manamorphose, right. So that's a 5. How big's the Tarmogoyf?
Right now he is
a 2/3, but
2/3. He'll be a 3/4.
So I just want to. I guess there's no real way.
How big's the Nicottle?
Nicottle first.
Nicottle's a 2/2.
I just want to see Judge's ruling.
No, there are no planes, right?
There are no
because of the Blood
planes.
Moon.
Yeah.
I know the way order in which cards go to graveyard. The Storm will go first. And so if I announce Grape Shot targeting him, and then I redirect 3 triggers to Tarmogoyf and 1 trigger to him.
It don't when Storm resolves, which result will resolve on top of the action.
Right. So all of those ones resolve, and then this resolves and goes to the graveyard. Correct. Right. All right. So he's at 2/3 right now, right?
Yes.
All right. So this.
Oh yeah. So the Grape Shot is at the bottom. The copies trigger and go on top, and then resolve 1 at a time. So often you have if you try to Lightning Bolt a 2/3 Tarmogoyf, it turns into a 3/4 before state-based effects kill it. In this case, though, the Grape Shot copies can kill the Tarmogoyf before the Grape Shot card ever gets into the graveyard. It's cute.
John's out of cards, though.
Yeah. I mean, he mulliganed. You get a Blood Moon draw. He can trade with the Nacatl. Like, he can trade Electromancer for Nacatl. And
It's going to be an interesting one.
yeah, I mean, Shahar he's been Blood Mooned. How much basic mana does Shahar even have?
So it sounds like the same old song from Michael Hetrick on the back table. Rest in Peace came down against him in that game we were watching, but he just went to hardcast my Deadshot Minotaur and kill you with combat damage.
No, it's a 2/2.
Is he a 3/3? No. When he says plains and mountains, it's not the card name, it's what says right now. So these are mountains and mountains.
Okay, so it's a
1/1.
2. So it's a 2/2.
Right. John is on the attack here. 2 Electromancers beating down. Shahar is going to trade and bolt the other.
John says, yeah, all right, fine.
Yeah, I mean, John's basically all in on Blood Moon this game. It's going to take him a while to sculpt a hand that can do anything, but he's hoping the Blood Moon is disruptive enough that he'll have that time.
I'll pay 2 life and Pro Game.
Let's take a look.
Right, John's blue cards are currently stranded in his hand.
True. Choke. That's a good one. Fulminator Mage can actually... No, they're all basics now, right? So Fulminator Mage doesn't...
I think they're still non-basic mountains, but I don't remember where we are and how that is ruled.
I mean, that can be cast with red mana, so that's like the one thing Shahar is capable of doing. Where did the deck list go? How much basic mana does Shahar have? It's got 2 forests and a plains.
13, right? Mm-hmm.
Yep. And that is all.
D for 4 tokens.
4 guys.
Go ahead.
I mean, the 2/2 Fulminator Mage's ability to block is actually relevant here.
Yes.
Alright, take 3.
Shahar has to bolt a token? Is that what's going on? Yeah. Okay, yeah, now Fulminator Mage comes down and blocks, which is good enough.
Yeah. They are non-basic mountains, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go.
Another back table result. Chris Fennell up wins 2 games to 0 over Tomohiro Saito. So that's Storm defeats Infect.
And basic island for John. We see a lot of Storm in the feature match area right now. I think the metagame breakdown has actually now been posted over on the tech side of the coverage. Storm looks like there's 12 copies in the field. It's only 3% of the field. So we've seen Kai and John and Chris Fennell wander through the feature match area in the last 2 rounds, but that's fully 25% of the Storm players in the entire field. It may hang out. I mean, these guys seem to be having some success.
Here comes a bolt to clear the way.
Yeah.
And that actually doesn't work.
Yeah, John's checking. Yeah, he thought that worked, and it does.
Go ahead.
3 goblins, is that going to be good enough?
Yeah.
Oh, there's another lightning bolt.
2 goblins, is that good enough?
Maybe.
John's hand, just a pyretic ritual and a desperate ritual.
Crazy. Blood Moon plus Empty the Warrens for 2. I mean, for 4 guys. 2 copies of Empty the Warrens. No basics. Wow. John Finkel.
So John Finkel evens this up at 1 game apiece. We have another result on the back table, and it sounds like Ben Lundquist just won.
Benny Beatdown?
Benny Beatdown delivered the Affinity Beatdown.
Got it.
And this is all we have left.
Okay, so just Finkel's the last match?
This was a brisk round.
True.
So we have Chris Fennell up, wins 2-0 over Saito.
That's Storm over Infect.
That's Storm over Infect. Michael Hetrick with Living End.
Through Rest in Peace
Through
twice.
Rest in Peace. So he's 6-0 with that. So he's won
nice.
3 in a row here in Constructed.
And won a draft pod.
Yeah, over Federico Del Basso, and then Josh Utter-Layton was playing, I believe, Scape Chef, and he lost to Ben Lundquist attacking
Affinity.
with robots. Yeah.
Makes sense.
So let's take a look at Goblin Electromancer. I mean, this was a card John really this is a big deal card for him. Like a lot of the Storm cards have been neutered by the ban list; they've been taken away. But this is a card that you know,
I mean, he started playing the Storm deck before this card existed, right?
Correct.
And then the bannings picked off some of the good blue, card drawing, card selection, but Goblin Electromancer showed up, so John just kept playing it.
Yeah, and so like, you know, this comes down early. You can see that sometimes it attacks, sometimes it trades with a creature,
sometimes it trades with Wild Nacatl,
and sometimes it
because Blood Moon's in play. That was
sometimes
bizarre.
it turns your Manamorphose into a little mini ritual where you're actually going up a mana and. You know, when you see like Pyromancer Ascension in play and a Goblin Electromancer, and you know, like I now cast for 1 mana my Manamorphose, put 4 mana into my mana pool, draw 2 cards.
Right.
Things are just getting gross.
Absolutely.
So this is really the only place we've seen this, right? Is the Storm decks. Goblin Electromancer was built, it would seem, for this deck. And people in playtest, it was called Mastercaster and Spellrever Goblin. I don't know what a Spellrever Goblin is, but I guess Spellrever. I get it. It's revving up your spells.
Absolutely.
It's letting you do more fun stuff. So,
yeah, Storm, the 11th most played deck here this weekend. Zoo #1. No surprise there. I mean, Shahar's piloting one of the. Well, I think the most common version of the Zoo deck actually is the Naya deck, the sort of biggish, you know, Smiter, Knight of the Reliquary version.
It feels like the player base as a whole said, "Oh, Zoo," and then went, "Oh." Big Zoo, right? Like they all,
slightly bigger.
They
Zoo.
all sort of moved in mass. In the past, we've had the Zoo deck, and then a group of players moved to a big Zoo list, or
this time it was just everyone.
Everybody just moved to the other side of the room, and it kind of tilted over on its side.
It means that there's no aggro Zoo for them to prey upon.
Well,
I mean, that's why you go that way.
And there are a couple of aggro Zoo decks out there. I'm curious to see how those decks fare.
Yeah. Second most played deck? Have you looked at the list?
I haven't looked at the list. I was looking more for players with decks as we were trying to queue up deck text today.
And so Zoo, by the way, #1 played, but it's only 16% of the field.
Yeah, it's like 20. It's 20 something players, right?
Well, 64.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Right. It's less than 20% of the field. Right. That was the big number for a top deck. It's kind of like.
Yeah, there's only one other deck that is above 8.33%.
Wow. What deck is that?
Splinter Twin.
Okay. Which has been the best deck in this format at some point.
Yeah, you know, I feel like it was, you know, Splinter Twin, Jund, Affinity were maybe the big three. Previously, throw in Pod for a fourth. The Twin deck doesn't seem like it matches up all that great against Zoo. I mean, I think so much of the success that the Twin decks have had, you know, Patrick Dickman in particular, they're playing this blue-red control deck where they can just, you know, Bolt, Snapcaster, Vendilion Collect. They can just deal 20 without ever comboing.
Right.
You know, everybody's playing cautious, holding, trying to wait for the combo to bust the combo up, and then all of a sudden they're just dead to Lightning Bolt, Snapcaster, Bolt you again.
Right.
That doesn't work as well against the Zoo decks. I mean, the fact that suddenly your Lavamancers that can only deal 2 damage, your Electrolyzes can only deal 2 damage. Like, Wild Nacattl's pretty good. It's basically only the Bolt from those lists that can kill the Nacatl. So, you know, some of that redundant damage, card advantage, just doesn't work as well. So I think what you've seen from the Twin decks, a lot of them have gone back to splashing white. So Wall of Omens has come back in. That can block a Nacatl. They've also gone to Anger of the Gods in a lot of those lists, which can wipe out the team.
Right.
So, you know, can Twins survive? It definitely had to change up to react to the fact that Zoo came into the metagame as a heavy presence. A lot of people think it matches up just fine. We'll have to see how that plays out.
Okay, well, I think we're ready to go back down to the floor because it looks like there's a tapped land in play for Shahar Shenhar. It's a Stirring Wildwood, and we are underway. Game 3.
That's not the turn 1 land he wants to play.
No.
That doesn't summon an attacking 3/3 on the second turn.
John's going to do a little sleight of hand.
Everyone's going to watch me at my finest here.
And that looks like he's got a hand that's going to be able to make a bunch of goblins.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier for myself.
Yeah, I see empty. He's setting up for, he's going to have to run out turn 2 Electromancer and hope it lives. Yeah, they're Stirring Wildwood. I've got Finkel at Desperate Ritual, Electromancer. There you go. Oh, it's on the board now. Sleight of Hand, Empty, Past in Flames, Shivan Reef. So it's only the 2 lands. He's going to go turn to the Serum Visions that he drew, and he does come up with another land. So he doesn't like running out turn 2 Electromancer.
No.
He doesn't want to get it bolted.
Well, again, if he can play it on turn 3 and have 1 mana open to then Desperate Ritual into Desperate Ritual,
right?
You know, he can start doing a lot. You know, a lot of fairly filthy stuff, and then you bring Past and Flames to the equation, and who knows what's going to happen.
Shahar does in fact have the Lightning Bolt. So. A lot of people will run the Electromancer out there. I mean, that's John's familiarity with the deck. It sure feels like the curve wants to go turn 2 Electromancer, turn 3 untap and go off, but...
It sure looks like Shahar's thinking about tapping that red mana for something. He is, and he's going to play a Smiter. So I think John needs to draw another... Does he have another land in hand?
Yeah, he does have one. Pretty sure I saw him draw an island. Yeah, he had Shivan Reef Island.
So he needed the second red source so he could Electromancer and then start ritualing.
Yeah, this works, right? Electromancer into ritual, empty.
Yeah, unclear if that's necessarily what he wants to do.
First spell. Yeah, he's adding up Storm. So Desperate Ritual would normally cost 2, but it's discounted by 1 because of the Electromancer, so it costs 1. It makes RR.
So another Desperate Ritual, go up to 5 red.
This one only costs 1, but it makes RRR, so he's up to 5. No, sorry, I'm doing that wrong. I'm thinking of the wrong ritual.
Yeah, it's just
it's 2 to get 3, 2 to get 3, except it's really 1 to get 3,
1 to get 3.
So
it's actually just straight Dark Rituals. Now he's going to Past in Flames back. He might bolt and then Past in Flames back everything.
Well, Past in Flames costs 4. He's got 5. It's down to 3, which would let him flash back those 2 rituals. Yeah, he's going to throw in a bolt because he can.
4 red. Yep. I use 3 of my red, leaving 1 red.
Just let him do the play-by-play.
Past in Flames, that's my 5th spell. Flashback 2 Desperate Rituals, bring me up to 7 spells, 5 red. You know, Lightning Bolt U for my 8th spell. 17. And then we cast Empty the Warrens for my 9th spell.
Just 18 guys.
Goblins. Yep.
No problem. 18 goblins.
Go ahead.
Do we have 18 goblin tokens? Shahar just kind of laughs. What else is he going to do? Like, it's not even... I guess if he had left up red mana to bolt the goblin as a response to the first ritual, it would have worked, because there would have been nothing floating yet.
Yes.
John would not have been able to go off as a response. So, yeah, he tapped out for Smiter. I don't know if that was the right line. Did he have a 2-mana creature? We do have 18 goblin tokens.
Sure. You can see how many we have.
Yeah, Shahar's hand, I don't think he can afford to just attack with Nacatl and then do nothing. Like, he had Knight of the Reliquary and Loxodon Smiter.
So he's going to Helix.
Yeah.
He go back up to 20. He's actually at 17. He took 3 from a bolt there earlier.
Right.
But John just has to do 2 attack steps here.
Yep.
Attack for 18. Sure. Take 17. 3, go ahead.
There's the hand.
Wow.
John Finkel, ladies and gentlemen.
Really? In the deck, there's one in the deck.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Wow, I really want to hear from John about how that deck works.
Big Ginger, I played this so much, but
That was pretty amazing.
And somehow I just...
Welcome back to the booth. Brian David Marshall with Randy Buehler. We just watched Hall of Famer John Finkel
with effectively a turn 3 kill.
Yeah, make 18 goblins on turn 3.
Turn 3, 18 goblins. And a 2/2. Kind of like 19 goblins, right? One of them is a little bigger. One of them did a lot more work.
Yeah, got a little value along the way. He's like, I'll pick off that wild Nakatl, I'll ding you for 3, and, oh, by the way, 18 goblins.
Yeah, it was a 2/2 goblin, 18 goblins, a bolt to you, and a bolt to your Nakatl.
Yeah.
Is Shahar just not supposed to tap out? He has to play a creature there, right? He can take, John has 2 lands in play. He's done, a sleight of hand and a Serum Visions. That's all that has happened. I mean, I think Shahar has to play a creature there. I mean, in fact, the psychic play would have been to say go, leaving up Lightning Bolt, kill Goblin Electromancer as a response to the first ritual.
Right.
Although, to be fair, if Shahar has said go with 3 untapped lands, John's not going to go for it.
Probably not.
Wait.
Probably not.
And then, on the following turn, if he plays a 4th land, he can go Electromancer and potentially go off as a response to the Lightning Bolt. Yeah, no, I think it's a bad matchup for Shahar. The big Zoo deck is... It's just a little slow. You need to race. The Storm deck is capable of winning on turn 3. It's likely to win on turn 4, and Big Zoo it doesn't deal that much damage that quickly.
Right. It's really designed to withstand the early onslaught on the ground from other aggressive decks.
It wants to prey upon creature decks.
Yeah.
It's got enough interactivity to beat some of the combo decks. Like it's pretty good against Melirapod because your creature removal you can kill enough creatures that they can't stitch together a combo kill.
Right.
It's pretty good against Splinter Twin because again, it's a creature-based combo deck and your creature removal spells can disrupt their ability to kill you. But Storm, not really a creature-based combo deck. I mean, the Electromancer does some work, but I mean you can win without him and doesn't take much of a window. Turn 3, tap out for Smiter, kill you.
So we actually have Storm winning 2 matches in this top 8. I mean, in this feature match area. Sorry, Chris Fennell defeated Tomohiro Saito. Tomohiro Saito's running Infect.
Yeah.
So a deck that was very strong. Was very strong at Pro Tour RTR. It finished 9th, I believe.
Well, I mean, it got a card banned.
Yeah.
I mean, you can no longer kill people on turn 2 the way you used to be able to.
Sure. John Finkel, we saw, Living End, by the way, 3-0 so far. That's real deck. And again,
they're all real decks.
And again, we're seeing all these creature decks. Living End might be one of those decks that can really prey on the format as it stands right now.
Although it's another deck that's just going to lose to Storm. I mean, what's your plan against Storm? Like Fulminator Mage, their Shivan Reef? That's not going to be fast enough.
No, that is true. And
Storm
of course,
might be really well positioned here.
Yeah.
He's got some pilots too. John and Kai are both running it.
John's like, I knew it!
And he's going to watch Kai make the top 8 and get all the glory. I mean, John's already got 2 losses, so Kai didn't have any last we heard.
Yeah, Kai was XO-1 the last time we saw him. And then, of course, in the last match, Josh Schroeder Leighton playing Scape Shift, another combo deck. Lost.
Yeah, speaking of deck, there's another, it's kind of a combo finish, right? It's not really creature-based combos. Scape Shift might be well positioned this weekend, too.
Yeah. It looked like they had a lot of answers, and they were able to go to the beatdown plan should things get disrupted. You saw them attacking with Primeval Titans.
Oh, right.
And just like, I'll just kill you this way. But Ben Lundquist and his Affinity was able to.
Affinity is still good?
Still good.
Yeah.
You're still just good. Did you stumble? Was that just, did your knees just buckle for a second? You're dead.
Right. Yeah, I mean, one way to look at this is you've got 2 aggro decks, or you've got Affinity and you've got Zoo, but really, the way everybody took their Zoo deck was a little slower, so Affinity is the aggro deck. That's the one that can actually race a Storm deck, or...
Yeah. Well, let's find out a little bit more about the Storm deck. We have Tim Willoughby set up in the feature match area with none other than Hall of Famer John Finkel. So let's send it down to him.
Thank you very much there, Brian. Here I am with John Finkel. That was quite a match. We got to see the Storm deck winning a couple of different ways there. Do you have a preference for which way you want to do it, or happy anyway?
I'm really happy, to win anyway. I do prefer if I win without making mistakes. Char's great. I think he tested with the other ChannelFireball team. Obviously, not with us, the Pantheon. And I just decided not to kill his wild Nakatl. I can't really justify it. I can't say, there was some thought that went behind it. But I still won, so there's an old saying, better lucky than good. And yeah, so I'm pretty happy to get the win, even if it's not my most deserved win in my career.
Now, on the back table, we got to see, there was another Pyromancer Ascension Storm deck. We got to see the fabled turn 3 win. How often can you really get that with this deck?
If you absolutely have to go for it on turn 3, it's probably somewhere between 20 and 25% of the time.
And that needs the Electromancer and the Ascension, is that right?
No, you don't need the Ascension, you need an Electromancer. It's actually not that hard turn 3. You can just lead with an Electromancer, and then you can generate a lot of mana, and then a Past in Flames. I mean, obviously it's not easy.
Sure.
First game I couldn't even really go off turn 4, although it was obviously rough because he had removal for my Electromancer. If they have removal for Electromancer, you basically can't go off turn 3. There's obvious, you can, ritual Ascension, Manamorphose. I mean, there are ones like that, but nothing that's realistic.
And of course, this is a deck that you've played for a number of tournaments now, so you've got a really good feel for how to play it. How much has it changed the format? Like, do you have to do anything differently now than you have done in previous events?
There's not much that's really that different. I think the Blood Moons and the Sideboard were actually very good. They were a happy coincidence. I was playing a little bit with the deck online with Godennis. He had it in his account. He had a Storm deck, and in his side, his deck was like a suboptimal build, but in his Sideboard he had Blood Moons, and the Sideboards always kind of sucked. So I was just like, all right, let's just run with these Blood Moons, and it was really good against a lot of decks. And after just originally playing with it just to mess around, I then thought they were actually a very strong addition to the deck.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in that second game there, I mean, you had the Blood Rune out. It completely locked you out of blue, but that didn't seem to be a problem.
Most of the deck is actually red. I was pretty happy after I cast it. I could draw, lightning bolts I can still cast, and it's like obviously my rituals, my empties, and I have basic islands. I certainly have a better basic land mix than he does. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a little bit dangerous, right? It can definitely, bite you in the butt, but it worked out pretty well for me that time.
Absolutely. Congratulations, John. Still in the thick of it, and defeating another world champion, a great way to go.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're going to head back to the booth now.
Well, there you go, Randy. We just heard John Finkel talk about, you can do it on turn 3. It's like about a 20% chance, but he'd rather go for turn 4.
Yep.
But I think we're ready to send this back to Rich Hagon at the news desk and let us get a little bit of a snack in before the next round.
Sounds like a plan.
So we'll send it back to them.
I tell you what, boys and girls, he sounded puzzled. It's Rich Hagon at the news desk. I live at the news desk. They pack me away in the news desk between Pro Tours. It's my home. Welcome along, everyone. Welcome to our home, the home of MTG. It's the news desk here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. We've got about 30 minutes before the next round, and we've got a ton of great stuff lined up for you. Not least, we've crunched all the numbers, and those 10 teams that we've been following, we have all their numbers for you. So if you're a ChannelFireball fan, you want to know how all your favorite players are doing, we will show you in this interval show. If you want to know how Team Doge are doing, how the Japanese are doing, Team MTG Mint, the Pantheon, we've got it all coming your way. But before all of that, we have another deck tech. We promised you this, and we went for the name of a card that was in this deck. Well, this turns out to be Amulet of Vigor. And the man who is 6-0 with that deck is Matthias Hunt. Deck tech coming your way now.
Hi, and welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Zach Hill, here with the undefeated Matthias Hunt, with one of the most interesting and frankly confusing decks that I have ever seen at a Pro Tour. Matthias, can you tell us what on earth your deck does?
Okay, well, for Modern this weekend, I'm playing Amulet of Vigor combo.
Okay.
So it's a very fast combo deck. It's a very kind of different combo deck. It doesn't really play by the rules of one land per turn and how you make mana in the normal ways.
All right, well, I definitely like to break rules, so let's see how we do that. Now, if we can take a look at this first slide, actually, I'm starting with lands. Now, very few other decks in the format play this series of lands called the Ruse. See, Simic, Growth Chamber, Gruul Turf. Take a look at the next slide. There's a few more of these in here. You've got Golgari, Rot Farm, Boros Garrison, Celestia's Sanctuary.
Right.
Now, what on earth is he doing with all these lands that come into play tapped and bounce your other lands? Take a look at the next slide, we'll figure it out. Now, well, this wasn't the slide that I was intending to get to, but please tell me about what on earth is going on with these cards right here.
All right, so there's two things that the lands can do. The first thing, and this is kind of where people call it Amulet combo, is Amulet of Vigor. You have it as a 4-up over here.
Walk us through exactly how on earth that interaction works.
So Amulet of Vigor is whenever a permanent enters the battlefield tapped and under your control, untap it. You could just say land. That's what we're doing with it. But what it does mean is with all the bounce lands, all the Ruse, they come into play tapped, and actually before you have to return a land, you get to untap a land. They will untap. So you have a moment there where you can make 2 mana. Sometimes you'll bounce something else. Sometimes you'll actually have them bounce themselves. But the basic idea is like your land drop for this turn is making 2 mana, not 1. Lands really aren't designed to make 2 mana, so that's going to lead to some pretty broken things that we can do. I think the first one is, and this is by far like the best card in the deck, is Summer Bloom.
Really?
Summer Bloom is, it's better than Amulet. It is what the deck runs off of. So Summer Bloom, sometimes what it can do with Amulet is it'll let you take that bounce. You get to play 3 more lands. So you can take that bounce land, you can play it, untap it, make 2, and you can do it 2 more times and work all the way up to 6 mana. Even if you don't have Amulet, the bounce lands are actually 2 mana sources. So say I had 2 regular lands, cast a turn 2 Summer Bloom, I can just be like 3rd land, bounce land, 4th land, and I actually ramped 3 times on turn 2. So
really powerful. And you're not, a lot of the time with Summer Bloom, you know, one of the reasons a lot of other decks don't just play it is that they don't have 3 more lands in their hand.
Right, you only need 2 or maybe even 1 with these you just need like 2 bounce lands.
Yeah, right.
So you actually still have more cards left in your hand when you're done. You'll see the last card here is Azusa, Lost But Seeking. Summer Bloom's effect's pretty unique, so she's bad Summer Bloom. Basically is how it works. Summer Bloom is so good that you wish you could play more than 4. As you'll see, like the deck takes up enough slots that you can't just like find your Summer Blooms. We actually have very little deck manipulation because you have to play 28 lands in the deck.
Yeah, exactly. That again, Summer Bloom wouldn't work if you didn't have a handful of lands when you cast it.
Right.
Okay, so you've got Summer Bloom, you've got bad Summer Bloom. Poor Azusa, she has her feelings hurt, but you know.
She's lost, but she's seeking.
She's lost, trying to seek out how to become a Summer Bloom. So you might be asking what on earth you do with all of this mana. This is what you do with it. You've got 4 Primeval Titan, you've got Serum Visions, presumably to find all this stuff, and Summoner's Pact, which chiefly, I think, gets you more Primeval Titans. Is that right?
It's basically more Primeval Titans. So when you're playing the deck, what you're doing is you're counting to 6. You're using all these broken lands to get up to 6 mana as fast as you can. You said Serum Visions. Like I said, we can't have much deck manipulation. We found room for this one. That's it. You don't get anything else. So the card is very unique. It actually lets you set up your draws. But you're right. What we want to do is we have 8 Primeval Titans right here. Sometimes Summoner's Pact will find you something else, but for the most part, we can just say it's another Titan. And as you see later, it's actually going to come into play in helping us get more Titans.
And yeah, explain to us, and we'll go through the cards in general, but we can clearly see that this is a deck about getting Primeval Titan into play. We're going to look at some of the other things you can do besides Primeval Titan in a little bit, but what actually do you do with Primeval Titan?
Okay, so I'm going to set up a whole combo line for you, because this is there's a few different things that Primeval Titan can do.
Give me the dream scenario.
Right, so the combo scenario is that Primeval Titan goes and gets 2 bounce Boros Garrison, which is the red-white bounce land, and Slayer's Stronghold. Boros Garrison is your only non-green bounce land, and the only reason we even want to play a non-green one is so that we can do this cool thing we're about to do.
Okay.
So we untap both those immediately before we have to bounce anything. Okay. Slayer's Stronghold is from Absent Restored. It gives a creature +2/+0, haste, and vigilance, and it costs red-white, which conveniently is Boros Garrison. So tap all those lands, give Primeval Titan +2/+0 and haste.
All right, gotcha.
Then he'll have haste. He's going to get to swing for 8 this turn. He's going to get 2 more lands.
Seems pretty good.
Okay, if you really want to be ambitious and just kill them, you can go get our second utility land, which is Sunhome Fortress of the Legion, which is 4 mana on tap. You need red-white again, so it's another Boros land. It gives them double strike.
Gotcha.
There are situations with 2 amulets where you can do all of this in one turn. You can double activate Slayer's Stronghold, and you can actually 20 them.
Oh, okay.
But actually, what you do more often with the deck, and this is kind of where the deck is powerful, is you actually get a bounce land and Teleria West.
Gotcha.
And that's the linchpin of the deck, because you get them both into play, and you actually use the bounce land to pick up the Teleria West. And now we can transmute that into a Summoner's Pact, which is another Titan. So
right, so you can just chain Titans over and over again until your opponent can't answer all.
Right, so there's some decks out there which are, blooming just into Titan, and you say, well, how do I beat Path to Exile? Well, the question is, like, every time I Titan, if I'm worried about you pathing it, I'll just get a setup for another Titan.
Right.
There were some utility things, I think, that we can transmute for. That would be like, we have a Pact of Negation, we have a Slaughter Pact. You can actually get Cavern of Souls. There's some tricky lands you can get. So there's a lot of different other things you can do with it. Out of the board, you can get Bazooka Bogs, Chalice of the Voids, certain things, but still the main thing is just always that Teleria West engine is what you're setting up with Primeval Titan.
Okay, and I want to look at some of the other things that you do with the Teleria West engine on the next slide. Now, you've got Pact of Negation, 2 copies.
Right.
Slaughter Pact, 1 copy. And now we see something that is totally different than anything else. Hivemind. What on earth is going on?
Okay, well, I told you before, the kind of the deck's about getting to 6 mana, right? Okay, well, and I just told you about that cool engine with Teleria West. Well, I'm playing 7 packs, and I have a deck that gets to 6 mana really easily.
Okay.
And I guess I sometimes want something that can win right away, or maybe I don't have enough Titans, so we threw in a couple Hiveminds, because it's not uncommon for you to just be able to make Hivemind and cast a green pact.
Yeah, and explain that really quick, because this deck has a lot of combos in it. I can't even tell you what Hivemind does when I'm sitting here reading it. What is the combo element
so
of Hivemind?
Hivemind's pretty unfair. When everybody plays this, and anyone plays an instant or sorcery, everybody plays that sorcery.
Okay.
Now these packs, they have this downside that I don't actually, you pay for them later, and if you don't, you lose the game.
Right.
So I decide that everybody should just go willy-nilly and cast lots of packs that they can't even pay for, and then it's your turn, and now you have to pay for all the packs you just cast.
And because your opponent loses, or
they don't even sometimes
hits
play
first,
green, and they cast a green pact.
Right. The Summoner's Pact, poor them, they can't even go get a green creature.
Right.
Hits their upkeep, they can't pay it, and they lose the game. That makes sense. Now, finally, Simian Spirit Guide, not a card you see in a lot of the other versions of this deck.
Right.
How did you decide to play this card?
This is what I actually think makes the deck a little bit better than some of the versions you've been seeing on Magic Online. A lot of times you'll see Sakura Tribe Scout or Ancient Strings in this spot. One thing is, while play testing, we found that Sakura Tribe Scout rarely tapped more than once. That's a card that taps to put a land into play.
Right.
Kind of like another bad Summer Bloom. But we actually realized, well, it's all about counting to 6, and if you're never making more than 1 land, how about I just get the mana right now? So we started playing more Simian Spirit Guides, and it actually gives you access to even like turn 1 kills. You can Spirit Guide out an Amulet and start playing bounce lands at the beginning of the game.
Totally. Okay, so that takes us through most of the spells. We can look at the next slide. There's some of these lands that we're getting. Now, I see Gemstone Mine, City of Brass, Tendo Icebridge. Do you need 5 color lands? Just why do you need 5 colors?
Well, the mana's not particularly good.
Okay.
We have to cast the turn, there's a lot of utility lands that you need, so you have a lot of colorless lands. You also have a lot of bounce lands, which don't really make your colors on time.
Yeah.
So there's about, there's 10 bounce lands, there's about, I think, 7 utility lands, so that's 17. The remaining lands have to make the colors you need them to make, because everything else isn't working toward the cause. So they're working overtime. They just make everything. Gemstone Mine's the best one. City of Brass hurts yourself, but we figured Brass is better than Tendo Icebridge, but if you get 2 of them, it's pretty painful.
It can be a lot of damage against the decks like Zoo, so on and so forth. Okay, let's look at some of those other lands very quickly now. We see some of the utility lands you were talking about. You walked us through Slayer's Stronghold, Sunhome, Teleria West, absolute linchpin of the deck.
Right.
Glimmer Post, good against what? Aggressive decks?
So sometimes when you're playing in Zoo, you'll make a Titan, and you're worried that they're going to alpha you and kill you the next turn. So what you can do is you can Titan for 2 Glimmer Posts, or if you have a Glimmer Post in play, you can Titan for Vesuva Glimmer Post. You could gain 4 or 6. That's probably enough to get you to next turn, and the second swing of the Titan is almost always the lethal swing.
That makes sense. Okay, let's get through the rest of these lands. We've talked about the Karuz already. See, Vesuva, which you just explained, Cavern of Souls seems really good when you're casting Titan after Titan after Titan, like you were talking about earlier.
This one's good. You actually transmute for it most of the time.
Okay.
So, against a control deck, I don't need a fast kill. They'd probably just, spell snared or mana leak it anyway. So I'll just slowly build up lands, and I'll transmute for Cavern of Souls, and I'll just start making turn 6 Titans. And Modern's really ill-equipped to deal with that.
Okay.
Their way to deal with it normally is to Tectonic Edge you.
Right.
But because you're picking up your own lands, you never actually have 4 lands in play.
Because
so
the Karuz count is
they're just 1 land. So I can get all the way to 6 mana on just 3 lands until on that last turn I'm like, 6th mana is Cavern, Titan you.
And there it is. Okay, and then 1 for us to get with Path and so on and so forth.
Sometimes they path you.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we need to look at the sideboard. Let's get through these really quick. Now, this is 10 whole cards. Seal of Primordium. 10 seconds, why do we care about this card?
People play Blood Moon against you. It's good against Affinity. It's good against Splinter Twin.
Awesome. Fire Spout. What does Fire Spout do?
Sometimes creature decks can race you. If you Fire Spout them, they won't race you.
And Leyline of Sanctity. All right, kind of totally different.
Our combo deck, basically the main deck is great. So there's very few things you can board in. Leyline stops Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize is atrocious for this deck. Like, the reason we can play this is that no one's Thoughtseizing right now.
Okay, and finally we see Ghost Quarter Bojuka Bog. Bojuka Bog makes sense against graveyard decks.
Right.
What exactly is Ghost Quarter doing? What do you want it against?
Well, it's got a lot of utility against a Scape Shift. At the same time, you can get it with Primeval Titan, so it's this tutorable effect. Also, if you're worried about maybe dying to an Ink Moth Nexus next turn, you can Ghost Quarter their Nexus. So there's just a lot of some corners you can do.
All right, and finally we've got a Slaughter Pack that you can tutor for, a Chalice of the Void here too. What do you bring that in against?
Great against Living End. In the control matchups, you want to put it on one so that they don't path your Titans. Slaughter Pact is great against Twin. You want two of them so you can Chulari Rest for the second one. Thragtusk is something you can Green Sun for if you need to gain 5 life this turn.
All right, well there you have it. One of the most innovative decks I have ever seen. Matthias Hunt, it is paying off undefeated today here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Let's take it back to Rich and Marshall at the desk.
That was fantastic. Boy, oh boy, what was that?
I still have no idea what that deck does. Like, if I sit down against Matthias Hunt and he plays a bunch of stuff and goes, "You're dead," I'll be like, "Yeah, all right, you got it. Next game."
There's multiple cards where understanding the rules text is even very hard.
I think
deck's sweet.
I think the summary was something like, "I'm going to play this comes into play tap land, which means you can't possibly win. Shall we play game 2?" It was something like that. If you are not used to seeing Matthias Hunt on camera, you should certainly check him out. A true broadcast professional, and right now a Magic the Gathering professional of a perfect 6-0 record. So congratulations to him. Players are on a little break, gearing up for the last 2 rounds. We've got Zach and Marshall here together at the desk. We're going to get to teams in a moment, but Marshall, this is the first chance I've had to ask you your impression of this Pro Tour so far. We're coming to the back end of day 1. It seems a long time ago now you sat down to open a pack of Born of the Gods and watch Huey Jensen in action.
Yeah, it's been great. I've actually been quite in the trenches, right? I started off the first 3 rounds in the booth where I got to see real action. You know, I get to, you know what I mean? Like, it's weird to be on coverage, right? You guys will know, sometimes you can actually feel a little disconnected from the tournament that you're at because, like, Rich, you've been working hard at the desk all day, and it's kind of like, what's going on out there? You need people to tell you these things.
Yep.
I then was doing Spotter, which is where you stand behind the player and do the hand updater and do life totals. So I got to really, you know, that's where you can hear every word the players are saying. You can see, I mean, I got to see some really funny facial expressions. When Teferi came down to block, he's like, picked it up, read it. It's like,
Scooby-Doo moment.
Yeah,
okay, you got us a fairy, I guess. And, you know, stares at the Path to Exile stranded in his hand. But it's been fantastic. I thought the Limited went pretty close to how I expected it to. You know, not massive changes from Born of the Gods, but enough that you needed to know what was going on before you sat down. It wasn't like you could just be like, it's fine, I've drafted Theros a bunch. That wouldn't get you through, but it is a nice foundation to start from. And then the Modern list we've seen, you know, we don't have a picture quite yet on what's floating to the top, but we've seen some weird, like that deck is insane, and some other crazy stuff actually being successful. The deck I mentioned a minute ago with Teferi and Blood Moon in the main.
Yeah, Randy has a list of air quotes crazy combos coming our way tomorrow in Modern. Don't want to disappoint you or anything, but Amulet of Vigor is one of the crazy combos. Yeah. It turns out that the crazy isn't as crazy. And Randy did say it. He said, let me tell you, some of these things could be at the top tables because they're, you know, they're crazy enough that you could actually get there with them, and Matthias is certainly doing that. He did say, I don't know whether he actually said it on the deck tech to you, Zach, and this is a sort of gentle warning to people at home. He did say, this deck is stupidly hard to play correctly. And he said a lot of players that he had played with found it very difficult and had sort of moved away from it because of that.
Yeah, he was walking me through some of the sequences that the deck involves, and he was telling me multiple times a game, especially against control opponents, you have to cast all 4 Primeval Titans, and they'll like deal with all 4 of those. So then you're in the Simeon Spirit Guide Slayer's Stronghold Sunhome phase of the game. You know, and I mean, it was just very few decks, you know, because there's so much tutoring with Teleria West and Primeval Titan, so many ways to look through your deck and find cards. You have to be acutely aware of every single card in your deck and what it can do for you at every point in the game. But it seems like the reward is.
It was fascinating. We were chatting with him, and he said that Matthias is incredibly intelligent, right? Anybody that's watched any of his coverage or has had a chat with him knows that. He actually sat down beforehand and worked out a bunch of mental shortcuts to get the sequences and the plays down where he could boil them down to just counting numbers, to just saying, this equals this, right? There's triggers, there's things that happen, but now my lands make 2 mana and that's it, and he just had to do that a bunch so that he could efficiently pilot the deck. So
yeah, it's a thing people back home could use. He said he wrote himself a primer for the deck he was about to play. It was like an article that would go up online, but just for him.
Channel Matthias. Yeah, premium content. Subscribers 1. I like that. That's really good. All right, now we've been following players from 3-0. Let's just take a quick look at our leaderboard from those 3-0 players. I'm going to show you those very briefly. There you see them. And the 6-0s, the story there. Again, this is not a full leaderboard, remember. Patrick Dickman, Michael Hetrick, Matthias Hunter, we've just seen, and Sean McLaren. And then right at the other end, you look at Katsuhiro Mori, who went 3-0 in draft and is currently 0-3 in constructed. Everyone else somewhere in between. We'll get you a full proper leaderboard, as it were, as we head into round 7 and 8. But this is our window of opportunity to check in on the teams. It's all very well saying, well, we're going to rent a castle, we're going to sit in this country, we're going to go alpine horning and draft in the Czech mountains. That was elaborate Ruse. That's what they did 2 weeks ago. They were all like up in the Czech mountains. I don't know whether they were yodeling, whether there was lederhosen. I know there were draft packs. But let's see what it does in practice. So we're going to look at the 10 teams that were in our preview, that were in the conversation at the start of the day with Brian and Randy. Now Marshall and Zach and I will walk you through the top 10 teams as we saw them coming in. So here we go. Let's start with Team CFB Pantheon. There they are up on the big board. Let's take a look, guys, and see how everyone is doing. So Galdenis Vidigiris 5-1. Kai has now had his first defeat at 4-1-1. Reed has a winning record. So does John. So does Rich Hone. And so does Owen Turtenwald. Then you have the Johnny Average, as it were. Andrew Cuneo, William Jensen, Tom Martell, Gabriel Nassif. Tom's had a very frustrating day. You can follow him along on Twitter. Gabriel Nassif was 0-3, got the concession from Timotei Simoneau, and is now perfect currently in Modern. Sam Black is 2-4, along with Chapin. Costa, who's still happy, by the way, Matt Costa, glad to see him here. Brad Nelson is 2-4, having won his last round, and that's the last result just gone in there for that team. Marshall, you've got to say that although it's still early, you would think that somewhere in that list you would have more than one player at 1 loss or better.
Yeah, I mean, not to overstate things at this early stage of the tournament, but that's a little disappointing, I think, for a team with 6 Hall of Famers, a headlining team, really probably the best team from the last few Pro Tours as far as success goes. And I mean, they've got Galdenis Vidigiris at 5-1, kind of heading the pack. Kai Bude only has 1 loss, but he also has a draw, which is approaching lost territory as far as points and such go. So, and it looks like we're still waiting. Oh, did we get Paul Rietzel? We did. So he's 3-2-1. So he picked up a draw there as well. So yeah, I got to say, this looks like a little bit of a rocky start for. I mean, look, high expectations, right? I mean, if we were just to pick 10 random people, or however many from the list, we would expect it to look not as good as this. But at the same time, when these guys come in here, I expect a lot more zeros up there on the far right column.
I mean, it is worth saying that you look at Black, Chapin, Costa, and Nelson there, who are the 4 who need to go win, simply to be in day 2. You have to expect that probably those 4 will go 7-1 or 8-0 between them over the next 2 rounds. At that point, it is likely that of this list of 6, 8, 10, 15 players, 13 or 14 will be into day 2.
Okay.
Which
is not unreasonable.
Which is not by any means shabby.
No, but these guys.
But it's not pace setting.
Yeah, the goals that this team have are not day 2 related.
They're not about 4-4 and come back and do another draft.
I mean, it is impressive to get that big group of people through to day 2 and to have a large percentage of your team. It does mean that you're doing something right, but I mean, frankly, this group of players, I think they could do that with draft decks in Modern. I mean, they're that good that they can just, they can lean on their experience and play skill to get them through to day 2 at a Pro Tour at this point.
Well, and on a practical level, I mean, so many of these players are in the Hall of Fame that they're not shooting for, the top 25 Q. They're shooting to win this tournament, to top 8 this tournament. And so, a limp finish into day 2 is just not going to actually do all that much for a lot of these players.
Yeah, so that's a really good point too.
So we watch this space, but work to do for sure for the Pantheon. Let's move on. Let's take a look at the other ChannelFireball, the original team ChannelFireball, and you've just seen one lot, so let's compare. Well, that is what... Yeah, and Marshall's going nod, because...
This is what I would expect to see.
Okay, talk us through it, Marshall. What do we got?
Yeah, so taking a look at Brian Kibler, Ben Lundquist, David Ochoa, and Ben Stark all sitting 5-1-0. This is the kind of headliner-type performance. They picked up 1 loss out of the first 6 rounds, and they're looking to be... Zach, you were just mentioning, where are you shooting? If I'm shooting to win the tournament, I mean, having 1 loss coming out of the first day, I'm feeling just fine about it, right? And these guys have put themselves in a good position. And then as we go down the list, all the way down, it looks like to Josh Utter-Layton, everybody's 4-2 from that point on. I mean, they're well poised to get into day 2, pretty easily there. And then down at the bottom, looks like Shuhei's had a rough day at 2-4. Shahar Shenhar also 3-3, and same with Brock Parker. But even then, I mean, if those are the worst on your entire team out of a team that big, you're probably doing pretty good.
I've done a little math-based formula while you were talking.
Oh, math-based formula.
Zach loves those.
Which we like a lot. They have played 91 matches as a team. Bear in mind, some of them have played against each other, inevitably. They are 61-30.
Yes.
That is the team record. 61-30. That is over 2/3 of the matches, including the ones where somebody had to lose within the team.
Yeah, so there's 68% or something match win percentage as a team.
Absolutely world leading if that was a person as a lifetime career. So
that's fantastic.
That is breathtaking results, quite frankly. After only 6 rounds, again, no one's in the top 8 yet. Even like any of those top 4, if they go 1-2 in the next 3 rounds, suddenly they're at 6-3 and they're close to elimination. So, the mirage of how well we're doing can very quickly shift. But that is a great set of results after 6.
I like that. I like that idea, Rich. We're taking a snapshot, right? This isn't saying anything definitive about their performance, about the tournament, but it's like, let's just check in. And if you check in right now, thumbs up for Team ChannelFireball.
Okay. Well, they were the ones who started the team revolution, as it were. But now we're going to move on to Elaborate Ruse. This is a broadly European-based team. Let's see how their numbers stack up. Well, they're all in contention. Zach, if you can give us a walkthrough of Elaborate Ruse.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we see Elias Vosfeld up there at the top with 5-1. Matai Zalakai has had a really good season. Fellow coverage reporter also at 5-1. We see Ivan Flock 4-2. Ludwig Londos also 4-2. Dennis Rashid, who had a great year last year out of Sweden, 4-2, along with fellow Swede and Hall of Famer Uli Rade. Willie Edel, one of the non-Europeans on this team, sitting at 3-3, solid performance. Quietly 4 top 8s lifetime to Willie Edel. Simon Gertzen 3-3, Lucas Jaklovsky 3-3, Joel Larson 3-3, Stanislav Sivka 2-4, and finally Juliano Souza, another Brazilian, sitting at 2-4. So again, no one removed from contention. The thing that I'm thinking about, this is a team that put up a lot of really impressive numbers last year, and looking to maintain their momentum coming into Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
One of the things we've been trying to ascertain is the overall goal of teams, and we've talked at various points through the day about, what, they want someone to win the trophy, sure, but, the practical, where do you think you're going to get? One thing that is very interesting to me is when you look at the bottom player of each team. So far, we've gone through 16 players on one, 15 players on another, 12 players here, so, we're around about 40 players. Not a single player is yet eliminated from this tournament. They're 10% of the field that we've now seen, those 40 names, not a single one is yet, I cannot win this PT, or I won't be coming back tomorrow. That's going to change in the next hour or so.
Of course.
But that is incredible.
You would pay
think
a
somebody
lot.
would have just had a terrible day.
Someone goes 0-5 drop.
Yeah, that does happen.
Yeah,
but
and not here it doesn't. All right, let's move on from Team Elaborate Ruse. Who have we got next? I think it might turn out to be face-to-face games. So what about them? So we've got Ben Moir of Canada at 5-1. Jacob Wilson also 5-1 right now. Maybe so we do have some people out of the event. John Stern, we didn't actually have his last result come in. Lucas Xiao in trouble. Dave Shields gone from day 2. This is much less exciting. Todd Anderson 2-2, but they do still have some people at 3-3. There's plenty of 4-2s there. Sam Pardy, Josh McLean doing well. Glenn McElwain at 4-2 as well. Hayne, perhaps poised to make a run. Jacob Wilson, very interesting. I saw a tweet from him who said, yep, I'm 5-1, punted round 1, and now here I am. Someone's like, got out of bed late, as it were, mentally, and now here I am. And he's super dangerous because he's very, very good at Magic.
Yeah, he is. He's one of the young guys from California, and he's definitely somebody to look out for sure.
Yeah, nonetheless, we do have very definitely some players there who are in trouble. John Stern's actually stayed alive. We've just had his final result come in there. So he's up to 2-4. But Shields gone, Xiao gone. It's not a great weekend so far for team face-to-face games. All right, let's see who's next on our big board. Team MTG Mint. So here we are, the sort of Pan-Asian All-Stars. Let's get a sense of how they're doing. It's a smaller team, so we're all on one sort of across the board, 9 of them. Bo Li, who's a team world champion from China, just terrible times so far. He's still waiting for a result in from him. Suchin Kuo, a World Magic Cup champion from Indianapolis 2012. Again, terrible day. Got a bunch of 3-3s. 2 people up at the top, Wei Quan Wong and Menqi Zhang, Singapore and Hong Kong. Something else we've seen when we talked about no one eliminated until we got on to some of the teams further down. Not a single perfect record yet.
Yeah, that is weird. Especially given the teams that we've covered, 4 or 5 teams already, and we've covered some of the big hitters, and not only big hitters as far as how good they are, but just a lot of people, right? I mean, these are like 14, 15 people teams, sometimes up 16, 17. We haven't had one undefeated player yet.
I guess the thing is,
somebody's got to be undefeated.
Well, yeah, the thing is, it's maths again, because even if you're like, let's say your win percent is 2 out of 3. So your chance to win to get to 2-0 is 4 out of 9. And from there, it's 2/3 of 4 out of 9. And now and it just keeps coming down, down. Shichan Li is in fact 5-0-1. He has a draw, so he's the closest to perfect we've seen so far. Bo Li is out of the tournament. He's decided probably not to go home, but he's decided he's had enough for now. So that's MTG Mint. Let's move on, see where we go next. And next up, it's Team Doge. Now, this is an interesting group, Marshall, because they were our sort of, what I might call our control on the experiment, if you like. This was, what happens if you have someone really good, Christian Calcano, who's in the top 25, plenty of Pro Tour experience, and you surround him with a group of PT grinders, essentially, people who've maybe had a few Pro Tours, a handful, not a ton of success, maybe a few Grand Prix top 8s here and there. They have 4 GP top 8s between them. Calcano's win at Minneapolis. And if we look at the scores, what do you make of them?
Well, so I think you get expected results, right? I mean, these are not Pro Tour regulars. They're not sitting here every single Pro Tour on the train. These aren't platinum level players for the most part yet, right? And this is how things form, right? I mean, this is their first big tournament together as a team. There's a lot of kinks being worked out for sure. And you see some pretty respectable records here. 3-3s, 4-2s. They're not exactly lighting up the scoreboard, but at the same time, they're certainly holding their own in this field, which is certainly respectable. Especially, I mean, I got to figure that, your first time out with the team, what are your expectations really? Like if you're a smart, analytical person and team, you're probably not going to expect, we're going to have, 4 6-1s going into the,
we should ask Zach about this, because Zach, you were playing with the Belgians when the Belgians had a team to play with. It's fair to say.
Well, and one of the things that I was going to say about starting a new team is that a lot of it isn't even about playing Magic, deck building, so on and so forth. It's about how to logistically run and manage a team. Getting people into the same place, coordinating playtesting efforts, even keeping track of results is not the easiest thing in the world. And when I was doing it, a big team was 7 or 8 people.
Yeah.
Now, teams 12, 13, 14, 15 players, a team like Doge coming in, not really having ever done this before, you have to expect it's going to take a few events for them to work out even just the mechanics of playing together.
Yeah, and that's very interesting because something that Ari Lax said when he came in to chat with us here at the desk earlier in the day was their team was basically premeditated on the idea of let's have people who are here for the long-ish haul, the next 3-4 Pro Tours who are qualified, who are gold, who aren't trying to grind through PTQs, but who are, hey, it doesn't matter if I win this one, I'm here to learn at this one, get a bit better, make day 2 for 3 in a row, then make a run and end up top 32. And it's a gradual process.
Yes.
And a lot of that comes, as you say, from the organization of just where do we test? How do we test? Who actually says what the matchup is? Do we just trust the two of us to play 10 games and go, it's 70-30? Which, as we know, is just not the case.
Yeah, and one of the things that you have to get used to when you're on a team like this is just whose proficiencies are what. Who is good at doing what? Who's good at draft? Who's good at constructed? Who builds aggro decks? Who builds control decks? Who builds combo decks? And not everybody is equally good at each of these things, but you don't learn that until you've played with people for a long time. So I think calibrating those expectations so that you can sit down and hear Ben Stark tell you what to draft and listen to them, again, that just takes time.
I'm going to calibrate my expectations, and my expectations are, it's time for another slide. Let's see what we've got. Team Doge gives way to Team Japan. Now, we told you we were going to find out a little more about these guys as we went along, just to see who had actually put in the hours together. You see there's Shota Takao down at 1 and 5, Kentaro Yamamoto, Pro Tour at top 8 recently at 2 and 4, then Yuya Watanabe, double player of the year, 3-3, as is King of the Fairies, as we used to call him, Yuta Takahashi. He played Bitter Blossom at every opportunity. Not sure whether he has today. Also 3-3 for Mori. He was 3-0, fallen to 3-3. Genta Hagiwara at 3-3. And the only positive record from this team right now is, if you like, their spiritual leader. He runs a store. Takahashi works for him. And a lot of the PTQers are playing within that sphere. Tomoharu Saito of Japan, obviously.
So a pretty, looking at it, a pretty middling performance for this team. Look, there's a lot of 3-3s up there.
Yeah, and I think middling is a little charitable, and I appreciate you being a little charitable. I'm disappointed, frankly, because I talked to Saito. He was very excited for them, that it was the start of a new thing, and maybe he raised my expectations too high, because I saw some of the guys who were playing together, and I thought, you got some guys, you've got the organization again, which, here's the theme, that's really important. And I felt that maybe they would break out, and so far they haven't.
They have the resume. 16 Pro Tour top 8s, 3 wins, 65 Grand Prix top 8s in this group.
Wow.
We were talking about Team Doja a few minutes ago. They've got 4 Grand Prix top 8s, 0 PT top 8s. This team really does have heavy hitters from Japan, and I can see where you're coming from with that, Rich. 3-3s across the board isn't exactly lighting it up. Who is lighting it up is what I want to know. We've seen Team ChannelFireball has put up stellar numbers.
So far, they're comfortably the leaders. Let's see who else we've got to take a look at. That's Team Japan. Who's next? Team Revolution, Melissa DeTora and Raf Levy. Raf Levy's down at 2 and 4. Olivier Levy is dropped from the tournament, I imagine. Simono 2-4, having conceded to Gab Nassif earlier in the day. Galle of France 2-4. Samuel Lestrati, that's a surprise, at 2-4. But then you do have plenty of names on 3-3 or better. Roberto Gonzalez, who finished 9th at a PT last year. I think that was Gatecrash in Montreal, 3-2 and 1. The 4 and 2s, Jacobson, Guthman. Then you've got Dezani, who had a rocky start, but he's up to 4 and 2 now. Alexandre Orozak, he's doing nicely. There are plenty of Frenchies there, 4-1-1. Alexandre Bonneau, and currently leading the team, Melissa DeTora, with just 1 loss. How good would it be if Melissa was back for another top 8?
It should surprise nobody at this point. She's already got a PT top 8 under her belt. She's a full-time professional Magic player, and I'm not surprised at all to see her at the top of the list.
Yeah, especially with a team like this. There's some of the best minds in Magic. You got the previous Pro Tour champion, Melissa, top 8 just last year.
Yeah.
You've got a ton of talent on this team, really poised to make a run.
Absolutely. So that's Revolution. Let's see who we've got next. Or probably running out of teams. Have we got anyone more? That's Revolution. Any others?
We do. We should have TCG.
Oh, there we go. TCG player. Still no. Wow. What? Ow, look at that.
Whoa.
In case you're wondering, we haven't seen these before. Harry Corvese, 5-1. Christopher Nell, 5-1. Andy Shrout, 5-1. Johnny Hot Sauce, as they say, or I'd say. Craig Wesco, 5-1. Then the 4-2s, Ari Lack, Steve Mann, Matthew McCullough. This is just terrific. 3-3, the Joe Demestrio still in there. Mark Lolague, last week's Grand Prix winner from Mexico City. Seth Manfield still in the hunt at 2-4. Conley Woods at 2-4. Every single one of those 11 players on the team still in the hunt for day 2, and 4 players with just a single loss. What a great performance, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, I think that answers the question that Marshall was asking.
Yeah.
Who's on fire? Well, it's Team TCG Player. I mean, the thing that's interesting to me, you look at the biggest names on that team. You have Wesco, Lax, and Conley. They are, not the 3 people at the top. Wesco is, but I mean, what that suggests is, in addition to being excellent players, they're good at really leading a team and cultivating the talent around them and helping everybody else become better.
One thing that's interesting about this team, teams start sort of 3 days before, some teams start a week before, some 2 weeks before. This is a team that almost like one of those winds that begin deep in the Indian Ocean somewhere. It takes months for it to coalesce into hurricane strength. These guys have been testing on Skype every single week. And when I say testing, obviously Modern was changing as a format. We knew that was going to happen. But they were like, let us know, let us make sure that when the bannings and unbannings happen, we know everything about every deck. And if we do that, we're going to be in great shape. They are in great shape. What a great story. TCG Player doing the business, ChannelFireball doing the business, and right now it's time for the players to go out there and do the business, because it's time for more magic. It's time for round 7 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the booth. Brian David Marshall here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are about to watch a pair of your classmates.
Speaking of the Hall of Fame,
two Hall of Famers.
This is a good one.
This is exciting magic. It is Kai Budde versus Kenji Samura, and we are ready to go right now down to the floor and watch these guys duke it out. Hello and welcome to round 7 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods in Valencia, Spain. I'm Brian David Marshall here with Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are watching a matchup of 2 of the consensus top 10 players of all time.
Absolutely.
Duking it out here. Kai Budde on your left, perhaps the winningest player in the history of the game, versus Kenji Samura, one of the most beloved players in the history of the game, who, oh, by the way, has, half dozen Pro Tour top 8s on his resume.
Yeah, clearly one of the 10 best. I mean, I think at the point where he kind of walked away from the game, probably one of the 5 best of all time.
Right.
And everybody's been happy to see him back.
Oh my God, very exciting every time you run into him, and he just seems to be having a blast, which is also really nice to see.
Yeah, and Kenji signed up with the team ChannelFireball. Kai on the other CFB team, right? The Pantheon.
The Pantheon.
So here we get to see those 2 marquee teams clashing. We get to see 2 of the top 10 of all time clashing.
He is one of the Zeuses of that Pantheon. And here we're going to see a Pyromancer Ascension. We haven't seen this actually when we've watched the other Storm decks on camera so far.
Yeah, Kai's playing the same list that John Finkel is playing. I mean, that's a pretty good endorsement of an archetype too. Those 2 guys have said this is the weapon they want to fight with.
And it sort of filled John with a little bit of dread.
He doesn't want Kai to steal his glory. John hasn't.
Well, it becomes, what did Kai do better than you did that he got to top 8 of Pro Tour playing Storm?
Yeah, so Kai is 4-2 or 4-1-1. Kenji's 4-2. These guys are very much in the thick of it. They've already clinched day 2. It's just how high up the standings will they be when day 2 starts?
There you get a look at Pyromancer Ascension. Enchantment from Zendikar. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may, with the same name as another card in your graveyard, you get to put a counter on it. If you have 2 counters on it, you get to fork all your opponents.
Kai trying to sculpt his hand.
Yeah, he's digging with sleight of hands here. And then he gets his first counter on the Pyromancer Ascension.
17.
The tech crew goes green with envy for a second there.
Kind of needs a land, right? He has no third land. And it seems like both he and John see the Goblin Electromancer as a sorcery rather than a creature that needs to lose something.
Kind of an interesting play there. Kenji just end of turn Lightning Helixes Kai, which could clear the path for a Goblin Electromancer next turn if we see another land.
Well, does Kenji have?
And there's Geist of Saint Traft. So we know what we're in for here. This is red, white, blue.
Yes. Yeah, Kenji's playing the red, white, blue deck. Definitely one of the most popular archetypes, one of the most powerful archetypes in the format. His version of it is kind of leaning a little bit aggressive. It does run Geist of Saint Traft. It also runs Restoration Angel, Vendilion Click, Snapcaster. He's even got a Thundermaw Hellkite in. So a little more aggressive. He's not running Sphinx's Revelation, but he does have Cryptic Command. So
here comes
somewhere between tempo and control.
So Serum Visions comes down, puts a second counter on Pyromancer Ascension. Things could get a little...
Now we're off to the races?
Things could get ugly. If he has a Metamorphose in his hand, he can go from 2 to 4 mana.
I believe he does have a Metamorphose.
I think he does, yes. Right? I know he does have the land.
And there's finally the land.
So here we go. Start tracking spells.
And this is Kenji tapped out for Geist of Saint Traft to open this window up. The smartphone comes out to start tracking things. Does he have an app specifically? He's got like an Abacus app of some kind?
There goes a Desperate Ritual. 2 of them, in fact.
Use 2. And I'll add 4 blue. So I draw 2 cards.
You see, so look at this.
Probe you, copy.
Probe you and copy it. So what do get a look at your hand.
Cryptic spell snail. Sure. So
I could open.
Kenji's like, I'll just leave him there for you. I don't think I have another turn.
3 spells. Right. Just to be sure. 1, 2, 3. And I draw 2 cards.
And I draw 2 cards. The most feared words in. There's an Electromancer.
Use 1 red. Desperate Ravings and copy it. 1 through 7 from top.
6.
So he has to discard one of these cards. Draws 2, discards.
Yes.
It's a mental note. Or Thought Scour, sorry.
1 through 8, 1 to 7.
1.
8, sorry, 8. 1.
There goes a sleight of hand. Oh, there we see the grape shot in his hand.
Yeah, so now he just needs to...
Another red. And copy. I get 2 reds, 2 blue.
So I think Kai is looking to even up the lifetime series between these two players. The last time they played was a full decade ago.
2004?
Yes. Pro Tour San Diego. It was a booster draft Pro Tour.
Kenji scoops him up.
And Kenji won that
Kenji has seen enough in this case. He's ready to go to game 2. Tapped out for Geist of Saint Traft on turn 3. Did not get to untap.
And again, Lightning Helix just on you at the end of the turn. Although the Goblin Electromancer wasn't necessarily the key there. But we'll be right back to see how the rest of this plays out after this message.
Card House Games has all your Magic needs covered, from boosters and fat packs to a wide range of Magic accessories. Use the promo code PTVAL for 10% off your next purchase at cardhousegames.com. Play Magic at a store near you every Friday. Earn Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. February's FNM promo card is Elvish Mystic. Visit wizards.com/FNM for more information.
So I think we're going to take a peek in on a deck that I know you and I have been really excited to see.
Oh, we get to see
in
it.
action. I think, yeah, we're going to take a look
Awesome.
at
Matthias Hunt?
Matthias Hunt playing the Amulet of Vigor deck. But it looks like no Amulet of Vigor, just a sort of assortment of cards. And he's just forcing through a Primeval Titan. There's been apparently a lot of counter magic that's gone on in this game.
Sure. Yeah, so Matthias Hunt's on Amulet. His opponent is the blue-white-red control deck, very similar to the list that Kenji has, actually. So he's got to slog his way through Permission. So the way the Amulet deck works, ideally, you get an Amulet of Vigor into play.
On turn 1.
That's the idea, yes. But then what Amulet of Vigor does, it says the bounce lands.
If a permanent would come into play tapped.
Instead, it comes into play untapped.
Yeah, untap it is actually what it says.
Oh, sure. So, which means that it triggers, and you can actually multiple amulets. You can tap lands in between, and so it's all about the Karus, the bounce lands from the Return to from the Ravnica block that tap for 2 mana. They make you pick up a land, and normally that's a huge drawback. Comes into play tapped, you have to pick up a land, but Amulet means it comes into play untapped. You can tap it for mana, pick itself up, and then the deck plays Summer Bloom so that it can play multiple lands in the same turn. It's very capable of 6 mana on turn 2, for example, which is enough to do a Primeval Titan, which is also enough to do a Hive Mind. That's the tech that I think is super exciting in this Matthias Hunt version of this deck.
Right, this is the 13 Angry Men team.
Right. So Hive Mind says anything you cast, everybody casts it, and that doesn't sound all that insane.
Yeah, until you start casting pacts.
You start casting pacts. Summoner's Pact, Pact of Negation, Slaughter Pact. These are cards you were going to play anyway, and guess who has to pay for the pacts first?
Yep.
Your opponent.
So it sounds like on one of the back tables, Li Shitian
Oh, he got Blood Moon in play.
has a Blood Moon in play. This card has been a real breakout.
Were you expecting
star of
this
modern
Blood Moon?
format. I mean, you know that it's always good. I just didn't think it would be this shut down. It's almost like people forget about the card a little bit, and they ease off on the pedal on making sure they have enough basics.
I think it's the kind of card that people talk about and that nobody ever actually plays. All right, Matthias is at 10. Basically, the City of Brass is
He's
pinging away
himself
at him.
with that. So you got to pay for his Summoner's Pact there. You see, that's how he got his Primeval Titan.
Oh, sure.
So you see him paying to keep it up. Some odd lands there that.
Right. Well, because you've got Primeval Titans, you can go get lands that make, Slayer Stronghold, some home Fortress of the Legion. Some of these decks play Kessig Wolfron, although it doesn't look like he does. So that just turns the Primeval Titan into an even bigger threat.
So it looks like Ian has enough to just kill that Primeval Titan. He's holding a handful of burn. But I guess maybe he's looking to finish off Hunt with it instead.
The other thing going on in this match, by the way, these guys are both 6-0. This is not just, random cool deck that we pulled out of the middle of the field. Matthias Hunt hasn't lost yet. Won his draft pod and has 3-0'd with Amulet so far.
Former Rookie of the Year in 2011. See that Egan thinking. Looks like he's going to cast Cryptic Command. Right. Fires off some burn at the Primeval Titan instead.
Okay.
And there's a Lightning Helix.
Back to negation.
That gets countered for free.
Swing. That's fine. Ring lands. You're not really going for my life total anymore, so you just used up your burn. How many cards? 4. Okay.
You hear Matthias commenting on the fact that he's not getting, his life total wasn't getting challenged here by those burn spells.
believe he's at 10. Kind of happy to see the Primeval Titan eat the burn.
Vitamins.
There was another bolt where that one came from too, wasn't there?
Yep.
I guess there still is. What land does Egan have?
Post.
It's shiny.
7 to 17.
Okay, now they're both at 17. He activated the... Yeah, he activated the land to give this guy lifelink. So he's out of burn range. He's also got Glimmer Posts in his deck.
I'm gonna search it again. Sorry, 1 second. Pain for 1, and transmute Teleria West. So I'm down to 16.
See a little transmute action going on here.
So 0, he can get...
You can get a land, you can get any pact.
Right.
I don't get Pact of Negation.
So Li Shitian does some Snapcaster beatdowns, and he beat Ben Stark game 1 under the protection of a Blood Moon.
Yeah, Ben Stark's on the
He's on the
Scape Shift lift
deck,
that a lot of the CFB guys are running.
Yeah, and Blood Moon
Does
is
not seem like-
particularly good there.
Absolutely true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Blue Moon versus Scape Shift. Blue Moon sure seems like they have a matchup edge there. Man, another lightning bolt for Egan. Feels like he was close to being able to burn out Matthias Hunt. Well, can he pay for 2 packs? He already has to pay for 1 pact of negation, right? 2 lightning bolts means he could spend the pact on the second one, and then he would owe...
He's doing the math.
Yeah. Can I pay for both of them? I think he can.
I have 4 blue.
Do I have 4 blue? But there's a mana leak. Oh, he pays
Simeon
for mana
Spirit
leak.
Guide, he can
Simeon
pay.
Spirit Guide.
Oh, that was awesome!
All right, we're gonna go back over to Kenji
Yeah, that
versus
should do
Kai. While Matthias figures out all the mana he needs to tap to pay for his upkeeps.
Jeez, that was awesome.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There you see Gitaxian Probe from Kai Buddha here in game 2. And he's looking at a hand with, is it Static Caster?
Was it?
Ooh, pretty good against Empty the Warrens tokens, isn't it?
I guess so. So Kenji cracked his fetch land as a response to Gitaxian Probe? Is that
No.
Where are we?
I think we're at the end of.
I don't see any land on Kai's side of the board.
No. That is, I think, the point here. I think Kai had to mulligan.
Kai mulligan and kept a 0 land Gitaxian Probe hand?
Yep.
Yeah, I was confused. I'm like, what turn it is? People don't say go with no permanents very often.
But you can see that his hand has quite a lot of play should he find a blue source.
Sleight of hand, sleight of hand.
Right. Desperate Ravings, Desperate Ravings.
Discard.
Kai's already at the point where he's discarding. He pitches a Desperate Ravings, makes sense.
Win condition arrives.
Hey, look at that. Land.
So win condition, he's referring to the Celestial Colonnade there for Kenji Samura.
You have to be really good to keep a hand with no lands. That's my theory.
Yep.
Like, you have to know, you have to feel supremely confident that you understand what's going on. Not many people, you really only see truly good players keep, like, the 0 lander.
Well, or the absolute value of that.
Right.
All right, so here's a sleight of hand. And that's going to resolve. We see another land. And an Electromancer, but Kai's going to push that.
12, 21?
Matthias Hunt is, by the way, just throwing as many Primeval Titans out there as his opponent can kill.
Yeah, Egan finally killed one, right? We saw that the second Lightning Bolt get countered by the surprise Simian Spirit Guide to pay for Mana Leak.
Yeah, but then it got Path of Exile.
Path of Exile, right?
Yeah. But then there was another one not far behind it. So here's Pyromancer Ascension. That is not going to resolve.
No, sir. What's Kenji's hand? Counterflux, Counterflux?
Oh, I guess that was not a, is it Staticaster?
Okay. What was Counterflux?
There we go. Sleight of hand.
Blood Moon seems like it would be really good if Kai could get it to resolve. But that is easier said than done.
Okay, he goes to 11. And really just a couple turns away from Colonnade Death.
Yeah, but does Kenji really want to tap 5 mana main phase? Okay, it seems like Kai's still very much in this. I mean, he kept 0 lands. He didn't draw a land until after he had discarded. And yet, Kenji's only got 4 cards in his hand, and there's really only 2 of them that are relevant. Yeah, Counterflux your Pyromancy.
So you're on 20?
It's not like Kenji's drawing extra cards.
Sure.
It's not like, okay, yeah, sure, he's got a bunch of lands in play, but what's he going to do with them?
Right. Kai can just kind of keep just like, okay, 1 for 1, your counter spell on my spell. Eventually I get like a Past some Flames and some rituals.
Yeah, Kenji's going to run out. Especially, I mean, the fact that Kai doesn't have a land means he's drawing a bunch of spells. And yeah, I mean, Kenji would like to put the game away. 3 Colonnade hits would do it, but he's at the point where if he taps out, he could just die. All right, Kai plays the Electromancer. Oh, Kenji's got Restoration Angel. That helps. Now he's got a clock. What? Did we just hear in our ear?
We just heard the words Phyrexian Obliterator and Reed Duke.
And in play.
In play, yes.
Phyrexian Obliterator has Reed Duke in play right now.
That's unbelievable. Is there nothing that the Phyrexian Obliterator can't do? All right, a Desperate Ravens for Kai. Flashed back.
1 to 6. Yes. From
1 to 6.
1?
Yeah.
There goes Blood Moon.
Where is that? Yeah. It's removed, right?
Yeah, removed.
Yeah, Kai wanted the Blood Moon. Although, I mean, Kenji's got 1 island. So it would turn off. It baits a counter very effectively. I mean, if Kai went Blood Moon, Kenji would pretty much be forced to counter it. All right, now Kai's going to see exactly what he needs to play around. A Lightning Bolt and a Counterflux.
Could be complicated.
So Reed Duke has Phyrexian Obliterator in play. I repeat, Reed Duke has Phyrexian Obliterator in play.
2 of them?
Yeah, 2 of them.
Nice.
Mahara, who's done some pretty ridiculous things with his pod deck thus far this weekend, is scrambling to find some answers here.
Yeah, Kai leads with Electromancer. Kenji's, of course, going to let that resolve.
That's a Pyretic Ritual.
Yeah, Electromancer's going to get bolted as a response. That makes sense. Oh, and he's going to Counterflux it.
Right, and that's game because the Colonnade can close it out.
Oh, right, the Colonnade. Yeah, I was looking at Angel plus Lightning Bolt wasn't enough, but Angel plus Colonnade is.
There you get a look at the feature match area. All the matches still going on. I believe only Li Shi Tian is done. Oh, we're gonna go look at what a double Obliterator looks like. It's kind of like a double rainbow, except it's all black. Oh boy, Zealous Conscripts. Yeah, taking one of the Phyrexian Obliterators.
Wow.
2 Birthing Pods and 2 Obliterators. The Zealous Conscripts. Here comes Pod. He's gonna
7 to 6.
Okay.
So Pod sacking red cap.
And this may be another Zealous
There's no way
Conscripts.
he has 2 Zealous Conscripts in his Pod list.
He does have 2 Zealous
Oh, he's
Conscripts.
got Kiki Cheeky. Oh, so this is Kiki Pod. This is Kiki Pod, not Malira Pod? Yeah, it's a Kiki Pod list, not a Malira Pod list. Oh, it is a teched out Kiki Pod list, too. 4X Burning Tree Emissary. Nykthos, 3 Nykthos. It's Kiki Pod. It's devotion to Kiki Pod. I like it, devotion to Kiki Cheeky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just copies the Obliterator.
Good year. Wow.
Wow. Mahara takes that game.
I'm glad we got to see that turn. That was insane. Now, these guys are we're 6 rounds in, right? So these guys are 4 and 2?
So we're going to go over and look into Matthias Hunt, because Matthias Hunt has led this game off with Amulet of Vigor.
Nice.
So it's just exactly what he wants to do, but
Gemstone Mine's not the land.
Gemstone Mine is not necessarily what he was hoping for there. Oh, wait, unless he's going to play Summer
Bloom, which lets him play 2 additional lands, right?
3 additional lands.
3 additional lands. My apologies.
So that was spell snared.
This is game 2? With Hunt up a game?
This is game 2 with Matthias Hunt up a game. Looks like he's got an Azusa Lost but Seeking in his hand. And so here comes a Gruul Turf. Untap Gruul Turf. Return Gemstone.
Which was down to 1 counter anyway.
Here comes Azusa, and that gets to stick. So that's 2 additional land drops
17.
for Matthias Hunt.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like I should let that resolve.
Oh,
Yeah, it hasn't stuck it yet.
It can't be that bad.
Yeah, that can't be that bad. Might work at the local game store, Matthias Hunt, but no one's buying that at the Pro Tour.
Countering all my cool things. Alright, well, I have no more fun left. Go. Yep, your turn.
Tapped Shiny Land for Van Egan.
Recast Gemstone Mine.
I got it.
Down to 2. Real Turf. We'll try another of this lady.
Okay.
Okay.
This
so
Azusa sticks. Now what?
The Vesuva.
Vesuva coming into play.
Copying Gruul Turf.
Untap. Turn Gemstone Mine in my hand. And City Grass. Chalice of the Void for 1.
Chalice of the Void? Chalice of the Void for 1. I want no paths, bolts, spell snares.
Go.
Huh.
Okay.
Yeah, the end-step Mind Sensor just for the beatdown value. It's not the scariest
good.
Mind Sensor.
Yeah, I will go to 18.
Yep.
That's another Colonnade.
Sure.
Oh, okay, and a Tectonic Edge.
2 cards.
2 cards.
It's your turn.
Cards in your hand. 2/2.
Where do we go from here?
Well, I think we go into Cryptic Command from Egan.
Primeval Titan.
That doesn't seem like fun.
Alright.
Cryptic command.
Check.
Counter. Draw.
There, counter draw. Oh,
Gemstone
look.
Land.
Another Cryptic Command.
That one we knew about.
That one we knew about. Hit you with the Azusa.
16.
The Azusa beatdown plan. Plan F.
All right, Kaya and Kenji are starting their game 3. So far, they've each played 1 land.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Well, this was not the most exciting turn 1 amulet.
No. Spell Snare slowed things down dramatically.
Yeah.
Attacks.
Uh-huh. I will be at 16.
Get the feeling these guys might still be here.
Yeah, I think we should go back to Kenji
If we go over
and Kai.
back to Kai and Kenji,
I agree.
who are just early into game 3
Yep.
of their match. I'm sorry, this is still game 2.
No, game 3.
This is game 3. Okay.
Yeah. Game apiece. They haven't played each other on the Pro Tour for 10 years.
Yeah. Pro Tour San Diego, which I think might have been not quite Kenji's debut. Sounds like we had escape shift on the back table.
Right.
Resolving from Ben Stark. When he does that, he usually wins that turn.
First spell of the game is Pyromancer's Ascension.
Then you get a look at Kai's stats. They're ridiculous. Yeah, Ben Stark did win that, and he evens that setup. So it looks like we're, except for the Mahara Reed Duke match, going to game 3s all the way around the board. Oh no, I'm sorry. Egan is
still game 2.
Still game 2, but it looked like he was going to take control of that. Sleight of hand. Oh.
There's a hive mind being read right now by Egan.
Is it resolving?
I think that depends what he learns when he reads it. Whether he can put 2 and 2 together. Remember all those pacts?
What's happening? Are you going to disenchant me? Are you going to disenchant me?
You're going to disenchant me, asks Kai.
Think twice? No. Dilom is playing 4. Barefoot Tapper, 4 Think twice. Always. He doesn't unsleeve them, I don't think.
Never.
Right, so Kenji paid to have that land come into play untapped so that he could fire off a bolt on Kai's end step.
And we know he's got, I think, a Snapcaster Mage in hand, so he's looking to...
Oh, 17, 15. End of your turn. Blue-red.
That's what I suspected.
Enough conversations about Hive Mind
Yeah.
with the judges and Cryptic Command was called for.
That Cryptic Command we had seen drawn got played to counter that.
6 cards.
Yeah, so Metamorphose into Desperate Ravings, discarding a Serum Visions. And then Kenji's just in burn mode.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean his dream is to only ever tap mana on Kai's turn. He's got a reasonable collection of flash creatures. He's got some, the burn is still in his deck. Doesn't have anything particularly better than that in the sideboard, so. He's hoping if he can leave up permission and burn that he can keep Kai from winning.
But once Kai gets, is able to get 2 counters on a Pyromancer Ascension, it becomes really difficult for Kenji to fight his way all the way through that. Although, that's what the counterflux is for.
Sure. You can also bounce it with Cryptic Command at some point.
Sure. Well, that would be
Counter
weird.
bounce. Probably going to see Restoration Angel this end step.
So
Kai doesn't make him counter something.
1 on top. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Kai continues to dig with his Desperate Raving.
Looks like he ditched a Past in Flames.
Tropium.
Reed Duke just ultimated Liliana the Veil.
So that means he gets to...
Mahara's still going to find some way to win, right? Some like Zealous Conscript shenanigan. Maybe not this time.
Yeah, maybe not.
So Kai's casting Gitaxian Probe. Gets to see what he's got to play through. Can't be happy. That's a pretty good hand for Kenji.
Okay, so Egan did win that match. Win that game 2 against Matthias Hunt, pushing the match to game 3. Turns out Cryptic Commanding the Hive Mind was correct.
Yes. Kai drew into a Blood Moon off the Gitaxian Probe. I don't know if that's the play here. I mean, oh, interesting. That's one way to play around Cryptic Command's ability to bounce your Pyromancer's Ascension. Have 2 of them.
He still has another one in his hand on top of that. But no real action. No action.
Kenji's deciding whether to let the second Ascension resolve? Yes.
Reed Duke showing off his friends there. He's a Bob Maher signed Dark Confidant in play.
Nice. Reed's a signature collector.
What?
Reed collects signatures.
Yeah. Mahara has nothing but land. All land.
So I believe Kenji did let the second Pyromancer's Ascension resolve. I gotta think Restoration Angel is coming out to turn a clock on. Those assorted burn spells helped get Kai down to 10. Kai trying to figure out what else he can do. Is he tanking right now as a bluff? Can't actually cast any of his spells, can he?
Nope.
I mean, Kenji's the one hand down. We're on Kai's turn, right? And he's thinking? Hasn't played a land yet, so okay. There's a land. And yeah, ships the turn. Technically, he could have cast spells, but just wanted Kenji to think he's closer to going off than he actually is, I think.
Kenji sacrifices a land at the end of the turn to go to 4. And there it is, Restoration Angel. It's just going to get bounced with Echoing Truth.
Sure.
And Kai's like, I would very much like it if you would just tap out in your main phase and replay that. Kenji says no.
Time for Kai to bait a counter with Blood Moon.
It's essentially the same as bouncing the Restoration Angel again, right?
Oh, it also subtracts a counterspell from
Yeah.
Kenji's hand.
Thunk.
Yeah, Kenji's counter magic stops working if this resolves, so it's pretty much a must counter.
And it strands the Angel in his hand, too.
True. He'd be really cheeky and respond with Angel. Like, show me. I don't think that's the play.
But I guess he's also worried that what happens if he counters this? But
Right.
He has no... I don't think he has any choice.
I think he has to counter it. And this is where Kai, bluffing that he's super close to going off. He's hoping he can get Kenji to wait, try to counter the
So he does
go off.
He does have a
Kai-
sleight of hand.
Yeah, that's not going off. I mean, it's not nothing.
So he sees Electromancer, and it looked like a land. Game 3 is a turn 1 Amulet of Vigor again for Matthias Hunt.
Neat.
See if there's a turn 2 kill in his future.
And Kenji bolts the Electromancer. Sure. Kenji's got another Lightning Bolt. He's got the Restoration Angel.
Looks like he has 2 Lightning Bolts.
Still, even after he fired off the one?
Yes! And a Cryptic Command and an Angel.
Yeah, no, he's in good shape. But, like you said, Pyromancer's Ascension can be super scary.
Offers up an Electromancer.
Yep.
Kenji said okay yet?
Seems like he should. He's not going to Cryptic Command it.
A third Pyromancer Ascension.
And
Resto
here's the
Angel.
Angel. Guy bought himself 2 turns with that Echoing Truth. Oh, there's Snapcaster.
That's...
So Kenji just needs to survive one more turn. He cannot. He doesn't have enough mana to bolt, Snapcaster, bolt. So Kai needs to win right now through Cryptic Command. Yeah, Kai doesn't know that he needs to win right now, nor is he capable of winning right now. There's the handshake. Bolt.
Shows him
bolt.
all the bolts.
That just wins. Like any spell that activates this just wins right away.
Yeah, Kai felt he was super close.
Yep.
If he could have gotten that second counter on those Ascensions, he would have been off to the races. There's nothing that Cryptic Command could have done to stop it. Not with 2 Ascensions.
Yeah. And we're gonna go back across and take a look at the Hunt match, which started off with a turn 1 Amulet of Vigor. How has it fared for him since?
Well, it's turn 2, and nothing's too exciting happened.
All right. And whoa, we just got featured. And
He spent his turn 2 cycling Teleria West for Cavern of Souls. Is that what happened?
Yeah. All right.
No doubt naming Titan.
And then it's your turn.
Giant. There you get a look at Elmer Van Eegen from the Netherlands.
Multiple Dutch players undefeated coming into this round.
Hot on the heels of their speed skating triumphs.
Wow. Yeah, they've been taking home many medals from Sochi.
Cavern of Souls prompts a Vendilion click.
Yeah. All right, well, you're going to get
This
it.
is as a response to the trigger?
Hive Mind,
I think so,
Sideboard,
yes.
Growth Chamber, Summoner's
Wow.
Pact, Gemstone Mine.
Tight.
Oh, no.
End step.
So you have Hive Mind, Pact.
Another Teferi sighting on the back table.
Sure.
Li Shitian has...
He's attacking Ben Stark with one?
Yeah. And he's got, I think, a little help from a Vendilion click as well.
I didn't draw yet. No.
How many cards?
I have 6, 7, 8, 9.
So despite the slaughter that was the double Phyrexian Obliterators being conscripted away from him,
yeah.
Reed Duke has won that match 2-1 over Makihito Mihara.
Okay, no.
We've already seen Kai lose 2-1 to Kenji Samura. And we just have Elmer Van Eegen here with Matthias Hunt and Li Shitian and Ben Stark still in action. There you get a look at Amulet of Vigor. Whenever a permanent enters the battlefield tapped and under your control, untap it. So innocent. What could go wrong?
It looks innocent. It's true.
Okay.
Reed Duke says Phyrexian Obliterator doesn't get trumped by anything.
Yeah, it gets. Pay attention. It's a Jund update from Reed Duke.
It's not Jund. It's just black-green. There's no red. It's not Jund. It's Obliterator. Yeah, I was talking with Nate Price, who builds the archetypes. We decided this deck is black-green Obliterator.
Okay.
Well, I mean, what else would you call it? It's 4 main deck Phyrexian Obliterator in a black-green. You know, Tarmogoyf, Dark Confidant, all the usual suspects. But yeah, no red. It's not really Jund. It's black-green.
Ice Hunt trying to figure out a time he can win before that Vendilion click nibbles him to death.
Click did a lot of work there. Taking Titan out as a response to the Cavern of Souls trigger.
Alright, Simic Growth Chamber. Need to play tapped, and trigger on. Untap it. Before that resolves, I'll make 2 mana, blue and green. Reach, and it's going to return itself.
So there you see what the deck does. You get to put a blue and a green mana into your mana pool off of an untapped Simic Growth Chamber before it returns to its hand. So there's a Hive Mind.
It's too bad Cavern of Souls can't name Hive Mind.
Yeah.
It's a must counter, right?
It's a very expensive duress here.
Yeah, what does Elmer Van Eegen have? Cryptic Command.
Counter Bounce Growth Chamber.
Probably packed.
Huh.
Countering the Cryptic Command.
So Cryptic Command, countering Hive Mind, and bouncing Growth Chamber. That's what Elmer Van Eegen went for. But Matthias Hunt has a Pact of Negation to defend it with.
Pact.
We both Summoners Pact.
We both Summoners Pact. Good luck paying for it. I can't pay for it. Oh, I lose. I couldn't pay for my Pact.
You don't have a ton of free spells in Modern, but you know, there you see Pact of Negation doing exactly what it was intended to do.
Yes, for sure.
A little bit of improv on the Summoner's Pact.
Right, because then
A little bit of freewheeling.
Wow.
Ha. So there we go. We get to see the Amulet of Vigor deck.
Yes.
Win with its alternate win condition. I'm hoping we can get a chance to talk to Matthias Hunt.
Yeah, that'd be great.
From 13 Angry Men, or 13 Angry Wizards, or whatever they're called.
It's a spicy little deck.
And find out about how that deck works, how they came really to that, getting themselves from just this Primeval Titan focused combo to this two-pronged attack, which includes
Slayer, Stronghold, and Sunhome are really the Primeval Titan version. Like, it goes and gets the things that make it awesome.
Right.
Can give itself haste, can give itself double strike.
But, you have...
Coming into play untapped, thanks to the amulet.
You have a Slaughter Pact, 2 Pact of Negation, and 4 Summoner's Pact.
Right.
That
7 packs in the deck.
Your opponent may not be able to pay the upkeep on.
Right. I mean, and Hive Mind doesn't even require the amulet. I mean, I guess the Primeval Titan doesn't require the amulet either.
No.
I mean, on the one hand, you can look at the deck and say, well, there's only 4 amulets. How can it be consistent enough? Well, sometimes you just cast Titan for 6 or cast Hive Mind, and that can be good enough.
Right. And you saw how Matthias Hunt was developing his board and playing it out, and he really just didn't do anything unless he was ending up with more lands in play. He wasn't just going like, oh, I'm just gonna bounce this land every turn. He was playing it a little more patiently and letting things develop and making sure he was in a position should his one Primeval Titan die, that he actually had a developed board.
And he is 7-0 now.
Yeah, former Rookie of the Year, Matthias Hunt, 7-0, great shape.
There can't be that many 7-0s, right?
No, I don't think so.
We're gonna have like 2 undefeateds overnight.
I think we might have 1 or 2. Yeah, I think at the end of this round, I think there were only 4.
4 coming into this round.
Yeah,
if there were 4 coming into this round, we'll be down to 1.
It might have even been 3 coming into this round.
Wow.
So, I don't. Do we know what happened with Li Shitian and Ben Stark? I know their match
Li Shitian won at the very end.
He did win
basically
at the very
simultaneously.
End.
Yeah. Ben lost.
So Li Shitian 2, Ben Stark 1.
I mean, Ben took a game.
Yeah. Against the Blue Moon deck.
Exactly. That's a moral victory.
Matthias Hunt 2-1 over Elmer Van Egan with the Amulet of Vigor deck. So that's 2 really kind of oddball decks. Where did those 2 decks factor into your modern overview?
Oh, I had the Amulet deck at honorable mention. Like, honestly, the truth is I made the slides last week, and if I had been making the slides last night, I would have made an Amulet slide, stuck it into the top 20 somewhere. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Sure.
But, I mean, I did have it as an honorable mention. The Blue Moon deck, though, completely out of nowhere from my perspective.
Well, let's talk a little bit to Matthias Hunt with Tim Willoughby and find out about how the Vigor deck came to be.
Thank you there, Brian. Now, I'm here with Matthias Hunt, still undefeated. Now, Matthias, the deck that you're playing, like, if we had to give awards, I'm pretty sure that Brian would give this one the BDME. This is a spicy little deck you've got there, and that looked like a really, really tight last game there.
The game was very close. He's playing blue-white-red control. He was full up on counter spells. I think I benefited a bit from the fact that because my deck's unusual, he wasn't expecting a blue pact out of my deck. And he countered with a Cryptic instead of a Counterflux on a turn, which allowed me to be able to Hive Mind him. But it's a really tough matchup. Blue-white-red has been doing really well. I've played against it already twice today, and I'm lucky to be 2-0.
So, I mean, you did choose a slightly unusual deck for the format. What kind of matchups were you really hoping to see a lot this weekend?
All right, well, the reason I chose the deck, is because the deck's really fast. It's faster than any of the aggro decks. So I was thinking Zoo would be great. I expected a lot of Wild and the Cattles across from me. I can go faster than Twin. A lot of the decks, really a lot of the standard decks of the format I'm faster than. The deck that I can't beat is Fairies, or really anything that plays Thoughtseize and Liliana, but so far I haven't seen anyone play it.
So, your ideal start has the Amulet of Vigor, right? And then take us through a little bit more about your ideal game.
All right, so the ideal game would be Simeon Spirit Guide into Amulet, and then I would play a bounce land, it would come back, I'd Summer Bloom, I'd play a bounce land 3 times, and I'd play Primeval Titan before you get a turn, getting Garrison and Slayer Stronghold, giving him haste, and then getting 2 more bounce lands. So you would start the game at 12, and across from you would be a Primeval Titan and 3 bounce lands. Besides 6 mana.
That's a pretty spicy start. Now, I'm guessing that you've not had quite that sort of a start, but by the looks of things still going pretty well, yeah?
Yeah, it's still pretty well. I actually had, minus the Spirit Guide, I had the turn 2 do this to you last game. But against blue, you just can't do that because they do mean things like Spell Snare your Summer Bloom. But against a Zoo deck, it's pedal to the metal. You're going to go for that.
So the fastest combo deck that we've seen across the entire weekend thus far, Matthias Hunt, still undefeated. I'm going to pass you back to the booth.
All right. Thanks, Tim. We appreciate that. So it looks like there are 3 7-0s at the end of this round.
Okay.
Matthias Hunt, we know 7-0.
Right.
Michael Hetrick, 7-0.
Oh, that's Ship It Hollow with
playing
Living End?
Yeah, he's playing the Living End deck. And Philip Dickman.
Splinter Twin?
We assume Splinter Twin. I haven't actually had a chance to see him in the feature match area yet. But
I've got to assume he's on
I've got to assume that's what it is. It's what he won in Grand Prix Antwerp with.
Exactly.
It's something that he just has,
Tons
thousands of hours of practice playing.
Right.
And I mean, if you're going to come to a modern Pro Tour, you're going to take the thing that you have the most experience with. But we're going to send it back to Rich Hagon at the news desk. For Andy Bueller, Brian David Marshall.
All right, thanks very much, BDM. Let me tell you about Patrick Dickman. In competitive high-level play, that's Grand Prix and Pro Tours, in Modern, he came into this event at 30 wins and 7 losses. That's crazy. He's now 34 wins and 7 losses. Utterly ridiculous numbers. It stands to reason, if he keeps it up, he will just win the Pro Tour at a canter, because he is amazing at Modern. We're going to try and get him into the booth after the last round, where he plays for an 8-0 record. Let me show you our top 20 leaderboard. This is as it's happening right now. This is the real state of the tournament for the first time. 3 perfect records. Dickman of Germany, 7-0. Hetrick and Hunt of the United States. They sound like solicitors. 7-0, the pair of them. The other undefeated player is Li Shichan. They see 6-0-1. From Portugal, João Andrade 6-1, Alex Andrup 6-1, Carl Dembinski is there, Elmer Van Eggen of the Netherlands, he was 6-0, Chris Fennell, the limited specialist, going fine in Modern, thank you very much. Only 1 win away from a 7-1 record. Maxim Grin is 6-1. All the rest on the right-hand side, you can see at 6-1 include Quentin Martin of the United Kingdom, Canada's Sean McLaren, a couple of Frenchies there, Martin Pellerin and Gabriel Ngoyen, Florian Pils of Germany, former finalist in the Mox Championship. Christian Siebold, again from Germany. Tim Rivera, first time mentioned him this weekend. He's a terrific card player. Lots of different games he's played. Andy Shrout, Johnny Hot Sauce, 6-1. Now, bear in mind, all those 6-1s, those are not sorted by tiebreak record as they would be on official standings. Those are just alphabetical of the players who are on that record right now. So there may be a couple of people underneath that top 20 right now who are still playing at 5-1, as it were, who by going to 6-1 would work their way onto that leaderboard. So if you're thinking, oh, where was my guy? Does that mean he's lost this round? Not necessarily. The further we go into the tournament, the more the top 20 will change less and less, and the names will tend to be less in flux than they are right now. But we wanted to show you the state of the tournament as we are. Finally, let's just take a quick look at the Austria-Germany team that we saw earlier. We didn't get a chance to look at their numbers, so just to fill you in, see how they're doing. Well, it's pretty good, it turns out. Dickman 7-0, Pills and Siebold both at 6-1, Boney and Tajak at 5-2, Holtzinger positive record, Linden, Mackel, Polak, Rotman, all positive records, and then Justin Robb still with a chance. Only Wenzel Krautmann, Pierre Dajon, we're waiting for his result. Only Wenzel Krautmann out for sure. So that's the sort of little bit of housekeeping there for you, but it's time for another deck tech over at the wall. And this time we have one of our top 25 players ranked currently in the world. He's number 10 right now from Brazil, one of the real fan favorites in the game, a great guy, great to see, Willie Adel over here at the wall, and he's going to do a deck tech approximately now.
Hi there, welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Zach Hill here with 4-time Pro Tour Top 8 competitor Willie Edel. Willie is playing Jund. Now, Jund was supposed to be dead with no Deathrite Shaman, but for you it seems to be doing just fine. Can you tell us a little bit about this deck?
Yeah, I think the deck that's not even close to be dead. I think the Deathrite Bang, like you need to change the way you see Jund. Okay. You don't have like explosive draws anymore. You don't have Lilian turn 2. You don't have the late game. You don't have a Birds of Paradise for free. You don't have a Lava Monster. You don't have this package that used to be very good. So you need to approach Jund in a different way. You cannot rely on Lilianas anymore, especially when they just unban like both Bitter Blossom, which like enforce the tokens, and the White Nakato. That's very aggressive deck. So Liliana is very alpha right now. And the way I see Jund right now is a more control-ish deck. You see blue, white, red as a control deck. I think Jund is the real control deck as this format. I think you have more card advantage, you have better cards, and I will show you like all the whole package you have.
All right, so Jund is the real control deck. Bold statement by Willie Eagle. But let's see why that is. Now, a lot of this looks familiar. We see Dark Confidant, 4 copies. Tarmogoyf, 4 copies. 3 copies of Scavenging Ooze. We've seen this all before. What we haven't seen before, Courser of Krufix. Tell us, what does that do to the deck, and how does it sort of replace Deathrite Shaman?
It's not he plays left right Shaman, but he plays like a total different role. Sometimes he's only kitchen things, but better. And sometimes he's confident 5 to 7. Sometimes you can just like have a lot of card advantage with fetch lands. So he plays a role like Jund never had before. You used to have Jund, the card advantage used to be confidence and Bloodbraid Elves. Then they banned Bloodbraid Elves. So you have pretty much confidence, and then Rage Duke started playing Chandra. And you have these two, but Chandra was too slow. But sometimes maybe it wasn't working. Then you have like this guy. So when you combine Confidant, Courser, and Chandra, we have a whole package of card advantage, and they interact perfectly well together. Like information from the top with fetch lands, confidence, Chandra is just so good. And it gets even better because as I said, they just unbanned like White Nakato. So, and they happen to have a very good card called Anger of the Gods, which is the best remover right now by far. It's much better than any ref you can play. So the fact you can play Anger of the Gods and you still have like pretty much all your creatures besides Dark Confidant surviving it and still generating card advantage, generating life and beating is just so strong to not play.
So it's not just about the fact that the cards are good, it's that they play well together and have a lot of synergy.
Very well together. Like I don't think I ever play a Jund that have such interactions between all the cards, like between the card advantage package, between the creature package, between the removal package, they all glue together. So, and Jund always been a deck that you can build to beat whatever you want. You can beat creature decks, like that's what I play, like we see the other cards. You can build to beat control. You can build to beat control with Lilianas, more discards, and everything. But I think for this tournament, I expect a lot of creature decks on the Unbound or White Nakato. So Anger of the Gods is very good. So this version of Jund is to beat creatures.
Makes sense. So let's take a look at some of the other cards in the deck that kind of contribute to that and other plans. Now you've got Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt's always going to be in this deck, but the creatures you're talking about killing, of course, not the only matchups you're up against. That's why you've got Inquisition and Kozilek, Thoughtseize, but only one Liliana the Veil. All these cards good against control decks or Inquisition, Thoughtseize, Liliana. Yes. Why is Liliana, which used to be a 4 of that you didn't even think about, relegated to 1 copy?
Well, there used to be 4, but I never think there needs to be 4. For example, Pro to Seattle, at top 8, I played 0 Lilianas. Oh, wow. Because I think it was Wolf all the time. Grand Prix Toronto, when I won, I didn't play any Lilianas at all. Oh, okay. So I don't think it's that essential to the deck. I think he's very good, for example, in the junk deck when you have Legendary Soul. But aside of that, I think it's pretty mediocre. Like, it's very good against control, but it's pretty bad against mostly aggro. But the fact that we only play 1 is I usually build my decks at 75 cards. Right. And I know in my 75 I want Lilianas. So I have a choice. I can play, for example, 4 Bolts, 3 Inquisition, maybe 4 Thoughtseizes, and 0 Lilianas, or I can play 3/3 and 1 Liliana. I choose 1 Liliana because Liliana, even though he's not amazing against aggro, you have an extra punch against aggro, while you have a card against control. If I play all removals or all cards against control, I probably, if I draw the wrong part of the deck, I will be screwed. So I need to try to cover all my bases on my 7/5. So when I use my sideboard, I use like, have the perfect 60 for the exactly matchup I'm playing at the moment.
That makes sense. All right, so let's take a look at some of the removal that you were talking about earlier. Now, Willie said what he wanted to do is kill creatures. With 2 Terminates, 3 Abrupt Decays, 1 Maelstrom Pulse, and 3 Anger of the Gods, it seems like you can do that. Now, how did you arrive at this exact batch of removal? Plus, of course, the 4 Lightning Bolts.
Yeah, well, let's start with Terminate.
Okay.
I used to think Terminate was unplayable in Jund, because people used to play with 4 3-drop villages. Oh, okay. And I don't see you playing Terminate with 3-drop villages. I've always been advocating Dismember as a better removal. But I think now that I don't play any 3-drop, I play 4 Ravines, terminates very good. Abrupt Decay is sort of a catch-all answer to both permanents and kill pretty much any creature, besides maybe Thundermaw Hellkite and Primeval Titan. And Maelstrom Pulse is sort of a bad Terminate or a bad Abrupt Decay. So it covers both bases for permanents and creatures.
That's sort of like you were saying with Liliana. Sometimes you want a worse card that's more versatile.
Exactly. You need something like that. For example, I don't have any way to kill a Planeswalker.
Oh, okay.
That's for it.
There it is.
The 3 angers, my first version of John, I start to feel 1 John Charman deck. Then I see like it's very good against Affinity, but it's very bad, for example, against Zoo.
Right.
So I swap for 1 Anger and 3 Lilianas. Then I start counting Lilianas for Angers, and I arrive to 3 Angers and only 1 Liliana. And I don't think I use like the full 4. Then when I was registering yesterday, I see like a lot of hexproof cards around. I see Affinity, I see Zoo. So I see a lot of good cards. Anger is good. So that's no reason to do not play 4. If I want like any extra removal on my sideboard, I would like the first card I would need is the 4th Anger.
Makes sense.
It's just so good in the format right now.
Okay, so let's take a look at some of the rest of the slots in the main deck. A card that you brought up that Reed Duke popularized. Card kind of essential to running Jund as a control deck. Chandra Pyromaster. Now, it's a card a lot of people didn't even know was playable in Standard. Why is it good here?
I think it's much better in Modern than Standard. You have fetch lands. Now you have the Courser. Like that's not many 1 toughness creatures around. But for example, in the big Naya deck, you have a lot of birds.
Right.
In the Bitter Blossom, she just wins the battle against Bitter Blossom all the time. And he kills Vigilant Click, Triumph on and against Bitter Blossom, he's just taking 2 all the time and not doing anything. And what sold me was the interaction of Courser. When I have both, even if you don't have both, all the cards are generating information and card advantage. When you play Liliana and untaps, you pretty much have a personal Holy Mind all the time because only Lightning Bolts takes it. Nobody else is playing Maelstrom Pulse at the moment. You don't have, for example, the Detention Sphere in Modern, so they don't have anything. So it's just a creature attacking her. Okay, that's fine. You just boarding out against you.
Like
I can fog for just 4-mana fog. It's bad, I know, but I just take out against like super aggro decks. But against control, she's just amazing. I don't see any, for example, blue cards doing this.
Yep, can't deal with it.
Like they can't do because they play like a flash deck all instance. Like if I have, for example, a red Jace Architect of Thor, I use. I have Chandra, I use Chandra.
Sure, right. You can't quite play Jace in this deck. Exactly. Okay, let's get through the mana base of the deck. We talked about a lot of these. See, Raging Ravine, you went up to 4 copies, 0 Treetop Village, 5 of the Mirrodin lands. Important to be able to cast your removal early, Thought Seizes, so on and so forth. Take a look at the next slide. You're bringing up 6 sack lands. Now, these are really important with Courser of Kruphix, right?
Yeah, it's very good. I would like to play more, but at the end, I would take so much damage with my lanes, and I can afford to play more dual lanes and filter lanes, which are probably on the next slide because it's the best lanes on the decks, and the fact I need double red, I don't need to fetch for Swamping Force anymore. I considered for a while playing a mountain and an Ari Mesa, but since all my good duels have red, as Raging Ravine, the Scar lanes, and the filter lanes,
you just have more
I just didn't need. So you just stick on this and play instead of the usual 8 fetch lanes, I have the 6 and 2 filter lanes.
And that makes sense.
Amazing.
That helps with the double colored spells. All right, quickly, let's get through the rest of these. Obviously, we've got the lands you get with your fetch lands. Take a look at the next slide. You showed us, you said the filter lands, some of the most important lands in the deck, and then basics. All right, now I want to look at your sideboard very quickly. Let's take a look at the sideboard slide. We saw Liliana. This is kind of your anti-control package, isn't it?
Yes. Liliana, I use actually 2. But that's fine.
Sorry,
I had 2 Lilianas on the sideboard. The Tron is the catch-all blue cards, blue, white, red, and fairies if it is really a deck. Even against the Temple Twins, decent. In mirror match, it's decent. It's a very good card. The extra thoughts is, I want a 7th card, but I want a business card. All the spells I want to discard, costs 4 or more. It's Cryptic Commands, Primeval Titan, Scape Shift.
Sure, so
this
Inquisition
Battle
doesn't
School.
do it.
Inquisition doesn't do anything.
All right, and finally we got some more ways to kill creatures.
Yeah, more ways of kill creatures.
Seems like.
This one was a concession to Hexproof, and another, and it kills, for example, like if it's a deck, a BW tokens, all the tokens, and the Super Fast Zoo is very good as well. And the Slaughter Pact is just another removal I want to use.
Yes.
And I need a removal that kills, like, that's cheap to use, and that kills Thundermaw Hellkites. And I don't want like another Terminate, so this Slaughter Pact was very good.
All right, and finally, let's go ahead and close this out with the last few cards. Grafdigger's Cage for Pod and Graveyard decks. Rakdos Charm again for Graveyard, also good against Twin, can blow up an artifact if you need to. And Batter Skull to win mid-range fights.
Exactly.
All right, this Willie Edel, again, 4-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor. Let's kick it back to the desk here at Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
I'm pretty sure that's the first and only time in my life anyone's kicked something back to me, except possibly a football, but there we are. Zach Hill with Willie Adel there. I want to talk to you about a few of the results that have been coming in the last few minutes of that last round. Some of the matches that were at 5-1, and it's a pivotal round because if you lose, you go to 5-2, and at that point, one loss, 5-3, it's barely over 50%, and you might as well be on the moon as far as getting to top 8 because you want to be at 12-3, heading towards 13-3 in the last round. So from 5-1, losing is a really big deal. At 5-1, winning, 6-1, suddenly you're just that one win away from only having lost once on day one. At 7-1, you're ahead of the curve for the top 8, round about 12-3, and then let's see what happens in the last round. So a really pivotal round here. Here are some of the results that we had. Daryl Ayres was up against Jacob Wilson. Jacob Wilson, the 18-year-old, he got to 6-1. He has a 64.3% modern record. He beat Ayres by 2-1. Matej Zatlkai, he got himself up to 6-1 at the expense of Jan Broja of the Czech Republic. Now, Broja, a regular casher at GP, 17 lifetime pro points, worked his way up, just constantly getting top 64s, top 32s. But Zatlkai, top 16 last time around in Theros, part of Elaborate Ruse, the leader really of that team. He's leading from the front at 6-1. Someone else who's doing terrific work on the same team is Elias Watsfeld. He has his 4 Grand Prix top 8s. He's defeated Harry Corvesi of the United States by 2-0. That puts Corvesi down to 5-2, Watsfeld up to 6-1. Maxim Grin is one of the Canadians on 6-1. You see him at the bottom on the left of your screen there. He defeated Melissa Datora, so Datora falls to 5-2 with 1 round to go today. And then in a huge match, which we know the result of, Patrick Dickman, brother of Fabian, gets to 7-0 at the expense of Thomas Hendricks. Now, Hendricks is really interesting because he has one of the widest disparities between constructed and limited in the entire field. It's just crazy. His record at GPs and PTs coming to this point. In constructed, 67.4, which is not just world class, it is world class shattering. Basically, no one has marks in. Once you get into the top half of the 60s, you're kind of into super rarefied atmosphere over a long period of time. Limited rating, 45%. He's 22% better at constructed historically than limited. Boy, oh boy, does he ever need a win in the last round before he has to put his 60 cards away, get 40 new ones out tomorrow morning, and then try to still be in contention when he gets back in. So, we are thoroughly ready. I can tell you, we're heading towards a round that could decide an awful lot, Zach Hill. Let's see who we've got in feature match action this way. We have Nico Boni of Switzerland. He is up against Marcelino Freeman of Mexico, and they are currently at 5-2. So like I say, one of those pivotal rounds where you lose, it's barely like you got out the door. 5-3, sure, you're into day 2. You could still make top 8, but you're essentially into single elimination through all the draft rounds tomorrow. Only one person will come out of each 5-3 pod, Zach, at 8-3. and starting on day 2 where you know you have to win the draft pod. That's super tough.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, and the fact is you're in a pod with 7 other people that have the exact same thought on their mind. Fact is, a lot can happen in a draft pod. Sometimes your deck isn't awesome, limited. You tend to have fewer ways to fix, mana heavy or mana light draws. You really don't want to be in a position to need to 3-0 a pod just to stay alive.
And I guess also you sometimes have to play a little bit loose, a little bit, you take a pick that you're just, like, if you open Chromanticore at 5 and 3, you are 100% taking that guy and hoping to ride it to an 8-3.
Well, if I open Chromanticore, I'm 100% going to take it anyway, but I wouldn't recommend that at home.
No, that's not necessarily a winning strategy. Certainly a winning fun strategy. Right. That is for sure. So that's Nico Boni against Marcelino Freeman. And we know, of course, that at 15 points, they are in safely today too. Let's not belittle the fact that they are in. It's just that it is very tough from 5 and 3 to come back. So again, 5 and 2. Ben Stark, your number 1 ranked player right now, is up against another top 25 player in number 14, Alexander Hayne of Canada. One of those will go 6 and 2. Decent day at the office. Yeah. 5 and 3, little disappointing. So that is our second match. Then, right the way up in the First World Problems bracket at 7 and 0, we have Michael Hetrick against Patrick Dittman. We're hoping to get both of those here at the desk after their round, win, lose, or even draw. Hetrick just been terrific with Living End. Dickman, we presume on Twin. I haven't actually seen, but I'm pretty sure that's what he's been doing forever. And then the third player who is undefeated, 7 and 0, Matthias Hunt. You did a phenomenal deck tech with him. What a great guy. Up against another undefeated player, not perfect record, but undefeated. This is Li Shichan of Hong Kong. He has lots of form in Constructed, and he is undefeated at 6-0 and 1. So the good news is, it's time. Let's get down to the feature matches for the final round of day 1 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
Hi everybody, Brian David Marshall here with Randy Bueller, and we are waiting to see the action of round 8. So when you were doing your metagame breakdown for Modern, who did you have in the Blue Moon versus Amulet of Vigor matchup?
Yeah, these are really the 2 decks that kind of came out of left field. Amulet was kind of on the radar, but it was kind of in the crazy combo. Maybe somebody can stitch a real deck together out of this range.
Sure.
And Blue Moon was just like, nobody ever plays Blood Moons.
Right. Amulet of Vigor was a deck that was out there, but I mean, honestly, it's never really.
It hasn't done anything.
It hasn't done anything beyond like.
Every once in a while, somebody will 4-0 a daily event on Magic Online, but it's basically done nothing. It's just been floating out there as like a fun example in a Frank Karsten article about what you can do with a perfect hand.
Right.
That's all it's really been. So yeah, I mean, it was honorable mention, crazy combo land. Definitely a surprise to see it sitting here undefeated.
Yeah, and then nearly mono blue with Blood Moon on the other side of the table.
Crazy. Yeah, I mean, there's lightning bolts too to snapcast it back. But yeah, the Blue Moon deck. I think that we've seen a lot more Blood Moons this weekend than we've seen in Modern in quite some time. Part of that is just the Zoo decks are so dependent on being able to fetch out the perfect dual land. You wipe them down, turn everything into mountains. They've got 1 forest, maybe 2. They've got 1 plains.
Right, and if you can shoot down their initial barrage of creatures or deal with them, then they're able to.
Cold.
They're not. We've seen people with just entire suites of cards stranded in their hands.
Yep.
I have no green. And Li Xietian's deck is a little more punishing in that it also has spreading seas that it can go for.
Oh, right. Absolutely.
Did you find your forest? Right. That's so nice for you. Spreading seas.
It may be that people really have just. Nobody's been showing up with Blood Moons consistently enough, and people are just kind of, they've stopped defending themselves against it. And I think this field feels kind of vulnerable. We've seen a lot of Blood Moons. I mean, it's coming out of the sideboard of the Storm deck, too.
We definitely see people having, 1 or 2 basic lands, but maybe 3 basic lands, but.
They're not in the habit of fetching it out right away either.
Yeah. So who do you have in this matchup? I mean, it's got to go to Blood Moon.
Yeah, that's where I was at. Like the one guy has built his deck around fancy lands, and the other guy is playing a bunch of Blood Moons.
Okay, but that's why they play the game, et cetera. So let's send it down to the floor and see who wins between Matthias Hunt and Shi Tian Li. everybody. Welcome to round 8 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here in Valencia, Spain. I'm Brian David Marshall, joined by Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are watching former Rookie of the Year Matthias Hunt, one of 3 players at 7-0 in this tournament, facing off against Pro Tour Return to Ravnica top 8 competitor Shi Tian Lee in a really an undefeated matchup, and we see a Summer Bloom
Whee!
Off of a Simian Spirit Guide.
Oh, wow. He went Simian Spirit Guide Gemstone, Summer Bloom, so that he could play a bounce land and replay the Gemstone Mine.
Yep.
That's a sweet turn 1.
Turn 1,
that was turn
3
1.
lands.
Yeah, we normally cut to the tabletop in about turn 2 when they've got 1 land in play. That was... I didn't realize the deck could start that. The Simian Spirit Guide's another card that is new to this version of the Amulet deck. I haven't really seen that in the Amulet decks before, but that turn 1 is pretty awesome.
So 4 mana.
Turn 2, yeah. I just have 4 mana to transmute Delaria. Li Shitian is like, I have an island? I mean, I guess he's bluffing a... he has Spell Snares in his deck. I don't know if he has any in his hand. Yeah, he does, in fact, have Spell Snare in his hand.
There's a Summoner's Pact. He's got either a red or a white floating here.
Probably. I'm just thinking. 1 second. Too good. Nice addition. Thank you. I tried to test that and say it's not good.
The original Alliance is Simian Spirit Guide? Or no, that's the Elder Spirit Guide.
So you got Happen Boros Garrison. Turning Gemstone, right? You're going to Fischl with Legends.
So on turn 2, Matthias Hunt has 5 mana in play.
Mm-hmm. Whoa.
Not the fastest result.
No.
In this well, when we have no result yet, but not the fastest showing. We heard that it sounds like Marcelino Freeman had a turn 1 Slippery Bogle and just piled a bunch of auras onto it and took game 1 from Nico Boni. I mean, before Matthias Hunt even had 5 mana on turn 2.
Yeah, Matthias Hunt, he seems like he's got this deck. He really wants to just push the pedal to the metal and do crazy cool stuff. And he keeps getting paired against these blue decks.
He's transmuting another Talaria West.
Interesting.
Perhaps setting up now. He gets a Pact of Negation.
Yeah, that'd be my guess.
Li Shitian, by the way, no stranger to, cheating lands into play at a Pro Tour.
With fancy lands?
Yeah, I mean, he played a Valakut deck to his top 8 finish at Pro Tour Return to Ravnica, previous Modern Pro Tour.
Got it. Matthias thinking about a Cavern of Souls here.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
maybe.
I like it. Uncounterable Primeval Titan seems pretty strong against the blue deck. I don't know how much he knows about the Blue Moon deck. I'm sure word has spread.
Oh yeah, I think
it's
these guys have seen this deck floating around now.
I mean, the MTG Mint team is pretty much all on it. So I mean, there's fully 8 copies of the deck. It's in the top 15-ish in the event. Just tells you something about how diverse the format is, right? Like one team from Southeast Asia shows up. They're all playing 8 copies of this deck, and that makes that's. 8 copies gets it to, I think, 15th-ish. It's definitely top 20. I think it's top 15. Anyway, yeah, something that strange and that new. People are talking about it. People have been buzzing about it for a couple of hours.
And when people can't cast their spells because they're locked on
those are the stories you tell.
They groan, too, right? They kind of writhe in agony as the match drags on. So, you kind of your attention is drawn to it.
Yeah, we saw one of these in round 4, and it was clear that like we didn't know what was going on, the opponent didn't know what was going on. But yeah, Matthias Hunt, I think, has a decent idea what he's up against. Blood Moon here would just destroy him, right?
The results.
Just naked Snapcaster Mage at the end of
what are you gonna do?
Turn 2 here.
So Lee can use Spreading Seas to mess with a land.
18. Your turn.
Oh, no more mana for Lishi.
Summoner's Pact.
Yes, Summoner's Pact. That is countered.
Mana Leak.
Or might be countered, should the Mana Leak resolve. Thinks for a second. Okay, he's gonna let that get countered, so there's no need to pay for an upkeep pact on that one.
But what about this one?
This one, he's gonna need to pay for.
Yeah, goes and gets the Primeval Titan. He's even got the. I mean, he doesn't even need the Cavernous Souls. It turns out his opponent.
Back in the deck in a second. All right.
I mean, he probably would have needed the Cavern if he hadn't shown Cavern. Li Shitian probably would have saved Mana Leak for the Titan itself.
1, 2.
But with Cavern available,
This is a garrison.
I think Lee was correct in
1, 2. It's fine.
leaking the pact, trying to prevent the Titan from ever getting into Matthias's hand.
He doesn't even play the Cavern. He plays a Tendo Ice Bridge there.
Yeah.
4. He's counted. You make 2.
Goes and gets a Simic Growth Chamber, and a Teleria West. Possibly returning the Teleria West here, and then having it to transmute. That's pretty sweet.
Getting Growth Chamber into Teleria West.
That is sweet. Wow.
That's kind of awesome.
Yeah, now he can go get a pact.
Yeah. And he can actually just chain a couple of those.
Mm-hmm. Been waiting for Teleria West to really come into its own. It feels like it's always there, and you could it always seems like you ought to be able to build this nice little transmute package around it, and it always winds up being too expensive. This deck, though, plenty of mana lying around.
So we have another game result. Michael Hetrick up 1 game on
16.
Patrick Dickman.
Yeah, those are the other 2 undefeateds. We've got 4 undefeateds coming into this round. 3 perfect records, plus Li Shitian has a draw.
Can't imagine how his deck could possibly draw.
So the other undefeated decks so far, it's Splinter Twin and Living End. So 4 very different decks.
Yeah, absolutely.
None of which is Zoo, which was the most played deck.
We also have another game result. Alexander Hain up 1 game on Ben Stark.
It's a nice matchup. What's Hain playing? Stark we saw before. He's on Scape Shift. Hain is red, white, blue?
Yeah, he's playing the Sphinx's
sense.
Revelation deck, right, obviously.
Oh, no. He's on Splinter Twin. According to the list I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Splinter Twin.
Word from the floor was slightly exaggerated.
I mean, it is red-blue. It doesn't always need the combo,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Alexander Hain, by the way, it's worth noting. I mean, he got off to a rough start here at 0-2, but the last time he was in Spain for Pro Tour Barcelona, he started that tournament off 1-2.
And then decided he was done losing?
Did not lose for the rest of the weekend. This sounds like a spreading seas.
Nico Boni just gifts ungiven for Iona and Unburial Rights.
Still tap. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Just on tap.
It's pretty good.
Well, use that.
So
Hey.
that's a costly pack for Matthias to pay for. No longer having access to his Simic Growth Chamber.
Attack with Primeval Titan, get another one, pick it up.
Yeah,
It looks like he's got no...
Thank you.
3 lands in his hand, but one of them is a Teleria West.
All over the place here. Don't normally lose those things, but today I guess we do. So I should be getting. Am I getting anything more teams?
Matthias thinking about what he might want to transmute for here.
Sure.
Mana. That's good. All right. Blue transmute.
So he's going to get himself a.
You think it's...
Assume it was a Pact of Negation, but
Is it? But I guess he's just defend that Titan. That's the plan.
yeah, and that's what he does.
3 Teleria Wests in his deck.
Well, that's all of them. So
Mana goes away. Swing.
he's like, yeah, my extra mana. It goes away. I don't need that extra mana. Attack you, and then go search out 2 lands.
Getting Sunhome and Simic Growth Chamber. Returning Tendo to my hand. Take 6.
Each hand falls to 10.
Tendo, not the Growth Chamber?
Yeah, well, I guess he just wanted to reset. I mean, the Growth Chamber's giving him blue, I guess.
Yeah, it's also giving his opponent a Devotion Pip.
I guess he knows he has his pact. He's not worried about.
Master Wave.
Yeah, Master Wave
Just
here.
counter it.
There's a Cryptic Command.
Yeah, Li Shiqian's got decent stuff in his hand.
Yeah, Master. I mean, we see Island, Master of Waves, Batterskull, Lightning Bolt, Serum Vision, Spell Snare.
Yeah, but he can't do a Primeval
He knows
Titan.
that Counterspell is there.
Yeah, I really felt like this deck was inconsistent because if it doesn't draw the Amulet, how does it work? And, I mean, for me, Hive Mind was the coolest thing I saw initially out of this deck. But now I feel like the Simian Spirit Guide for the turn 1 Summer Bloom,
yeah,
that is some tech.
Yeah.
Like he basically built up his mana so quickly that he got to play Primeval Titan kind of under the counter magic.
Right. Let's. We're going to check in on another match after these messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Ignite your competitive spark by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros. Upcoming Grand Prix include Melbourne, Barcelona, Richmond, Montreal, and Buenos Aires. Visit wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
Okay, and we're back. It looks like we're peeking in on Nico Boni on your left and Marcelino Freeman on your right. Nico's at 16 and Marcelino is at 9, but that is a...
Jeez, he's got Iona. What color did he set Iona to?
I am not certain. Do
It doesn't
we know?
look like it's green.
Iona's on
Iona's
white.
on white, but a big pile of green enchantments has made that Slippery Boggle into a threat, but no Spider Umbra. It looked like that Boggle was just about ready to fight Iona, which is insane. This matchup is crazy. There was a super quick game 1 that went to Freeman. Boney went gifts for Unburial Rights Iona, and it wasn't good enough. He's not done. He needs another gift.
Which is like for gifts for Lightning Bolt, gifts, Thirst for Knowledge, and a land, and a colonnade. Yeah.
Freeman is on 9.
Looks like there's an Ethereal Armor,
Second name, please.
a Spider Umbra, a Rancor, and an Ethereal Armor on the Boggle.
So we're stalemated? Iona doesn't have vigilance, right?
15.
No, it does
Yeah,
not.
no, she can't afford to attack. Her job is to play defense on this board. That's not how the quick Iona comes out.
Well, it can't attack through the Spider Umbra.
I saw the one Spider Umbra got countered, but there's the other one. It was already another one. Yeah, these Gifts Rights deck don't normally plan to do more. They've typically only got one copy of Right in the deck on Burial Rights.
Yeah, that should be enough.
Right. Yeah, that is in fact the case here. There's one on Burial Rights. There's one Iona. That's supposed to be good enough. What's these guys' record? 5-2?
They're both 5 and 2. This is a big one. Going into day 2 with a loss to give us, essentially.
Yeah, you show up 5-3, you basically need to run the table.
You know, if you believe in your modern deck, you can say, you can go into a draft and afford a 2-1, and you don't have to automatically 3-0 it to stay alive. So we have another gifts, non-broken gifts ungiven, just like entirely, just straight up fair. Which of these 4 cards can I have?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Boney is correct to name white with Iona because there's Path to Exile sitting in the Boggles deck. It also turns off any additional Ethereal Armors. It turns off, I think, all the lifelink enchantments. Yeah, because it turns off the Coronet. It turns off Spirit Link, Unflinching Courage. Seems like white's the right call, but those green enchantments were good enough to turn this into a stalemate. I don't know what happens now.
Well, Horizon Canopy gets sacked for a card. But lots. He's also stranded, it looks like, 4 white cards in his hand.
Sure. All right, so how big is the Boggle? Ethereal.
It's got a bonus from the Stony Silence as well. All right, well, we're going to let Tim Willoughby keep an eye on this and come back to us and tell us how that showdown
between
the
Slippery Boggle and Iona, just staring across the board at each other.
I can't believe I'm going to lose a fight to a Boggle. And we're back on the Matthias Hunt match against Li Shi Tian.
Hopefully I don't kill all these things this game. Sim Visions.
Oh, a much fairer, normal start.
Yeah, off the Gemstone, it's actually kind of scary.
Well, how many? What's the assortment of lands he has that'll give him colored mana on turn 1?
A fair question. Yeah, his mana, there's a lot of different lands in this deck. Growth Chamber, Gruul Turf. Okay, 7 bounce lands. Rot Farm, a Jaboros Garrison, 4 Gemstone, 3 City of Brass, Tendo Ice Bridge. 2 Glimmer Posts for value. Teleria West, Slayer Stronghold, Sunholm, a Vesuva, a Cavern of Souls, 1 Forest, and a Celestian Sanctuary.
There you go. Look at Gemstone Mine.
It took 15 lines for him to write down his mana base.
19.
15 lines on the deck list.
As opposed to his regular deck.
Yeah, which is 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 2, 1, 3, 2. It's only 10 lines. Gemstone Mine, legal in Modern only because it appeared as a time-shifted card in Time Spiral. Hanging out on the bonus sheet.
Double Gemstone.
Summer Bloom? No.
Summer Bloom? No. Oh, Seal of Primordium.
18 or 16? 18.
So he now has an onboard answer to Blood Moon.
Right.
Nico has a timely reinforcement that he's hoping can do, kind of swarm around. It's like, all right, one of you guys has to take one for the team here.
Well, meanwhile, Blood Moon has resolved. Spell Snare stopped the seal. Blood Moon came down.
So now I'm ramping.
What does Matthias Hunt do now? He has to draw the 1 forest and another one of the seals
that
came in from the sideboard?
About right.
Well, I just want to try.
So Nico Boney's timely reinforcements worked out, sounds like. So I guess the way the life totals worked, Iona was big enough to attack through, but Nico was defending his life total, and so once he had the timely reinforcement tokens to chump block the Boggle, he was able to attack through with Iona.
Second Blood Moon comes down.
Yeah, and the Colonnade to let him attack around as well.
And I need the Forest and 2 seals.
Yeah, there's 4 in his sideboard. I don't know how many he brought in. Maybe all 4.
I think he's got another one in his hand.
But, I mean, he has to draw the 1 basic forest.
Go ahead.
Wow, Blood Moon doing some work.
Discard.
And this is how we've seen the Blood Moon interact with opponents. Like, they're either playing a land or discarding.
Sounds like Ben Stark lost. Alexander Hayne took the second game as well.
There's one.
For second game was a twin of the first.
Yeah.
So Alexander Hayne goes to 6-2 from an 0-2 start. You know,
the way he does it.
And you can't say it's like, oh, well, you know, you got 2 early losses and it's soft competition. He has to face Ben Stark in the last round. And we have our first 8-0 player of the tournament, Michael Hetrick.
Wow.
Playing Living End. Goes 8-0, 3-0 in draft, 5-0 in Modern, defeating Patrick Dickman here in this last round of Swiss on day 1.
He cycled his remand.
Living End.
It's okay.
Yeah, everybody was supposed to show up with graveyard removal because they didn't have the death rights. People showed up with Blood Moons instead. I don't know. There's just so much going on. There's so many decks and so many cards in this format. It's hard to really categorize the field as any one thing going on.
So spreading seas on his own land.
He doesn't want to give his opponent an island.
Right, he doesn't. He might not know that there's a basic land in Matthias's list.
Sure.
Not sure if he saw one or not.
You have those in the main too, don't you? I think you do.
He's like, Bolt, you remand my Bolt.
It's a bad sign if you're cycling off the remains.
Just doesn't
Now
want to
he
give,
has to discard?
Just doesn't want to give a non-mountain to Matthias.
Oh, yeah. No, it's clearly correct.
I'm going to cast that. Okay. Can you cut this? Discard. What? Hey, I don't know. I said I'm still playing. You have to kill me. Those lightning bolts eventually have to go here. All right, good. Yeah. All right, 17. Go.
Matthias playing like he's from Missouri.
Show me.
Oh, my outs are getting even worse.
Now his outs are the forest followed by all 3 seals.
Oh, it's really bad. It's like almost 0%. Go. It's there. I want to see how many blood moons you play. I assume it's 4. Maybe not. It could just be 3. 14. Go. Go. Exciting magic.
Yeah.
11.
Bolt you rather than discard.
Yeah. He's got plenty of lands. I like the Sim Scope Chamber that's just been tapped for multiple turns because he's not bothering to untap it.
None of this stuff's going to work. Sure. That's the problem.
Oh, his outs do include his pact to defend. Oh, end step.
I'm doing click. You want to show me your deck? Nope. Yeah. Not at all.
Yeah. Yeah, Vendilion Click threatening to make Matthias Hunt reveal the cards in his hand. No, not interested.
Right,
Denying you the knowledge of what's in my hand right now is worth way more than the epsilon percent chance I can win the game.
I'm content to sit here and play as long as you don't know what's going on.
Right.
You can just say items. Maybe.
There you get a look at the feature.
All right, so they go on to game 3.
Still playing. Over on the right is Nico Boni and Marcelino Freeman. They're tied at a game apiece. Boggles.
Yeah. That's it. You know, talk about how any angle you can attack a format from, there's a deck in Modern that does it.
Sure. I mean, and the thing, I'm surprised that more people weren't talking about that deck coming into the event.
Boggles?
Yeah. I mean, it was so powerful in Reed Duke's hands at the World Championship. Right?
Yep.
It got him as far as the finals.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's a 4-format tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't play that many rounds with it. But it was favored to win the championship. I mean,
yeah. Oh, and there we see
Leyline.
The dreaded Leyline of Sanctity.
It's a powerful card in this format.
Yeah, we saw that at Pro Tour Return to Ravnica when Stanislav Sivka was bringing those in against all those Jund decks that were trying to disrupt his hand.
How much of Boney's decks does it turn off? Oh, it turns off Gifts Ungiven. You have to target an opponent with Gifts Ungiven, right? So that Leyline means the Gifts deck completely built around Gifts for rights. He can't cast it. May turn off Timely Reinforcements? I'm not sure about that one.
By the way, we just cast Spider Umbra on a Dryad Arbor.
Sure.
On turn 2, past the turn, no more mana.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with the Boggles deck, you don't have that many creatures. I mean, the main deck is like 12 creatures and a Dryad Arbor. And like there are matchups where you take some of the creatures out. I mean, Dryad Arbor does a lot of work in this deck.
18. Let's turn 17.
Yep. Yeah, there's a couple TCGPlayer guys who are playing the Boggles deck as well.
Oh, okay.
And they're apparently having a lot of success with it. I mean, I saw some of the team scoreboards, TCGPlayers doing quite well. And I think they're being carried by the Boggles players.
Interesting. Yeah, and apparently those guys, I think, have only lost to Infect.
Wow.
Those damn blighted agents.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of deck where if people are unprepared for it, it's crazy. If people are, lightning bolting, trying to remove creatures with spot removal, it just doesn't work. Except against the Dryad Arbor. But I mean, people are showing up with Wrath of God effects. Those are super powerful.
Yeah.
People are showing up with Tranquility effects. Those are ridiculously powerful.
There were rumors of someone buying 75 Tempest of Lights.
I heard that rumor. I actually heard that rumor from a Boggles player who was like, this can't be true, right? This can't possibly be true, right? They didn't sell out of 75 copies of Tempest of Light. That's not possible. Maybe it was a Boggles player who was just buying all of the copies that were in the room.
That's probably a plus.
A plus EV play.
Plus EV play at some point, right? Like, what is that going to cost you?
This is a quite slow start for the Boggles deck. But the ley line does so much.
Right, the Ethereal Armor right now is +3.
Yep.
Get in for 5 here.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, it's 3, 4, 5.
I go to 5.
Yes, they both agree.
Go.
And there's an uncastable
Tony down to 12.
gifts. Okay, I think we're going to go back over to table A.
Engineered Explosive. That's another good card against the Boggles deck.
Take a look where Matthias Hunt has just led off with Serum Visions. Played Misty Rainforest into Island. That's the other thing this deck doesn't really do is just shock itself into oblivion.
True.
Yeah, just
That's
like,
10 basic islands.
It's like, I just want islands. I need one red source sometime. Maybe I need 2.
I mean, the deck plays Vidalcan Shackles.
Yeah.
That's how good the mana base is. Supporting Vidalcan Shackles.
Okay.
I will also cast Serum Visions.
To both of us.
There you go. Look at the hand of Li Shixian.
Giant.
Okay. Seal of Primordium. Giant on Cavern of Souls.
Try to have a real game again.
Only 1 counter left on that Gemstone Mine.
Yeah, I think Matthias is happy to get to play a real game, though.
Sure.
On the play, he's able to resolve a seal on turn 2.
Okay, so I don't know. I assume.
Mana Leak for Man sitting in Lee's hand, but no spell snare, so tapping out for Serum Visions didn't cost him a counter opportunity. Yeah, that's Spreading Seas.
Or does he want to tap out for Spreading Seas?
Oh, Nico Boney just tried and failed to cast Gifts Ungiven.
Oof.
That's not how you want to learn that rule. Turns out there are no opponents available for targeting. No one can choose. Card doesn't work.
The tournament crashes.
Amulet of Vigor.
Can I have an Amulet of Vigor?
No. And Matthias is hesitant to tap that gemstone.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to go City of Brass and Serum Visions off of it.
Yep, that's what he does. See a Pact of Negation there.
I think he's got 2 Summoner's Packs in his hand.
One second, thinking. Yeah.
Thinking about his scry here.
Lee's got Island, Snapcaster, Spreading Seas, Lightning Bolt, Remand.
No red mana there?
He's got a Scalding Tarn.
Okay.
Yeah, he's fine. He just he didn't want a Spreading Seas there because he wanted to leave up Mana Leak.
Both top.
Wasn't worried about the Cavern at this point. It's not super threatening until 6.
It's always what you want to hear, right? My turn? Your turn.
So Matthias ended up leaving both cards on top.
Oh, Vendilion Click off the top? Is that what just happened? Yes. And Lee ships the turn back. He's got Remand up. He's also got Snapcaster, which doesn't do anything yet. But I mean, he can Remand this turn and the next turn, play a 4th land, and have Snapcaster for Mana Leak available. At some point, he's going to want a Spreading Seas. Presumably, he's going to want a Spreading Seas to Cavern to turn off the uncounterability.
6 cards? 5 cards? Six.
But that only becomes truly scary once Hunt starts getting towards 6 mana. And meanwhile, if Matthias does nothing and tries to sculpt a better hand, he'll just get clicked.
Amulet.
All right, here's an Amulet with 3 available to pay for any potential mana leaks. Remand's not really going to get the job done here. This is not the way Li Shiqian drew it up. I'm supposed to cast something expensive so I could Remand it. Not have it come down again. Yeah, lets the Amulet resolve. But yeah, Matthias doesn't really have a follow-up play here.
Okay. Take it back.
Click resolves. Matthias reveals 2 Summoner's Packs and a Celestia Sanctuary, which is pretty good for next turn. He's basically set up next turn to play the Sanctuary. It's untapped because of the Amulet. That's 6 mana. He can pact for a Titan and play a Titan through Cavern. So, yeah, Matthias' plan is to play an uncounterable Titan next turn. The click doesn't actually stop that from Matthias' point of view. He's still got his other pact. But we know Li Shiqian is sitting on a Spreading Seas.
All right. Your turn.
Spreading Seas means that Remand can effectively counter the Titan for 2 turns.
Yes.
Because it counters it. It counters it this. Well, sends it back to Matthias' hand this turn, and then on the following turn, he'll have that pact to pay for. Yeah, this is kind of the way Li Shiqian wants this to go.
Yep.
Well, that's one way to get around having your Gifts and Givens be uncastable.
What's
you
that?
could hard cast Iona Shield of Emeria. You can just pay the full freight and put it into play.
The super slow Dryad Arbor draw did not get there in time.
Perhaps not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, Iona. And Matthias is still looking at this. I mean, from his perspective, double dismember kills Iona. Maybe you should have named Black.
Tap for it, please. I have to think. Okay.
Interesting. So here we go. Snapcaster has flashed back Mana Leak, which is being pointed at Summoner's Pact.
So I have to.
That's an interesting line. It is not the line I expected him to take here. Boggles got there. Wow. Boggles got there through Iona.
So Marcelino Freeman goes to 7-1. I'm 6. I'm sorry.
6-2.
6-2 at the end of day 1. But Nico Boni is now stuck with his 3rd loss.
Yeah, Matthias is really not sure what to do here.
He's considering paying for
the Mana Leak. So why would you not pay for the Mana Leak? It seems like you pay. I mean, only thing not paying does is if he has. I mean, if he had another threat in his hand.
Well, even if he has,
he's going to Pact of Negation. Oh my. Oh, is he going to get blown up by Spreading Seas here?
Well, he has the Seal of Primordium, so.
Funny. Okay, so Summoner's Pact is at the bottom of this stack. As a response, Li Shitian decided to cast a Snapcaster and Flashback Mana Leak, figuring maybe he'll pay for the Summoner's Pact, maybe he won't. Either way, he's not playing a Primeval Titan this turn. Except Matthias Hunt said, oh yeah, I still plan to play Primeval Titan. I'm going to play Pact of Negation. I'm going to counter your Mana Leak. Now my Summoner's Pact lets me go get Primeval Titan, and I've still got the lands I need to cast it.
I'll be back in a sec. Right?
1, 2, 3, 4, including Cavern Mana. Gemstone dies. Yeah, here's Celestial Sanctuary. Untapped thanks to the Amulet. That is 6.
Trigger on. Sorry. Was it 15 from the City of Brass?
Yeah, 15. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Bouncing the Cavern of Souls. 5, 6. 13. To cast Primeval Titan. Should be 15. Not 15. Yeah, it should be 15.
Yeah, so Primeval Titan resolves.
So he gets Boros
Matthias gets to
Garrison
go get 2 lands.
and Vesuva here. Copies Slayer's Stronghold and attacks and gets 2 more lands.
Jeez. Sick.
And that triggers. They both on the tap.
What's Vesuva copying?
This is copying Slayer's
Okay,
Stronghold.
okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's enough mana to activate it.
Resolve this trigger, returning Vesuva.
Returns Vesuva.
Wow. So now Primeval Titan is...
An 8/6 with haste.
So I take 8, 11.
Yeah, no, I'm going to do triggers first, but yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Now the Primeval Titan, it's hasty, so it attacks. Oh, which goes and gets 2 lands. Which, you know what, with Amulet of Vigor in play is pretty good. I mean, it's pretty good all the time,
Yeah.
but it's even better with Amulet in play. What else? Does he have more sauce? Does he have anything to...
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yes,
I don't
does he have the double strike land?
He does, but I don't think he has the
mana?
ability to get the mana. Can get enough mana for it.
Chambers.
So he just gets 2 growth chambers?
Is that right?
Now, he's also got 2 packs to pay for next turn.
Right.
So he's got to make sure nothing too screwy happens to his mana base, with gemstones dying and things getting bounced. What's the bill? 6 mana total? For the 2 packs? Are they both 2C?
It's 9 total.
Oh, 9 total?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Pact of Negation is 5?
Yes.
One more time, sorry. Transmute to Larry West. Post combat. So take it. Take it. Post combat. 11.
Primeval Titan should be tapped? Or does he get... It gets Vigilance off that thing, too. So many lands. Teleria West gets transmuted for another Summoner's Pact. So he's got 4 bounce lands in play, which is enough to pay for both packs.
What's, I guess, 8, right?
2, 4, 6, 8.
I messed it up. Yeah. But I don't think, I mean, yeah, I can't.
Why can't the seal blow up the spreading seas?
Thought it could.
Did he just miss the fact that Seal of Primordium can blow up
Did
spreading
he not have
seas?
enough mana to pay? That may have been what happened there.
He just didn't have enough mana anyway? I thought he had 4...
So I think
And then I can blow up your spreading seas.
Seems there's no out here.
No. Once I counted, I was like,
you
oh.
got counted it.
I was trying to
Welcome
listen to
back
the
to the
players.
booth. Yeah, we were trying to listen to them talking about what happened there.
I didn't follow the sequence at the end. So he's got the 2 packs, so he's obliged to pay for the 2 packs, which is 8 mana. I mean, he was going through the lands really quickly, with bouncing them, and the one gemstone died. Did he just not have enough when he shipped the turn?
That sounds like...
Tim, are you able to see what's going on?
It sounds like Rashad's got the story there. I think we just have the upkeep triggers off. Unless he, I thought it was 8. I thought it was 5, and Rashad's poking his head in.
He needs 9 total.
He needs 9. He doesn't
9
need
mana,
total. Okay.
and he had 8.
Apologize.
He had to sack the gemstone mine.
Oh, okay. He miscounted.
That's what it was.
He had already lost. He was just posturing.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, basically what happened was that Matthias, way back at the beginning, miscounted his mana. He thought he could afford to pay for both packs, but the thing that he forgot is that he had to take the last counter off the gemstone mine in order to cast the Primeval Titan, which meant it went to the graveyard, which meant that when all the dust settled from the 2 Primeval Titans, triggers, the comes into play trigger, the attack trigger, he just didn't have enough mana to pay 9 for those 2 packs.
Which is what we had thought it cost originally, and then when he just goes through the motions there, I'm like, oh, is it 8?
He's got 8, yeah.
Because he's been doing this deck so often, but then he's like, no, I don't have it. So
yeah, so the Spreading Seas was irrelevant. He already didn't have enough mana.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, that was just a flurry of, unusual cards, bizarre.
Yes, and he went and he got the haste. Oh, he had to go get the haste land. That's the only way he gets the second set of Primeval Titan triggers. So getting a double land there wouldn't have helped.
Could he have Summoner's Pact for Simian Spirit Guide and paid during his upkeep?
During his upkeep, he can cast
Summoner's Pact is an instant.
Yes.
Go get Simian Spirit Guide.
It fetches
It
green
only fetches
creatures.
green creatures. There you go. Right. It would have to be an Elvish Spirit Guide, which would be illegal.
Not legal in this format. Only the Simian Spirit Guide. Crazy game. So many cards, so many scenarios. That was a fun day.
Yeah, that was a fun day. We get to do it all again tomorrow. And Rich Hagon's at the news desk, and he's going to tell us how that's going to line up. So let's send it back to him.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagan here. Let me bring you up to speed then with what happens. Patrick Dittman falls to 7-1. Matthias Hunt falls to 7-1. Li Shi-Chan advances to 7-1. Why don't we take a look at our top 20 scoreboard just for a moment, and let's show you what we've got up on the big board. The man beside me would be quite interested in this, I think, though I suspect he knows where he is.
I think I do.
So we have at 8-0, and just one of them, Michael Hetrick, you see there. Patrick Dickman, 7-1. Thomas Hendricks, 7-1. Sean McLaren, 7-1. Florian Pils of Germany. Also Christian Siebold, terrific record for them. Andrew Schrout, Johnny Hot Sauce, 7-1. Tim Rivera as well. Bunch of 6 and 2s. We haven't got up on there Li Shi-Chan just yet, so we'll get his result up and in, and that will put him up into the top 20, of course, well and truly right up the top. But bring us back to the desk, and it is a great pleasure to welcome onto the set this gentleman here. It is Mr. Michael Hetrick. Sir, we don't often do handshakes on the stream, but it turns out well deserved. Now, I want to go back to a brief Facebook conversation you and I had, which probably 2-3 weeks ago.
I remember this.
And I'm like, okay, so, just checking in, seeing who's testing with who, and I'm expecting in my head, I'm thinking you're going to give me names of lots of American players who have GP top 8s, maybe a GP win or 2, maybe you're testing with some people with a couple of PT top 8s, and you come out with a very disappointing answer, which was...
Nobody.
Exactly. Which was just, well, thanks. That's really great on the spreadsheet. Thanks so much. Okay, well, I'll see you there. But one thing that came out of that very small interaction was that you were kind of taking a more relaxed approach to this event, and that it was almost like, as we call it, a free roll. You were just kind of going, I'm going to come along to the PT, play some Magic, then I'll go home again.
Pretty much.
Pretty much fair? Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is Pro Tour 6 for you, I believe.
That is correct.
And it's fair to say that, you've been a middle of the pack guy, basically. The first 5, pretty much 52, 53%, I think you are. Somewhere around there.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah. Something's a bit different today, turns out. And it isn't all variance, that's for sure. So let's talk a bit about where you think the differences have come.
Well, to be honest, I was going to play Living End in the dark before the bannings. I was just going to come and play it in this tournament. And after the bannings, I did some testing, and I settled with Living End. And it's really like just all or nothing. I'm just going to play it and see what happens.
Okay. I mean, I've got to be straight and say that you are my hero, because Living End is my modern deck. And it feels to me like a deck that has what we would call a puncher's chance, meaning that in pretty much in the dark, as you say, against anyone, you're going to do a thing. they might be ready for the thing, and if they are, it's probably going to be a little bit miserable.
They're probably not going to be ready.
But if they're not, and most of the time they're not, you're just going to mincemeat them.
Mm-hmm.
And is that pretty much what has happened today?
That is very close, yes.
Good, isn't it? Fantastic. Let's go back to the start of the day. Tell me about draft. How much draft have you done? I know that you're very busy with school and a ton of other stuff in, air quotes, real life. So how much drafting had you done coming in?
I drafted it online maybe 5 times, and I felt really comfortable actually even on the first few times. And I just think it's a really easy format, and it really didn't change much with Born of the Gods. It's pretty much the exact same format.
Okay, so blue-white heroic a thing very much?
In my opinion, every deck in this format is a heroic deck, or at least that's what I want to be doing.
Okay.
So
how did it open up then for you? Where did you go in pick one, pack one, as it were?
As I said, I'm pretty much heroic in any deck. So I think I first picked Citizen.
The Oathsworn? The
Oathsworn, 1/1, right.
1 green, and it gets 2 heroic counters?
Which really isn't a very good card. It's a good card, but it's not as good as Wingsteed Rider, which is really good. But like I said, just every deck is a heroic deck. So you want heroes, and you want bestow creatures, and you want good auras.
Well, I love the way you say, yeah, it's a pretty easy format. Mind you, you probably think Modern's a pretty easy format as you just go, I'll just do this a few times, I'll continue to find nothing at all, or it's a living end.
My deck's pretty easy, to be honest.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it a deck that you would recommend? We know that there are so many people at home who are watching Modern, certainly this new version of Modern for the first time, of course they are.
Mm-hmm.
Is Living End a deck that you would advise a new player to get into in Modern? Is it a fairly a forgiving deck, for example?
I wouldn't call it forgiving. It's easy because it's really linear, but if you don't know what you're supposed to do in certain matchups, then you're probably going to lose because of that. And also, if Graveyard Hate picks up, the deck gets a lot worse pretty quickly.
What doesn't Living End like?
Rest in peace.
Yeah, I can see that would be awkward. Do you have ways around that?
Actually, I have 0 ways to answer Rest in Peace. Some decks that have it, I can still beat. If like a blue-white red deck were to play Rest in Peace, I would probably lose just immediately.
Okay.
But I do have ways around it. I'm not trying to answer the specific card itself because, for one thing, not a lot of people are going to have it, and secondly, I'd rather just let them have it and still try to win.
Sure. Well, there are 8,300 and something cards in the format.
Oh, there's that many?
Something like that, yeah. And it turns out that and obviously the most important is Monstrous Carabid, as we all know. Who doesn't want that? The all-star of the PT. Who knows? It could be. You always struck me as a very calm guy, and you seem thoroughly well-adjusted to your position on the leaderboard at 8-0. What does the rest of the evening have in store? Is there a rest of the evening? Is it just about bed and come back?
It's mostly about bed and food.
Two of life's little essentials right there.
They're the big ones, actually.
So, come back again tomorrow. We will see him being heroic, almost certainly, in some form. And
you can count on it.
We can count on it. Listen, thank you so much for coming in. Michael Hetrick there, who is your overnight leader at 8-0. So, Michael's going to wend his way out. I imagine there are lots of people wanting to congratulate him. Meanwhile, Marshall, Sutcliffe, and Zach Hill are going to bring more people into the booth as we wait for final standings. Thanks very much, Michael. Away you go. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. So let me take a look. Everyone is sort of out at points north. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you our top 20 leaderboard as things stand. So let's see where we are. Still results coming in. I've got a couple of big ones to tell you about here. Chris Fennell, limited specialist, brought onto the Ari Lax team TCGPlayer, just done a terrific job, and he has come out of the day in fantastic shape at 7-1. He defeated Elias Watsfeld of Sweden in this last round by 2-1, and then right beside that, Maxim Grin of Canada was up against an Englishman, Quentin Martin, who has actually played for Canada at Worlds in 2009. Quentin was living out there, qualified at the old Canadian Nationals, as it were. So a sort of pseudo-Canadian mirror match there. Maxim Grin defeats Quentin Martin by 2-1, puts Quentin down to still an excellent 6-2. But Maxim Grin, you see on the left-hand side of your screen at 7-1. So they're there. I can tell you that Florian Pills, runner-up from the Magic Online Championship a couple of years back against Reed Duke. He has won again against João Andrade of Portugal. So he's in very good shape. And as we look at our leaderboard, we've talked to Michael Hetrick. We've got Li Shichan of Hong Kong at 701. Apologies for a little glitch on our graphic earlier. He's not American. He's not applying for citizenship, as far as we know. So Patrick Dickman, 7-1, hoping to get him at the desk very soon. Fennell, 7-1, Maxim, 7-1, Thomas Hendricks, not to be confused with Hetrick, 7-1, and this gentleman is amongst the 7-1s. Here he is, Matthias Hunt. Can I first of all say thank you so much for one of the most entertaining deck techs I've ever had the privilege to watch from here.
Sure.
That was so much fun.
It's almost as much fun as playing the deck. Had a little bit of bumps last round, but it was still a pretty good deck for the day.
It seems like crazy fun. How I was interested in something that Marshall talked about to us subsequently, which was that you've kind of created these shortcuts for yourself with the deck to kind of minimize on the mental load in a way.
Right.
Could you just talk to us a little bit more about that? Because that sounded super
That's
awesome.
really helpful in playing a deck with this many interactions. It actually, if you were watching last round, got me in a lot of trouble.
Okay.
There are a lot of shortcuts. For example, like how much mana can you make? There's a lot of triggers going on in the deck. So I would write shortcuts down, such as like Amulet means all your lands come into play untapped, or their tapped lands would, to your bounce lands, your Teleria Wests, your Primeval Titan lands. A second Amulet means they all make their mana cost when they come into play. So just like...
Right, okay.
Right. So I was trying to count, like that last game there, I had 4 lands and a bounce land. So like that bounce land will be 6. Bounce lands are 2. I have an Amulet. Titan will get 4 more lands. Each of those will be 2 for the turn and 1 next turn.
Okay.
So where I got into trouble was when I was counting the land I was going to bounce off the bounce land and the gemstone mine with 1 counter on it were the same land in my head. So I ended up with 8 mana instead of 9.
Yeah.
And that got me in, a little bit of trouble.
You're no Makahita Mahara, I'm afraid, because when he counted to 8, he made himself get to 9. Where were you with your remand when you needed it? Shameful. Little bit of Magic history there for you, boys and girls, which I'm sure you're well aware of. But look, it's been a fantastic day, obviously. Tell us a little bit more about how you arrived at this deck to choose.
Well, this deck was brought to my attention first about a month ago by Andres Prost. He's working on our team. I've worked with him for a couple Pro Tours, and it had been putting up a lot of results. Like Jerry Thompson came up with the deck about 3 years ago on Star City, but it didn't really catch hold.
Which is a surprise, because basically anything that Jerry Thompson puts up, people grab hold of.
Well, the deck it's still really soft to Thoughtseize. So if you're playing in this format with Jund, for example, which may have been, a deck during a few Modern events recently.
Let us suppose. Sure.
Well, the deck's pretty bad. So you wouldn't, it's got all these combo pieces that when you take one, it just has to go find another, and it's not particularly good at it.
At finding the other
pieces. You have to just draw the pieces. So
it didn't look like there was a lot of, it's not a world of Ponder and Preordain and Factual Fiction.
You have Serum Visions, which tries.
It draws a card. That's what it says. Yeah.
So we saw that, and then the deck had started doing well on Magic Online. Andres was doing well with it, and he immediately stopped playing it. We saw a couple other players had actually recently been forwarding a lot of dailies with Magic Online, and we started comparing our lists to them. And I think really I spent most of this week not deciding whether I was going to play the deck, but trying to practice to make sure I knew how to play the deck. I think at one point we had 6 people on our team interested in it. Only the 2 of us ended up playing it. And as you can see, even in the match, I'm still learning as I'm going.
Well, the good news is you get 5, 6, 7, or 8 more goes at it.
Right.
In the next couple of days.
Well, hopefully 8. That would be great.
8 would be good. And the best news is, if you get to the 8th one, it's like a super match because you get 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
So by the time you get to game 5 of the final, you'll know what's going on.
Well, hopefully by then, or I'll just have to be really lucky.
I recommend both, actually. I find that's generally best.
Pairing the 2 is good.
Yeah, people always go better lucky than good. I just think, why not be lucky and good?
Yeah.
Seems like the best route. Okay, so that's how you ride at the deck. Let's go back again with you to the start of the day and draft, and your Amulet of Vigor, and it must be like burning a hole in the rucksack, right? Because you're sitting there going, if I can get out a draft, and then I've got this waiting to unleash on the field. and then you have to open up a pack of Born of the Gods and choose a common or an uncommon or a rare. What do you choose?
Well, okay. I mean, I love drafting, so I'm really happy starting the day with the draft. I was actually in the pod. We had, over the round 1 feature match, that was Willie Adel and Camille Cornelissen.
Yeah.
So some big names I already knew.
Plenty of people to go at.
And I was completely worried because I train wrecked my first pack. I had 4 cards in one color, 3 in another, and 3 in another. It was really bad.
Where were you? What were the colors?
Well, I tried black. I got 2 picks deep into black, and then I had to pick. I had to decide whether red or blue was open, so I went blue, but I picked wrong. Red was, and then green started coming late, so I kind of thought, okay, I have about maybe 7, in any 2-color deck I have 7 playables here, so I'm going to need 16 playables out of these next 2 packs, so I need to get 8 playables per pack, maybe even a little more, because some of the cards which I'm calling playable, I'm being really generous to.
Sure, okay.
So I all-in'd on green, and I think it paid out off. Everyone's deck in our pod was everyone's deck was really bad, and my deck was
the least terrible.
Well, it had a strategy. It was a trio of Voyaging Satyrs and a bunch of big green 5-drops, which in a world of decks that don't work, just playing big numbers is a really good strategy.
Yeah. Can you deal with my 4/5 that can eventually be an 8/9?
If they're decks, I mean, like good heroic decks, yeah, they can deal with a 4/5. But a deck that doesn't, is kind of like shambling its way along, no, they can't deal with the 4/5, especially not if you play another one.
It's something that Randy Buehler's been talking about quite a lot since he returned to coverage. This idea of drafting your seat. It isn't about some mythical concept of what the blue-white heroic deck looks like or what Minotaurs should be. It's about what is actually coming in front of me on this conveyor belt of possibility, and you just do what you can with what you see.
Yeah, we had a really good conversation on our team as to whether or not we liked drafting in drafts where everyone's deck's really good or drafts where everyone's deck's terrible.
Okay.
And I actually came down the side of I love it when everyone's deck's terrible. If we all take each other's colors and end up with really bad decks, I'm at home.
Seems fair. So here we are. Couldn't quite get to 9 in the last one, but way I see it on the leaderboard, why don't we take a little look again for those of you, because we know you're all coming in, getting the sense of what's going on here. There is the leaderboard once again, and we're sitting here at 7-1. That is not on tiebreak, by the way. That's just alphabetical, the 7-1. So I'm sure I have no idea where you are precisely positioned, but 7-1 is very definitely, whatever way you slice it, ahead of the top 8 curve. And there aren't many people who can get to say that coming into day 2 of a PT.
No, this is the best finish I've had at day 1 of a PT. I'll be in pod 1 tomorrow. Have a couple draft strategies I've lined up. I usually try to line up 2 or 3 approaches, and I'm going to go with one of them. I'm feeling good about it.
Well, you and I, off air, while we were waiting to do the deck tech, talked about the idea that one of the goals is to be super bored when you play Magic sometimes. It's just, to just chill, play a bit of Magic, go, okay, that was some Magic, now I'll go and have a cup of tea. Chill, play a bit more Magic, and just to stay bored. So in the nicest way, thanks for a great day 1, thanks for a great deck tech, thanks for all the entertainment. I can't tell you how many fans you have out there in the Twitterverse for your fantastic entertainment in terms of the deck. There are going to be so many people reading for you tomorrow. So in the nicest way, stay bored, and we'll see you on Sunday.
I will try to play the deck to the victories that it gives me.
Okay, thanks very much to Matthias Hunt. There he is, and we've got another 7-on-1 player coming in. So thanks very much to Matthias. Marshall's going to bring on in Patrick Dickman, and I can tell you that we have some standings coming our way in just a minute. But here is my good friend Patrick Dickman coming in, one of the great European GP stalwarts. And listen, your modern record is just unreal.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I hope you feel suitably ashamed for that last round loss, which as far as I can tell, has brought you back down to something like 83% in Modern, which is just crazy. What is it about Modern that works for you as a Magic player? Because you're just terrific at it.
Yeah, it's just my favorite format.
But why?
Yeah, it's I don't know. I love the interaction that's going on. Like you got so many cards to choose from. I'm a deck builder at heart, and standard just doesn't satisfy me. For example, because you don't have that many options. While in Modern, you can basically do anything.
You like the 8,500 cards to choose from.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Well, it's not like Legacy where everybody's killing on turn 1 or 2, or possibly can kill on turn 1 or 2, which I don't like, because I actually want to play out interesting and long matches with a lot of decision making, because it's just the way this game is meant to be played for me.
Can't say fairer than that. Tell me about draft this morning, because you were one of the players on our watch list where we felt if you could get out of draft with a decent record, then you'd be in great shape. But, you know, Pro Tours begin with limited, and you don't get to show how good you are at Modern if you go 0-3 in the draft. So tell us about your morning. How did the draft go?
Oh, it went decently well. I've 3-0'd it.
Of course.
And I was actually afraid of it because I had some real life stuff to do, so I didn't prepare too much. And well, I opened up a decent rare in that 3-mana 3/3 bestow guy from Born of the Gods.
Oh, sure, okay.
And Chris Calcano wanted to send a clear signal, which was an Eidolon of Countless Battles.
Oh, okay.
Therefore, I was already set in BW, a color combination, which I don't like too much. But well, it was just the card is too good to not pick it.
For sure.
And ended up going really well because black was wide open, and
you had Calcano in your pod. Anyone else that you sort of recognized, either from the European GP scene or anyone else at the table particularly?
I don't know exactly. I know there was some guy from the US, and he finished second at a GP, but I unfortunately forgot his name because I don't follow the scene too much. Like I don't know all the names. And
well, the thing is, you're playing so much because we see you now. I mean, I think I've seen you pretty much at every European GP, more or less. It isn't just Modern.
Actually, maybe you saw my brother because. That might be true because I've played.
We certainly have seen him at plenty of GPs.
Because this is actually my third real life event in about 1.5 years. I played,
really?
Yeah, I played GP Antwerp, GP Prague, and another Pro Tour.
Will we see you at Barcelona next week?
I will be at Barcelona, yeah.
Who are you teaming with?
With Carsten Linden, and who finished top 25 at Pro Tour Theros, and Julian Plagge, and is a really good player and friend of mine.
And he's playing this weekend, right? I'm pretty sure I've seen him on the list, or certainly as part of the team testing and so on.
Yeah, Carsten Linden is playing, while Julian is not playing. He only came with us to test. Like he's doing the whole Magic trip from Paris over Valencia to Barcelona.
One of the things that I notice very much when I watch you play is you seem so certain in your knowledge of what has happened, what is happening, and what is going to happen. We rarely see players so in command of the game. Is that just down to the amount of sheer hours you've put in on Magic Online with the deck?
Yeah, I think that basically comes down to experience. Like I've probably seen almost any situation, at least with the popular decks, that can come up, at least in the matchups that I am playing, like Twin against Jun, Twin against Pot, etc.
Yep.
So you cannot really throw me off. I mean, I always look super focused because I'm a really emotional player, and
right, okay.
And so I always look really stressed because I want to win that hard, obviously.
Well, it seems to work for you because, I mean, as I say, you've just got this incredible Modern record. One final question, because I've got standings after round 8 burning a hole in the table here beside me. My final question is, how do you fare lifetime against Amulet of Vigor decks?
Oh, decently well. I mean, it's more of an online phenomenon, the deck, in fact. Like online, quite a lot lot of people used to play it, and I don't fear the matchup. Like
you're prepared for that too.
Yeah, exactly. I know the deck in and out. Like
see, that's why this guy's so good at Modern. We're all going, look at this Amulet of Vigor. He's going, yeah, I've played that a bunch of times. I know what's going on there. I fear nothing.
No. Like they can't throw me off if he's got a good start. Like being on the play, as always, in Modern is really, really important. Mm-hmm. Although there's some matchup where I don't mind. I don't care if I get the extra card or get to play first. But against the unfair decks, and I'd say Amulet of Vigor does belong to the more unfair decks than, for example, Jund, of course. It's really helpful to be on the play, to get on the board first, and especially to answer that turn to Summer Bloom or have a grudge ready after boarding for the turn 1 Amulet of Vigor that puts you so far ahead. And especially with my the Exarch in my deck, like being on the play enables turn 3 tap your Simic Growth Chamber or your Ravnica. I don't know how these cycle is called, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
The bounce lands.
This guy really is impressive. We've known about him on the European Grand Prix scene. You're getting a chance to check him out on the highest scene of all, 7-1 overnight. Patrick Dickman, thank you so much for that. I can tell you that Brian David Marshall is standing by, and that means But according to this, since I've got standings after round 8, it must be time for the end of day 1 wrap. Hello everyone, Rich Hagan, Brian David Marshall, welcoming you to the end of day wrap on day 1 of Pro Tour Born of the Gods here in dry, sunny, beautiful Valencia. BDM, talk us through the day. What have we seen so far here at this PT?
Started out the tournament with 3 rounds of Born of the Gods, Theros drafting. We then saw the format switch over to Modern. It was our first look at the Modern format since Deathrite Shaman was banned, and since Bitter Blossom and Wild Nicodle were allowed, to come back into the schoolyard and play with the other 8,000 kids in the class. Right. This is a format that goes back to 8th edition and Mirrodin and everything forward. It's an eternal format, which means cards come in, but they don't really leave unless they've been really, really bad and misbehaved.
Fair enough. Okay. We didn't know quite what that was going to mean to Modern.
Absolutely.
You've spent a bunch of rounds in the booth, watching some Modern, watching some pretty fairground attraction kind of decks, I think it's fair to say.
Oh, absolutely.
So what's your take on where we are as we head into day 2?
So it seems like a big chunk of the field went, okay, Wild Nicodle, Zoo, aggro. Oh, aggro, I need to go mid-range. So, and it almost feels like everyone who would have played Zoo or thought about playing Zoo sort of huddled up together and kind of scuttled across the room to the other side and ended up with Big Zoo.
Okay.
Right, and so there wasn't really Little Zoo, but the Big Zoo is there to feed on the Little Zoo.
Yeah, so there's no Little Zoo, but you have to have the existence of the Little Zoo to make the Big Zoo the correct.
It was kind of strange, yeah. It was kind of a strange thing. And then we saw a lot of other decks. We saw Splinter Twin. We saw people making some alterations to that. We saw Affinity. We saw things we knew were going to be out there. But what we didn't see coming was, Mono Blue with Blood Moon. Honestly, Storm with Blood Moon. Everything with Blood. I mean, Blood Moon seemed to be, to me, the breakout card from this event. People had almost forgotten about playing with Blood Moon. And you see people with 2, maybe 3 lands, in their deck that, are unaffected by Blood Moon. And, maybe give them their answer. So it's a very, very limited way to get out from under that.
Well, those were the decks, but behind us on the board, we have the people who piloted those decks. Now, little disclaimer for you as we look at the big board. Once we get to the 6 and 2s, these are just ranked alphabetically, not in true scorecard order.
Yeah, we got that here.
So there are tons of 6 and 2s. But take it away, BDM. Here's the top of our big board, and we start with Michael Hetrick, the lone perfect record.
Lone perfect record playing Living End. And so this is a deck this is really exciting. It's a deck that's kind of operated on the edges of Modern. It's done well. We've seen it win a PTQ here or there. We've seen it do well online, but Deathrite Shaman was something that really kind of nibbled away at that deck, which is trying to just go creature. Cycle a creature. It doesn't put all these creatures into its yard at one time. It was really trying to do it discreetly. And Deathrite Shaman is a card that really interfered with that plan. Well, now it can kind of operate unchecked. And we saw Michael Hetrick go 8-0, 3-0 in draft, and then 5-0 in limited with it. The only player to go perfectly undefeated.
Yeah. Now we do have one other undefeated record. That is Li Shichan of Hong Kong. He has 7 wins, no losses, the 1 draw.
Easy to understand where our draw might have come from for his deck. He's playing a nearly mono blue deck. It's not really. It's kind of like, let's call it blue, white, red without the white. Whatever you want to call it. But it's Snapcaster Mages, Vendilion Clicks, Vidalcan Shackles, but also Lightning Bolt and Blood Moon.
Here it is again.
Yeah.
All right, now the 7 and 1 stretch all the way down the first column and into the second. So we've got Alex Andrup, who I believe is a first-timer here. Fantastic record
great job
for him.
then.
Patrick Dickman, we've just chatted to on the desk. Talk to me about Chris Fennell in great position at 7-1.
Chris Fennell, this is someone who, we talked about as, a big acquisition by the Team TCGPlayer team. It's his second event working with these guys. They didn't let him design their constructed deck this time out. And as a result, 7-1-0, great showing for him.
Two Canadians you see there, Maxim Grin and Sean McLaren, a noted Magic Online player. Yep. Then you've got Hendricks from the Netherlands. Congratulations to the Netherlands. They had 2 players at 6-0. Yeah. So I'm guessing from this leaderboard down at 6-2, the other one now. But Hendricks still at 7-1. Matthias Hunt we talked about.
That Amulet of Vigor deck looked magnificent.
So much fun. Gabriel Nguyen of France. Then more Germany. Florian Pils, Christian Seibold. We see there. That's 3
And so Pils,
Germans.
Seibold, and Dickman all working together.
Yeah, just a tremendous.
And in fact, I believe Seibold is playing Dickman's backup deck.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Like, when you say backup deck, you don't mean the plan, but his other 75
this is the other deck I've built for this tournament that I might play if I don't think that I'm right. If somehow my resolve wavers, I'm going to play this. And he's like, here, you play this.
Must mention Andy Shrout, another Johnny Hot Sauce.
Yep, Magic Online.
Yeah, and then went to the 6-2s, which we only begin with the A's and the B's. This is just where the 6-2s start. And they will begin with Justin Bransfield in 15th, and they're going to go a long way down BDM, aren't they?
Some notable names here, though. Quentin Martin returning to the Pro Tour. Ole Rade, Mete Zadelkai.
Ian Van Leeuwen, Jacob Wilson is there.
Craig Wesco, Brian Kibler.
Steve Mann is there.
Josh McLean.
Owen Turtenweld, who we basically haven't seen today at
all.
No,
he
must
really
have started up pretty much a ropey draft start, I think, and has just crept his way in.
Reed Duke at 6-2. We saw him playing with Phyrexian Obliterators, just playing like a green-black, essentially just an old-school rock deck. Right? Before there was Jund, there was rock.
I tell you who else is at 6-2. Raymond Tan of Malaysia.
Okay.
Who has the highest win percentage in constructed anywhere in this field.
You had a lot of time for him when we did an interview.
He's played like 5 GPs, never played on the PT, and he's like 82% at GPs. He's just ridiculous. I'm really pleased to see him in the hunt and comfortably into day 2.
Something worth mentioning, Alexander Hain. Started this tournament off 0-2.
Is this the Palavida Dama de Rosa?
Or is it the Alexander Hain? What about the last time we were in Spain when he started off the tournament 1-2?
Yep.
So
he's right back in.
He decided I'm not going to lose again. Well, maybe he's repeating that process here today.
All right. So, as you can see on our board, Hetrick leads. Li Shi-chan 7-0-1. All the 7-1s there gearing up for a run at the top 8. They're all ahead of the guillotine. Because somewhere round about 12-3, that's when you're going to have to sit down for that last round and go, what happens next?
And the 3s are going to be a bloodbath. And there are some pretty big names in here.
And listen, let's not forget that tomorrow night, in those last couple of rounds of Swiss, they're playing for seeding in a top 8 where bang, bang, bang.
Right.
2 out of 3.
The quarterfinals and the semifinals are best 2 out of 3 starting at this tournament, partially so that you can see every single play of every single game in the top 8. Nobody's going to play a match off camera. No one's going to be able to hide on the back table and, make their way into the semifinals. It's going to be done under the lights.
Hetrick leads. We'll see you for day 2. Rich Hagan, Brian David Marshall for all the team, saying bye.